Chapter 1. Stop moping around. Level 70. Body, C. Mind, C. Souls, S. That was a lot of souls. I suppressed the urge to giggle like Scrooge McDuck. I didn't have a physical way to swim in the damn things anyway. Glimpse was keeping an eye on my troops as they galloped far ahead of me. They were showing no signs of slowing, let alone stopping, anytime soon. Being a tail-end Charlie was never a happy place to be, but I could also see behind me, and the remains of the horde were ambling about without serious intention. They were spreading out like gangrene around a rotten wound, so I was confident that when I finally managed to catch up to my terrified troops, we'd be able to stop and rest. Whatever was I going to do with my newfound bounty of souls? No one likes an obvious exploit in a system, so with a mental wince, I dumped 40,000 souls into buying mana potions while I ran, and 200 of the things stacked up in my storage space. Just in case, you know? I had been in the Boy Scouts once upon a time, and after that the army had reinforced that I should always be prepared. I knew in my bones the gods were going to somehow screw me out of this option again, so I felt compelled to spend the souls now, before they could screw me. I figured they'd work for Krill and Faye as well, so it was a wise investment, despite how I winced as the souls vanished from my balance. Next up was a decent weapon. I'd been running around with a dagger that could cut through granite, but that wasn't going to cut it in a real fight against a near peer. That bloke in D grade had escaped successfully after dropping a fire spirit in my face. I scanned through the shop as my loping strides ate up the ground between me and my friends. An unbreakable mace, perhaps? But why? Blunt weapons were great against armor, but most of my enemy's troops were barely armored. Getha had talked about men in gray metal suits, iron or steel armor probably, but what was that to my dagger? So I ruled out poleaxes, blunt weapons, and all the traditional tools a man might use to put down a bloke LARPing as a low-tech Iron Man. Spears? They were good, and if the blade could slice through metal like my dagger, they might be a good choice. I'd already had some training in spear fighting from the Fangs and other old warriors in the tribe, so it wasn't an unknown style for me. The only downsides I could see were that they were big, not suitable in close quarters, and the shaft was likely to be a weakness if I were up against someone with a weapon made entirely from one of the mythical metals available in the shop. Swords. I had a basic understanding of sword fighting, but it was amateurish at best, and God knows I hated being an amateur at anything. On the plus side, the entire weapon would be made of the magic shit in the shop, but the price was concomitantly higher as well. I was barely paying attention to the thigh-high grass I was flashing through as I scanned through the options in the shop. With a faint sense of resignation and a forlorn hope I'd be able to find a suitable instructor, I purchased a bastard sword made of aguntium. There were pricier ones available, but I knew what that metal was capable of, so 4,500 souls vanished. I caught a surprisingly light sword in my left hand. It came with a silvery scabbard and a fancy leather belt that I wrapped around my waist without slowing down. The 4-foot-long blade settled comfortably at my side. I still had 56,000 souls left, so I leveled all my magic up to my main level of 70 and was pleasantly surprised at the results. Just over 19,000 souls vanished, and I checked my affinity screen. As the clouds mixed with the smoke rising from the destruction I'd left behind me, I skidded to a stop and grinned to myself. Affinity. Fire. Summon fire. Range, 104 meters. Intensity, plus 156%. Lasts 15 seconds. Fire resistance, plus 100%. Projectile. Speed, plus 60%. Detonation, 11.5 meters cubed. Firewall. Area, 20 meters squared. Lasts 15 seconds. Barrier, 220 HP. Area, 5 meters squared. Fire Spirit. Duration 110 seconds. Burning Skies. Area 50 by 50 meters. Duration 15 seconds. Affinity. Life. Heal Self. 20 HP and 156% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement Self. 78%. Resistance All. 60%. Projectile. Speed. Plus 156%. Heal Other. Rapid Growth. Area 20 meters squared. Projectile. Speed. Plus 156%. Enhance Other. Shapeshift Minor. Duration 110 seconds. Affinity. Space. Size. Range 54 meters. Intensity 58%. Mass. Range 54 meters. Intensity 58%. Area 10.5 meters cubed. Optional. Lasts 15 seconds. Resistance 100%. Pocket dimension 5.5 meters cubed. Spatial tear. Range 11 meters. Affinity. Earth shape. Earth. Range. Touch. Duration 15 seconds. Imbue, enchant, soul transfer. Aresk's boon, carrion feeders. Gaze. I spent 10 mana and rolled a ball of actinic white fire across my hand. I could feel the heat, but there wasn't any pain, and I suffered no damage whatsoever. I was bloody fireproof now. This changed how I could fight significantly. I could walk through a crowd, throwing down firewalls hot enough to melt iron, and come out completely unscathed on the other side. Admittedly, I'd be naked, and everything bar my fancy new sword and dagger would be ash in my wake. Maybe not the best idea. Did the shop have some asbestos underwear at least? Nope. Still, the pros outweighed the cons in my humble opinion. I resumed my run. I could see my troops had finally clattered to a halt a few miles ahead of me, and I sent Glimps down low to check on them. Krill, the Fangs, and Fayala were taking charge and forcing the dejected fighters into some semblance of organization. Sentries were being moved out while the others rested, some just collapsing next to where they tied their horse off. They looked like a defeated force, not a detachment that had come through a hell they shouldn't have survived. I needed to remedy that situation quickly. As I stretched my legs again, I decided to dump some more souls into pure levels. More stat points would be very nice indeed, and I wasn't about to let this haul go by without spending a little on myself. 1,640 souls were fed into my levels, and I jumped to level 90. It seemed a pittance to spend on boosting myself up in comparison to what I'd already spent, but I didn't feel any urgency to climb higher up the levels just yet, and I would still have a huge reserve in place if I decided I needed to. I already had plans for some of the reserves as well, but that would have to wait until I was back with my troops. Going wide rather than tall seemed the most viable approach to the threat of massed undead at the moment. I gained 38 stat points and ruminated on how to spend them as my feet ate up the distance back to my tribe. Level 90. Primary stats. Body, B-. Mind, C+. Soul, A. Available souls, 30,812. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 40. Reflexes, 40. Health, 350. Magic strength, 30. Focus, 30. Mana, 460. I raised all the stats I'd let lag behind over the last couple of months to eliminate any possible weaknesses. There was no point being strong if I wasn't coordinated enough or had fast enough reflexes to take advantage of it. I could feel some of the changes at least. My muscles answered my mind quicker than they had before, and plans whirled in my head at an ever greater velocity, to the point it became disorientating, and I had to lock down my focus on what mattered immediately. It was easier than I would have thought. I had 1,000 thoughts swirling in my head, but they disappeared like sparks in the air as I narrowed my attention. I slowed down as I approached the ramshackle camp. Gone was the professional neatness and order from yesterday, which grated on my nerves. No palisade had been erected, and the ponies were tied into long lines attached to a handful of stakes driven into the earth. There was a thwang, and my right hand flicked up to catch an arrow an inch from my face. As soon as I caught the damn thing, a webwork of fire shot up around me. 6-foot-tall orange flames trapped me at their heart, and I sucked in a ragged breath that I held for a moment before walking forward to escape the conflagration. My once red, now badly blood-stained and much darker tunic had caught in the fire and burned away in the time it took me to clear the area. I tossed the arrow back at the startled sentry and nodded. "Good reflexes, warrior. What's your name?" I said.
"Lord, I'm Jetaluric."
"I'm sorry," he stuttered. A defector from the Jet tribes, or a spy? I shoved the thought aside. If he'd made it this far, he was one of mine. "Push out further south. The horde isn't heading our way yet, but they might," I ordered as I strode past him towards the camp proper.
Lord, take this?"
He offered me a pale yellow tunic he'd pulled out of a storage space. How many of those damn rings had I made? I took the clothing with a nod of gratitude and slipped it over my head. I had to remove the belt for my sword and tie it over the felt to keep the thing in place. I was pleased to see the peripherals that had come with the blade had survived the fire as well. "Stop moping around," I yelled as I passed into the camp. "That was a victory, not a defeat, so quit lying around like whipped dogs. No one else could have come through that crucible." A ragged cheer went up as they realized I'd caught up with them, and they hadn't lost their king in the ambush. The mood improved as I passed deeper into the small camp and slapped soldiers on the shoulder as I went. Faye flew into my arms and began checking me over, running her hands over me to look for wounds. "I'm fine, love," I chuckled. "I had to stay back to help the other chiefs escape." A hand slammed into my cheek, but she pulled it back and hissed in pain. "Next time, send glimpse to me, so I'll know you aren't being eaten alive by a swarm of walking dead men." Another hug, this time one that lingered and made the world seem all right. "The other chiefs will flock to your banner now," muttered Krill as he scampered over and looked me up and down. "Yellow suits you, boy." I spent 1,000 souls to give Faye another 500, then reached out to offer Krill my arm. As he took it, I did the same for him. "Find the fangs. I need to give them more souls as well." "How many did we lose?" I asked more quietly. "Of the 250 warriors, not counting charioteers, we're down to 184. Thanks, by the way." Krill's eyes unfocused as he pulled up his screens and began spending the souls. Shit. Still, if you factor in what we were faced with, that's amazing. Any survivors who haven't received souls can get enough for a couple of levels as soon as I've had some time to rest. "Where's Jagapan?" I asked. "With his lady wife, of course," Krill began. "I'm here, warlord." The wiry man emerged from the shadows, tossing a steel ball in one hand, his left eye once again gleaming bronze. "Any chance of some souls for your lowly sub-chief?" He cracked a wry smile at me. I offered my hand and sent 500 across, grimacing at losing double that from my own reserves. "Any chief who joins us will get the same. Now, warriors of Mundine, it's time to mourn our dead and rejoice at our victory." Drinks are on me. I finished slightly more quietly as I spent 100 souls on a barrel of rum. "They can't get drunk now. We need to get back to the pass first," muttered Krill, as he shamelessly turned the tap at the base of the barrel and poured some out into a cup he'd just so happened to have handy. They won't get drunk. Just enough to take the edge off. Come on, lads, you deserve it. As they filled up cups, Krill kept control of the barrel. I passed out souls to the handful who'd survived as baseline humans. Glimpse is keeping an eye on the horde. We should be able to rest easily. The sentries get a slug of booze when they come off shift. The rest of us should rest. It's going to be a rough few days back to Mondet unless someone packed a lot of extra tents, I said in between greeting warriors as they passed me. The stars will be all the cover we'll need, said Faye. She glanced at the sky and grimaced. Once your clouds have dispersed, Barefoot King. I smiled warmly in reply.
They aren't my clouds. Mine glow red and rain down fire.
It will be a long couple of weeks to get us all home. What happens then? Asked Krill, as he sipped from a refilled cup and smacked his lips. This is good stuff. Secure the northern border, clear out the horde from our plains, and then we ride south. The plan flowed together in my mind like it was something I'd spent weeks thinking about. In reality, this was entirely off the cuff, but I felt in my bones it was the best course of action. While we deal with the Erviles, the rest of the tribes will come to us and live, or they'll go their own way and get swallowed up. It's not something I can control. A touch of bitterness entered my voice, and I quietly hoped more would ride north to join us than try to survive alone. Get some fires lit, yelled Jagapan as he moved off to find Heldine and get his status screens explained to him. Literacy for the warriors, or at least the captains, went up a few places on my list. Faye was explaining the system interfaces to the newly imbued soulbound servants from among the core of the warriors. You look like shit, Mond. You need a tunic that fits you, and you need to sleep for about a week, I reckon, Krill snapped. Go! He pointed towards one of the fires being lit, and I staggered off. I'd been running on fumes, I realized. However strong I became, there would always be limits. The fangs filtered in and grabbed a drink as I staggered off, but I paused to give them each another 500 souls to spend. I waved off their congratulations and just smiled at their banter. I stretched out next to the fire and closed my eyes. I could hear the mood of the camp had improved. It was still somber, not so much from the losses, but from the perceived defeat. Running away didn't come naturally to the fiercely territorial nomads, and despite the battle being a win objectively, their pride was stung. A problem for tomorrow. I felt Faye snuggle in against my side and pull some furs over our bodies. I breathed in her scent and began to drift off to sleep, finally letting the exhaustion catch up to me. Chapter 2. Draw up a list, check it twice. I woke up. No, this wasn't reality. Or even the surreal, possibly a coma dream world of Earth I'd grown to accept as my new normal. I was back in Erisk's realm, but this time I couldn't move anything but my eyes. It had changed. Now, instead of the giant statue before me, I found 5 unique environments, each seemingly distinct and separate, but blending into one at the center. I couldn't move, couldn't even breathe, but that mounting sense of panic you get from holding your breath for too long was completely absent. I tried to raise my arms, but nothing happened. My eyes rolled around, trying to take in my surroundings. I could see my shoulders in my peripheral vision, clad in the bright red tunic of a tribal king. There was a weight on my hip that suggested my new sword was hanging there, but I had no way to check. Let me handle this, little man-killer. Aresk's voice arrived in my mind as a giant bronze foot passed over my head. The metallic titan strode into the central area where the various realms met, and the other gods began to move out to meet him. Poseidon was a beautiful woman, with sea-green skin and hair flowing in unearthly curves down to her waist, where she became something very different. I didn't have a frame of reference for her lower half. Perhaps a squid orgy is the closest I can imagine to describe the nest of writhing tentacles that replaced her legs and squirmed as she moved. Mortimer, fat and arrogant seeming as ever, was placed just inside her realm, which looked like it was deep underwater, and the light from above was filtered by rolling waves. I lunged at him, and nothing happened. I tried to narrow my eyes and glare his way, but even that was denied me. Fucking gods. His eyes were flashing around like my own. For a second our gazes met, and despite the fact that he was immobile, just like me, I felt the bastard flinch in fear. He wore purple robes under a breastplate made of pitch-black metal, but wasn't carrying any weapons. "What is the meaning of this interference, scaly tits?" demanded Arask. "Your champion has found an exploit that must be adjusted for," Poseidon replied, in a burbling voice, as though she were just beneath the surface and she was bubbling her words up from under the water. "You selected him," came a voice like falling dust. Death had entered the arena. His own realm was black and rotten. Weirdly shaped fungoid growths surrounded the soldier, Marwan. My opponent was dressed like a bloody pirate, eye patch and all. His clothes were ragged, but he wore a set of silver chainmail over his body and had a hat tipped at a jaunty angle.
The avatar of Hades, Hadesti, on the New World, floated along on a cloud of flies that buzzed and swarmed at the bottom of hollow-looking midnight robes. As he came to a stop facing Eris and Poseidon, a rasping chuckle emanated from the impenetrable shadows of his hood. "Are you complaining that you chose someone too well-suited to the game we had planned?" rasped Hades. "Hardly," the Sea Witch began. "Absolutely she is," boomed Erisk as he laughed. "If the little killer had sworn to her, this wouldn't be an issue at all." "Shut up, you stupid head basher," Poseidon snapped, and the sense of waves smashing apart rocks briefly rolled across me. "He has found a way to break the game. It requires adjudication." "I agree." Patricia was wearing fine robes, silk perhaps, and a giant man with a jackal's head stepped over her, leaving a space that looked like a library lined with neat shelves of books and strange astrolabes. The god was wearing a fine-looking suit that would have fit right in on any street in Victorian England. "None of our champions can gather souls in such a way as to fuel gathering yet more. He will snowball, and it must be rebalanced." I recognized that one. He was the voice that had spoken to me when I was sent to Earth, the one that had guided me through making my first affinity selection while I hung in limbo, thinking I was dead. "Come on, Thoth, that's hardly fair. All the others have indirect ways of harvesting souls. Ray is the only one handicapped by having to fight in order to grow stronger," Erisk replied. That was useful and slightly terrifying information to have. If the rest could just farm souls by talking or whatever, I was so far behind the curve I'd never stand a chance of catching up. "Stop giving him hints, Erisk. Have you no shame? Are there no depths to your rule-breaking?" All the gods were, in some way, beautiful, perfected beings. But this one took my breath away. Or it would have done if I were breathing.
Androgyne, in a way that made her, him, look literally divine, whatever your preferences might be. The being stepped out of a garden of fruits and trees, eating an impossibly perfect apple. Jeremy, the influencer, was locked in place where the god had started. He wore golden robes and laurels behind his ears. Of all of us, he seemed to be taking this the worst. Patricia was only focused on the gods. She looked like she was taking notes in her head as her eyes flicked between them. Mortimer was splitting his gaze across the competition like me, but the way his eyes jerked about made it clear he would be changing his trousers if his body wasn't locked in place. Poor little Jezza, the social media star back on Earth,
had rolled his eyes into his head and seemed to have passed out while fixed in place.
These dreams always messed with me, leaving me exhausted when I got back to Earth. But I suspected he was going to feel particularly rough when he woke up. Ha! Good. Your champions all heard the same. It was fair, Aphrodite, Eresk rumbled. Should I complain about how your champion gets to gain and spend souls? He hardly seems to be balanced. Nonetheless, why shouldn't we curb Ray's growth? Interrupted the embodiment of seduction in a languid tone. He cannot be permitted to continue to profit from the competition as he has done recently. Because it is a competition, for fuck's sake! We agreed on the rules of the game before we started, and the wavy-haired bitch that recruited them has no standing to change things just because her champion's play failed to take down my little killer. He took his shot and fucked up. He should have tried harder or planned better, Eresk smirked at Mortimer, who joined Jeremy in eye-rolling terror. There is a simple solution to this. A new voice joined the clash of the titans in the center. He was weird. Old and young at the same time. One second he looked like a young boy, maybe 9 years old, and the next he was 90 and leaning on a cane. We can limit access to purchasing certain items, put them on a cooldown. Then he can't fuel his killing sprees by going on killing sprees. The voice chuckled. Kronos, that's a terrible idea, snapped Eresk. I like it, mused Aphrodite. The main concern is binge shopping, no? If that isn't possible, then the issue is resolved. Like buggery, it's resolved. What about our champions? Snarled Poseidon. It must be applied across the board. It seems like the best choice. Unless you want to escalate to a full rewind, asked the boyish old man. I don't think that's necessary, said Thoth. It always causes glitches later on. I'm happy for Mr. Gallagher to operate under this new paradigm. Shall we vote? Asked Kronos. Eresk and Poseidon both voted no. The others voted yes, and the motion was carried. Shit. I'd just lost my ability to go infinite murder hobo. If we're done here? Asked Aphrodite as they walked back to their own realm and vanished. The other gods followed suit, and soon it was just me and the big bronze bastard I'd sold my soul to. I found I could move again, and stretched out my arms. That went well, said Eresk as he shrank back down to become merely Ervile-sized, and sat on a throne of shields and spears that grew up behind him. What the hell do you mean? I've been crippled, I snapped, briefly forgetting myself, but a slamming sense of being in a shield wall quickly reminded me who I was yelling at. If they'd gone for a rewind, you'd have been screwed. You'd have lost most of your forces, probably your captains and wife as well. This way you can stockpile the mana potions. You just bought 200 of the damn things. A bronze grin shone down at me. This was true. Damn right it's true. Look, kid, you're doing great, but it was never going to be easy. You've got a few souls left over, so use them wisely. I do like your plans, securing the north and, well, what you've got in mind should work out great. I had just under 26,000 souls left on my account. He wasn't wrong. I knew you'd come round to seeing things my way. Stop reading my mind. It makes having a conversation bloody awkward. Why did you vote against the adjustment then? I asked, growing more polite in tone as the words left my mouth and the metal face darkened slightly. They can't read my mind, boy, but they can read yours. They think it was a victory over me, which works to our advantage. Our? I asked. Our. You don't know what the stakes are for us immortals. You only know the stakes for tiny little you, which are fucking trifling in comparison. Tying ourselves to a champion comes with risks. Usually the potential advantages outweigh them, but if you gamble and lose...
I've been playing these games since before your great-granddad to the nth degree. Thought it would be a good idea to drag your grandma behind a bush for some rumpy-pumpy. You'll just have to trust me. Trust cuts both ways. How have I not trusted you? I've let you get on with it as you saw fit. Aresk genuinely sounded slightly wounded. Your mark messes with my head as well as affecting your followers. I'm not sure if I'm still me, I said flatly. Were my feelings for the tribe, even for Faye, something implanted in my mind and meant to control me? It does, but not like you think. Some things will come more naturally to you than they would have done otherwise. Love of your tribe, your warriors. You were a bit of a sociopath at the start, you know. A well-socialized and highly controlled one for sure, but normal people tend to feel bad about hurting and killing living things.
I had nothing to do with your wife. That's all you, lad. Still, it's good, eh? His booming laughter shook my body. I couldn't disagree. What are the stakes for you? If I knew what I was playing for, it might help me fight more effectively. It was a long shot, but I couldn't resist fishing for more information. Ha! Nope. All I'd say is you need to draw up a list, check it twice, then murder every last motherfucker on it who isn't nice. More earth-shaking laughter. Can't blame a bloke for trying. I grinned. So mana potions are now on a timer? 1 potion a week? One of each level of potion, maybe? I asked hopefully. Now you're getting it. Not just mana potions, all consumables related to battle as well. No more spamming health potions for the fighter and the soldier. They think I'm just a brute. Head smasher. That's what Fish Breath calls me, and the others think much the same. His voice was slightly bitter as he said the last part. It's easy to forget that war isn't just about breaking heads. And I must confess I play up to that perception as often as possible. Another bronze smile shone down at me. So, no health potions for people to cover for those who didn't take the life affinity? I wondered aloud. You aren't as stupid as you look. That and poisons. The 3 main categories of battle consumables are now limited, and most Shit, it won't let me tell you that. The bronze man shrugged. Even we still have to follow the rules. Look, Ray, it works more in your favor than against you, okay? Like I said, trust me. I was treated to another gleaming grin. What's my next move? I asked. Can you advise on that? Your plan is good, kid. Deal with the threats to the north, then sweep the steppe. By the time that's done, old Morty will have reorganized, but you'll be in a much better position to deal with him. What affinities does he have? I asked. Can't tell you that, lad. You've seen what he has available to him from the wizard rings and whatnot, so work it out yourself. How did he get the zombies into position without disturbing the ground? I asked. They dug their way in from a long way away, of course. They don't need to eat, breathe, or sleep. You'd be surprised how useful the undead can be. You might want to bear that in mind for the future. The statue rose to his feet, and the throne melted away behind him. The weapons and shields arrayed around us on pedestals seemed to gleam in the light, but the shadows didn't move. I'm pleased with you, kid. I'll offer you another boon as a reward. Get to level 100, and I'll give you a throwback you'll appreciate. It will be shiny. Nice choice on the sword, by the way. It's a good look. A couple of games ago, we included firearms, and that was a lot of fun. Really juicy aesthetics. But nothing looks quite as good as a mounted charge with swords and spears, eh? There are ancient firearms on Earth? I gasped. Nah, they got edited out for this run. But explosives are well within the powers of an enterprising chemist. You have fun, kiddo. I'm looking forward to seeing what you do next. A bronze hand waved down at me as the giant smirked,
and I found myself once again floating back in the bodiless limbo for a moment. My eyes snapped open, and Faye shifted against me as I sat bolt upright. I had a list to make, and I knew who wouldn't make it into the nice category. Chapter 3. Level of Control.
What is it?
Faye asked sleepily.
I thought the dead were far behind us.
I checked on Glimpse and found him circling along our back trail, keeping track of the gradually dispersing remains of the horde. They are, but I can't stop here, love.
I need to move back to Mondet as fast as possible and deal with the Erviles. I pecked her on the cheek. You can rest easy, but I'm going to run ahead. I extricated myself from the sweaty furs and clinging limbs as best I could and looked around the camp. I hastily pulled up the shop screen and purchased one of each mana potion. The basic one cost me 100 souls. My favorite, that I'd stockpiled after the battle, cost 200. The Tier 3 variant, a greater mana potion, cost 500, and the Tier 4, or pure mana potion, was a painful 1,000 souls. They appeared in my personal storage space. I wasn't sure if the countdown would reset on a Monday morning, not that they had Mondays here, or if it was a straight 7 days from the last purchase, so I figured it was best to just buy as soon as possible. Staying on top of this meant I'd need to be making 1,800 souls a week. I wasn't filled with optimism about my chances. My remaining souls became even more valuable in my mind.
Most of the troops were asleep. They looked like mounds of furs scattered around the campfires. I staggered over to where Krill had retired after finishing off the barrel of rum and kicked his furs. Served the old goat right for all the times he'd swanned into my tent unannounced in the morning. "What's that?" he snapped as he pushed the furs off his face. "Mond? What the hell are you playing at, boy? We're all knackered and need some rest. The moons haven't even set yet. Why are you bullying an old man?" Despite his words, Krill unfolded from a mound of furs into standing upright in a fluid motion. He must have spent some souls on his body stats this time, which surprised me. A glowing red D hovered next to, "Jesus! You're into C grade for your mind stat," I exclaimed. "You need to boost your spells up a bit as well." "I'm doing fine. I've got a plan," he snickered back at me. "Just get me some more."
I can see your soul stat. You're holding out on us.
"I've got my reasons. I'll share what I can when I can. Where are the fangs? I'm going to take them with me and leave you and Jagapan in charge here."
I wouldn't question Aresk's champion, oh no. I'm just a wizened old man with nary a few years left to live. His wrinkly face creased into a gap-toothed grin. "What's lit a fire under your... another dream? Tell me," he ordered.
I explained the outline, as far as the gayish of silence that seemed to cover such things would allow.
Huh.
Bloody Shakraken messing up the world. He clouted me on the back of the head in what I assumed was a playful manner, but with his new body stat, even I felt the blow.
Do it. The fangs can keep up with you, but most of the rest of us can't.
I want you to try and deal with the horde as you head back to the main camp. Send riders armed with trinkets to destroy the zombies at range, then rinse and repeat.
You'll end up dragging them after you, but that's fine. It will just make them easier to find.
Where the hell are Jandak, Kaz, and Mune?
"We're here, Mond. Why aren't you letting us sleep again?" asked Jandak, as he and the rest of my captains emerged from the shadows.
Faye walked behind them, a long set of furs draped over her shoulders and wrapped around her slightly swollen midriff. "We're running north. I want to deal with the Erviles once and for all, so we are safe from that direction. We'll stop at Mondet, the pass, and whatever they've decided to call the camp with the water wheel to make sure things are on track. Then we're going to make the giants bend their knees." "Aresk's hairless ankles, Mond. You want to make things worse with the giants? Asked Mune in a sleepy voice. No, I'm going to make them slaves. I didn't like the word, but the cruel, cannibalistic monstrosities would be broken to service, or they would die.
I preferred the former over a campaign of outright extermination. Now that is a plan I can get behind. What about this lot? Cause waved a hand over the surrounding fires and mostly sleeping warriors. They can grind away at what I left of the horde as they follow behind us. Our job is to run home fast and go hunting giants. They had either a D+ or an E- in their body stats. We'd be able to cover the week's worth of travel in a few days if we fell back into old habits and pushed ourselves once more. Oh, great. Another week spent sprinting, grumbled Jandak, but he reflexively caught the punch Cause threw at his shoulder with a grin and pushed the arm away. I'll cope. It'll be nice to see Halen again. And what of me? Asked Faye in an icy tone that sent shivers down my spine. Will you stay with Krill? Keep him and Jagapan from doing anything stupid? I asked in an optimistic voice. I can keep pace with you as well, she snapped back. Sister, you're a bit heavy at the moment to be running for days, Cause offered, and as Faye's eyes fixed on him, I could see he regretted speaking up. He made a small eep noise and raised his hands as though warding off a demon. He's right, Faye. Even if you could, it wouldn't be good for the child. I really do need you here to keep things in order. Krill grumbled under his breath and spat to one side, then flinched as Faye turned her dark eyes in his direction. She moved over to me and pulled me into an embrace, leaving a lingering kiss on my lips. You'd better be back from the north before we reach Mondet. No warm farewell, just a flat threat that made it clear I'd most likely prefer to go into a giant cookpot than disappoint her. She returned to our pile of furs and disappeared back under them to keep the spring chill away. Well, you heard the lady. Do you need to grab anything? I asked my captains. They all shook their heads and waved storage rings at me. If we're going to do this, we might as well start now, grumbled Jandak as he tried to lead the way to the northern edge of the camp. I caught his arm and stopped him for a moment. Krill, take these. Share them with Faye. I pulled 30 mana potions from my stash. Don't use them lightly, I chastised. They're now a very precious commodity, seeing as the gods decided to nerf me. Nerf? Never mind. How many more have you got? The old man asked with a glint in his eyes. Not enough for you to waste them. They're for emergencies. I noted his avaricious smile. And you'd better bloody share them with Faye. He scowled at me, but nodded. Have a nice run, boys. I'll follow along in my chariot and catch you up sooner or later. His trademarked cackle followed us as we threaded through the camp and set off into the darkness. The sun rose and set twice before I called a halt. We'd covered about half the distance we needed to, an impressive achievement. Erisk's gleaming greaves moaned. We should have stopped last night, spluttered Mune as he pulled a water skin out of a ring and took a long swig before passing it around. They were all out of breath. My seeming freshness was purely a facade. I was just as exhausted as they were. No time, lads. Don't you want to fight the giants again? I asked. You're just as buggered as we are. Stop pretending, called Jandak as he rested with his hands on his knees. I let myself sag and showed how I truly felt. Fair enough, bloke. I'm knackered too. But we need to press on. A good night's sleep, then we do the same again. We'll have a day or two in Mondet while we catch up on the situation there and get the smiths working at full speed so we're fresh for the big bastards. We just ran for 2 fucking days. We can't take a day off, snapped Koss as he shared out dried jerky to the rest of us. I pulled on the tough, stringy meat and chewed thoughtfully. No, I concluded.
Urkash are going to rally quickly. They'll know we're coming for them sooner rather than later. We need to clear out the rest of the horde, secure the north, and then ride south against them. They'll have another army of fucking dead men, and this time they'll send their regular forces, and their bloody wizards, offered Jandak. Probably. We can't deal with them unless the north is safe, so the first thing we do is deal with the giants, I replied. You can't just kill off the giants. There are bloody thousands of them, dozens of clans, all with their fists ready to kill anything that moves, grumbled Kaz around a mouthful of the salty meat. They don't have to be willing to serve us. All I've got to do is get them to accept a soul transfer, and then they're mine to command. My smile was savage, and my teeth glinted in the light of the rising moons. My eyes must have done the same, as my three friends shied away from me slightly. Enslave the Erviles. You're bloody mad, but I like it. We've all got to die sometime, I suppose. This sounds like as good a way to go as any. Here's to Mad Mond the Barefoot King and his insane plans to get us all killed. There was no bitterness or fear in his voice. He'd already decided that if this was what I ordered, he'd do his damnedest to make it work. And Aresk willing, survive. Has the power touched your mind? Asked Mune cautiously. Not that I've noticed. I can make this work, lads. It has to. When we go south against Urkash, we'll have an army of giants that can use Enhance and make themselves even bigger than the ugly bastards start out as. My enthusiasm was infectious, and grins spread among the fangs. I'll take the first watch, Jandak began, but I waved him to silence and pointed a finger at the sky. A caw echoed down from Glimpse, who was keeping a watchful eye on our surroundings. The crow flew down to land on my shoulder for a moment, before launching himself back into the darkening sky. We'll be fine. There's nothing dangerous within 5 miles. Tell you what, I'll tell Glimpse to crap on you if he spots anything. No thanks, Mond. It's still bad form not to keep a watch, Jandak muttered, as he threw a pile of furs that appeared from nowhere down and settled onto them. I know. Normally I'd agree with you, but we all need to get some rest tonight. One more good push, and we'll be back at Mondet, and you can relax while I shout at smiths and crafters. He smiled back, then stretched out and lay down. The others followed suit, and I did likewise. I didn't burrow under the furs. The nighttime chill didn't bother me now, and on the off chance something snuck close, I wanted to be free to act. I pushed down the urge to spend some more souls. With the promise of another boon at level 100, the itch to just buy it had been plaguing me. It would only be 1,000 or so souls. No, bad Ray. I'd get enough extra from subduing the Erviles that I could do it then. Sleep took a while to creep up on me. I wasn't bothered by the small noises of the steppe anymore. The cheeps and rattles and slithers washed over me with a sense of comforting familiarity. Despite my exhaustion, my mind was turning over plans, assessing, reassessing, assuming one factor changed. I wasn't sure if this was the product of my focus rising up to 30, or if I was just defiantly restless when I really should be getting as much sleep as possible. I had always been a contrary bastard, even against myself. The next morning, I kicked the fangs awake, and we set off at a steady lope once more. The grasslands blurred by as the sun followed its traditional arc across the sky behind us. As it was reaching its second zenith from our setting off, I began to fume and swear. Glimpse was scouting ahead, and the patrols around Mondet were shockingly bad. The lazy bastards had set up little camps just out of sight of the town, and the men meant to be giving the town advanced warning of any attackers were sitting, drinking ched and gambling. I led us over to the nearest example and stormed in amongst them. My fists flew out, knocking them on their backs with the satisfying noise of bones breaking. They screamed, and the least injured tried to rally to counterattack, but I did something I'd never done before and snapped the links in my mind that tied these soul-bound servants to me. They dropped their weapons and formed a ragged line before me. "What the actual fuck are you idiots playing at? You're supposed to be patrolling the area, not dicking around drinking tea. Is this what my troops are like? Lazy, useless, savages?" I plucked on the mental bonds with each insult, and they winced. One of them opened his mouth to argue, but another mental snap made his jaws clamp shut.
"I'll deal with this," said Cause, drawing a long knife from his waist as he stepped forward.
"No! They can run back to Mondit and explain themselves to Khan, Tricolo, and Atas." Another pluck of the metaphysical string tying them to me sent them scurrying off, cradling their broken bones. It was good to know the extent of the control the links gave me. Using them felt slightly repulsive, if I was honest. It was like having a collar and leash on someone's mind, and while now knowing a little of how it worked was comforting, it didn't sit right with me. Serfs and slaves would rebel if they were subject to too much misery, and God bless them. That couldn't happen to someone subject to the soul-bound servant status. Whatever power they gained, they were utterly enslaved, unable to fight back against the wishes of the Shikrakin controlling them. Not so much an issue for me. I wasn't going to be a dick about it, despite my somewhat gray moral framework. It was not a power I'd abuse.
Mortimer, on the other hand, would have no such compunctions about taking advantage of that level of control. His slave armies would fight to the last man, never breaking, no matter how many we killed. I needed a counter to that kind of enforced zeal. But first, I needed to get the bloody tribes in order. Sentries slacking off could only be a bad sign. Chapter 4. Do it. "Jandak, follow Glimpse. He'll lead you to the other sentries that are lollygagging. Break their left arms and send them back into town. We're at war, and screwing around rather than patrolling properly could kill a lot of our people," I said. Glimpse circled down and brushed the top of Jandak's steel helmet with his talons, causing a tinny screech. The big nomad waved his hands over his head in the wake of the bird's passage. "They should be killed. We don't have many crimes, but those we do have are punishable by death. And fucking around like that is a crime," said Moon. "We can't bleed our strength by killing our own." "We'll need all of our troops, as well as Jagapans, ready to train the new arrivals when they hopefully get here," I replied to Mune. "He'll lead you straight to them," I added to Jandak, nodding at the crow orbiting above us. "There are another 7 squads fucking about. Send them back to camp in pain. I'll send out replacements when we get to Mondit." Jandak grinned and put a hand above his eyes to shield them from the sun. He spotted Glimpse and took off after the bird at a sprint. "Let's go. I'm interested to see what's changed to cause this sudden loss of professionalism." We jogged the rest of the way to town, and at first glance, nothing much had changed since we'd set out to go to the festival. The camp was a match for Ariskit before we split the herds with them. The addition of Jagapan's forces had swelled our numbers to more than match what Hakabin had had under his command. As I got closer to the break in the palisade, my opinion began to change. The warriors on duty were slouching against the reinforced wooden barrier and looking into the town rather than out onto the steppe. They shuffled upright and glared at us as we slowed down at what passed for the gates in a monad settlement. "Who the fuck are you?" One snapped at me, hefting his spear to swing the sharp point in my direction. I blurred forwards and laid him out with a blow to the temple. "I'm your king," I snarled at the other guard who had leapt sideways and reached for his dagger. "Who left you assholes on guard?" "Lord, Patriarch Hastahip is assigning the duties for this moon," the terrified man stuttered. "We're at war. If I see anyone fucking around, I'm going to break their arms. Let your mates know," I growled, then strode towards the command tent that dominated the center of town. It had been a good idea,
Having people filing in and out of mine and Faye's private tent had become incredibly annoying. Not just for the inconvenient interruptions.
I retained something of the norm from Earth, in that I wanted my own private space, and what amounted to my bedroom shouldn't also be my office. The command tent served the same role as the mead hall of a Viking chieftain, a place to conduct business and gatherings, but the far more civilized nomads would never dream of sleeping in it. I swung the entrance flap up and stepped into the gloom within, followed closely by Mune and Koz.
"Who the fu—" the man sitting on my chair squawked as he jumped to his feet, dumping the young woman who had been sat in his lap onto the floor by the central fire. I leapt across the fire and the discombobulated woman to lift the man up by his throat. "Hastahip, I presume?" I ground out through clenched teeth. "Mune, go get the coven and the other patriarchs," I called over my shoulder, and I heard the tent flap move as Mune shot away at speed. I tossed the patriarch to the ground roughly, leaving him wheezing and gasping for breath, then offered the young woman a hand up. "I'm sorry about that. Please, could you let the Jaggernon patriarchs know that I'm back, and I require their presence here immediately?" She bobbed her head and scurried out the tent as I returned my gaze to Hastahip. "There are some things I simply cannot tolerate. Rotating authority is fine, although I'd rather have a solid man in the position permanently. Giving cushy jobs to your own followers is unfortunate, but sadly to be expected. What I cannot abide is this lack of fucking professionalism." I screamed the last word into his face, and he tried to dig himself into the packed soil that made up the floor of the tent. I flicked out a foot, and he was sent skidding away from me with a yowl of pain. "Lord, I take it you're not happy," came Halen's voice from the entrance. I turned and fought to control my glare as the coven filed in and nodded politely to me.
I swept the dust from my chair and sat down to face them. "What the hell happened, Halen? We were finely tuned when I left. Now sentries are bunking off and that shit," I waved a hand at the groaning patriarch, "is fondling women in my command tent." "The Jaggernon are twice our number, Mond. You also took most of your own warriors with you to Helaf," she replied with a slight shrug. "It's normal for the stronger clans to lead while the king is away." "And I wasn't fucking happy about it," cursed Atas as he stormed into the tent. "We were never the weaker clan. Numbers mean nothing when we have witches and warriors blessed by a Shikrikin. I take it you aren't happy about the loss of discipline, Lord?" "I am not." My voice rang out like tombstones slamming atop one another. "I came back to check on things, then head north against the Erviles. I didn't expect things to have gone to shit in my absence. I trust weapon production hasn't fallen off. We'll need steel for when the other survivors get here." "Survivors?" barked Khan as he finally joined us. He blew out his mustache with a whoosh of breath as he grinned down at Hastahip. "Ah, good. That prick finally gets his justice. I bloody told you Mond would kill you when he got back." "Why's the training stopped?" I asked my patriarchs. "The only riders moving out there are Mondin acting as scouts. They were meant to be training Jagapan's people." "Hip here decided it was time to focus on more traditional practices," Khan said. "The herds have dispersed to the south and most of his warriors are out guarding them," Atas replied. "I didn't see them as we ran north." I fixed Hastahip with narrowed eyes. "Where are my herds, little man?" "We had too many beasts. They'd have stripped half the steppe clean. I sent some to traders I know in the south. We'll get a good price in salt," he gasped. "I don't need salt, and we don't need to worry about forage." I cast rapid growth at his feet, and the seeds long dormant in the soil across the entire tent burst out of the ground and grew to 4 feet in height in a couple of seconds. I'd forgotten I'd upgraded all my magic. I expected the ground around the tent would need trimming as well. "You know we have magic to negate that kind of shit. You knew we had magic." He tried to move away,
but the grass had wound around him as it grew, locking him in place. "I demand to be judged by my own king, not an upstart like you," he snapped. Cos moved too fast for me to intercept him from my sitting position. The long grass didn't bother my brother-in-law in the least. A steel blade flashed, and the bastard's head rolled away into the suddenly long grass. "It was in the interests of the clan," said Khan, as I rose to my feet angrily. "You cannot be disrespected like that. Not anymore. Now, you mentioned survivors earlier and didn't explain
What happened at the festival? I explained the events and the attack of the Horde. I made sure to stress that most of our troops escaped, and that Faye, in particular, was safe. Khan glowered, but seemed somewhat mollified at the way things had worked out. "You think the others will drive their herds to us?" asked Attis excitedly. "I don't know, but I think Kalpakter probably will, along with at least a few of the others. There will be bands of undead wandering the steppe until we can put them all down," I answered. Attis snorted at me like a horse. "Kalpakter will ride to us. He's always wanted what he calls a proper war against the shit-sitters," offered Mune. "Your betters are speaking, boy. Mind your place," barked Khan. "Father, Mune is one of my closest lieutenants. He's welcome to speak when he wishes. What the hell has happened while I've been away? Have you all forgotten how things were?" "That," Attis waved a hand at the corpse, "made things difficult. We've all been scratching at each other like chickens in a too-small coup, haven't we, old friend?" He addressed the last part to Khan, who nodded reluctantly. "I'm sorry. I've been angry a lot of the time. And now we have a fucking war on our hands." He grinned and rubbed his hands together in what I took to be glee. "We should send riders to recall the herds. Then we can start training the new cavalry formations again." "Do it. Jandak is issuing some discipline to the sentries that were slacking off. Just broken arms, not death," I added hastily as both patriarchs flashed their teeth at me. Their expressions fell slightly. "We'll need all the strength we can muster, but a little pain is an excellent reminder for the future." I grinned back at them, and they chuckled. "So no more being stuck away in our tents? We can go back to full production of trinkets and growing fodder?" asked Halen. "He had you?" "Yes, of course, please do." "Shit, what's the damage on trinket production been?" I asked. She smiled slightly and winked. "Not so bad. We've had materials ferried into us in our isolation." Her voice was bitter. He didn't dare to stop that, or his own women would have gelded him. "Send Jandak to me when he gets here, please," she asked, with a slight raise to her left eyebrow. "I will. He won't be able to stop for long," I warned. "He never takes very long." Halen herded the rest of the coven out of the tent as Mune and Kos broke into gravelly chuckles that were a counterpoint to the giggles of the women. "Kos, Mune, I want you breaking heads, not literally, while I'm away." My fangs had both cracked their knuckles at the promise of violence. "Just get everyone back in order. I want squadrons training in the Archer/Lancer combination and the sentries to be doing their fucking jobs." They nodded to me and left the tent, leaving me alone with my patriarchs. "Why didn't you use the coven to take back control?" I asked after waving for Atas and Khan to sit. They swept aside the long grass and lowered themselves down opposite me, heads poking out above the blades like meerkats. "Women can't perform such tasks," muttered Khan. "These women can. They can all beat any unenhanced warrior black and blue without breaking a sweat," I countered. "Not can't, then. Shouldn't," Atas said. "It would have caused more splits in the alliance. Without Jagapan or you here to push against tradition, the herd might have been split, and we can't afford to lose the strength." "How do I get the warriors of both tribes to respect the coven? They're second only to you two, and are able to smash small armies with their spells. They need to be respected."
They are respected. They're women for Aresk's sake. That doesn't mean the tribes will let them fight or command warriors, though, snapped Khan with a shake of his head.
He stood up and began pacing back and forth, creating a line of flattened grass. Perhaps some trials? Let the women compete in warrior games to show just how strong they are, suggested Atas. We can throw a feast when Krill and Faye get back with the rest of the warriors. I'll want our troops training against Jagapan's boys as well. Make sure they understand the real balance of power, just in case. I stood up and smiled at my counsel. I'm going to the pass to see Clip. I'll only be gone a few hours. He's not there, nor is Sulk. They've left the smelters to the apprentices and journeymen. Our dear smiths spend all day arguing with each other at Riverwheel and fighting over access to the machines, grumbled Khan. Machines? I raised a hopeful eyebrow. Hammers and saws and whatnot. The third wheel is under construction. Should be ready to drop into the stream in a few days. Then, Aresk willing, they'll quit bitching at each other, Khan said. I reached out and borrowed Glimpse's senses for a moment. Jandak was strolling along behind the last group of 5 scouts that had been slacking. They were each cradling their left arms across their chests and getting kicked in the arse every time they tried to slow down. Jandak looked like a kid in a sweet shop, a broad smile on his craggy face. I called the bird back to me, and he flew towards the town and passed over towards my industrial center, with a gentle mental request to direct him. It'll take me a bit longer to get to Riverwheel, but not so long that anything can go wrong while I'm away. I'll leave getting this place back on a war footing to you and the Fangs. Anyone who gives you any shit will regret it when I get back. I left them muttering and planning, half hidden in the long grass, and strode outside. The boost to my rapid growth spell had resulted in 5 meters of grass outside the tent shooting up to waist height. I sighed as I forced my way through it. I'd need to be careful with my spells. My fireballs had a massive volume now, and could pose a real risk of friendly fire if I screwed up. I kicked up dust as I headed north, then veered east. Someone had cut and laid a proper road from the pass down to the new site. It wasn't up to Roman standards, I was sure, but it was a considerable improvement over rutted, muddy tracks. The road was wide, broad enough to let a wagon pass in either direction, and from Glimpse, I could see 4 wagons were constantly on the move, strung out along the road. 2 headed down to the river with refined metals, and the other pair heading back west laden with foodstuffs and salted fish. Riverwheel was now a town in its own right. A proper one, surrounded by tall wooden walls, and amongst the yurts were simple wooden cabins. At the center of the little town, on both banks, stood the large, ever-turning wheels. Bridges connected the workshops that were serviced by the wheels, and black smoke was pouring into the sky around my nascent industrial hub. Beyond the town to the east, wagons rattled back and forth across the steppe, filled with charcoal and roughly cut logs to be dried and eventually used as fuel. As I strode up to the wooden gate, a guard from a walkway on the other side of the wall challenged me, and I called up to him with my name. He vanished, and a moment later there was a crunch as a bar was pulled off the gates and the right one swung open. "Lord, welcome to Riverwheel," he said proudly. He was one of mine, not a Jaggernon, as were all the guards here. I figured that guarding a shit-sitter town had been beneath his own people in Hastahip's eyes. I made a mental note to make sure his body was removed from the command tent and given a decent burial when I got back. Forgetting the corpse in my hall worried me slightly. I had always been a little emotionally disconnected. But now there was a faint worry that I was going feral like my nomads. All thought ceased as I arrived at the forges in person, and the sight and the smell of the place washed over me. My hands itched to grab a hammer and just bash some metal to make something for a change. And as I moved into an open-sided forge to offer them a hand for a little while, a rough paw descended onto my shoulder and clamped tight.
It was covered in soot, ash, and an intricate pattern of burn marks. "Well, what do you think?" grinned Clip, as he pointed around the forge complex. Chapter 5. Bog Standard Humans. "It's impressive," I muttered, shaking the sooty hand off my shoulder. "What's production looking like?" "That's it? How much have you made me, and why isn't it more? This is the finest forge north of Jakervie."
"All I get is how much, and why not more?" Clip grumbled as he led me towards the main building, built alongside the wheel on this side of the town. I was impressed by their ingenuity. With their limited experience, they'd turned the single shaft coming off the water wheel into 3 separate drives that each spun at different speeds to power different types of machinery. "It's bloody impressive, Clip," I said as I took in the sights and sounds of a busy forge. Glowing metal was poured out of a smelter heated with powered bellows on one side, moved to the middle for crude shaping under the drop hammer, and then shifted to the final work area for finishing with hammers and the powered grindstones. 5 of the stones, gradually getting smaller and presumably finer grained, were the final powered machines. Blades, spearheads, and arrowheads went from glowing steel to crude lumps, to being moved down the line of sanding machines to create a perfectly sharp, final product in a fraction of the time it would take to do the jobs by hand. "Is it like this on the other side of the river as well?" I asked, a little in awe of the hive-like efficiency. It was pleasingly professional. Despite the heat blasting from the metalworks, I sensed a sudden drop in temperature and turned my head to look at Clip. He had gone from bitterly exuberant to icy cold in a moment. "That southern prick is doing the armor. He's got a different setup, and he won't take any advice. I'm by far the superior smith, but he just prattles about his age and wisdom in response." Clip did not sound happy at all. I would have to see if I could find a way to build metaphorical bridges to match the ones that now spanned the river. I dragged the reluctant smith away from his little kingdom, and we entered what to him must have felt like a foreign state. The atmosphere was much the same, smoky and damn hot as soon as you got under the latticed roofing, but the process flowed differently. The bellows on this side were hand-worked by apprentices, and the metal came out in much broader, flatter forms. Next came the hammer to smash it almost flat. Then it was finished into thin sheets by hand. This was followed by the press, a nightmarish device that resembled a pre-industrial cookie cutter that stamped out the flat discs that made up the crude brigandine armor we'd adopted for the warriors. Off to one side, some of the sheets were heated and beaten into the barbute-style helms I had requested. It all seemed just as efficient and active as Clip's territory. Sweating workers bustled about every bit as professionally as on the other bank of the river. "What's he doing here?" demanded Sulk as he spotted us and bustled over. "I don't need any more advice," he sneered the word and spat to one side, "from the likes of him." Wonderful. Bickering smiths. I assumed I'd need to figure out how to parent soon with a baby on the way, so why not start with a pair of man-children? "Enough, both of you. You're both sworn to Velkit. Would your god approve of this kind of infighting?" I demanded harshly. Clip blinked owlishly at me, and Sulk spat to the side once again. So he was the problem child in this equation. "Stop fucking spitting around me. This place is a wonder. It's a tribute to your god, and it isn't working as efficiently as it should because the pair of you are acting like spoiled brats." The sensation of being a piece of metal on an anvil as the hammer fell washed over us. All the apprentices stopped and looked around. "Get back to work. You've never felt the touch of a god's aura before?" "Get used to it!" I barked at them. And the brief silence was once more filled with the smashing of hammers on metal. "I need you both," I continued more quietly, putting a hand on each of their shoulders and squeezing just hard enough to remind them I could squeeze a lot harder if I wanted to. "I've got some ideas, new projects for you to work on.
Have either of you ever heard of ballistae and trebuchets? We'll need to set up proper defenses around Riverwheel and the pass sooner rather than later. The army is going to move south in the near future, and I want this place to be impregnable when we do. Can't hold this place. No stone to quarry for the walls. Unless you can give us trinkets for your Earthwave spell, asked Sulk, suddenly interested. I can't make trinkets for that one or Burning Skies. But we won't need them. Roving bands on patrol and siege weapons on towers are all we'll need.
Here's the basics. Explaining the mechanisms of ballista, counterlever missile launchers, and where to place them took me an hour or so. The prospect of new technology seemed to have mollified them, and they were bouncing ideas off each other in a way that wasn't exactly friendly, but was at least respectful. One last thing. I need a bow. Wood is too weak. I'd like a metal one. 6 feet long when strung with a twisted wire for the bowstring. I'm not sure how to get the right kind of flex for it. The belly needs to resist compression, and the back needs to resist stretching, I think. Speak to the bowyers. They'll know better than me. Good job on the armor and weapons. Any chance you can bring in more workers to boost up the rates a bit? The other tribes will join us sooner or later, and we'll need to equip them properly for war with Urkash, I finished. They both went wide-eyed, and their jaws dropped open. "What the fuck?" snapped Clip. "Why did it have to be them?" muttered Sulk, at the same time as Clip's outburst. "One of my enemies is now their king. He knows about me, and I know about him. Even if I wanted to leave him alone, which I don't, he'd come for us in the end. Best we move on him first." I shrugged nonchalantly, although I knew Urkash had been a major power among the towns south of the steppe even before Mortimer came along. "I need you both working together like the professionals I know you are, okay?" I looked them both in the eyes and nodded at the resigned resolution I saw in the two men. "Thank you." Whoever said parenting was difficult. I bid them farewell and left my first little town behind. The smoke from the center seemed to redouble as both men got back to what they did best, yelling at their workers. I stretched my legs and sent Glimpse ahead to check back in on Mondit. From the sky, everything looked fine. The troops were already starting to ride out for training, and the magically grown grass around my command tent had been trimmed back. After a weirdly invigorating run, I should have been exhausted, but I made my way into the central area and found Jandak had rejoined the rest of my fangs. They were loitering outside the command tent and scowling at anyone who approached them as they talked quietly. "I thought you wanted to visit Halen," I asked Jandak as I walked over. The other two sniggered, and Jandak glared at them. "It's not a good time. I'm surprised she didn't go for your throat at that meeting," he grumbled. "Trouble under the felt. Always a hard time. But don't worry, man, she'll cool off," offered Mune with false sympathy. He dodged backwards as Jandak raised a fist at him. "Is it serious?" I asked. I needed my best warriors focused. I guessed a more normal concern from my friend was also in my mind, but the cold part of me had largely taken over since the battle at Heloth. There was a war coming after all. "No, she's just angry at me about something. Look, do you want to stop here and talk about women's feelings for a few hours, or shall we just go kill some fucking Erviles?" Jandak said angrily. "He didn't manage to," began Cause, but this time Jandak's fist flashed out and deposited Cause on his backside. The man rolled about, laughing in between gasping for breath. I'd been there myself. Battered and a little hurt, but unable to stop laughing like a crazy man. The first time it happened was when my family had a traffic accident when I was young, maybe 8 years old. Mum had burst into tears, Dad cursed up a storm, and I couldn't stop giggling. It was the first, but not the last time it happened. Laughing madly as mortars fall around you is not a good way to build friendships with your squad mates. "All right then, you've got what you need?"
I asked. Jandak and Mune both waved fingers covered with gray rings at me as Kos climbed to his feet, still chuckling, and nodded happily. We blurred north at top speed. There was only an hour or two of light left, and I wanted to get out onto the tundra today, if possible. I had no idea how far north the Erviles had built their towns, and if I wasn't back from this jaunt before Faye got back, I suspected I'd end up with much the same situation as Jandak was in with Halen. Stone crunched as we shot through the smelters and workers in the pass, threading our way through the walls and people. Glimpse soared ahead, and as soon as we were clear, we sped back up, devouring the distance. We stopped just north of the canyon's exit and set up a fireless camp. My crow couldn't see anything from above, but the giants were tricky bastards. "Where do they live?" I asked, as we stretched out on piles of furs and chewed on jerked aurochs. "No one knows."
Krill used to tell stories to the kids, before he got magic and abandoned his duties to the Jaggernon Dreamer. There was a touch of anger in Mune's voice. I made a note to raise the issue with Krill when we got back. "He said they live in tents like us, wandering along the icy grasslands just like us on the warmer ones." "Nah. There's a city of stone, giant-made, far to the north. That's where they keep the children. The women run south before they come into heat, because the men will just take anyone they can, and it stops them from conceiving." Jandak yawned as he finished speaking. Could that be right? Did Ervile women have a heat like, well, dogs? All the vile variants I'd seen had just been larger, smarter, meaner versions of the basic creature. I didn't think that it could be true. "That's bullshit they tell you before you go to Coriolis," said Kos quietly. "The giants are monsters, smart and dangerous, but they fuck like the rest of us." "How do you know?" "Had a few run-ins with them?" asked Mune good-naturedly. "Only once so far, and Mond dealt with that one. It'll be interesting to see if we can keep up this time. I'm going for a piss." Kos got up and walked a short distance into the darkness. "He doesn't know," muttered Mune. "I just want to know one thing, where they are. We can take them. None of the Shikrikin got turned into giants, so they've got no magic, and I killed one on my own, God, about 70 levels ago. You saw what happens when I use Burning Skies. I killed 30 of them last time I came north. We'll probably have to kill some of them, but the plan is to get them to submit and accept some souls," I said. Mune and Jandak both jerked upright and glared at me. "You want to give those fuckers magic? Give them stats? Are you mad?" snarled Jandak. "You're joking. Tell me you're joking," Mune mumbled. "If they take the souls, I can control them. Use them. They're fucking cannibals, monsters. If I can control them, I will use them. The trick is going to be getting them to agree to accept the transfer," I replied gently. "It's insane, brother. We should just kill them, teach them to fear us, then head back south to face the real enemy," Kos interjected as he returned from the shadows around our little camp. "It will work. You've seen what I can do. I have a feeling I'm the weakest, or one of the weakest, of this batch of Shikrikin. If Mortimer got a synthesized death affinity ability, it would be as powerful as Burning Skies, but something to do with rot or plague or zombies. God knows what he's capable of. If the Erviles weren't so uncivilized, I wouldn't consider this. Sometimes you need to have monsters of your own to cancel out the other guy's demons." I shrugged and settled deeper into my pile of furs. "I don't like it, Mond. Where will they sleep? What the hell will we feed them? Their favorite food is us," said Mune. "They don't need to eat humans." I paused for a moment. "Do they? Who the hell knows what they need to eat? The thing they like the most is bog-standard humans." "Well, it won't matter what they prefer once I've got strings attached to their minds.
and none of us are bog-standard humans. I'm sure it will be fine. Worst-case scenario, we slaughter them for the souls and head south without disposable terror troops. Can you imagine what an army of shit-sitters would do if 20 giants boosted up on Enhance slammed into their line? A thoughtful silence followed. Eventually, Koss broke it. It would scare the shit out of them. He started chuckling to himself, and the rest soon picked it up. A moment later, we were all laughing, the noise echoing out onto the still frosty tundra as a challenge to the monsters that haunted the north. Chapter 6. Make them an offer they can't refuse. Glimpse had found something interesting.
Our journey had been well-timed, as a war band of giants had been making their way south, no doubt with ill intentions in mind. To be fair to them, I had slaughtered all the little bands chasing me when I went mammoth hunting, and the big bastards had probably taken it as a bad sign when 40-odd of them suddenly vanished overnight. My conscience didn't even twinge at the thought of killing the cannibals. Was it even cannibalism, though? They were the vile version of humans, not actual humans. Did they eat their own, or just regular people? A question for another time. I'd kicked the fangs awake, and we'd set off to lie in wait for the band heading south. There were 53 of the big bastards moving our way. They didn't stick to any formation or have scouts running ahead. They didn't even have troops covering their flanks. Amateurs. The fangs spread out in a loose arc. Jandak was directly behind me in the giants' line of advance, and Moon and Koss were off to the left and right, respectively. They had all lain down in the relatively short grass, but I couldn't see them when I stood upright, so it would have to be good enough. The plan was simple enough. I got to play bait, and seeing as these assholes ate people like me, it wasn't a comforting thought. I'd started a fire and was making a stew. We'd been living on cold rations for what seemed like forever, and the savory smell that rose up as I added water and vegetables to the meat made my mouth water. Glimpse floated above, like a black and white ghost, watching the surprisingly nimble monsters move towards us. He swooped down and flew closer to them to listen in. It's a fucking normie. We should ask him some questions, then eat him. Maybe rip an arm or two off to make sure he tells the truth, you know? Grumbled one of the smaller creatures at the front. I couldn't decide if they were monsters or people. They spoke like humans, but were so alien they didn't register on my code at all. As far as I was concerned, they were massive ambulatory bags of souls, and killing or taking control of them were both options that wouldn't lose me any sleep. I waited patiently, stirring my pot occasionally and basking in the scent of the food to come. They were half a mile away, and they'd stopped talking as they drew closer. The general consensus was that they'd only rip one of my arms off to make sure I told the truth, then try to quiz me before I bled out. Considering they were supposed to be smarter than normal humans, I wasn't terribly impressed. They did rise to the top of my list of disposable shock troops, though. The world shook as they broke into a charge, thinking they'd snuck up on me. I was happy to disabuse them of this notion. With a roar, I shot to my right, trying to drag them away from the stew I really did want to eat when this was done. My new sword trailed behind me in my right hand, and I rushed their left flank. I ducked under a swinging fist, and the blade flicked upwards to take the limb off just above the elbow. A club the size of a tree caught me and sent me tumbling, but I sprang back to my feet as I cast heal, then launched 3 fireballs into the main mass of the monsters. That was probably a mistake, I have to admit. The damn spells ignited into balls of blazing fury on the first giant they hit, and incinerated a huge chunk of the tundra and most of the giants. I heard screeching cries coming from the sudden darkness caused by my eyes going into shock at the brightness. But it was the fangs rushing in. They, at least, had heeded my instructions, even if I hadn't. This
was a capture mission, and killing your targets isn't terribly helpful.
As the fangs caught the remaining monsters unawares, I unhooked the stone club I still carried on my hip. Dodging and lashing out, I bludgeoned 2 giants unconscious, including the one I'd partially disarmed earlier. "I am the first fist of the North Star clan. Fight me honorably, little vermin." The largest of the giants had survived the blasts, although he looked a little crispy in places. He stood nearly 6 meters tall, huge and hairy. He was wearing furry hide clothes that covered him from neck to toes. The giant wasn't carrying a weapon, but was brandishing both fists as my fangs circled him cautiously. "I killed your predecessor, bloke. He wasn't so impressive." "What counts as an honorable fight?" I asked, as I smacked the club into the skull of a giant that was trying to push himself back to his feet. "Fists should fight unarmed," the monster snarled. I stepped up onto the back of a brained giant and smiled at him in the moonlight. "I can live with that." "You don't have any hidden weapons on you?" I asked, as I sheathed my sword and raised my empty hands. "Of course not. I am Grethnuk, mightiest warrior of the—" As he was speaking, I cast Enhance on myself and reduced my weight by 58%. I took off like a rocket, aiming high. It felt like I was going to soar over his head, but as I was shooting forward, I cast Mass again and went from 50% lighter than I should be to 50% heavier. My right fist slammed into his face before he could blink, and as my flesh touched him, I cast Mass on him, making him half as heavy again than he should be. He went down like a felled tree, and I was next to his head in an instant. My foot curled back, then slammed forward into his temple 3 times before I stepped away. The big bastard wasn't moving. "Rest or covered, Mond. Did you really just kick a giant's head in?" asked Mune as he moved around the remaining living Erviles. "He'll live. Get the wire."
"Tie these pricks up, then we can eat. Bloody hell, I've missed hot food."
I headed back to the fire and stirred the pot. Vilis Humano, slain times 46. 2,300 souls harvested. Bloody hell. Maybe I should just make this a kill quest. We had 7 of the giants left alive. 1 was down an arm and was probably worth more to me dead than alive. The other 6 would need to learn their place in my new world order. I sipped the stew appreciatively, then put my bowl down and picked up my sword. I removed the head of the crippled giant and gained another 50 souls. After a quick wipe, I sheathed the blade and headed back to the fire. "What are we doing with these pricks?" asked Jandak, pointing at the tightly bound giants. "Nothing for now. Let's eat. Then when they wake up, we can make them an offer they can't refuse." The accent I assumed was lost on my companions, but I got the joke. I began spooning out bowls of stew for the others, and we all started on our first hot meal in over a week. "So why was Halen angry at you?" I asked innocently. Jandak made a rude gesture with his free hand as he finished his mouthful. "She isn't with child," he muttered, causing Koss and Mune to break into snickers. Jandak shared the rude hand gesture equally as a result. "So? These things can take time, and you've been away from the camp a lot," I said gently, hoping to mollify my unhappy friend. He scowled and lifted another mouthful, which he chewed slowly. "It's a bad omen," he grumbled. "I might be a bastard, but I'm your sworn man, and a scion of the Hatric main line. It's not good. Have you asked Krill? Maybe there's some herbs, or—" Jandak threw his bowl down and stormed off as Koss and Mune burst into howls of laughter. "I'm not sure you guys are helping. What's the problem?" I asked them. "He's just being stupid, Mond." He knows it's not a big thing, but Halen is annoyed, and she can zap any of us into ash. He feels unmanned. And recommending he ask Krill for herbs. Mune broke out into giggles again.
"Untie me, puny mortals," roared a voice from the pile of giants. "I'm the first fist. I'll carve the meat from you, then roast your bones into broth. What the hell did you use to tie me up?" The last was a basso squawk, as he realized he couldn't break his bonds. "Looks like our first customer is ready. Jandak, come and take out some of that angst on this cannibal bastard," I yelled. The man stomped out of the shadows and kicked the giant in his left kidney. The rest of us winced as all the air left the giant's lungs. "Now, let me make your situation clear to you. First fist of the Doobery Watsits doesn't mean shit right now, bloke."
I decide if you live or die. And honestly, I'm not as interested in keeping you alive as you are. The giant snarled and received another kick to the guts before he could do more than lean his upper half upwards a little. "Next time, kick him in the balls, okay?" I called out, earning sniggers from Mune and Cause and an angry nod from Jandak. I moved through the tangle of unconscious giants until I was glaring down into the big one's face. "You will accept a gift. I'll make you strong, but you have to serve me. I won't make this offer again. The alternative?" I drew my sword and held it loosely at my side. "The first time I was able to put you down without a weapon, giant." I raised the blade over my head with one hand. "What's the gift?" gasped the injured monster. "Power like mine. To throw fire, make yourself stronger, and heal instantly. In exchange, you'll be bound to me and forced to obey my orders."
"You already understand what happens if you say no."
I shifted my head to nod slightly in the direction of the upturned sword and waved it towards the beheaded giant I'd just killed. "I cannot break the code," he snapped. This was unexpected and, frankly, not something I could lightly ignore. A man's got to have a code. "What's your code?" I snapped. "I cannot act against my clan. I must be the strongest. That's it, really." The Ervile managed to shrug despite the woven steel wires binding his limbs. Loyalty to his own and being the best? I was starting to like this bastard, despite everything that was wrong about him. "Would you be able to bring the North Star clan to my side? I could offer magic to some of them and the protection of a Shikrikin," I asked. I hid the trepidation from my voice, but inside, I was nervous. "You have the magic, little man. One like you made us many winters ago. As long as you don't move against my clan, I will serve." His voice was resigned. "Not good enough, mate. If I'm to promise not to work against your clan, I need them to be friendly." "Do you have any enemies?" I wondered. "Of course we've got bleeding enemies, and by the gods do they bleed when we catch up with them. The Kalast are the worst. They shit upstream in the river when we go out to wash. Fucking savages," the giant snarled. "You're based along a river?" asked Moon quickly. "The mighty Velith. All the tribes are based there. We vie for control of the upper reaches. He who controls the wellspring controls the tundra. It never freezes even in the deepest snows," he snapped. I could see him testing his bonds with no luck. If they broke, I'd take his head and deal with the next one of these monsters that woke up. "What if I promised to make the North Star clan king of the fountain, or whatever the fuck it is?" "I'll give you and these here." I waved a hand over his unconscious friends, and he blinked as the realization that his entire troop had been beaten hit home. "Some magic to get you started. Your tribe will rule the tundra. Some of you will come south with me to fight in my wars, and the rest will keep the other giants away from my lands. Sounds fair?" I felt it was a hard sell, but the big man's eyes gleamed at the word war. "You want to take me south to the rich lands? The lands where children can be snatched up and devoured—" My fist interrupted his sentence. "You will not be permitted to eat my kind. Do you eat your own?" I asked. "Of course. Gerihuskars are tastier than the true breed, but my kind is tasty enough.
He licked his lips in a way that made me want to kill him. I held myself back. Battle-mad giants rocking magic spells to make them even more terrifying. Mortimer would have shit I hadn't even thought of yet, and I needed a few surprises of my own.
When you take my hand, letters will appear in your vision. If you think, accept, you live. If you refuse, you will die, and I'll find another clan to serve me. I moved an open hand to where his arms were bound by his waist. Eyes the size of fists glanced up and down from my face to my limb and back again. He snorted, a deeply disgusting sound like a cement mixer turning over gravel, then spat high into the sky. I was out of his line of fire, but one of his compatriots received a head-sized lump of gray mucus to the face. I agree. A hand, nearly the same width as my torso, twisted around and gripped my suddenly tiny-seeming fist. I transferred 500 souls and immediately snapped at the mental link that appeared in my mind. You obey me now. No more eating Gary Huskars. No attacking my people. Don't spend your souls yet, I ordered. I nodded to Jandak, who began untying the giant extremely cautiously. What does magical strength do? The monster asked.
You can read, but none of my tribesmen can.
Well, that's just fucking great. What's your name again, big guy? I asked as the Ervile rose to tower over me. I am Grethnuk, mightiest warrior of the North Star clan, and first fist of my people. All who see me tremble in fear. I'm the scourge of the... That's great, bloke. I'm going to call you Nook. It's not negotiable. Choose the life affinity. He blinked, and somehow I knew he'd obeyed me. This power was dangerous. I could see it becoming addictive. Now you and I are going to recruit your mates after you spend some souls. I want you to get to level 10 first. Then we'll put a third of the leftovers into your basic heal and enhancement spells. Take time as your second affinity, and then boost up haste. My shock troops were going to rock Mortimer's world when the time came. Chapter 7. You're dying out. The Erviles had all started with C-tier body stats. No wonder they were considered unkillable by the tribes of the steppe. Their mind stats were all at E grade or above as well. These things really were monsters compared to normal humans. I'd forced them to enhance their body to B grade and to spend the leftover souls on upgrading their basic spells. They would become exactly what I wanted them to be. Don't bloody start, Jandak snapped at Kaz as we moved north, our pet giants in tow. What? I didn't even say anything, Kaz replied, in a voice that could have left a trail of slimy innocence behind him as he ran. I saw the look, Jandak answered. My new soul-bound servants, all 6 of them, towered over us and trudged along on the flanks, 3 to either side. They had given us the location of their clan's main camp along the river. The Ervile's long strides devoured the ground, so we were jogging along while they moved at a fast walking pace. Nuke, how fast can you run? I asked. The biggest of my tamed monsters looked down at me and flashed a gap-toothed smile. He began bounding forwards. The movements looked ponderous and clumsy, but he left meter-wide divots where his feet fell, and he covered a dozen meters with each lunging step. I plucked on the thread linking me to his mind as he got about 200 meters ahead, and he stopped immediately, waiting for the rest of us to catch up. That will put the wind up the shit-sitters, chuckled Moon as we reached Nook, and the giant fell back into formation. It put the wind up me! Mond, you're sure they're under control? Asked Koz quietly. I nodded and decided to reassure my doubting Thomas. You! I pointed at a mid-sized giant whose name I hadn't bothered to learn. They were disposable, and I had no plans to get attached to the bastards. Dance like a woman! I snapped.
and the creature stopped and began swaying his hips back and forth with a furious scowl on his face. The other Erviles mocked him until I twitched their threads as well and mentally commanded them to do the same. That's what their women dance like?
No wonder they're always so pissed off, laughed Jandak.
Enough. Let's move on. I released the active control on them back to the basic, don't eat my people and obey me level. I got some angry glares, especially from Nuke, but I was confident in my control over them, and now, at least, the Fangs knew damn well the arrogant creatures couldn't run wild. The tundra was similar to the steppe in many ways, just colder and with much larger wildlife. There were predators skulking around, but they didn't dare approach us. Glimpse watched from above as a pack of giant cats with overgrown fangs circled behind us as we ran. They tracked us across their territory, but didn't try to come close. The Erviles smelled pretty bad, and no doubt the big kitties knew to stay well clear of the big bastards. Do your women really go into the hills when they enter heat? Mune asked Nuke, who glanced down and clamped his mouth shut. I twanged on our link, and he glared at me before answering the question. Of course not, you fucking midget. Whoever heard of a human going into heat? He snarled as he loped along. Clearly you haven't met Halen. Maybe there's hope for you yet, Jandak, barked Cause, earning a thwack on his head for his trouble. Neither man broke stride as they ran, the advantages of boosted body statistics, I supposed. But you aren't humans. We are. You're Erviles, Mune answered, and I felt Nook clamming up again. Nuke, answer his questions honestly and in full, I ordered harshly, and the man, more than 3 times my own height, flinched like a beaten dog that sees its master is angry. This level of power over another person was too much. That social media influencer prick wouldn't have any of my reservations about invading someone's mind and controlling them like this. Mortimer is the big problem now, I reminded myself. I could worry about the others later. We are true humans. You were the base stock our creator used to make perfection. When Julius Narbo made us, he turned you weaklings into real humans, Nook replied. Julius Narbo. I knew that name. It was the one in the carving I'd obsessed over in the mines at the pass. So one of my predecessors had taken normal humans and turned them into these monsters? A whole new species. How high a level had that long-dead Shikraken climbed to? Tell me about Narbo, I ordered, cutting into the conversation and reinforcing the order with a mental lash. Nook grimaced and ducked his head as my control smacked into his mind. Your people have stories of their creation and first heroes too. Narbo is like that for us. He was a harvester. He made us, and in doing so, made us better than you vermin. We fought in his wars, built his cities, and we were his most loyal servants. He couldn't change himself, though. I'm not from this world. Narbo used some power, probably a combination of life and space, to make you. He was pulled from my world and forced to fight in this one like I've been, I explained, as I ran along like a toddler next to a grown-up. The other giants snorted, but Nuke glanced at me with fear in his huge eyes. How can you prove your words? He demanded, his voice threaded with fear beneath the bluster. I gave you magic, bloke. I leapt up and slashed his arm lightly with my sword. Black blood dripped down, but he didn't flinch. Heal that, I ordered. The flesh crept closed, and the blood stopped. Use haste and sprint ahead. He flashed forward like a locomotive, unstoppable once in motion. Hold, I yelled, and he stopped to let us catch up. The tales speak of similar tricks, grumbled Nuke as he fell in next to us again. That doesn't prove anything. You might have found an artifact that gave you this power, he accused. I'm not stripping naked to prove my point. Did you find where your predecessor died? I asked.
Blasted earth.
Fire must have fallen from the sky, he muttered grudgingly. Well, if your clan isn't welcoming to us, you'll get to see just how I did that, I replied with an evil smile. My grin wasn't lost on him, and his face became thoughtful before he wiped his face back to the blank, semi-snarling aggression that seemed to be the Ervile's resting expression. The fangs chuckled maliciously at the giant's discomfort. You're powerful, little one, and worthy of respect, but comparing yourself to Narbo will not win over the clan. You'll have to be respectful, Nuke said softly. No, they will bend the knee, or I'll slaughter them. Then I'll enslave the survivors and use them to subdue another clan. Your people have one shot at this. If they fuck it up, I'll dispose of them and find another group to work for me. My voice was cold and hard, and to my surprise, all the giants started chuckling, booming laughter ringing out as they stomped along. He is a bit like Narbo then, laughed one of the smaller Erviles. Just the fucking same, boomed another next to Nook, earning a swat that could have knocked down a 100-year-old tree for his trouble. We'll feast in the north, making it our own. Then head south to serve the harvester of souls, another rumbled, safely far enough from their leader that he wouldn't get his head smacked. Little mortal, wait a moment, please, Nook said as he slowed, and I came to stop staring up at fist-sized eyes. Do you know what our problem is? He asked softly. He'd knelt down on one knee and rested a hand on it as he looked at me. His knee was as high as my chest. Now he was merely twice my height, but he still loomed over me. I thought furiously. This felt like a delicate moment. These giants were already under my control, but whatever I said next might shape the future in some way I couldn't understand. A roll of Erisk's aura washed over all of us, and the giants glanced around in surprise.
You lack purpose,
I said firmly, but it was at best a guess. Correct, Lord. We were made for war and great projects. With no worthy goal, we squabble and fight among ourselves. It takes 50 seasons for our young to mature, and while we don't grow frail in old age like you Jerryhuskars, we don't have many children either. Our numbers are dwindling as we fight with each other. As a faint feeling of sympathy for the poor bastards came from my conscience, another giant opened his mouth, and Nuke moved too fast for me to track. His fist slammed into the other Ervile's face, and a moment later, he was kneeling over me again. Apologies, Lord. We are not permitted to speak of such things to you little ones, but I'm convinced you're no ordinary dwarf. You're dying out, I hazarded a guess, and you want me to do something about it. The last was more confident. Yes, his voice was bitter. We are failing, and as we fail, the Maker's legacy will pass from this world. If you swear to do everything in your power to help us, I will make sure the clans bend to your will. Well, this was a pickle. I'd wanted terrifying, and most importantly, disposable shock troops. While enslaving cannibal monsters was fine by my code, this was an irritating twist of fate. They were still horrifically cruel monsters, baby-eaters and cannibals, but damn. Could I enslave a few and wipe the rest out? It's easy to plan to exterminate an enemy until they start talking to you about going extinct. I don't have the powers of Narbo, and I'm not sure I ever will. I can promise a cause that will stop your people from fighting each other, but not much more. I have enemies I have to fight, and great works I want built. Roads and cities, maybe railways as well, if we can manage them. Will that be enough for you? I asked. The sense of being in a shield wall, locking shields with the men next to me, washed over us again. Mars favors you, little one, grinned Nook. We call him Arask. Mars is a name he uses on my own world,
I growled as I pulled up my sleeve to reveal the god mark. While my patron's intercession was somewhat appreciated, it was also an irritating reminder that I was constantly being watched by the gods. "What the fuck is a railway?" muttered Cause. Mune and Jandak just shrugged at the unfamiliar word. "That will do. We're moving too slowly, Lord. Let us carry you, and we can arrive at North Star in the morning," Nook rumbled as he rose to his feet and offered a hand to me. I blinked at the massive palm. "You will not harm us." I didn't pluck at the mental threads this time. I grabbed them and shook them to reinforce my order. All the giants winced and shook their heads. There was no need for that. We had already been instructed not to hurt your kind anymore. Mastodon meat is bitter, but we can live on it. Let us speed this journey up, Lord. I reached out, and his hand ignored mine as it scooped me up like I was a baby. Startled yells rang out from the fangs as they were grabbed as well. Once each of the merely normal humans was perched on a giant's shoulder, the monsters took off at speed. No wonder I'd never caught that first giant approaching us. Despite the weight landing on each footfall, there was no sound but the wind whistling past my ears as each stride devoured the remaining distance. Some gift Narbo had given them during their creation, perhaps. The tundra flashed past in a blur as the Urviles made full use of their new powers, casting Enhance and Haste on themselves once an hour after they went through their initial mana reserves. Herds of mammoths shambled out of our way as we sped along. I kept a hand clamped onto the furs covering Nook's shoulder, and the other was tangled in his shaggy hair. My legs bounced against his collarbone as we bounded along. The fangs were grinning like loons, throwing insults at each other as they urged their own giant to run faster and take the lead. The monsters stoically ignored them, and eventually the banter died down. Looking down from glimpse, our progress was terrifying. These beings outpaced our fastest cavalry and could maintain that speed for hours on end. As we rushed north, I pondered how I could coordinate the capabilities of my new troops? Damn it. I'd wanted slavering monsters I could happily enslave and throw against the worst of whatever the hell Mortimer had planned for me. Now, despite their monstrous nature, I was conflicted. I fought down the urge to slough off my code completely. It was the only thing that had come through from Earth with me, and I couldn't throw it aside for the sake of convenience. "You see it?" rumbled Nook. The words were meant to be quiet, but they still made my diaphragm bounce as the bass passed through me. "I've been watching it for some time. It's not so different from our camps on the steppe," I replied. And I wasn't lying. The camp was composed of a wide area enclosed with wooden stakes. They were an order of magnitude larger than the ones the tribes used for such purposes, but the effect was the same. Within a number of mammoths milled about, tied to 2-foot-wide stakes driven deep into the frozen ground. Perhaps 100 massive yurts formed concentric rings around an open central area, and at the heart of the camp rose a tent that would make any tribesman blush with envy. It was more of a marquee than a tent. As it finally came into my normal range of sight, the effect was no less impressive. We'd passed through herds of giant mammoths, as well as deer the size of family cars. The deer had taken flight as soon as we drew anywhere close to them, but the ones we'd only passed by at a distance had continued cropping the frozen grass, while one or two individuals with massive racks of horns glared in our direction.
I couldn't remember much from when I was a kid, but I had an uncanny sense of déjà vu as the oversized camp got closer. It was like I was a child, moving in an adult world, every table or chair jarring because they were oversized for my needs. We slowed as we came within a kilometer of the camp, and the little ones were carefully placed back on our own feet. The sun had risen, and the light danced on the rushing river to the west of the giant's home. "Now, what were the names of those pricks who shit in the river when you wash again?" I asked Nook.
Chapter 8. Never Escape. "What happened to the rest of your band?" demanded a particularly massive Ervile who had strode out from the camp to greet Nook's much reduced group of warriors. The tents were massive, at least 7 meters tall at their peaks and covering what seemed like huge areas compared to the Mondan versions. "We met a harvester," growled Nook. The other giants had formed a barrier between us and the newcomer.
"These little ones are not to be harmed." "Pah! Have you been hit in the head too much? Or perhaps not enough?" He strode forwards and tried to brush Nook aside. But despite being a meter shorter, the first fist shoved him back. "He used magic to burn the rest of the band. He has given me magic, like Narbo did for us long ago. Bend your knee, and he'll do the same for you, Marbo. If not, he'll kill you all," snarled Nook. Marbo straightened himself and dropped into a crouch, arms held out from his sides slightly. Nook mirrored him and moved forward, the two giants circling each other slowly. Nook snorted and stamped a foot to launch himself forward, using his mana to boost his speed and strength. It was like watching oversized sumo wrestlers moving towards each other. Marbo pushed forward to catch Nook around the waist, but my pet giant's right fist slammed down into the back of his head with a sound like a boulder smashing into the bottom of a canyon. Marbo stumbled, and Nook quickly slipped to the side to grasp Marbo's furs, heaving the Ervile off his feet and suspending him over his head for a second, before twisting and hurling his opponent over 20 meters. Marbo slammed into the ground with a boom as dust exploded to partially obscure him. Watching these lumbering creatures move with such grace and speed was unnerving. Nook didn't sit on his laurels. He was flashing forwards again, the wind of his passage clearing the dust to reveal Marbo was back on his feet and had pulled what looked like a dagger into his oversized fist. It was a 6-foot-long blade that gleamed a milky white in the early morning sun. The knife flicked forward, but Nook was faster. The other giants were laughing and placing bets in a way that reminded me of when I'd returned to Areskit and fought Hakubin's champion. The blade was slapped aside, and Nook's knee came up in a vicious blow that connected with Marbo's groin.
The bigger creature staggered back and dropped to his knees.
A weirdly high-pitched, ululating noise came from his mouth as his hands moved to cover his privates, as though it might help protect him from his own private universe of pain. "Do you all make that noise when you get hit in the balls?" asked Jandak. "It doesn't happen very often," grumbled one of our escorts, as he pledged to hand over a pair of female mammoths to the winner of the impromptu gambling session. He stomped forward and offered a hand to Marbo, who was trying to struggle to his feet. "Come on, Chief. Gruthnik wasn't talking vile cat shit. This Mond is more than capable of keeping his end of the bargain. We can ride north and claim the Fountainhead. We'll feast on the Kalast, then the Pagnal, then finally the ever-damned Narbolik." Marbo pulled himself up and glared at Nook, who had backed away and positioned himself between Marbo and me. The fangs were glaring at him as well, and their complete confidence, the total absence of fear, must have struck him as very odd. We should have been terrified around these monsters, but all we were projecting was cold indifference. "What?" he coughed, and his voice dropped an octave as it returned to normal. "What if I do not yield?" he asked. "Then I will kill your warriors until the remains surrender. Those I'll enslave and use to help me subdue other tribes until I have an army of Huskar. I am not Narbo reborn, but I'm not far off. You were made for war, and I will take you to one in the south." I felt that I was getting a lot better at these bombastic speeches. I still cringed a little inside, but I was confident it no longer showed on my face. Marbo looked down at me and gave me a black-toothed smile. "I'm 600 seasons old, dwarf.
I was here when those Gary Huskars on the steppes first discovered it was better to ride a horse than eat it.
My grandfather served as a centurion in Narbo's legions. He met the Maker personally. And you want me to believe that you can give us back our glory? He moved towards me and crouched on his haunches a few meters away, bringing his massive head down to get a closer look at me. I raised my left sleeve and showed him the tattoo Ares had given me. I was going to have to get my tunics modified, so the damn thing was always showing. I am the champion of Mars. My future is war. You will join me. Shields smashing into place echoed in our minds as Aresk decided to lend me a little gravitas. Marbo snorted and stood up. He turned back to the camp and sighed, a long breath of air leaving his huge lungs. There was smoke from fires, bonfires to me, rising in the center of the camp as food was prepared. The familiar noise of primitive carpentry and metalwork echoed out across the icy plain. "You have a smith?" I asked, as casually as I could. "Of course," rumbled Nook. "All Huskars can work a hammer to some extent, and do leather work and carpentry. We grow up slow compared to you dwarves, and learn a lot in that time." The Fangs didn't like the pejorative dwarves. They twitched and threw black looks at Nook, but it was a step up from vermin, so I could live with it. Sticks and stones and all that. Hundreds of smiths, hundreds of carpenters and leather workers, all of them with decades or even human lifetimes of experience. Maybe thousands of them if I could figure out a way to avoid having to kill most of the Huskars. My greed rubbed its hands together in the back of my mind. Pick out some witnesses, some warriors to come north with us to the Kalast lands. I'll make an example of the Kalast, and whoever survives will be sent ahead of us to spread the good news, I said firmly, and Marbo glanced back but snorted softly. He rose and stretched. "You are similar to Narbo in the stories grandfather used to tell. Whether you live up to it remains to be seen." Marbo moved forward, and we followed him into the town. The neatness and care put into the layout surprised me. I had been expecting some kind of ogre den, shit, and carcasses left lying about, but everything was clean and well spaced out. "I feel like a toddler again," muttered Kaz, as dozens of giants, Huskar, as they preferred to be called, took notice of us and ambled over. "I'll take that one. What do you want in trade?" demanded a small, skinny Huskar with a scar running down the side of his face. Nuke stepped over and punched him so hard it left a crater where his head hit the hard-packed dirt. "These dwarves are not for trade or touching," he bellowed, which only drew even more attention. "Pets, are they?" asked a female, almost identical to the males, but with pendulous breasts bulging beneath her furs. "No, they're god-touched, and not to be troubled. They will help us make war in the north," snapped Marbo. "Watch. Dwarf, give me the power you promised." There was a glint in his eyes that I didn't like, but it wouldn't matter once he accepted the souls. I walked over and offered a hand. He extended a single fingertip to rest against my palm, and I sent 500 to him. I was down to just under 23,000 again, but I could see a substantial windfall in my near future. "Accept," I ordered, and I felt the bond form. I snapped it and forced him to stop everything. His eyes flicked left and right as he realized the control I had over him, and sweat broke out on his brow. "Buy 10 levels, and put your stat points into whichever of strength or reflexes is the lowest until they are even, then level them up evenly. Do not choose an affinity yet." Marbo's body stat went from B+ to A-. Bloody hell. The only way we could match them was by using magic. "Choose fire and life as your affinities. Split the rest of your souls between range and intensity for fire, an enhancement from the life tree.
I felt him obeying through whatever weird medium now joined our souls together. "Cast fire over there." I pointed to an empty patch of grass, and a ball of fire the size of my head erupted. It was only a pale yellow, but it burned on and on. I checked his mind stat, and it was B-. The other giants shied away as the straw-colored fire burned for a good 30 seconds, leaving a blackened mark on the ground. "Tell them what I am." The order was flat and cold. Nook was failing to suppress a grin as he took pleasure in Marbo finding out the new pecking order. "He is a harvester and will lead us in a war to reclaim the fountainhead," Marbo ground out through clenched teeth. I strummed the link, and he moved back to stand behind me. "I am not Narbo. Your maker is long gone, but perhaps I will follow the path he forged."
If I can, I will solve your fertility problem, in addition to making you the first clan of the tundra. In exchange, I will need warriors and workers. I'm building an empire to the south, and a war has already begun. I need great warriors and skilled craftsmen to serve me. To show my good faith, I will deal with the Kalast for you. They will be an example of what happens if I am crossed. I decided to hold off on extending the no-eating people rule at this point. "Marbo, gather a warband together, and we'll go deal with your river shitter problem," I said. "Mond, the Barefoot King!" laughed Jandak with a fist in the air. Koss and Mune echoed him, their laughter breaking the stunned silence that had followed my announcement. Aresk's aura washed over the entire camp, and all the Huskar looked about in wonder. I drew my dagger and slashed the left sleeve off my travel-stained tunic so the tattoo could be seen clearly. I had half expected them to lunge forward and try to stomp us into paste. I was ready for the possibility. Fireballs held on a hair trigger to let us blast our way clear before burning skies could finish them. Instead, a deafening roar rang out, every Huskar bellowing defiance and rage at the sky before bowing their heads in my direction. "Right. Well, I'm glad that's sorted then. Marbo?" The largest of the Huskar snapped a look at me and nodded, striding around the camp and slapping smaller giants on the head until he'd formed up a warband of perhaps 50 of the monsters. I took the time to recover my poise. When they'd all yelled, I had damn near crapped myself. We marched north as the sun climbed into the sky. I kept the Huskar I already controlled in a group around us. Some of the giants kept looking our way and licking their lips or wiping saliva from the corner of their mouths. We didn't stop as noon came and went, simply pulling jerky from our storage spaces and jogging along with the giants around us. A few of our escorts broke off at one point and charged forward to slaughter some mastodons, for no reason other than sheer joyful murder. "Calloused herds. We can't take them back, so might as well kill them," muttered Nuke when I asked him about it. The killers jogged back over with fists and weapons stained red, grinning like the cat that caught the mouse. Eventually, we slowed and saw another immaculate, albeit primitive town of massive tents laid out on a slight rise, half a mile from the bank of the river. Someone was keeping a decent watch, as once we crested a hill and could see across to the place, it burst into frenzied activity. A stream of warriors flowed out of the yurts and formed up across from us. Marbo started to shift nervously in place. There were 3 times as many of them as us already, and they kept coming. "Don't worry, big guy. We've got this." "Fangs, with me," I said. And like little kids emerging from behind their mothers' skirts, we advanced into the no-man's land, separating the 2 warbands. The air was fresh and crisp here. An icy tang filled my lungs as I drew in a deep breath and exhaled slowly as we walked. I waved the fangs back, and they fell into a V-shape behind me. I was about to start some fires, and soon it would smell like smoke and ash. But first, I'd give these poor bastards the same choice I gave to Nuke. We stopped about 40 meters from the Kaltast.
The Fangs formed a trio behind me, Jandak at the front, and the other two close by on either side. Against regular humans and probably a few giants, it was a good formation. If one of these guys lobbed a rock at them, or if one of Mortimer's wizards flung a fireball at them, it might become a liability. New doctrines are needed. There's never enough time in the day. I am a harvester, and you will submit to me or die, I yelled.
Both groups of giants snickered among themselves, and I shot a look back at my supposed allies. Nook and Marbo smacked a few heads, and they settled down. One of the opposing group strode forward a few meters and leaned on a tree trunk scale staff. He leaned forward to look at me, then spat in my direction. "What happened to the runties to make them so cocky? You'll be going in my pot tonight, vermin," he growled, and shifted his weight to take his staff in both hands. As he raised his right foot to stomp in my direction, I summoned a fireball from a ring, and the blue-white streak shot across and exploded into a perfect sphere of fire. The other giants grunted in shock. Then, as one, they charged, long legs reaching out to devour the distance between us. The skies darkened and turned red, casting a demonic light over the battlefield. My conscience was happy enough. I had given them a chance to do this without bloodshed. "For Arask!" I yelled. Before they were halfway to us, a rolling barrage of meteors fell among them and drove them back. I cast again, and another wall of falling fireballs destroyed the center of their formation. Vilis Humano, slain times 242. 12,100 souls harvested. "Up and at them, boys!" I called as I charged forward, my shop-bought sword glowing a sickly pink from the still red skies and the fires ahead of me as I held it out horizontally at my side as I ran into what remained of the Huskar formation. They panicked, and my size turned out to be an advantage. Any blows I ducked inevitably struck one of their allies, and my impossible blade sliced limbs off cleanly without any resistance. The fangs worked together like they'd been trained. Spear tips flashed this way and that to leave long streaks of blood behind, while the men moved like quicksilver. Once I crippled a giant, I worked to finish them as quickly as possible, while my friends kept the worst of the remaining mob distracted. 10 minutes later, we were all breathing heavily. Cause had taken a bash from a staff and been sent tumbling, but he was already back on his feet and kicking the one who had hit him in the balls, repeatedly. "Not so fucking big now, are you, fucker?" he snarled as his foot slammed forward again. I walked over and took the Huskar's head. It really was a mercy in this case. Vilis Humano, slain times 27. 1,350 souls harvested. We were painted a deep red from head to foot as we walked back towards our allies. The giants' dark blood had sprayed out as we cut our way through them, leaving us looking like savages. We took our time walking back to the North Star clan. Nook was grinning broadly, moldy teeth on full display. Marbo had gone pale and was glancing back and forth between the fangs and me. "Now you know. I'm going to offer you all a soul bond. If you refuse, you will die like those poor buggers." None of them refused, and I gave each of the other warriors 60 souls from my reserves, enough for a paltry couple of levels to them, but it tied them to me in a way they could never escape. Chapter 9. The Legions of Narbo. My tame Huskar fanned out to encircle the settlement as the fangs and I approached. They let the ones fleeing north escape, but rounded the rest up and dragged them back into the central area of the town. It was an almost perfect duplicate of the North Star settlement, rings of massive yurts interspersed with cooking fires and work areas. The survivors were generally smaller than the giants who had formed up to defend their territory. I could only see a dozen females in the mix that Nuke shepherded into a crowd to listen to my speech.
I couldn't see anyone I'd describe as a Huskar child either. "I have come to reclaim the fountainhead. Your warriors are ashes or running north like scared dogs."
Bend the knee,
I barked.
I won't serve a fuck it.
Jandak moved, and his spear plunged into the giant's throat. He used his momentum to pivot around his spear as the Huskar fell backwards and landed gracefully, lifting the leaf-shaped tip free and stepping back into our formation. "Anyone else want to argue? Or do us poor little vermin need to prove our point again?" They all looked down, and in a wave that started at the front, the giants lowered themselves to one knee. Their eyes were fierce and defiant, but that didn't worry me. Once they took the deal, they'd do as they were told whether they wanted to or not. There were 173 of the buggers. I went down the line and passed out over 10,000 souls to tie them to my will. That gave me the best part of 150 giants at my beck and call, as well as leaving nearly 26,000 in the bank.
"Gather what you need to march north. You've got an hour," I called out, and picked at the threads binding them to me. Despite the annoyed growls, they began rushing about, breaking down the camp with the same level of efficiency I'd come to know from the steppe tribes. "The Pagnal clan is next. They won't be such a pushover as this lot. There are twice as many of them," smirked Marbo. I opened my storage space and pulled out 6 of the precious mana potions. Then I hastily checked the shop, but I still wasn't able to buy any more. "Won't be a problem." I placed 3 potions in my belt pouch and passed 1 to each of the fangs, who nodded in thanks. "How long?" "At our maximum pace, a quarter of the day, perhaps," said Nook. "We'll need to carry you again, little Imperator." He offered a hand, but I waved it away. We'd be waiting a few more minutes while the Kalast got themselves organized. I sent Glimpse ahead to scout the way while we waited. The tundra undulated gently, shallow valleys alternating with low hills, and everywhere was covered in knee-high frosty grass. Giant antelopes grazed in the distance, stalked by massive dogs and even more terrifying tiger-like cats. Everything about this place was oversized. Was it possible Narbo had had some kind of deep-seated insecurity? Had he made all the vile variants? Had he been compensating for something, perhaps? The reason for making such creatures was obvious: powerful servants to send against his now long-dead competitors. But they had become distinct species, capable of reproduction. Why hadn't they overrun the normal variants? Perhaps they suffered from the same infertility that afflicted the Huskar? Gah, no way to know for sure. Maybe the fountainhead would help make some of this weirdness make sense to me. In short order, the Kalast were packed up and moving under the supervision of Marbo and the other North Star clan members. Nuke, along with 3 of his original warband, had scooped up us little ones and perched us on their shoulders. We set off at a sprint, heading north as fast as their long legs and impossibly silent strides could take us. Once again, my personal world became a blur of flashing tundra and rushing wind, but I was watching from above as well. The cold air didn't bother Glimpse, and while he was a bit more ungainly than usual, having gorged on Huskar eyeballs not long before, he had sped ahead and was watching over our next target. The town was 3 times the size of Kalast, and even from altitude I could see juvenile Huskar, only a few of them, running around from tent to tent on whatever errands they'd been assigned. Did that complicate matters? I posed the question to my atrophied conscience and got what amounted to a shrug in response. Not very helpful. A similar scene repeated as we arrived outside Pagnal, barring the fact that the fleeing Kalast warriors had arrived ahead of us, so they were already formed up in ranks outside the town in anticipation. Nook put us down, and I strode forward with the fangs once again. "That's a lot of the bastards. How many casts have you got of Burning Skies?" Mune muttered nervously. You couldn't have guessed his fear from his body language. He strode along proudly like the others.
but his voice quietly betrayed his worry. I pulled out a mana potion and chugged it. "Enough," I said with a smile. "You guys hang back. Maybe we can make this go differently." "Just burn them, Mond. No point taking risks," argued Jandak. He was still sulking about the teasing over the last few days. "The big pricks reckon the next tribe along is twice as strong as this lot. And there's bloody hundreds of this bunch." Koz spat to one side and rolled his shoulders. "Just wait here."
"I can always nuke them if this goes wrong," I ordered gently, then stepped ahead of my friends. "What the hell is a nuke?" muttered Koz from behind me. "Who is your first fist? I challenge him to single combat, unarmed," I called out. This earned a mixture of amused snorts and angry grunts. "I am the first centurion of the Pagnol Legion." They all looked huge, but this guy put Marbo to shame. Over 8 meters tall, and from what I could see around his furs, he was covered in scars and wiry muscle. He was slender, whereas Marbo and Nook were heavy-set. He'd be faster. Hopefully, he wouldn't be stronger. It looked like I'd come up to just above his knee if I stood next to him. I marked him down as a keeper, non-lethal finishers only. "A legion, eh? Well, it doesn't look much like the kind of legion Narbo would have approved of." I spat to one side and glared up at the monster. "Fight me. I won't kill you. I want you alive."
You'll make an excellent fighter in my army.
I was worried I was getting too good at this cringy, bombastic shit. It would go to my head eventually. A caw from above, and a sense of amused condescension through our bond, reminded me that glimpse would keep my feet on the ground. Not to mention what Faye would do if I got a big head with her. "My name is Mulius, and I will crush you like the insect you are," he snarled. He passed his staff to the giant next to him and took a huge step towards me. I undid my sword belt and tossed the scabbarded blade back to Mune, who caught it smoothly. I rolled my neck and flexed my shoulders. "See this?" I pointed to the god mark as I advanced. "Mars wants you in my army, bloke. You don't want to piss off the war god, do you?" Mulius glanced down and narrowed his eyes at me. "Mars isn't the only god we hold sacred, worm." He leapt forward and sailed towards me, aiming to bring both feet down on my head and make good on his earlier threat. Enhancement kicked in, and I rolled to the side, just outside where he landed. I cast limited shapeshifting, and my hands morphed into claws of bone and chitin. My fingers were daggers as they dug their way into the back of Mulius's knee. I squeezed with all my might, digging my feet in to pull away from him, but it wasn't enough to sever the mighty tendons in the ancient giant's leg. The Huskar jumped away, and I was dragged along as my claws didn't pull free. I latched on further up his thigh with my left hand and climbed up his back, claw over claw, until he managed a lucky swipe with his flailing arms and knocked me off. I spun away and landed on my feet just as the spell ran out and my hands returned to normal. I raised a blood-smeared thumb to my forehead and drew a line from my hairline down to my nose in his blood, then crossed my arms and treated the fuming Huskar to my most irritating smile. "Come on, then," I called nonchalantly. Mulius was enraged, and he lunged at me once again. The damage I'd done to the back of both of his legs slowed him and threw off his attack. I stepped to one side and activated Enhance once more as his right fist went past me and his face loomed dangerously close above me. I was in a difficult position. I wanted him alive, but alive and crippled was no good to me. I had to be careful not to injure the Titan too badly. As his elbow whiffed past my ear, I launched myself upwards, my knee intersecting his jaws that were starting to fall open as though he would try to eat me alive. The blow slammed his mouth shut
with the sound of breaking teeth, and shifted my momentum from rising to falling. I hit the ground and dove between his legs, my right fist flashing upwards for the ever-reliable crotch shot. As I turned, he stumbled, emitting the high-pitched whine I'd come to associate with a giant after he gets punched in the balls. "Are you going to yield?"
I really don't want to kill you,
I called, backing away slowly. The fangs were cackling away like Krill had been giving them lessons, keeping a safe distance away.
Yield, Mulius. He's a harvester. He could have rained fire on all of you. Join us,
called Nuke. I glanced back and nodded in gratitude. The words of vermin might not carry much weight, but Nuke was one of them, strong even before he became soulbound. And hopefully this might sway the battered giant even now staggering to his feet, back open and vulnerable. If I wanted a killing shot, now was the time. But I held back. He turned slowly, clutching at himself painfully with one hand, and sent me the meanest glare I'd ever been on the receiving end of in my life. I opened my arms and walked slowly towards him. I don't want to break you, or kill all your warriors. The cullust that ran from me have probably told you some things you think are mammoth shit.
They weren't. I called up 3 fireballs from the iron rings on my right hand and launched them off to the right, immolating a decent chunk of the gently rising slope away from their warriors and leaving 3 smoking divots in the dirt. I will take the fountainhead for the North Stars. You can join our strength, or die, I intoned in my best Christopher Lee impression. Christ, I needed a spokesman or something. I doubted the idea of a press secretary existed here, but I added it way down at the bottom of my ever-increasing to-do list anyway. You have the powers of the Maker, Mulius growled once his voice returned to normal. Not yet. I said it as definitively as I could. Honestly, I had no idea if I'd ever get something similar to whatever magic the old Roman had used to make these creatures. But I will do everything in my power to help you with your lack of children, and I will give you something more than that. Purpose. You won't waste your strength fighting amongst your own and eating each other. You'll come south and join me in my war against Urkash. The big face creased in thought for a moment, then split into a broad grin. Not bad for a dwarf. I want the magic, though. He knelt down and stretched out a hand towards me. I walked forward carefully, and as I reached out to touch his palm, he moved to swat me into the dirt. I bounced back and drew my dagger. Betrayal? I snarled, inching forward. A final test, Legio. That is all. Come. He laid his hand palm down, flat against the icy ground, and nodded slowly at it. I kept my dagger gripped tightly in my right hand as I closed the distance and extended my left to brush against a fingernail the size of a dinner plate. I dumped the 500 souls to match what Nook and his friends, as well as Marbo, had received. Accept, I said, waiting for even the slightest twitch of a muscle on the long arm poking out of his furs. I felt the bond snap into place. Don't spend them yet. Bloody hell. Over his head, glowing red letters now appeared. Soulbound servant. Body. A mind. B+. Souls. F. Okay, get 10 levels and split your points evenly across the body stats. Choose life and time as your affinities, and split the remaining souls equally between heal, enhance, and haste. I had plans for this bloke. He was a living siege weapon. The rest of you, I yelled at the Pagnal warband. Head back and pack up your shit. We're moving north when you're ready. I turned to Malleus and spoke more quietly. Get your 50 best warriors. I'll give them magic as well. Make them servants? He hissed. I mentally struck the bond, and he flinched. It's this or death. Despite what you are, I will give you a new purpose.
The legions of Narbo will be a force in the world once again, not just savages hiding in the wastes.
Do as I said. He grimaced, but nodded and stood up, casting heal to seal the wounds I had left up his legs and back. He turned to the crowd and started bellowing out names. When he was done, he glared at the rest.
If I didn't call your name, go do what the Legio fucking said, you river piss shits. The Huskar had a way with words. I had to give in that. I passed out yet more souls and grimaced at my new status. Back down to just under 23,000, but I now had 200 soul-bound giants. Faye and Krill were in for a shock when we headed back to the steppe. Chapter 10. A Show of Good Faith. It had taken us 2 days of constant travel to get here. The Fangs and I had dozed on the giants' shoulders as they ran tirelessly all that time. The air was constantly getting colder and thinner as we climbed from low rolling hills into a true mountain range. The fountainhead lay at the base of one of the largest mountains I'd ever seen.
As we grew closer, the damn thing seemed to stretch vertically up into the sky and towered over the lesser peaks that lay scattered around it.
The Narbolik were a different kettle of humongous fish from the other clans. They didn't have any warning of our arrival, but they responded instantly, organized ranks of heavily armored Huskar marching out in good formation, armed with long metal weapons instead of the stripped-down tree trunks the other clans had favored. I was counting them, courtesy of Glimpse, and I gave up when I got to an estimated 500. That was less than half of their ranks.
How are there so damn many of them?
Muttered Jandak. They have access to the fountainhead, so they have more children. Nook shrugged as though it was obvious, and I bounced on his shoulder. Put us down. I want you to form 2 groups to either side of us, I ordered. Mulius and Marbo began barking orders to their faction's warriors.
A mile behind us, the majority of the Kalost and Pagnal non-combatants were setting up a hasty camp. The mood among the brutes was surprisingly buoyant. They were confident that we'd win, despite the imbalance in numbers and the Huskar-scaled plate armor the enemy were wearing. "Gentlemen, a word," I said to the Fangs as I walked a short distance away from the Huskar.
Any way we can do this without nuking them?
I hissed.
Still don't know what nuking means,
said Cause happily, using the English word awkwardly.
It means killing them from the sky, right?
Asked Jandak. Pretty much, but we want this lot alive if possible.
Send Malleus to negotiate? Suggested Mune thoughtfully. Maybe one of their own might stop the fighting.
I called over the biggest giant I had and checked with him. It's unlikely. They think we're here to take the fountainhead. And we are, so convincing them otherwise will be tricky. He ran a cow-sized hand over the back of his head. Can Mars help you?
You've got a god mark. Not a bad idea.
You and I will go forward together. I'll show them the mark, see if Bronze Balls decides to help me out. Let's go, bloke. Maybe you should go alone. You might need me to coordinate a counterattack so you can escape. Malleus sounded worried. I glanced up at him and pulled a mana potion out of my pouch to wave it at him. I'm back at full mana, and with this I can cast Burning Skies 7 times in a row. They're the ones who will have to escape me if it comes to it. But I want them alive. You might help with that, so you're coming with me. He grumbled, but didn't make too much of a fuss. Fangs, split yourself among the Huskar. I sent a command through the bonds of the nearby giants. I was getting the hang of it. I could instinctively feel when I was grabbing the right bond to enforce an order. They'll follow your lead.
If it gets hot, lead them onto the flanks and mop up the edges after the fireballs stop falling. Malleus and I walked forward towards what looked like an army of giant statues clad in full plate armor.
What's the best approach? I said quietly as we walked forward. A squad of 5 Narbolik troops had set off from their side to meet us halfway.
Same as before.
Tell them to yield or die. I snapped his bond, and he winced. I wasn't fucking lying, Harvester. We respect strength. You've got it. Use it. How would they react if, say, that lot over there died? I asked, nodding towards the right wing of the opposition. They might charge, or they might bend the knee. Why? Mulius asked. I need more souls if I'm going to take control of so many Huskar. I get quite a lot for killing one of you guys. I'm having to fight back the urge to just slaughter all of you if I'm honest. My voice was friendly as I discussed my impulse to wipe out their species.
I want your people as soldiers, though. I can't be everywhere in the south, and squads of Huskar mixed in with my regular troops would be a powerful combination. We're just pieces on a board to you, just like we were to Narbo. None of the Huskars had spoken of their maker in anything other than reverent tones. I made a note to quiz him about this later, but currently I had 5 gigantic armored knights coming to a stop 10 meters away from me. Shit. You will surrender to me now, or I will kill all the warriors on your right flank, I declared in a flat voice. Oh, he really does fancy himself as the new legate. Leave in peace, little harvester. Come back when you're stronger. You cannot face the fountainhead and live. The speaker was smaller than his 4 escorts, which struck me as odd. All the other major players among the Huskar had been the biggest and baddest. Maybe these guys favored brains over brawn. You know what I am and what I'm capable of? I asked.
He had taken the wind out of my sails somewhat.
Of course. The ferals lack the eyes to see, but we haven't lost the knack of the artifacts. He raised his 20-foot-long spear towards the sky, and a blast of brilliant light shot up towards the thin clouds above us. I checked that Glimpse had been well away from the attack, and was reassured that he was floating above our own forces and had been away from the danger. Enchanted equipment won't save you from me, I growled, but internally I was reassessing my options. If they had powerfully enchanted artifacts from previous Shikrakin, my chances of steamrolling them with Skyfire had dropped significantly. Mulius had growled at the word ferals.
You've stolen our birthright and hoarded it for yourself. You're not true legionnaires. You're just thieves.
My escort had stepped forward. Take off the fancy armor and let's see who's really the strongest, he snarled.
Enough, Malleus!
I plucked his bond, and he fell back, throwing hateful looks at our interlocutor and me. I want to preserve these people, but I'll kill them if I must. I turned a flat look towards their leader. What's your name? I am Pertabon. You? He spoke politely. Mond. That is not your true name, exile. What did your mother call you? He replied. Raymond Cobbler, I said. Better. You aren't as powerful as you should be, but perhaps we can make an exception. The rest of your brothers and sisters are far away and won't come to the source for many years. If you live, you will be in a better position to face them. You'll probably still be pathetically weak compared to some of them, but it will help even the scales a little. It is dangerous, though. Bloody hell. So these guys had an idea of where and how powerful the other souls were? I needed them more than ever. I can offer you magic if you'll help me, I offered. If you pass the fountainhead, you can make that offer again, but we won't accept the soul bond before then. Take your troops back to their camp over the hill and come forward with your closest allies.
Don't trust this bastard, Mond, snapped Mulius. The Narbolic are all lying shits. They piss on all of us that live downstream.
Pertabon removed his helm and shook his head as his eyes emerged from the shadows. He blinked slowly as he looked down at me. He was young, at least as far as I could tell. All my Huskars were gnarled and scarred, but his face was smooth and clear. We will return to the hold,
If your troops withdraw, there will be no bloodshed. I swear it on the source. I alone will escort you to the fountainhead, and I'm hardly a threat to you on my own." I locked eyes with him, and I couldn't sense any deception in them. "Will you accept the bond so I can know you're telling the truth?" I asked. He rocked backwards as booming laughter echoed out over the hills and bounced back from the sheer face of the mountain. "No, little lord, I will not. Trust cuts both ways, no? Pick your guardians and send the rest away. No harm will come to you from my clan. I swear by the source." I glanced at Mulius, who shook his head, but I checked the bond with a light touch. Then he reluctantly nodded. "The source is significant?" I asked my bonded giant. He struggled, tried to keep his lips shut, but the words spilled out anyway. "It's the source. It keeps the river pure and lets us grow ever older. You've seen how many of these bastards there are? They get the pure water. We get the piss and the shit-filled dregs, so we're always weaker, not true immortals like the Maker intended." His mouth slapped shut with a clomp as he finished his rant. "Fine." I turned back to Pertabon and craned my head back to look him in the face.
Give me a minute to make the arrangements. I'll send my forces back as well as a show of good faith. I'll stay behind and wait for you and your escorts." He pivoted and barked orders. His own guards sprinted off at a speed only possible to someone casting haste on themselves. A high-level version of the spell, judging by the tufts of soil that flew behind them. "Mulius, go tell the rest to go back to camp. Bring the fangs and nuke with you when you return. Quickly!" I pricked his mind, and he leapt to obey. As my forces withdrew and the Narbolic troops filed neatly back into their town, I looked up at the big, friendly giant that I didn't trust as far as I could throw him. "So what's the plan? This prick surrender?" grumped Jandak. Jesus, I needed to find a way for him to get Halen up the duff to fix his mood. I thought about it for a moment and concluded that a wise man would stay the hell out of that kind of thing and just put up with his friend's bad mood. No, he's going to take us to the source, and I'm going to be tested. I cocked an eyebrow at the armored giant, who nodded and chuckled. "Something like that, Harvester. Follow me." He led us up winding paths I wouldn't have thought the Huskar would be able to use. Nuke and Mulius trod very carefully, keeping themselves as close to the sheer wall of the mountain as possible. The further we went, the greater the drop to our left became. Mune had gone green 20 minutes ago and was practically hugging the cliff face, as far away from the drop as he could get. "This is the place." Pertabon seemed to vanish into the stone, but as I caught up, I saw it was a tall, narrow slit in the stone. It opened out on the other side and was dimly illuminated by what looked suspiciously like electric light bulbs. "What is this place?" My voice echoed back to me. Nuke and Melius were both shrunk down on themselves, like sinners in a church. The fangs stared at the steady lights in shock. "Old magic?" wondered Kos as he walked to the wall and reached up to touch one of the lights. As his fingers grazed it, the light fluttered, and he snatched his hand back with a squawk. "Don't touch them!" he snapped. "I recommend you don't touch anything in this place. There are secrets that cannot be shared, and if you stumble on them, our truce is over. Harvester, your fate awaits in the deep. We will wait here." He waved a hand at the receding darkness that swallowed the cave deeper into the mountain. "Jandak, you're in charge. No fucking around." Damn, bad choice of words. "Just make sure nothing happens, okay?" I quickly corrected. He nodded and looked around at the cavernous walls that stretched up above us. I strode forward and quickly lost sight of my companions. The tunnel narrowed until it was too small for an Ervile to pass through. It became increasingly uncomfortable.
The sense of being enclosed with millions of tons of stone poised over my head, waiting to smash down. Not helpful, Ray. The passage was lined with just enough of the glowing lights that it never became pitch black, but I found myself hurrying from light to light and lingering next to them before moving to the next one. The tunnel wound downwards at a steady angle and curled to the left constantly. I had no idea how long it took me. Time quickly loses its meaning in this kind of sensory deprivation. I wasn't hungry or thirsty, so it couldn't have been too long. But the shadows and loneliness, combined with a claustrophobia I didn't know I suffered from, left me tense and fearful as I finally stumbled out into a larger cave. This space wasn't smoothly carved like the walls above me. It was ragged and jagged. It was sharply lit by a 6-foot hole in the mountain, but that wasn't what caught my attention.
Sitting on a pedestal, with crystal blue water spewing from it, sat some kind of... It looked like a pearl. But pearls didn't do this. As my eyes locked on it, I felt a wash of power flow out, and waves battered my mind. I was flotsam on the tide, battered one way, then another. Stones were ground into sand under this kind of force. I recoiled, but found I couldn't move my feet. "You're committed now, Mond. Poseidon won't let you go. You have to survive the trial. The first step is reaching the Luminant." Great. Aresk finally decides to actually speak to me outside of my dreams, and it's only because I've stumbled into a trap left by the Sea Witch. Chapter 11. Welcome back, bloke. This wasn't like the previous times I'd been exposed to Poseidon's aura. This was a physical thing, pushing and pulling at me like I was standing waist-deep in the sea. I was forced back against a wall that I was confident had been the tunnel entrance a moment ago. No escape, it seemed. I was committed.
I spent some mana on enhancement and staggered forward a few paces. It was only 5 meters to reach the damn thing, whatever the hell it was. I reached out my right hand and waded through air that felt thicker than treacle. The closer I got to the white orb, the stronger the aura became. I was tugged back and forth as I struggled to move each leg forward. The average of the motion was very much back towards the wall. My back hit the rock again as enhancement ran out, and I noticed my health was ticking down very slowly as the damage began to mount up. I was down to 347, make that 46. I cast enhancement and mass to increase my weight, and I struggled nearly halfway before they ran out, and I began to slide backwards again. I recast the spells quickly, and managed to get within 2 meters of the pearl that seemed to be the source of the Violith River, around which the giants based their towns. I was down to 1 meter away, my hand outstretched as I strained against the impossible sensations of tides and depths Poseidon was sending at me. I used size, and grew by over 50%, my hand getting to less than a foot from my goal when a surge in Poseidon's aura knocked me back, and I tumbled into the wall behind me. Health, 321 over 350. Pertabon had been right. I wasn't strong enough. At least, I wasn't strong enough as I was. I cast Heal and pulled up my status screens. The nice thing about the system was I could get a lot stronger as long as I had souls to spend, and currently, I was a rich man in that regard. I dumped 2,430 souls into levels and jumped to level 110. This netted me an additional 36 stat points to play with. I also spent another 900 souls to boost my enhancement spell to the maximum available of 98%. I put my stat points into strength and health, as well as a few into mana.
Level 110. Primary stats. Body, A-. Mind, C+. Soul, D.
Available souls, 19,580. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 60. Reflexes, 40. Health, 500. Magic strength, 30. Focus, 30. Mana, 520. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, 104 meters. Intensity, plus 156%. Lasts 15 seconds. Fire resistance, plus 100%. Projectile, speed, plus 60%. Detonation, 11.5 meters cubed. Firewall, area, 20 meters squared. Lasts 15 seconds. Barrier, 220 HP. Area, 5 meters squared. Fire spirit, duration 110 seconds. Burning skies, area 50 by 50 meters, duration 15 seconds. Affinity, life. Heal, self, 20 HP and 156% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, self, 98%. Resistance, all, 60%. Projectile, speed plus 156%. Heal, other. Rapid growth, area, 20 meters squared. Projectile, speed plus 156%. Enhance, other. Shapeshift, minor. Duration 110 seconds. Shape, soul-bound servant. Permanent. Maximum 1 shaped servant. Affinity, space. Size, range 54 meters. Intensity 58%. Mass, range 54 meters. Intensity 58%. Area,
10.5 meters cubed, optional, lasts 15 seconds. Resistance, 100%. Pocket dimension, 5.5 meters cubed. Spatial tear, range, 11 meters. Affinity, earth shape. Earth, range, touch. Duration, 15 seconds. Hybrid spell, earth/fire. Volcanic vent. Area, 50 by 50 meters. Duration, 15 seconds. Imbue, enchant. Soul transfer, Erisk's boon. Carrion feeder's gaze. Erisk's boon, divine steed. Synthesized spell, shape. Soulbound servant. At level 100, I unlocked a new spell in the life tree and the oddly named second boon from Erisk. At 110, I received the hybrid spell Volcanic Vent. I had a sneaky suspicion as to what that one would do when I got around to testing it. Shape Soulbound Servant posed some interesting and horrifying possibilities as well. But right now, all that mattered was I felt like I could toss mountains around, and my health had skyrocketed. I cast Enhance again and pushed forward more easily. The tidal aura must have some kind of exponential growth attached to it. The closer I got, the stronger the metaphysical waves battering at me got in turn. I was poised, with my hand barely 6 inches from it. I recast Enhancement to give me more time. I tried with everything I had to force my hand closer to the glowing white pearl, but I kept slipping back. I used size and limited shapeshifting at the same time. As my body grew, the tattered rags of my tunic falling away at last, I changed the shape of my hand, melding the flesh into a single digit that stretched out and managed to brush against the pearl for a moment. As I touched it, the orb went from a perfect white color to a mix of orange and green. The colors looked like a living yin-yang symbol as they swirled against each other, and the previously crystal blue water spewing from the source became a mix of deep sea green and brassy orange.
The aura died as I brushed the tip of my transformed finger against the sphere, and I staggered forwards. As the water changed color, I fell into the pearl and felt myself being sucked away into the god's realms. I was deep underwater, and the pressure was killing me. I felt the fluid being pulled from my body as though some osmotic effect was sipping me dry in defiance of normal physics. My eyeballs shrank down, like grapes becoming raisins, and my skin contracted against my muscles. Poseidon was there, floating in front of me, her hair swirling in the current of this world and creating a nimbus of lighter green against the backdrop of the deep that surrounded us. She snarled, and one of her tentacle limbs shot towards me, but a bronze shield slammed down in front of me and blocked the attack. I felt the pressure ebb and flow away. I could breathe again, and gasped a breath as blood-red light spread out around me and drove back the depths. "Took your fucking time," I croaked as Eresk appeared behind the shield and glared at Poseidon over it. "You lost, fish tits."
For once in eternity, why don't you accept it with a bit of grace?
The bronze titan called out. The red light pushed back the murky blue of Poseidon's domain, and I sagged onto a marble floor as Eresk took control of my surroundings. "This will not go unanswered," Poseidon snarled, and then she vanished. My skin and eyes rehydrated as Eresk turned back to me, shrinking back down to his relatively human size. The pervasive sense of being deep underwater faded away as my surroundings shifted to the familiar marble plaza, ornate arms and armor floating above plinths around me. A bronze throne rose up behind Eresk, and he sat down, waving for me to do the same. I glanced back, and, sure enough, a simpler chair had appeared behind me. "Well done, boy. That's a bone in the gills to the old sea bitch," he chuckled as I lowered myself carefully onto my chair. I felt my eyeballs rehydrate to their normal size. It was almost as unpleasant as Poseidon sucking the moisture out of them.
What the hell did I just do? I demanded.
"You took her source for me. Now I have two. You really should go find mine and claim it, by the way," he replied amicably. "Where is it?" "Ah, now that would be telling." The sound of a gong being struck rang out as he tapped his nose with one finger. "You saw the water change?" I nodded. "When you get back, take some of it to the feral Huskar. It's what they need for you to keep your promise to them." "Which bloody promise? They're coming to war with me anyway. The clans from down the river, at least. What will happen with the Narbolic?" "Oh, they're yours now as well. Look, Julius Narbo had no idea about biochemistry and whatnot, but the system helped him out. There was a price for what he did to create the Huskar. He was one of Scaly Bitch's champions, you know. I was so annoyed when she got him. I ended up with a Sassanid peddler. Rough game, that one." "So the Huskars are infertile unless they drink the water of the Velith?" I wondered.
"Yep. Hormone deficiency in the females that the water supplements. You're a ways off that kind of power level, but sooner or later it becomes a question of trade-offs, Ray. Now, you saw your new boon?" "Yeah. I'm getting a horse?" "Oh, nothing so plebeian as that, little mortal." I received a very smug bronze grin from the statue. "So a fancy horse. Will it be like Glimpse?" "You won't be able to borrow his senses, but I think you'll like him. Consider this a show of gratitude." I received a metallic thumbs up as Eresk's domain quickly faded away. I was left in the limbo space, and if I had a mouth there, it would have been opening and closing as I tried to rush out some more questions for my patron. Real sensation returned, and I found myself lying naked on cold and damp rock. I raised my head, and the water spewing from the source was back to an azure blue. The giant pearl was once again a perfectly white sphere, Sitting next to the source and lapping at the torrent that emerged at a high enough pressure to strip normal flesh from the bone
was a gigantic bronze wolf. If it wasn't moving, I'd have thought it was a statue. The tongue flicked in and out as it drank from the source. I rose slowly to my feet and backed away slightly. The head swung towards me, and he let out a happy chuff. I knew this animal. He was a shitload bigger and had undergone a fairly significant dye job, but this was... Wilson? I asked in wonder. The wolf bounded over and knocked me to the ground. While he appeared to be made of bronze, the tongue licking my face was undoubtedly a biological thing of slobber. I ruffled his fur and pushed him back. I stood and had to look up into the wolf's face. He was a good 7 feet tall at the shoulder. "Welcome back, bloke! It's been a while." Before we set off, I pulled out a tunic from my stash and got dressed. Water skins in the shop were 5 sols.
It had seemed a princely sum when I'd first arrived in this world. I'd been scrabbling for every advantage I could get back then, and the shop prices for basics had seemed like a drain on my future growth. "Not such a big deal now, eh, boy?" I said to Wilson. Whether I'd been right or not to be tight-fisted at the time, 5 sols wasn't much to me currently. I bought 50 skins for a paltry 250 sols, and spent 20 long minutes getting my new tunic soaked through as I tried to fill them from a water source that was outputting at an unholy level of pressure. A dozen of them were ripped apart or snatched out of my hands to disappear out of what I assumed was a waterfall of some kind, before I figured out a way to catch the very edge of the stream. I put the 38 remaining pouches of pure Huskar hormone replacement therapy in my stash and made my way back up the winding tunnel that had led me to the source, a happy wolf padding along behind me. I felt like I'd been beaten with brooms as I staggered along the tunnel, one hand outstretched to keep me on my feet. I'd not slept properly for days. It seemed easy enough to go without sleep with my stats, but after whatever the hell Poseidon had just put my body through, I needed a solid 8 hours at least. As I emerged, I found the Fangs, my pet giants and Pertabon, sharing a meal of dried jerky and yolk. "As soon as I'm away for a minute, you're getting drunk? What the hell, guys?" I yelled as I emerged from the shadow. Mulius threw the clay bottle of yolk into his mouth, crunched once, then swallowed audibly. "You survived, then. You've taken control of the source. Damn," snarled Pertabon. "I appreciate the support, bloke. Yes, I did." "No offense intended, Harvester. It just means things will have to change." "What's the wolf?" the giant said sadly. "An old friend, resurrected as a reward from Mars. The change starts right here, Bon. Mulius, Nuke, I've fixed your problem."
"Here." I tossed a pair of water skins to Nook, who snatched them from the air in one hand and held his open palm up as he glared down at the relatively tiny objects. "Give them to your women before when a boy giant decides to love a lady giant very much, I guess. It will increase her fertility." I shrugged. "You kept your word?" Nook narrowed his eyes at the tiny pouches of water. "Perhaps. Whether the ferals you don't control come south with you is not relevant. The water's changed color, so the Narbolic will make war with you," Pertabon said firmly, as he rose to his feet and nodded to me. "So that's it? We've won?" asked Mune. "Be grateful neither of us had to marry a Huskar to seal the alliance," muttered Cause, elbowing Mune in the side. "It would make the bond between us stronger if one of you would volunteer for the honor." "Our women are like nothing you can imagine," said Pertabon with a straight face.
Well, you see there's this girl back home," Cause began before Mune cut him off. "I'm already spoken for. You were taking the piss, weren't you?" Mune narrowed his eyes at Pertabon, who burst into booming laughter that echoed back and forth in the small cave. "I'm sorry, little men. You wouldn't be able to satisfy our women. Lord, there is a reason the ferals aren't able to reproduce,"
Do you understand the consequences of what you're doing? This limit was meant to stop our spreading over the earth and replacing your kind. Bon rumbled. I made a promise. I'll bind the ferals to me. I could feel Mulius fighting the bond every time the word feral was spoken. Nuke didn't seem to care, though. They've been left as outcasts for too long. Nuke, Mulius, I keep my promises, and I expect you to keep yours. You will not eat my kind, or each other. Pertabon made a moo of distaste as I brought up the cannibalistic habits of the rural Huskar. We should head back into town.
The Legion can be ready to march in a day or two, the giant said firmly. We're the fucking Legion, muttered Mulius.
Pertabon glanced over, and the larger Huskar glanced away rather than meet his eyes. We'll need to unify the other rural clans, I added. That won't be a problem, Lord. The Legion is unstoppable. Pertabon grinned broadly at me. I also heard something about a stash, some hidden reserve. A little bird told me. Glimpsed cawed loudly from outside, but the brief wash of Erisk's aura made it clear this wasn't a request, and Pertabon's face fell into a deep frown. Chapter 12. You would have tried to eat us. How? Mars told you? Asked Pertabon. No matter. Fine. We'll make it available to you. Follow me. The big, friendly giant seemed a little less friendly once he became aware I knew about the stash, whatever might be in it. He led us slowly back down the winding trail that twisted along the cliff face, until a few hours later we were once more on solid ground.
Wilson bounded ahead and disappeared onto the steppe to hunt the giant deer that were the primary herbivores in this area. I could feel him in my mind. I could sense his emotions and the fuzzy outline of thoughts. And with a thought, I knew I could summon him back to my side. Thank the gods, muttered Nuke, as he stamped his feet into the dirt and moved freely for the first time in hours. You and me both, brother, Mune muttered, as he finally relaxed. Come, they'll have seen the waters change and know you conquered the source. You're a champion. Can I see the mark? Asked Pertabon, as he trudged along beside me. I pulled up my new left sleeve and noticed a dot had appeared above the tip of the spear as I twisted to show him my shoulder. You see the change? He asked, noting my surprise at the new addition. It didn't have the dot before. If you conquer more sources, you'll get additional dots.
There are a number of them out there in the world, he rumbled, turning back to watch where he was going. Our path led us into the Narbolic town, which turned out to be an illusion. The place was real enough, but it was a facade meant to hide something else. How many more sources are there? I asked. We'd moved through the neatly laid out yurts and were heading up a narrow ravine. The Velith roared past us on our left, the waters a blend of blue and white, like any fast-flowing river. I checked again, but couldn't see any hint of the green and bronze that had made war on each other on the surface of the source. I don't know. I can sense you passed close by at least one before coming here, but where are they hidden? No idea. The gods don't make them easy to find, for obvious reasons. Losing control of a source is like losing a limb to them. I was pleased to learn I'd dealt some real damage to the witch that had murder-tricked me into this world. This is our true home.
You will not speak of it to anyone.
His words weren't directed at me or the Fangs, but to Nuke and Mulius, who had been tagging along behind us. Puh! Fine.
Make them obey, Legate,
Pertabon almost ordered me.
You swore you'd accept some souls from me if I passed the test. The test that was much more dangerous than you let me know in advance, I retorted.
He grimaced, then ran a hand back over his hair and nodded.
I only knew it was dangerous, and I told you that much. None of us can approach the source. We can't fit down the tunnel, and the stone cannot be mined to make a passage big enough for us.
I did make that promise. The Huskar pulled off his right gauntlet and extended a hand down to me. I wondered if it was best to just give him the minimum souls needed to take control. I'd extracted the promise under duress, and the Narbolic, despite the awkward name they'd chosen for themselves, seemed like, well, they seemed like regular people. Just a lot bigger.
The other clans had all seemed degenerate, a fallen species. This clan that had stayed close to the source seemed almost normal in comparison. I reached up and spent 1,000 souls to give the giant 500. If you want any advice about the interface... I stopped speaking as his stats changed. Soulbound servant body, B+. Mind, A-. Souls, F. Okay, he was a natural-born ogre mage. I know what to do. My inclination is to magic. I've chosen ice, space, and life. You've got records of Soulbound? I asked him, as he straightened. I could feel the bond there in my mind, but I held off from abusing it for now. We do. He refused to elaborate, and I didn't push it for the time being. We approached a bend on the narrow road that veered to the right. The smooth flags, well cambered for drainage, cut to one side, and Pertabon did his vanishing act again for a moment until we caught up.
The path ahead was blocked by a pair of massive doors, much larger than even Mulius would need to pass through without stooping.
Make them swear, our guide repeated, and I reached out and added a new command to their bond threads. Pertabon saw them wince as the order landed in their minds, and nodded. Welcome to the first hearth of the Huskar. He slammed a fist against one of the doors 3 times, and they ponderously swung open. Beyond, the road fell away into a massive, dimly lit cavern. While the lights were sparse, what they revealed was a vast expanse of little townships huddled around the permalites that some past Shikrikin had crafted. There were dozens of them within half a mile of where we stood, looking down at them. In the far distance, more glowing blobs suggested this underground world was far more vast than I could have imagined. How many? I asked softly as I stared in shock. In the nearer towns, I could see dozens of Huskar moving about, and the flashes of smithing threw stark shadows around the workshops when hammers fell against molten metal. We number perhaps 50,000 in total, Pertabon replied, and my mind spun. I had hoped to head south with a few dozen Erviles dressed in furs and wielding tree trunks as weapons. Whatever the stash might hold, this hidden civilization was no doubt worth far more. You've kept the rest of us from this? Snarled Nook as he lunged for Pertabon's throat, fingers curled to throttle the life from him. I snatched at Nook's thread, and he skidded past the other Huskar, arms snapping back to his chest. You would have tried to eat us, savage. Pertabon was harsh and cold as he snapped out his words. Your kind left our holes a long time ago and cursed us as you walked out. We never broke our oaths to the Legio. I held Mulius back through the bond and forced Nook to return to my side. I would have been able to feel their rage even without the bond, and if my eyes were closed. Violence hung in the air. Enough, you two. Whatever happened is in the past. You're tied to my purpose now, and there will be plenty of opportunities for glory in the future. Focus on that, I ordered. The Fangs grinned and nodded happily. How many will march south? I asked our guide. Perhaps 15,000. 1,000 of the crafters will probably be willing to come south to work in your towns as well, if the humans will accept them. I'd bloody make them accept the Huskersmiths, whether they liked it or not. 15,000 giants in full armor and armed with artifact weapons. My expression shifted and could perhaps best be described as a smile. But there was no happiness or joy in the expression. The stash? I asked. Follow me, Legate. Pertabon sounded resigned to my raiding their storehouse. I don't know how much will be of use to you. Much of it is intended for my kind. Equipment for the other Huskars is valuable enough,
There's something in there for people my size as well? He was leading us down a long, straight road that descended into the subterranean world. How long have you lived down here? Said Jandak in a quiet voice. At least something had snapped him out of his semi-constant fury. 2,751 years. Narbo carved these halls himself. His voice conveyed the respect in which he held the maker. As fascinating as it would be to pick out the history, I had other priorities right now. Where's the fucking loot? Barked Jandak, apparently mirroring my thoughts. Pertabon led us to the right. I couldn't tell east from west in the gloomy shadows and reached another pair of giant-sized doors. He didn't bang his fist this time. He slipped a bracelet from his left wrist and pressed some kind of pendant against a fractal design cut into the center of the granite slabs. There was a glow and a series of grinding noises, and the left door swung back 6 inches. Bloody thing, Pertabon grumbled as he put his shoulder against it and shoved, his feet skidding backwards. But he forced the mechanism far enough that it caught, and both doors finished opening with painful grinding sounds. Beyond lay a treasure trove of carefully packed and stacked wooden boxes. Each was 1.5 meters square, and they were completely nondescript. The ranks of boxes stretched off into the dimly illuminated distance. I was expecting something a little more shiny, complained Cause as he peered around the side of Pertabon's leg. This is the largest known storehouse of ancient artifacts on the planet, all carefully catalogued and organized, with clear instructions on their powers and usage, snapped Pertabon. Fine, this way. I felt a bit like I was walking into the warehouse at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark, as the giant threaded his way deep into the stockpile and finally stopped to pull a crate down from 4 meters over my head. He dropped it with a thump and used his fingers to pry open the tightly sealed lid. He rummaged around inside, producing a clattering sound as apparently priceless metal items were sorted through, like he was looking for his favorite spoon in a badly organized cutlery drawer. He withdrew a pauldron made of black metal that had leather straps hanging under it. "Put this on," he said as he offered it to me. "It's not cursed or anything, right?" I plucked at the bond so he couldn't lie. He grimaced, but shook his head. "It grants improved regeneration. After you cast it, you'll recover health and mana at twice the normal rate for an hour. This is one of the best pieces in here for your kind." I resisted the urge to snatch the armor from him, instead reaching out slowly to take it like the treasure it was. I struggled to fit it over my right shoulder, and Mune stepped in to help do the buckles up across my back and chest. I swung my arm back and forth. It didn't restrict my motions at all, and felt as though it weighed almost nothing. "What else have you got?" My greed had bypassed my brain and borrowed my vocal cords. We left the storehouse with our storage rings chock full of ancient artifacts. Most of them were armor or enchanted bows, but we also acquired a number of spears and swords to hand out to the lancers. All in all, I'd rate it as 5 stars, would loot again, and I intended to do so as soon as I'd emptied out my storage spaces. Pertabon was subdued as he led us back out onto the hills surrounding the source. He wasn't unhappy, as far as I could tell, but he seemed to be chewing on something in his mind that he couldn't let go. "Spit it out, man. What's eating you?" I eventually demanded, as we skirted round the Potemkin village, the Narbolik used as a front to keep their real home secret. After I explained the euphemism to the scandalized giant, he'd assumed I was referring to the feral Huskar's inclination to cannibalism. He sighed and began to explain. "You have a terrible purpose for my people. It's what we were made for, but it will cost us. Can't you negotiate with your rivals? It wouldn't be the first time." I glanced up as he spoke and bit back a quick response. "Some of them, maybe," I said after a pause. "There's no hope of that with Mortimer, though. I came here looking for disposable troops, strong, terrible, and replaceable. I wouldn't have cared if I'd fed Erviles into a meat grinder. They were just savage monsters at that time.
Whatever Narbo did when he made you, he left just enough that I can't see you as monsters anymore. My bloody conscience was trying to make this difficult. I still need soldiers. Your people are powerful infantry. Coupling them with my mounted nomads gives us the best of both worlds. Add magic on top of that, and with a bit of careful planning and luck, our losses should be light, I finished. Spoken like someone who's never been to war, there are always casualties. Mars doesn't care if you're strong or tough or smart. The war god loves the lucky ones, rumbled Nook, earning a nod of approval from Pertabon. I have been to war, on my own world and this one. You're right, but luck favors the prepared, I replied. We were walking down the barren slope towards where my feral giants had set up camp. I want some arms for these guys from the vault. I saw the bigger boxes, Bon. They held gear like yours.
This lot isn't worthy, he said, as I snapped the bonds to hold back Nuke and Mulius to stop them from lunging at Bon for his words. They've got no discipline, the cultured Huskar finished with a sniff. Nonetheless, you can teach them that. I want a true legion. Narbo was a Roman, and the Roman armies ruled a large chunk of my world for hundreds of years. There's no reason your wayward cousins can't relearn what the Maker intended you all to be. Mon's a philosopher now. Krill will be delighted, laughed Cause. I flicked a glare at him, but Pertabon burst into laughter at my friend's words. Oh no, I've got a lot of books he needs to read to be able to claim that title, Bon snickered, and I had a feeling this ancient being from an artificial race shared more in common with Krill than I was going to like. 2 days later, 10,000 Huskar set out to march south to the steppe. 4,000 went out to subdue the remaining clans in the south of the tundra, then catch up and meet us at the north end of the Paliat Pass, where we'd establish a logistics hub for the giants. Outriders chased herds of mammoth south behind us, and the armored ranks of Huskars churned the earth into mud as they passed. I had what I needed from the north for the coming war. I had no fear of raids or reprisals from the giants. I'd gained a massive infantry force that could outrun my human cavalry, as well as priceless equipment and knowledge. It was time to drive the dead out of the steppe and unite the tribes. Chapter 13. Warlord. When we reached the pass, I was riding a giant bronze wolf at the head of a long column of Huskars, all garbed for war. Towards the rear were a couple of thousand smiths and crafters to bolster the productivity of the pass and river wheel. Looking down from glimpse, I was at the head of a twisting serpent of Huskars that trailed kilometers behind me. The war bands of feral Huskars were ranged out to the sides, happily slaughtering any wildlife they stumbled across, in anticipation of the feasts to come in the south. Bon, can you set up camp here? I asked, as we reached the north end of the pass. I need to let them know you're coming through before you advance into the steppe. They'll shit themselves if you turn up unannounced. I'm coming with you, the young giant replied. Me too, growled Nuke. Mulius was silent, but the glare he gave me suggested he wanted to come as well. 3 of the big bastards should be okay, as long as we're there as well. The wolf is more likely to be an issue, offered Jandak with a nod to Wilson. The wolf cocked his head to one side and whined faintly. They'll have to get used to Huskars and a giant wolf sooner or later. All right, bon. Get your second to take charge of the Legion. Not the real Legion, muttered Mulius. The Legion will camp here. Keep the irregulars back. Only the ones who are soulbound can join the camp proper. I finished with a glare at Mulius. I resisted the urge to flick the bond. I couldn't fall into the habit of abusing it every time he disagreed or interrupted me. What had started as a crude smelting and forging operation a few months ago had transformed into a much grander operation. Within the walls I'd built was a maze of glowing furnaces and stockpiles.
Raw iron was being fed into the fire as quickly as the involuntary workers from the Koprigan could drag it out of the ancient tunnels. Wagons waited to be loaded with crude ingots to transfer to Riverwheel under guard by a handful of cavalry. The air above the site was now cloudy with the constant smoke and dust. The workers weren't too badly off due to the steady wind that ran through the canyon, keeping the air at ground level fairly fresh. "What is it? You normally wear all that plate like a second skin," Mune asked, and I glanced back, but he'd been talking to Bon.
The giant was shifting uncomfortably, hitching his armor back and forth on his shoulders. "You can't sense it. It's like, I don't know, a presence or something," he muttered. "Nope," said Mune. The other giants and Fangs all denied feeling anything unusual as well. "Is it important?" I asked. "It's familiar, but different," he muttered unhappily. We were deep into the canyon now, and the steep cliffs rose up on either side of us, dwarfing even the husker. "It's like a beloved song, sung in a foreign language." "I don't know if it's important." "Any sense of danger?" Jandak asked, eyeing the tops of the craggy tops around us. "No, nothing like that," said Bon. "Well, let's not worry about it for now. We can investigate it later," I said. I couldn't feel anything out of the ordinary, but the giant had unusually sharp senses, so I'd flag it to Krill to get someone to look into it. As we approached the walls, I waved the rest back and went on alone.
Wilson growled, but did as he was asked, pacing back and forth across the floor of the pass anxiously as I moved on alone. "Oi, it's me and that lot are on our side," I bellowed. From above, I could see the ballista towers were nearing completion. Long wooden walls stretched between them, securing the cliff tops above the occupied sections of the pass. Stairways had been built in several places on both sides of the canyon to let people move up and down with relative ease. "Mond!" yelled a familiar voice. "Clip! What the hell are you doing here? You should be at Riverwheel. This lot behind me are friends. Don't shoot any arrows at them." "You sure? Those are Erviles, right?" he yelled back after a second I presume was spent cursing quietly. "Yes, I've got a couple of thousand giants who are smiths and crafters. You're going to have to get used to them, bloke." I advanced closer and waved for the others to catch up.
"What the fuck is that?"
snapped Clip as Wilson stepped up to loom behind me as we clasped wrists. "An old friend," I shrugged. "He's fine." "Wait, a couple of thousand Erviles?" He returned his focus to me. "Yeah, well, it's more like 25,000 of them all told, and most of them are fighters." "Why the hell are you here?" I demanded, but he had gone pale at the thought of so many giants so close. "They won't hurt us, Clip, and their crafters know stuff you haven't even dreamed of." "A collapse in the mine." He decided to focus on something his brain could handle. "Whatever magic they used to make them isn't infallible. Lost a dozen of the Coppergen. Krill wanted me to help dig the cannibal bastards out. I told him I'm a smith, not a miner. I'm at the other end of the bloody process. But he got rather firm. So here I am, wasting my time." Clip looked up at the giants towering over us, one in heavy plate armor and two clad in furs. The latter were looking around with a hungry light in their eyes, and I plucked the bonds to Nuke and Mulius. Their eyes snapped to me, and guilt was replaced with anger in their gazes. "Allow me to introduce Bon, Nuke, and Mulius. I've got 20,000 more Huskar, it's what the Erviles call themselves, camped at the top of the pass. They'll be coming through onto the steppe over the next few days. If they're wearing armor, they definitely won't eat you. If they're wearing furs, then they probably won't eat you. Spread that about, okay? I don't want any accidents," I said with an evil grin. "Accidents? Bloody hell, Mond. I'll let the workers know,"
You need to speak to Krill, Jagapan, and Kalpakta, though. They've been running things in your absence. What about Faye? I studied him closely as he shrugged. She's fine. Not happy you weren't back before she was. Have fun with that. Oi! No, not there, you moron!
You're blocking the bloody tunnel entrance! He yelled at some unfortunate workers who were laying out timber for bracing the mine in the wrong place.
Maybe I won't be the only one in trouble with their wife, snickered Jandak. I considered a comment about how being late was less of a problem than being early with one's wife, but I didn't want to upset my Bronze Age friend any more than he already was. He could take the win on this one. Sure. Bet I'm back in Faye's good books before you are with Halen? I'm bringing an army of Huskar to explain why I'm late, I offered. No bet, he muttered sourly. Hey, at least you'll have some time to try and fix the problem now, laughed Mune, earning a glare from Jandak. Not very long, I'm afraid. We need to clear the steppe of the zombies, and I want you guys to act as emissaries to the other tribes for me, I said. Mond, can't I have a week or so? Jandak complained. Sure, you can have a week.
If you don't mind slacking off while the others are out working.
I can live with that. And I won't be slacking off. It'll be more exercise than I usually get. It's not easy to keep up with, okay, bloke, enough. Glimpse is looking at Mondit now, and I think you might be clear on the diplomatic mission issue, so you can lurk in your tent with Halen to your heart's content. Jesus, that's way too many wagons. What was Kalpakta's tribe called? Unless there were tens of thousands of them, I think the other tribes have largely come together already. The Fawapin. They only number a few thousand. How many survived the undead at Helath? Said Mune. Most of them broke free. More than half, anyway. Same for a lot of the others. As soon as the bloody things clawed their way out of the ground, the tribes broke and ran, I replied, lost in thought at the vast array of yurts and carts around Mondit. They ran from the raised dead? Human corpses? Said Bon in a doubting voice. Are they even worth the time to cultivate as allies? You don't have any zombie Huskars marching with us. It's not so easy if you thought magic was just the ramblings from old-timers, snapped Cause. I'm nearly 1,000 years old, mortal. We don't use the dark arts, but we aren't ignorant of them, answered Bon. I caught Nuke and Mulius sharing a confused look before plastering impassive faces over their shock at his age. Well, I get the feeling I'm going to be in as much trouble as Jandak if we don't get down to Mondit half an hour ago, I said with a smile. We set off and made our way back home at last. The new arrivals were all spread out to the south of the original site. The scouts approached extremely cautiously. The first thing they could see was the giants, but once we confirmed who we were, they raced on ahead of us to let the other guards know. I returned to my town, and the changes, when perceived from ground level, were even more dramatic. Most of the crafting and industry, such as it had been, had moved to Riverwheel now. The remaining men were all warriors, and it lent the place a martial air. There was no sense of rot and lack of discipline, as there had been when I came home the last time. Mond! Krill waved and hurried over. What the hell did you do when you went back to the barrow at Helath? He demanded, without preamble. Hi, Krill. It's good to see you as well. So glad you didn't get eaten by giants while you were up north securing our open flank, I replied. But I snatched the wiry old get-up into a hug anyway. His being here proved the army I'd left behind had made it back intact, along with my wife. Where's Faye? Wrong bloody spear again. What the hell did you do? The other kings and chiefs think you're Erisk incarnate, he snapped, as he shoved me off and smoothed his tunic. I used burning skies to kill a lot of zombies, remember? You saved the Prime Dreamers single-handedly and bought a chance for the trapped chiefs to escape back to their tribes. You saved the bloody Sikareskin. Why didn't you tell me? Kalpakta got here first and screwed us on the agreement. What did you give? I began. Oh, don't worry, Warlord.
Faye interrupted him before he could seal the deal, and broke his leg. She healed it afterwards, though. You won't be getting much shit from the chiefs for a while. What the fuck are those bastards doing here, and why is one of them wearing armor? He finished shooting an angry glare at the Husker. So, the plan was to bring back a few hundred tamed Husker. I might have overachieved a little bit. Bon, I nodded at the giant in question, has about 15,000 heavy infantry that can outrun our horses, and Nook and Mulius have a few hundred slightly wilder giants as well.
Oh, and I brought a few thousand crafters who've been alive since before your great-grandfather was born, who are going to join Riverwheel to help with production and whatnot. I had delivered all this in a casual, deadpan voice, and I wasn't disappointed by the response. Krill's hissing and incoherent screaming rang out over the town, passing through felt-walled tents and attracting enough attention that, in short order, a squad of warriors in brigandines arrived with their clubs in their hands. They were followed by the patriarchs and the new chiefs who had chosen to side with us.
Jagapan, Kalpakter, Khan, and Atas! It's good to be back. I'm happy to report that none of the scouts are slacking off, and I can see that the training is going well. How many squadrons are we up to? I called out as my father-in-law and his friend appeared. About 3,000 are up to Tricolo's standards now, Warlord. Another 5,000 are still training and need a few more weeks.
They're all rough. The discipline isn't the best, replied Atas, as Khan shared a rare smile while he took in the erviles I'd brought south. 15,000 of them, is it? Asked Khan, nodding towards Bon. Something like that. They'll give the cavalry a run for their chits as well. Now, where is my wife? I asked. Where do you think? Faye said, as she stepped out of the crowd and walked towards me. I began to understand why Jandak had been so unhappy on our trip north. The ire of the tribe's women was terrifying on a visceral level. You're late, she accused icily. I had to raise an army of Huskers. Sorry about that. I tried a grin, but it had no effect. Halin is waiting for Jandak. The Fang leapt forward and hurried towards where his tent had been without another word. Mune and Cause snickered until Faye fixed them with a hazel stare. Are the women in charge among the dwarves? Nook asked, in what he no doubt thought was a quiet voice. It rang out over the small gathering. No, I said at the same moment Faye said yes. She sniffed. You need a wash, Warlord. I'll wait for you in our tent. She pivoted on a heel and walked away. Seems like they're in charge, smirked Mulius. We don't eat our women when they annoy us. That's the big difference, laughed Cause. Nuke and Mulius shared a look and turned to him. Why not? Asked Nuke in a confused voice. This is why you don't have enough babies, Cause chuckled. Bon scowled and stepped forward, kneeling down next to me. Legate, can we begin to bring the Legion through? Moving so many through such a narrow pass is dangerous and time-consuming. Yes, Pertaban. Bring your troops south. Mune, Cause, seeing as you don't have anything pressing to do, make sure the people in the pass know what's coming and keep them calm. As calm as possible, anyway. The other Fangs stopped smiling and grimaced, but they nodded and turned to head back north. We're going to need to integrate the Legion with the cavalry, I said, but Kalpakter spat and cut me off. We fight on foot. Always have, he snapped. A few men, I assumed were lesser chiefs, all nodded fiercely in agreement. I won't force you to fight as cavalry, Pactor. You will end up stuck on guard duties behind the lines if you insist on it, though. We'll be moving quickly, and human infantry won't be able to keep up. Jagapan, Krill, I need an update on how many of the undead were left when you came north. We're going to clear those things out, then ride south against that prick Mortimer. Feel free to take your time, a couple of hours, maybe 3.
But when I get back, I want as much information as you can give me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go speak to my wife. Bon, please make sure Nuke and Mulius don't eat anyone.
Chapter 14. The Map.
It is a logical thing to do, Ray. We've already stripped the small forests from miles around.
Half of the Coven can focus on artifacts, while the rest get to actually use their magic, Faye said. Didn't I already agree to this? I asked as I took the thinly sliced meat out of the pan and put it into 2 bowls. I carried them back to the bed and stretched out as I passed one to her and began eating. The smell of the meat overpowered the scent of the camp that made its way in through the door flap, for which I was grateful. Sanitation was rapidly rising up the list of jobs I had for Atas and Khan. The nomads were usually dispersed across vast ranges, but with thousands of them all camped so close together as a result of the undead horde spreading across the steppe, their usual habits wouldn't be sufficient. Disease was as much of a threat as Mortimer at the moment. "I don't think you gave me a definite answer," she mumbled around a mouthful. Her stomach was swelling noticeably now. "Well then, yes, it sounds like a good idea. I need to go with the crafter Husker to Riverwheel later. You can bring some of the Coven. I'll want guards around them, though. They're too valuable to risk." I finished my meal and stretched back before resting a hand on her stomach. She rested her own hand atop mine for a moment before resuming her meal. "We don't need," she began. "They. It won't be you, love. And they will have them, whether they need them or not. I know they're powerful, and this is supposed to be a safe area, but we don't know what's coming north from Urkosh. It's better to be safe than sorry." I smiled to take any sting out of my words. She glared at me for a moment, then put her bowl down and snuggled into my side. After a few minutes of comfortable silence, she pulled back and leaned over to kiss me. "Fine, but I'm marching south with you." Her tone and fierce expression let me know this was not an argument I could win. I nodded and stroked her cheek gently with a finger. "I'll be keeping you by my side, where I can be sure you're safe. And where you can keep me safe?" I chuckled. I got up and pulled on one of my new tunics. It was missing the left sleeve, so the tattoo was permanently displayed, and the right had been modified with extra padding to make the black pauldron more comfortable. Krill is going to be, very reluctantly, handing out the artifacts we got from the Legion after the Council. I've already told him, but make sure the Coven gets some of the recovery items. They'll need them if they're going to be growing forests. Faye came over and helped me buckle on the pauldron that covered my right shoulder in impossible metal. She was still naked, and I ran my eyes over her body, earning a slap on the pauldron. "Go on. I'll join you in a few minutes. Halen will be there to represent the Coven at the start." I smiled and turned to leave, but paused and glanced back as she began dressing. "Have things improved with her and Jandak?" I asked.
She shrugged to settle her dress, then shrugged again.
"It seems so. He's certainly been diligent in trying to remedy the situation," she said with a throaty chuckle. "Ask him. Women don't share private conversations with men. Get on, love. They'll be waiting for you." I checked in with Glimpse as I emerged from our yurt and made my way towards the Legion camp. Everything looked to be in order. The crafters were just setting off down the pass up north. I ordered my crow south as I made my way through the busy camp. Warriors saluted, and women nodded their heads, but my attention was focused on the information Glimpse was feeding me. An early group of crafter huskers had already stepped in to take over the smelting process at the pass, and production had jumped considerably. Arming a few hundred with steel weapons now seemed easy compared to arming more than 10,000 cavalry. Fortunately, we'd been stockpiling the excess and had managed to keep up with demand, but only just. War meant ammunition, arrows, and javelins in this case, and replacement armor. The machine we'd built to supply those needs would come under a lot more strain in the coming months. The Legion camp was half a mile east of Mondat,
and the contrast was stark. Mondit felt like barely organized chaos. No particular pattern was evident in the tents and workspaces. The Legion camp was not only on an entirely different scale due to the Huskar's stature, but it was laid out with mechanical precision. The large tents were massive and square. A rudimentary fort had been thrown up around the camp, complete with a ditch and sturdy palisade. I entered through one of the 4 gates, nodding at the heavily armored giants as I passed. They slammed fists against their chests in salute. I made my way to the massive marshalling ground at the center of the mobile town and headed towards the command tent. The smell was different here compared to Mondit, and it took me a moment to realize what it was.
Sanitation. They had latrines, carefully set up on the downslope edge of the camp, well away from the living areas. "Legate Mond!" barked the guards at the entrance to the main tent. Partially out of respect, and partially to let those inside know that I had arrived, no doubt. I greeted them and swung the bottom of the flap aside to enter. A table intended for use by Huskars occupied the central space, benches and chairs arrayed around it. I couldn't see what was on top of it. It was refreshing. My height had left me looming over most of the tribesmen, but in the company of giants, I was barely noticeable. "Legate, the troops are through the pass and ready to deploy," said Bon with a fist-slamming salute as he rose from a chair at the head of the table. The tribal chiefs, along with Halin, Krill, and Tricolo, were all standing on sturdy benches along the side of the table. I jumped up easily and looked at the map spread out on the table. It covered the northern tundra for hundreds of miles in every direction and extended down to include what looked like the Black Sea from back home, as well as Greece. It stretched as far as the Adriatic in the west, and to the east it ran to what I assumed would be the subcontinent. "How accurate is this?" I asked. The map was dotted with unfamiliar city names and points of interest. "The map is 1,200 years old. The information on it is, at least. We copied it out every time the paper started to crack. This," he pointed to a spot on the northwestern coast of the Black Sea, "used to be called Kalishmer. Based on what your dreamer has explained, I believe this is close to the current location of Urkash," Bon said as he resumed his seat. "It's in the right place," added Krill. "That's where we need to aim. A quick strike to decapitate the monster." The obligatory cackle rang out in the tent, making some of the chiefs wince and glare at him. "We've got to secure our flanks as we push south. I want the steppe cleared of the undead before we move into the shit-sitter territory." I pointed at a mark on the map labeled Giant's Sun Stairs. "That's Helath. We will retake the steppe, including Helath, before we move against the south. Pertabon, how are your men, Huskars, trained? What's the squad size?" I asked. Bon looked up from the map and met my eyes before answering. 10 units of 8 in a century. 10 centuries in a legion. We've got 14 legions with us, plus the support staff legate." His voice was brusque and professional. I'd known that I'd like this giant. "Break off 2 legions, split them down to squad level and send them east and west. Each squad will have a squadron of tribal cavalry with them. One sweeps east and the other west to secure the flanks as we push south to Helath with the main force. The dispersed troops can sweep the steppe of the Wanderers while we head for the heart of the problem."
Chiefs and kings, we'll need scouts moving ahead to bring back intelligence on the enemy. Can small units of cavalry be dispatched today? If they ride a couple of days ahead of the main force and send back riders every day to update us, we should be able to press on without fear of another ambush, I asked the chiefs. Kalpakter grinned his pointy-toothed smile at me and opened his mouth, but Jagapan spoke first. "Warlord, my warriors will be happy to serve in that capacity," he called. "Why not mine?" demanded Kalpakter. "Are you willing to switch to the cavalry role?" "You wanted to fight on foot, and you'll be too slow," I answered, forestalling an angry response from Jagapan. "We're still faster than undead shit-sitters," exclaimed Kalpakter, straightening his mohawk with both hands. Lady Fayala, boomed the huskers guarding the entrance, just as Faye slipped through the flap and made her way over. She jumped up onto the bench next to me and slipped a hand into mine.
I'm sorry I'm late. Have we gotten round to the wood situation? She asked. The Mondan warriors all nodded their heads to her in respect. The giants remained impassive. Not yet, Fayala, Krill said. I still don't like your idea of it stands. We'll need more wood, at least until we can find a site to provide coal, I cut off my mentor. Make sure the coven gets suitable artifacts. Krill muttered something under his breath, but nodded unhappily. We will need to leave suitable guards behind, said Bon. The feral giants you've bonded are safe enough, but the others may come south as the northern legions bring them into the fold. We need food. Can you send some good officers to take control of the unbonded wild huskar? It might instill a bit of discipline in them, I suggested. It can be done, but it would impact the command structure for our southern forces. I'll draw up a plan and bring it to you this evening, if that's acceptable, replied Bon. I nodded and turned to stare at the tribal leadership. Other than Jagapan and Kalpakter, I didn't know these men. I'd given them souls, the bare minimum to tie them to my cause, but they were unknown quantities to me. Is there anything from you I need to be aware of? I asked. Lord, we need more time before we move south, said one. A thin man with graying hair at the front, the rest of his head shaved bald, bar an iron-colored fringe. We can train on the march. Those who refuse to fight as cavalry will lag behind the main forces and miss out on the glory. But if you're willing to work with the Fangs to learn the new fighting style, they will be able to keep up. He nodded reluctantly. I glanced at Krill, who shrugged at me. The other chiefs must be a problem for him as well. Atas, Khan. I'll need Trikilo when we march. I'd like to leave you in charge of the pass and river wheel. Is that acceptable? My father-in-law and his cousin nodded quickly. Yes, Mond. I'll take the pass, and Atas will move to river wheel, said Khan with a smile. At least they could be relied on. I wouldn't need to worry about, Lord, we're the most numerous tribe. Surely our patriarchs are worthy of similar honors, one of the other chiefs interrupted. I slammed my hand down on the table hard enough that it jumped, and a split appeared in front of me in the wood. I didn't know who this guy was, but I wasn't going to tolerate any politicking at this nascent stage in the campaign. Trust is earned. They've earned it, and you haven't, Lord. After the war, there'll be plenty of territory in the south to squabble over, as well as all the steppes we're going to reclaim. I paused and drew in a deep breath to calm myself. Faye squeezed my hand gently. We've been driven from our homeland. Until we take it back, we have no honor. No reason to do anything except dedicate every power at our disposal to reclaiming what is ours. You're the most numerous, are you? Lots of warriors? The Mondine squadrons could wipe your forces out in minutes, without me or our magic. Do not start fighting for positions of authority until we at least retake Holy Helath, I snarled. The chief, who was the subject of my ire, flinched and nodded, and I saw a ripple of savage smiles run through the other humans present. They had needed to know I was going to prioritize their own goals, and I got the feeling I'd just done that. There was a growl from outside. Legate? Your wolf is here, called one of the guards. I'll leave the rest of the planning in your capable hands. I want to escort the crafters over to Riverwheel and help them settle in, I said. Enjoy dealing with Sulk and Clip, snickered Krill. I shot him a glare, but he just laughed harder. I kissed Faye on the cheek and jumped down. Outside, Wilson was waiting for me, sitting on his haunches and staring up at the armored huskers like they were oversized snacks. He rose to his feet as I emerged, and I leapt onto his back. We careened through the fort, dodging left and right as we threaded our way through the tents, legionaries, and workers. As soon as we were clear,
Wilson put on a burst of speed, and I had to clamp onto his fur with both hands. Some kind of wolf saddle would be needed. I'd have a chat with the leather workers at Riverwheel and see what could be done. With Glimpse orbiting overhead, and Wilson rushing faster than I could manage on my own, we sped back to the pass and joined the road. Wilson stayed to one side, preferring the grass and dirt under his paws to the broad flags that topped the highway. We overtook 3 carts heading in the same direction as we were. Traffic was already increasing as a result of the expertise and physical capabilities of the Huskar working at the pass.
Finally, we caught up with the main body of crafters heading to work with the smiths at my first permanent town, and Wilson slowed so we could walk alongside them. They stretched out for a mile or so along the road, trudging along happily on their way to turn my town into a true industrial center. "Leggett!" called a Huskar that stood a mere 4 meters tall. He was at the head of the group, and he waved me over with a friendly smile. I slipped off Wilson, who took off to the south to hunt, and made my way to join him. "Hello," I began uncertainly. "Gartle, Lord," he supplied his name. "I'm impressed. The wheels are a good innovation. Have you considered wind power?" he asked pleasantly. My jaw dropped, and I turned to look up at him. "It's less reliable than water," I answered. "It's useful, though. I'm sure we'll introduce it sooner rather than later." "How do you feel about humans?" I asked. "The original stock? Nice enough, but your kind tend to be terrified of us," he replied with a shrug. The east gate of Riverwheel slammed open, and 2 horses sped out. I recognized the riders. My smiths, apparently, had somewhere to be. I mentally summoned Wilson back and got a disgruntled acknowledgement in reply. I could sense him getting closer again, so he hadn't ignored me. "Excuse me, I think I need to deal with this." I jogged ahead under the gentle sunlight and moved to block the rider's path. Instead of stopping, they swerved around me and kept moving, both of them whipping their ponies as hard as they could. I turned and prepared to sprint after them, but Wilson rushed in front of the horses, and they both slewed sideways, spilling their riders into the long grass. "What the fuck was that about?" I demanded. I caught up with them as they pulled themselves painfully from the long grass. "No time! Gotta get there first!" called Clip as he started running towards the pass.
"Sorry about your bad legs, Sulk," he cackled as he ran ahead, ignoring me.
Chapter 15. The True Victor. Sulk started a shuffling run after Clip, but I leapt over and snatched him up with one hand. I turned him to face me, and he dangled with his feet 6 inches off the ground. "What the hell is going on?" I demanded. His legs swung back and forth as he kicked to be set free. "They cleared the collapse. I need to be there now. That prick can't be the one to claim it," he snarled as he began clawing at my wrist. "Wilson," I called. Then I jumped onto the wolf's back as he moved over, slinging Sulk over my lap like a blanket. His arms and legs flailed wildly on either side until Wilson set off, and then Sulk did his best impersonation of a limpet as he clamped down. We slowed briefly as I passed Clip and snatched him up with one hand, depositing him on top of Sulk and eliciting another angry cry from the older smith. "No! I have to be there first!
Throw this old bastard off!" Clip squirmed and tried to dislodge Sulk from Wilson's shoulders. I slapped them both on the head, perhaps a little harder than I should have, because they each went still. By the time Wilson slowed down at the entrance to the pass, they'd both woken up and were once again bitterly arguing about who should be the one. I still hadn't confirmed what the hell they were fighting about. I dumped them off to one side and slid after them quickly enough to catch them both by their collars and hold them off the ground, one in each hand like naughty puppies being moved by their mother. "What the fuck are you fighting over? If I have to, I'll literally bash your heads together," I snapped in my best dad voice. I needed to practice it,
and this seemed like a good opportunity.
I need to get there first. Lord, I was your first smith. You've brought in all these bloody Erviles to replace us.
This is my chance to prove myself to Velkit, Clip snarled as he tried to get free of my grip.
I'm going to put you both down now. If either of you runs off, I'm going to break one of that person's legs. I'll heal it afterward, but it will sting for a few days. Do you understand? They both nodded reluctantly, and I lowered them until their feet were on the ground. What the hell has got you both so excited? I demanded. Behind the collapse, Clip barked. A god forge! Sulk finished the other man's sentence for him. What the hell is a god forge? I asked. Not a, the fucking god forge, you bloody war lover, snapped Sulk. I glowered, and he glanced down at his feet for a moment before defiant eyes rose to meet my gaze. What is the god forge? I clarified. It's Velkit's holiest site, a forge capable of shaping any metal, granting almost divine skill to the smith who wins it, Clip said quickly. It has to be me. Like hell it does, you whelp.
I'm the master here, snarled Sulk. Wilson growled over my shoulder.
I could see the shadow of his tail thrashing on the ground behind the smiths, and they both clamped their mouths shut. Why shouldn't I let one of the Huskars try? I asked, but I already knew the answer. They can't get there. It would take years to mine down to it so those big bastards could get near, said Sulk. Let's go look at it together, shall we? I kept my voice level through sheer force of will. They eyed each other, but another growl from Wilson caused them to nod. I was fairly confident I could use Shape Earth to cut a path down for the big bastards if I had to, but for now I was happy to let the human smiths take a shot at whatever this was. You go hunting, puppy. I'll call on you later, I said over my shoulder to Wilson, all the while not taking my eyes off the smiths, who seemed ready to bolt ahead at the slightest chance.
We made our way into the cliffs through one of the narrow passages that looked just like any other. Torches lined the walls as we went deeper into the darkness. The sense of the weight of rock hanging over my head steadily grew as we wound our way down into the flickering darkness. The site of the collapse was a mess. Most of the rubble had been cleared, and crude timber supports had been put up as they worked at the wreckage. This section of the mine was eerily quiet compared to the bustle of the tunnels we passed through to get here. A flickering light shone through the top of the collapse, where some brave miner had breached into the space beyond. Both smiths were hopping from one foot to another and arguing about the best way to remove the detritus. So you don't even have access to whatever it is? And you were both trying to kill each other to get here first? I grumbled as I walked forward and cast Shape Earth. The fallen stone melted away to form rows of columns on either side of the tunnel as I padded forward with my bare feet slapping on the floor. As I mentally pushed aside the rock and built supports, I finally saw the God Forge. Red gold light filled the cavern past the blockage. It flickered in time to the dancing fire in the forge. I couldn't see any differences from any other forge. Bellows and anvils, a rack of tools neatly to one side. Aside from the fact that it was buried underground, there wasn't anything remarkable about it. That opinion changed as I slammed to a stop. My face was pressed against an invisible barrier. I bounced off, caught the two smiths as they tried to rush past me, and shoved them back. I tried again. I'd caught sight of a source. A pearl of power glowed in the center of the forge, surrounded by the flames. I tried to advance again and was rebuffed once more. The feeling of a hammer striking an anvil spread around me, and the tunnel shook. The stone supports I'd made held, but I was now feeling much more inclined to caution.
It won't let me in to claim the source, I muttered.
Of course it bloody won't, snapped Sulk. You aren't a follower of Velkit. This is his place, added Clip.
I could access Poseidon's source easily enough,
Well, it wasn't easy, but I got to it. You've got to touch the source to claim it, I replied thoughtfully. I ran a hand through my hair, the mullet tangling in my fingers. It takes a smith to claim the Godforge, Mond. It's been lost for Velkit knows. How long has it been? Thousands of years, maybe? But everyone who reaches master rank knows the myths. It has to be one of us, Sulk said softly. One of us, echoed Clip, the awe in his voice matching his opponent. Will it let you in? I asked. I backed away slightly and moved to one side, just as the pair bolted past me, each one trying to shove the other backward as they scurried forward.
They passed the barrier that had stopped me, and Velkit's aura rang out again. The whole tunnel system shook, and I flinched, glancing around at the ceiling above me that had only recently collapsed. Some dust shook itself free, but the roof held. "Lord, we've got a challenge," called Sulk. "And shit," Clip added helpfully. He turned an anguished gaze to the tunnel behind me and tried to leave the barrier. It flashed, and the sensation of hammer meeting anvil rang out again. "Only one of us will be worthy," Sulk said. "That, or neither of us will be. The loser gets the fumes. The winner becomes a true smith. Velkit, forgive me for being unworthy," Clip called to the rocks over his head. "Lad, you're not so bad," Sulk said softly. "This is a worthy match. Let's both do our best to impress the mad god." "You're only saying that because you think you'll bloody win." "I agree. You'd better do your best." "We start now," Clip answered in a harsh voice. Sulk nodded slowly, and they both moved towards the forge. "How do you know who wins?" I called out. "Velkit will judge the work," said Sulk over his shoulder. "Tell Kayla what I'm about? She'll worry if I don't go home for my dinner. Is there anything I can do to help?" The gods playing games with mortals was definitely up at the top of my shit that pisses me off list, and I'd be happy to mess with Velkit's plans if I could. "No, Lord," Clip's voice was bitter and resigned. "We cannot leave, and no one else can enter until this is resolved. We're both bound to you, so whichever of us wins, you'll be the true victor." "If I'd known, I'd have stopped you from entering," I snapped, then softened my voice as Clip nodded sadly. "Whichever of you wins, I'll take care of anything that needs looking after. No one will suffer because of this game." They'd both stopped listening, moving like automatons as they began selecting ingots of ore and tools from the supplies left within the cave. I backed away and turned to leave. I grabbed the first miner I saw and told them to set up a watch. I wanted to know as soon as the competition was resolved. However, it worked out. This reminder of the gods' capricious attitude toward mortals solidified my hatred for them. Eresk was not exempt. They were all assholes. I stomped out into the daylight, getting nods and fist-raised salutes from the humans, while the giants placed their palms over their hearts. I sent a mental command to Wilson and felt him return once more to rush to my side. I stomped through the smelters and workers, glad to leave the acrid air behind as I passed through the walls I'd built. Wilson was waiting for me, and I leapt onto his shoulders, and we charged east to Riverwheel. I needed to make sure the Huskers were accepted there. With Sulk and Clip caught in a trap for God knows how long, and only one of them destined to be of any use afterward, I needed to ensure we wouldn't lose production. The push south was beginning in a couple of days, and we'd need everything here in good order. The wolf could run. We covered the distance in less than an hour, and as I slipped off his shoulders, a guard ran out to greet me. "Lord, you're needed!" he gasped. It was starting to feel like one of those days. "What's the problem?" I snapped. "The Erviles are changing everything. They're disassembling the machines. The Smiths will go crazy when they get back." "That won't be for a while, I suspect. Good job, soldier. I'll go find out what's happening and knock some heads together if I don't like it."
Fortunately, I did like it. Gottel had disconnected the shafts from the two western wheels and was busily instructing the humans on a new gearing arrangement to combine the output and then split it 8 ways instead of 6. "They're close enough that we can combine the drive force. We won't lose any power, you bloody gnome," he snapped at a superior journeyman.
The man swallowed audibly as I walked up behind him.
"It's not your system. The Lord gave us the designs and they've worked perfectly. Who the hell are you to gainsay the—" He stuttered to a stop. "He's behind me, isn't he?" the man asked without turning. "I am." "Gartle, you're sure this will work?" I asked as the man scurried off to the side, his face pale. "Yes, Leggett. It's a simple interface we use at the First Hearth for many things. It takes some setting up, but once it's in place, it distributes the force more efficiently," Gartle replied amicably. "Your smiths are well?" "They found Velkit's source. I couldn't approach, and now they're competing to take control of it," I grumbled. "They're both bonded to you?" he asked with a sad smile. "Yeah." "The most worthy will triumph, Leggett. They're only mortals." "I'm only a fucking mortal, Gartle."
"If that's your attitude towards humans, you and I might have a falling out," I growled, and from beyond the wooden walls, a howl echoed into the sky. "Apologies, Leggett." Gartle hung his head. "I can assure you we won't lose any production due to the changes," he said, changing the subject. "We'll need every arrow and javelin." "When will you start production of the 4th wheel?" I asked, letting it go. "Within a week. Your people have been ingenious in a lot of ways. They're implementing half-understood concepts at a very high level. The systematization is a bit lacking, but with a little oversight, I think we can really make this place hum," Gartle said happily. He led me around the site, explaining the proposed changes to me, while annoyed-looking human journeymen trailed behind us. "Will it affect supplies for the war?" I repeated slowly, enunciating each word. The Huskar blinked and looked down at me. "Leggett, there will be a temporary drop of 15 to 25% of material output, but as the new system is put into action, it will result in a minimum 30% increase over the original level in productivity over the long term. Are you willing to accept a short-term setback in exchange for long-term growth?" I reminded myself that every army, every empire, needed bean counters. "Yes, I am. Do it." Chapter 16. Eater of Cities. "Nuke, Mulius, I want to speak to you," I called as I returned to the Legion camp. The feral Huskar both looked up from the lessons one of Bond's officers gave the wild giants, then immediately glanced back at their instructor. That was a good sign. The officer glowered, then looked at me with a raised eyebrow. "It's important," I said as casually as possible. After testing the spell on Wilson and immediately canceling it when the design screen appeared, I understood the potential of this new power. I was finally ready to see if I could find a willing guinea pig to try it on. "Permission to fall out," growled the officer. Nuka and Mulius moved out of the ranks and followed me as I led them outside the fort. We'd be marching south tomorrow, and I had one last thing to get ready. Whether or not Mortimer had unlocked a similar spell, I needed to use it on one of my soul-bound servants. After a lengthy discussion with Faye, we'd concluded these 2 monsters were the best candidates. "What is it, Leggett?" asked Nuke. "I've got a spell." We were moving into the steppe, and the grass knee-high on me barely reached Nuke's ankles. Mulius, at 2 meters taller, looked like he was walking on a neatly trimmed lawn. "It lets me change one of my soul-bound servants. I can use it to make that person stronger, tougher. It's permanent." I stopped and turned to look up at the giants. "I was hoping one of you would be willing to accept the power." "Just compel us," grumbled Mulius. "I won't do that." "You won't be the same afterwards, and I won't force it on anyone."
Nuke narrowed his eyes and flicked a look over at Mulius standing next to him. "How much stronger?" he rumbled. "A lot. As far as I can tell, I can make you much bigger and stronger. You won't be unkillable, but I doubt I could match you physically if you accept." I knew I wasn't selling this well. Faye had told me just to tell them it would make them unstoppable, and as far as anyone with magic was concerned, they would be. But I'd be able to nuke them, and in light of the sacrifice this would entail, I wasn't going to lie to them about it. "But magic would still kill me?" asked Mulius. "It would. I'd give you some more souls to build your resistances and upgrade your spells." "How many?" Mulius's eyes gleamed with greed. "A lot. If one of you accepts this, I'll make you as powerful as possible," I ground out through clenched teeth. "What's the cost?" "You don't want to do this, or you wouldn't be asking."
"You'd be telling,"
rumbled Mulius. Was that what they thought of me? "I already said it's permanent. There won't be any going back." Nuke and Mulius turned, looked at each other, and began barking in some guttural language I couldn't understand. Nook rose up on his toes as his voice rose to a roar and his fist flashed upwards, but Mulius lashed out and laid him out cold with a blow to the chin. Giant teeth fell to the ground as Nook fell backward. "Not for you, young one. You might still sire sons." Mulius had intended it to be a whisper, but the words rang out clear and loud in a language I understood. "Is that decided then?" I asked. "You won't be the same." "You already said that, short-ass. I heard you then." "I agree," Mulius chuckled. I twanged the bond, and he winced. "No need for that, Leggett. Heal him, and we can get started." I'd compelled honesty, and he couldn't lie to me.
Forcing someone to tell the truth when I asked if they were happy to do something felt like a moral Ouroboros, but it was the best I could do. "I'll heal him later. I need the mana for this. Give me your hand," I said as I slipped a storage ring chock full of disassembled mammoth bits onto my left index finger. Mulius extended a single digit to rest against my upturned palm, and I activated Shape Soulbound Servant. The design screen appeared in my vision. The system was willing to help out on this one. I assumed that because no human could be capable of the unassisted modification of another being's biology in the fashion the spell made possible, without killing them. Mulius appeared in my mind's eye. His nervous, limbic, and circulatory systems are highlighted in different colors. Muscles, organs, and bones stood out in sharp contrast against each other. I needed resources to make the changes, and each change would cost mana, hence my refusal to heal Nuke a moment ago.
I began pulling from the available resources in my rings, biological and metal, to rebuild his skeleton. The schematic grew to over 16 meters tall, and I thickened the muscles, making him strong enough to still move despite the total weight increasing so dramatically. Thick fur, blended with steel, sprang out of the design's skin. No mortal weapon would be able to pierce his armor. Only shop-bought or Husker-crafted gear would stand a chance, and even then, it would be a lot less effective than it should be. The nervous system was next. The additional size would cause a slight but noticeable lag in response time, and I spent some mana to negate the loss. If I confirmed the design now, I'd spend nearly 300 mana, so I still had some points to play with. Natural weapons. What were the real-world standards? Claws and fangs, naturally. But could I add something else? A scorpion tail. No. The cost of merging insect and mammal biology was prohibitive. I'd need thousands of mana to manage that chimera, assuming I found a giant scorpion tail somewhere. I could thicken the fat layer under Mulius's skin at least. That would offer him more protection and insulate him from ice magic. I had 150 mana left over, so I upgraded his eyes and ears,
and added cartilaginous armor to his major internal organs. I sent a mental confirmation that I was happy with the new design, and lurched backward as almost all my mana left my body. I grabbed Nook and dragged the heavy bastard out of the way as Mulius changed slowly. He'd started at about 8 meters tall. A swirling cloud of silver light enveloped him and began extending upwards. When it peaked at just over twice his original height, it began to condense, and a new form appeared. Now, he was a true giant. None of the husker came close. His furs had fallen away, but thankfully, the thick, shiny gray fur that sprouted from his skin as the mist faded away preserved his modesty. Tusks stuck out from his lower jaw, and he reached up to finger them angrily. "Why'd you do that?" he asked. As he glanced down, he became aware of how much larger he was now, and staggered backwards. "Mars, balls! You're my ultimate weapon, Mulius. I hope it was worth it." I couldn't hide the horror in my voice as what I'd done became clear. Cannibal, monster, terror of the steppes. No one deserves to be changed like this. My stomach roiled as I fought the last shreds of my conscience back into the box in my mind. I kept it in now. "This is amazing." He took a step forward, and then another. He sprinted away into the steps before looping around and stopping. He smiled down at me from the height of a 6-story building. He turned around and ran back to me, stopping a couple of meters before he squashed me into paste. I backed up a few steps and checked the bond in my mind. He was still under my control. "Legetmond,
I'm amazing." He threw his fists into the air, and his roar came close in volume to what would be required to shatter my eardrums. "I take it you're happy with it?" I asked quietly. "Hells yes! None of those Legion pricks will give me any shit now." I flicked the bond, and he flinched. "Not the idea, bloke. You're a siege weapon. When the time comes, you'll be in the thick of it, but you aren't the new boss," I snapped. "Very well, Lord. But have you seen me? What could possibly kill me now?" he chuckled. "I could. Without breaking a fucking sweat, mate. Just remember, you aren't immune to fireballs." Soulbound Servant. Body, S. S. Mind, B+. Souls, F. Jesus. Mulius was now physically the strongest being I'd ever met, not counting gods. "Give me your hand," I ordered. The end of his finger was bigger than my head as it loomed down to meet my outstretched hand. I sent him 1,000 souls, paying twice that to the bloody system. 50% taxation was just wrong. "Spend them on your resistances first, then get levels or booster spells. I honestly don't even know how to advise you on this now. Rank S? You're a monster." I regretted the words immediately as his eyes narrowed at me. "Metaphorically," I added hastily. "What's metaphorically?" he boomed down at me. "It means not literally. You aren't literally a monster." "I eat your kind. I've eaten my own kind. Okay, bloke. You are a monster then. But I didn't mean it in a bad way." What the hell was I arguing with him about this for? I plucked the bond and he looked down for an instruction. "Dangerous. Addictive. I want you to head south with the first wave of scouts. You're the bulldozer, Mulius. I don't want anything left alive behind you. Other than normal humans. Let them live. You still aren't allowed to eat them either," I hastily corrected myself. "No problem, boss," boomed the Titan. "I can eat the dead ones, though." The faint note of hope in his voice made me blink. "Yeah, if they're already dead, you can eat them. That doesn't mean you can kill people and then eat them. You can eat the undead if you want."
I needed to find a contract lawyer to ensure I didn't accidentally give Mulius a loophole to eat a city.
No eating cities, I added.
I could eat a city now, couldn't I? He said in quiet wonder, as he looked down at his body covered in metallic fur.
Maybe, but that's not allowed,
I snapped, and he flinched.
I am Mulius, eater of cities.
I began to have reservations about using the single slot I had for Shape Soulbound Servant on Mulius. Faye had advocated for one of the fangs, but I'd pushed back. I didn't want to turn my friends into whatever the hell I'd made Mulius into.
You're calm, right?
I asked as Nuke stirred behind me.
What the maker is that?
Nuke's voice came out surprisingly shrill and sharp.
I am the eater of cities,
Mulius boomed down at his fellow Huskar. Bloke, you're getting a bit too hyped up about the city thing.
Nuke, this is why Mulius knocked your ass out, I said.
Oh, good job, I guess. What happened to his—
Enough.
Mulius, start heading south. I want the undead to become dead again. You stomp those bastards flat and move on. When you get to Heleth, wait for the rest of us to catch up. Oh, and if you start getting blasted with spells, run away, okay, big guy?
Nothing can stop me. I'm unstoppable.
I grabbed the bond and shook it back and forth in my mind. Yes, Legate. I'll retreat if I face heavy magic, he muttered. I noticed the choice of words, but I wasn't in the mood to fuck around. No. If you face casters of any sort, you fall back and wait for the cavalry or the legion to move in and support you. My tone brooked no dissent. Fine, Mulius grumbled around his new tusks. Okay, I'll let the tribes know you're on our side. Nuke, you're with me, I said, as I set off back towards the legion camp. Soon we'd be able to move south in force, and I could feel the urgency like an itch that couldn't be scratched.
Legate, I don't agree with whatever you did to him,
Nuke muttered, as Mulius strode south with booming footsteps and a weird song on his lips.
No worries, bloke. You're going to lead the wild Huskar. When we go south, I want your boys on their best behavior.
Oh, that's just great. Old Mulius gets to eat cities, and I get made responsible for a bunch of feral Huskar, complained Nuke. But I could tell his heart wasn't in it. The gleam in his eye made clear that the thought of going to war was a happy one. Chapter 17. If I had already eaten some of them, I rolled off his back, as Wilson leapt into the center of the swarm of undead and came to my feet. As I was rising, I snatched one of the zombies by its leg with my left hand and carefully avoided gripping too hard. I didn't want to turn the limb into paste like last time. I spun in a circle, using the ambulatory corpse as a club to scatter its compatriots, while I drew my sword with my right hand. I released my now badly brained club, and the body went spinning away from me into the crowd. Wilson had become a snarling blur of bronze teeth and fur as he savaged the center of this minor swarm. I strode after him, my silver blade flicking out to slice through or impale skulls. Wilson bucked, and the three creatures attacking his rear were thrown clear. I cut them into pieces as they sailed past me. The fangs would be here soon to tidy up, and I wanted to try and catch up with Mulius. The mutated giant had taken his transformation much better than I'd expected, but he could cover much more ground in very little time now. He occasionally stopped to feed on the undead as he stomped through the horde. Over the last couple of days, he'd begun grumbling that zombies didn't taste good and were affecting his bowels.
A zombie lurched at me, so I punched it in the face, hearing the satisfying noise of bones splintering and being driven back into the brain they were supposed to protect as it was launched away from me. I plowed through the horde to get to Wilson and cleared a space around him. As soon as the horde was driven back, I leapt onto his back just as Jandak, Koss, and Mune slammed into the horde from north, east, and west. "The next ones are in the southeast," I yelled at the fangs, who waved at me in acknowledgement as they continued to thin the herd. After another few minutes, the lancers would catch up to roll over whatever was left, and then they'd all chase after Wilson and me. Wilson leapt, going from standing still to sprinting through the horde, battering the undead out of his way as he pushed his way clear to the south. Reanimated humanos slain times 56. 840 souls harvested. The last few days of slaughter had been good for my soul balance, and I was back up to 23,500. I'd spent some souls along the way, buying mana potions every time they came off cooldown. I borrowed Glimpse's eyes as he flew ahead. This next horde must have caught Mulius's attention as he passed by. There were giant footprints with a layer of suspiciously gray-pink-looking material at the bottom, and clear evidence of once living things being kicked hard enough to turn them into sprays of mist. The arcs of gore were impressive, and my qualms about what I'd done to Mulius were beginning to fade. This time, as we neared the horde, I hitched my feet up under me and leapt ahead of Wilson, drawing my sword while I was in the air, and I smashed through the first zombies. No need to let the wolf have all the fun. These creatures were just chaff to me now. Reanimated humanos slain times 27. 405 souls harvested. I moved away from the mess left over after the fight and sat down. I pulled some jerky out of a storage ring and looked up at the sound of a plaintive whine. Wilson was staring down at me, his tongue hanging out of the left side of his mouth. I pulled out a couple more kilos of dried meat and tossed the strips to him. He caught a few of them and then settled to lick up the rest. "We should slow down," I muttered around a mouthful. "The Legion and the cavalry are too spread out, and they need a break." Wilson glanced up and chuffed before snatching another lump of meat and wolfing it down. "Yeah, I know, mate. But they can't fight for as long as we can. Hell, even the Fangs are slowing us down. The Legion is being held back by the cavalry. It's best we don't get too strung out, though. We'll get picked off if we're in little packets." Wilson yipped in reply and rose to stretch, having finished his meal. He looked at me expectantly as I sat chewing, and a feeling of eagerness came through the bond. Glimpse cawed above me and reinforced the wolf's animus. They both wanted to press on. Whether that was because I wanted to and they were reflecting my emotions back at me, I couldn't be sure. Nah, we need to wait. Let's hang fire until the main forces catch up and secure the flanks. We're carving a line, but the horde is just flooding in behind us as we go. I lay back and stared at the clouds scudding across the sky above me. I found the link to Mulius and was about to send an order for him to wait down it, when I realized he was already hurrying back north. Must have bumped into something he couldn't just eat. Getting up, I turned to the north as I brushed the muck off my legs and back, resulting in getting my hands covered in gore and bits of zombie. Damn. I needed to get back to camp and have a proper wash. Hot showers couldn't be that difficult to invent.
Clip and Sulk should be able to knock together a basic version fairly easily. I found the threads to them in my mind after searching hard for them, but nothing had changed. I guessed they were still locked in competition for Velkit's favor. Gonna have to ask Krill and Faye if there's anything we can do for whichever of the poor bastards loses, I muttered, shaking the worst of the mess off my hands. I waved as the Fangs jogged towards me. "Mond, you didn't leave us any?" Cause asked, looking around and stopping to lean on his spear. "There weren't many here, bloke. Wilson killed most of them." The wolf cocked his head one side and gave me a look that made it clear I shouldn't try to blame things on him. "So what's the holdup? Why stop now? We're only a few days from Heleth if we can keep this going." Jandak laughed as he pulled a skin from a ring and passed the water around. We all drank greedily. "The big guy has hit something and bounced off. All I can think is he's found some of Mortimer's pet wizards. That's the only condition I gave him to make him retreat," I said, taking the skin from Cos as he passed it my way. I nodded in gratitude and took a drink. "So, Finally, a real challenge. This undead shit is boring. The cavalry might struggle if they get bogged down, but the Legion has saved their asses every time it's happened, added Mune. He wasn't wrong. The Legion were terrifying in battle. They advanced in tight formation, the shortest Huskars wielding large rectangular shields and short stabbing swords in the front line. Taller giants armed with 6-meter-long spears formed the second and third ranks. As the horde washed against the shields, the spears stabbed down over the front line, and together they slaughtered the zombies. They were every bit as professional as I would have expected the real Roman army to be.
The cavalry archers formed Cantabrian circles on the flanks, maintaining a constant stream of arrows and javelins on the zombies. Once they had thinned the numbers enough, a unit of lancers would smash through while the archers moved to the next group. It was becoming routine for the combined forces. The first couple of days on our way south had been easy. Then we'd started to push into the true body of the horde. It was a vast array of undead that stretched across hundreds of miles. The groups varied in size from a few dozen to hundreds. Mortimer must have emptied every cemetery from every major city in the south. That, or he had killed hundreds of thousands of people to turn them into his undead scourge.
How long?
Asked Jandak. I raised an eyebrow to prompt him to clarify. Until the freak gets here? I checked the bond. He's slowed down. We've probably got an hour or so. Shall we cook something? I'm tired of cold rations, I suggested. We set up a basic camp, fire burning merrily away as fresh meat was pulled from storage spaces and spitted over the flames. Wilson lay down and stared at the meat as Cos slowly turned the spits. No, bad dog! He earned a growl on the word dog. Wolf, whatever. Mond, the wolf is growling at me, Cos complained. Then don't call him a dog, I answered lazily. My attention was on Glimpse. I'd sent the crow ahead to see what had happened to Mulius, and the bird was now orbiting a few 100 feet above the giant. He'd been in the wars. He didn't need weapons or armor anymore. Anything he punched or kicked ended up dead. Quite often, they ended up as a spray of red at the end of a 3-meter-long footprint. Something had knocked the wind out of his sails, though. His left tusk had been snapped off, and that side of his face was swollen up, the eye almost sealed away. I sent Glimpse down for a closer look. Mulius's chest was a mass of bloody wounds, and patches of his fur had been burnt away. The fur was partially metal. A lot of good steel had gone into his construction, and the now visible gray skin that should have been protected by it had been scarred, bubbling up in places. Something had burned him badly. It was definitely magic that drove Mulius back. He's about as burned as that lump of aurochs. I pointed to a spit Cos had forgotten to turn for a minute, and that was blackening on the underside. He quickly rotated it 90 degrees and sniffed at me. We should have brought some of the coven with us. They're much better cooks than Kossi, chuckled Mune. Jandak could have kept working on his little... A slap to the back of his head cut Mune off short. I got that sorted, thanks, grumbled Jandak, as he shook out the hand that had whacked Mune on the head. They're busy making forests on the steppe, remember? We'll have to survive on Koss's efforts. Halen's with child? Kos asked. Well done! Don't know for sure. It'll be a couple of weeks, but she thinks she is. And that means she's back to being nice Halen, and not threatening to lightning bolt me every 5 minutes. It's a relief, if I'm being honest. Gotta keep the lady wife happy, I said. Huh, so that's why the women are getting so many souls, grumbled Cos. You don't want your sister to be powerful and safe? I asked, a touch of anger entering my voice. Cos glanced up and shrugged before focusing on the cooking again. Oh, I like that she can snap a normal man in half or pin him to a wall with spears of ice. But normal humans aren't the threats we need to worry about. You know what she's like, Mond. She'll go up against someone like us and get torn apart. She won't run or surrender like she bloody ought to because she thinks she's powerful. Brother,
She's with the wagons. She won't be running into anyone like us. I wasn't sure who I was trying to reassure, him or me. He snorted and ignored me.
The earth began to shake slightly. Whatever magic or skill it was that let the feral huskers move almost silently had been lost with Mulius's transformation.
Here he comes, Jandak nodded to the south. And sure enough, a smoke-wreathed titan was lumbering towards us. Each step carried him 10 meters or so. He came to a stop by our fire, showering us with dirt. "What did you bump into?" I asked, as I brushed the mud from my pauldron, and Cause canceled the fire shield he'd cast to preserve our dinner. "Smells good. Portion looks small. I'm guessing you'll cook yours afterwards?" Mulius muttered as he squatted down. "A bunch of fucking casters, Mond. A small army of magic dwarves. Blasted me back, so I did as you said and retreated." A massive fart blared out as he shifted his weight on his legs. "Zombie diet isn't good for me. Got any more of that stuff?"
"I can dig a proper fire pit, and we can get a mastodon roasting if you like."
How many wizards were there? I asked, while trying to hold my breath. A couple of 100. You're going to want to stomp 'em before the army gets here. Some good fighters as well. Little shits were fast for stumpies. Mulius chuckled. Just make sure I can have some fun when you deal with them, okay? I owe the little shits. He pointed to his badly burned chest. Doesn't that hurt? Asked Cos as he moved the spits away from the fire and slid the meat off. This? Nope. It stung a bit when they hit me. Lost a couple of 100 health, but nothing too major. I'm sure the fur will grow back. Right? He finished in a worried voice. A couple of 100? How many health points have you got? Snapped Jandak. 4,000. I'm an eater of cities, short ass. All will fear me. I used heal a few times, but what's the point? 10 health points per cast? Puh. I'll have to wait for it to recover naturally.
"So when are we going to attack?" Mulius asked excitedly. An excited titan was a terrifying thing to behold. Glimpse was circling the enemy formation. Mulius had neglected to mention that they had a couple of 1,000 zombies as escorts, and there were perhaps 200 living humans at the center of the formation. They were moving west towards Helath and gathering up the horde as they went. Tomorrow. Tonight we eat and sleep. Wilson, you can go hunting, mate, but stay close. Glimpse will watch over us. In the morning, we'll push in, get them to waste their spells, and then kill them. Don't eat the wizards, Mulius. I want any trinkets they carry. Do you think the trinkets would come out the other end if I had already eaten some of them? Asked Mulius. Chapter 18. Good fight, bloke. We slipped through the night like ghosts. The Fangs and I were sneaking closer and closer to the enemy camp, while Mulius moved as quietly as possible a mile to our west. Glimpse could see him. He was hard to miss, after all, and was almost in position. I flashed the hold sign to my friends, and we all slid to a stop, barely 500 meters from the sea of undead that surrounded our real targets. We waited silently, hands ready on weapons, as I tracked Mulius moving slowly closer. He could move relatively quietly if he went slowly. Quiet for someone who would have to bend down to check the guttering on a 4-story building, at least. When he was in position, I flashed the ready hand sign, and the Fangs nodded and grinned. I sprinted forward, my friends close behind me, and as soon as I was in range, I cast Burning Skies. Whatever organizational power the necromancers could exert over the swarm of undead, they had very helpfully gathered them into a nice, dense target for me. Red clouds gathered quickly, and fireballs began to pound the earth. The upgrades to intensity and detonation impacted the effectiveness of this spell as well. When the streaks of fire hit the ground, They exploded into 11-meter-wide balls of sunfire. Reanimated humanos slain times 795. 11,925 souls harvested. As we charged into the smoky, lunar landscape created by the barrage, we used fireballs from our rings to wipe out the next wall of walking corpses in our path. We each sent 20 coruscating lines of fire forward that detonated and took out another chunk of the zombies. Resurrected humanos slain times 72. 1,080 souls harvested. At the very least, this was going to be profitable. The rumble of Mulius breaking into a sprint began to shake the blasted earth as we hefted our weapons and charged in to cut our way to the wizards at the center of the group. Bolts of ice flew towards me, and I threw up a fire barrier. It stopped the first dozen, but the rest shot through towards us. A pink and purple rip in reality appeared ahead of me, and another one came into being just above it. The ice bolts flew into the first and out of the second, a neat way of returning the attacks to the sender. Spheres of ice bloomed, encasing any zombie or human that wasn't blasted away by the explosions. I leapt up to land on top of one that was now filled with frozen zombies and took a moment to assess the situation. The fangs had spread out to either side and were cutting through the horde towards the humans in charge. Mulius had just arrived on the western flank and was stomping and kicking zombies into clouds of gore. His manic smile didn't falter as an ice bolt slammed into his hip, and what must have been tons of ice blossomed on his side. He smashed it a few times with a fist, and the ice ball cracked and fell away. More spells flew towards him, but he began snatching up handfuls of undead and hurling them ahead of him to trigger the spells before they reached him. Those were two interesting tactics we'd discovered today to counter magic. I added them to the list, and resolved to spend a lot of time creating spatial tear rings if I ever got a free moment.
Leaping down from my perch, I activated enhancement. I blurred forward, the spell and the adrenaline flooding my system, giving me speed far beyond anything a normal human could follow. The sword flickered left and right as I cut through the undead with ease. Resurrected humanos, slain times 24. 360 souls harvested. Normalis humano, slain times 32. 320 souls harvested. Soul-bound servant, slain times 6. 120 souls harvested. Someone, I assumed it was one of my enemies, cast firewall repeatedly, filling the ground with 6-foot walls of orange fire. I moved through them, unharmed. I had maxed out fire resistance, so the heat was merely uncomfortable. It didn't do me any damage. The zombie guardians didn't fare so well.
They didn't flail their arms about or run around screaming like a living person would, but they were quickly crisped, and their extremities began to turn to ash and fall off. I broke through the fire, and the sword flashed. These humans were far too slow to deal with me in close quarters. Even Huskar was lumbering and relatively weak to me now. Somehow, one of them managed to lunge forward with a black-tipped spear that I was forced to let slip past my guard and glance off my pauldron. The fangs arrived a moment later, slicing through the wizards, throwing spells from rings and trinkets. Within seconds, only one man remained standing. We stood facing each other, rings of fire still burning around us to keep the undead back, and I recognized him. "You were at Heloth, in Hakobin's camp," I ground out through clenched teeth. "And you ran from me," he sneered. "Let's see how you handle me now." A steel blade flashed towards me, and I dodged backwards, letting it sweep past an inch from my nose. My right foot shot forward as I leaned back to catch him in the stomach and launch him backwards. "You're no longer a threat to me. Would one of you guys like to take this one?" I asked the fangs. There was a brief but heated exchange, which Jandak won while his opponent was regaining his breath.
I stepped away, and Jandak moved into the impromptu arena, spear held casually at his side. The man growled, and his sword swept up from a low guard to try and bisect Jandak, but he had already shifted sideways and back. The spear stabbed out and scored a line just beneath the man's right eye. "You know you're naked again. Take this," said Cause as he offered a red tunic. "Faye said you might need some spares, and that I should remind you to shave while we were away." I took the tunic and began unbuckling the chest straps for my pauldron.
5 ivory chits say that Jandak wins in 5 more moves, I offered, as the black metal shoulder guard fell at my side with a thud. And I really need to figure out some kind of asbestos underwear. The enemy rushed forward, half-handing his sword to use it more like a short staff as he batted Jandak's spear to the side. "It'll be 7. What's asbestos?" asked Moon, accepting the bet. I shrugged the tunic over my head and began struggling to replace the pauldron. Jandak rolled with the momentum of his weapon being pushed aside and ducked low, pivoting so the spear butt tangled the other man's legs. As he went down, he latched a hand onto the haft of the spear and tugged sharply, both helping himself rise and throwing Jandak off balance. "Fireproof stuff from my world," I replied. My words made Jandak's opponent flinch, and my friend slipped the leaf-shaped spear blade past his guard to score a shallow stab on the man's side. "Nasty. What's he up to now? 4 more moves."
"I'll take that. Bet it's done in 3, said Mune. I was messing with the buckles across my chest and not paying attention to the fight. Jandak had this in the bag. "You think I'm just sport?" snarled Mortimer's soulbound servant. "I'm a god among men." He slashed to force Jandak backwards, then leapt to barrel into Jandak, losing his sword in the process and pinning the spear between them as they scrabbled at each other on the ground. Jandak abandoned his hold on his spear and caught one of the man's hands, forcing it out to the side. The other he snatched just as it was grasping at his throat, and they were locked in place for a time, neither of them able to do much more than squirm or grunt. A being of fire appeared next to them and dove at Jandak, but he twisted and interposed his assailant between them. "Oh, bad form. Jandak hasn't used any magic yet," laughed Cause. "He started it," growled Jandak as he rolled to his feet, holding the other man in one hand.
I assumed he'd finally decided to use enhancement. The minor wounds on his face began to knit closed as well, and whenever the fire spirit moved, Jandak thrust its master into its path. "Don't kill him! I want to ask him some questions when you're done," I snapped. And a blow that would have been lethal was transformed into a head-ringing slap that dazed the soul-bound servant. Jandak danced backwards, keeping the man held between himself and the fire spirit, which ignored the rest of us until it vanished. The only evidence of its existence was burning footprints left in the grass. "Are we counting the wrestling as a move? I think I won if we don't," I said as Jandak repeated his blow to the temple and the man went limp. "What an ass." "No, it doesn't count. Kos wins," muttered Jandak as he threw the body down. "What are we doing with him? Blinding and clipping his fingers like Getha?" he asked, looking at me. "Maybe a blindfold will be enough this time," I offered. Without the cold fury at having murdered probable innocents, I wasn't sure I could find it in me to torture the man. He was a slave to Mortimer, and while it seemed he'd bought into the lies, I couldn't punish a man simply because he was arrogant and stupid. Could I? Probably not. "Can I eat that one?" boomed Mulius, as he kicked the remaining zombies back into true death nearby. "No, you bloody can't," I barked. "Blindfold him and bind his arms and legs with wire. If he's difficult, we'll give him to the women after we get as much as we can out of him. If he's helpful, he goes to the moons quickly." What was left of the horde was disintegrating as the power of the necromancers faded. Mulius dealt with most of them in his now preferred fashion, leaving gory footprints in his wake.
The fangs spread out and cleaned up the ones the Titan missed, while I carried our prisoner outside the devastation of the battle.
I got a fire going and began boiling some water for Ched, as Jandak came and crouched next to me. "Good fight, bloke," I complimented, and got a savage grin in response. "He was boosting throughout. The fire spirit was a desperate gambit," he replied, as I poured out a cup of Ched and passed it over. "You were playing with him?" I took a sip of my own as the other fangs approached the fire. "No, he was a tough son of an Aurochs. Well trained, he knew how to use his strength." "We should get some of that artifact gear from the Huskers for you guys," I grumbled. Aside from being my friends, these three represented a massive investment of souls. I ought to give them the best chance of survival I could. "Krill won't be happy about that," said Mune. "Cheers," he added as I passed him a cup. "Krill isn't in charge," I muttered. "Can I get some of the Legion's gear as well?" blared Mulius from above us, having managed to sneak up behind me. "It won't fit you, bloke. You'll be fighting with fist and foot for the foreseeable," I answered. "You know you've got 2 dots now?" asked Kaz, nodding to my left arm. I held it out so I could see, and sure enough, above the tip of the spear, I now had 2 golden dots. The Smith duel is over then. I wonder who won. I stretched out in my mind, searching through the hundreds of bonds, but being so far away made it hard to differentiate. Once we gather the army at Heloth, I'll run north and see who got the curse. We might be able to help him. I wasn't optimistic. A curse from a god was probably beyond our abilities to handle with magic or herbalism. "Sulk will have lost," said Mune. "He was halfway gone already. He'll have thrown the match to let Clip lead a normal life a bit longer." Jandak shook his head. "Not a chance. Sulk is terrified of the fumes, and he's got Kayla. Clip is a bachelor." "No, Jandak. Sulk isn't so far gone as that. You can tell when he's not at the forge."
He fears it, knows it's coming for him, so he watches himself and keeps tight control. He won't succumb. And he and Clip hated each other. No way would he lose his mind for the sake of a rival, said Kaz. "We can't know for sure until I head north again. With a bit of luck, the source will be worth losing one of them." My voice was bitter at the cost the gods demanded. "What use can it be anyway? It's too tiny for a real smith to use. The Huskar can't get to it," said Mulius, rocking back and forth on his heels. "It's a forge made by the god of smiths. I don't know what use it will be, but I would be shocked if it wasn't powerful," said Jandak in a reasonable voice as he glanced up at my armored titan. "You look like shit. What's your health down to?" he asked. "Just under 3,000, Mulius shrugged. "That's going to take weeks to recover. Use all your mana to heal yourself. That recovers at 10 times the speed," I ordered Mulius.
We need more of the regeneration items.
"Back up to 3,400 or so," grunted Mulius. "Maybe it is useful if I dump all my mana into it." "Of course it bloody is," I snapped. "After a fight, use your mana to heal. That will be back in a couple of days, and you hardly need it to stomp zombies." I flicked the bond to reinforce the order. Mulius twitched but nodded to me. "I am Julpast Sal Nardil. My family will pay a handsome ransom for my release," our prisoner interrupted. "Oh, we won't be sending you back to your family, I'm afraid. Your future has been narrowed down to 2 possibilities, and neither of them is pleasant," I growled as I rose to my feet and moved over to the bound and blindfolded man. Chapter 19. Can I eat him now? Your first choice is that you tell me everything I want to know. This will earn you a painless death. The other is that me and the boys here make your life very painful. We'll keep you alive using heal, and when we think we've gotten as much as we can from you, we'll hand you over to the women. Kaz, remind me what the women do to shit-sitter prisoners again, I said coldly. "Will you be taking his balls this time?" asked Kaz in a thoughtful voice,
as we stood in a circle around the bound man. "Would they prefer it if we didn't?" "I'm sure we can chop something else off instead," I replied. "Tell me what you want to know!" cried Julpast, earning snorts of derision from the fangs. "When were you made? I mean, when did you get your souls from Mortimer?" I snapped, as I crouched down by his head. I had a hand on my dagger, ready to kill him if he tried to use any magic. I was hoping he was out of mana from the fighting, but I couldn't be sure. "King Mortimer selected me 9 months ago. I was champion in the fighting pit, and I caught his eye as a candidate for godhood," he babbled.
"Godhood?" Mune asked from the other side, making the blindfolded man swivel his head about wildly.
"The path of ascension. Didn't your lord explain it to you?" he said fearfully.
"What did he tell you?" I demanded.
"Some things are meant to be kept secret."
I shared a grin with the fangs, who suppressed their chuckles.
"Only that I could one day walk in the company of gods. I'd be stronger and faster, quicker than a mere mortal could ever hope to be. But I had to worship him and be loyal."
I glanced up as the smiles on my friends' faces had turned to sneers.
"You worship him?" asked Cause quietly.
He was crouched near the man's head, and Julpast craned his neck back to point his face in the direction of the words.
"My king is a demigod," he stuttered. "Does he answer your prayers?" "Is he answering them now?" Jandak demanded, and Julpast flinched at the voice of the man who beat him down. "Not right now," Julpast said bitterly, earning harsh laughter from Jandak.
"He lied to you, and you know it. What kind of army is he sending to us? Just swarms of undead?" I demanded.
"No, Lord. He has thousands of mortal soldiers, tens of thousands. A cadre of wizards numbering in the thousands and hundreds of powerful soulbound. He has nightmarish monsters the size of palaces, and siege engines that can rain fire from afar. He's unstoppable, Lord. Please, I beg you, make peace with him and allow my family to pay my ransom. They'll make you rich beyond the dreams of these savages. You'd be as wealthy as one of the divines deserves to be." I stepped back and walked away for a minute. This bloke would die. None of his temptations or pleas would change that. But he had already given me some food for thought. "Pah! What are these monsters compared to our titans?" said Cos in a derisory voice. "That fiend is big, but it's just a mortal form. The abominations eat what they kill and grow bigger and stronger."
"They'd eat that overgrown ervile as a snack," Jelpist replied, a touch of confidence entering his voice. "Maybe you'd like to think about my off—" I kicked him in the head, knocking him unconscious.
"He was annoying me as well, but we were just getting somewhere," complained Jandak as he stood up and stretched his legs.
"Huh. The guy deserved more than a kick in the head. Divines? Souls leading to becoming gods? What an idiot," Cause said, but he shot me a questioning look. "I don't know about that. Next time Aresk has a chat with me, I'll ask him, but it sounds like indoctrination to me," I muttered as I paced up and down. Then I explained what indoctrination meant, and they nodded sagely. I shifted my pauldron slightly and glanced down at the unconscious soulbound. "What about the monstrosities? Anything like that in your old stories?" I asked. "Things the size of houses that eat stuff and get bigger?" asked Mune with a raised eyebrow as he waved a hand at Mulius.
"I represent that," the Titan complained. "Resent, bloke. And no, you bloody don't. The only way you'll get bigger is if you get fat from all the zombies you're going through," I replied. Mulius lowered his right hand and tried to drop the fistful of zombies he'd been raising to his mouth behind him, without us noticing. "I thought they gave you the shits?" asked Jandak. "Still better than nothing," muttered Mulius as he wiped his hand on the fur on his leg. "That was good work with the spatial tear spell, reversing their spells back at them," I told the fangs. Cause looked pleased with himself,
so I figured it was my brother-in-law who had made it work. Same with you, Mulius, throwing the bodies into the bolts and detonating them early. We will need to include that kind of information in the after-action briefing. Stuff like that will save lives when we head south. None of you can chuck zombies like I can, Mulius said with a chuckle.
No, but we can build machines to do something similar. Launch a bunch of pebbles into the spell's path, and it will have the same effect, I said. Julpast groaned and tried to roll over, but his binding stopped him, so he just twitched and spasmed in place.
My dinner is waking up, rumbled the Titan with a wink at me.
Welcome back, Julpast. How has Mortimer got so fucking many dead men wandering about? I nudged him with a foot, demanding. They aren't just men. The God King slaughters the cities that resist, and his necromancers go through afterwards and raise the armies. He's burned Kant, Grotisk, and Surum. Dozens more smaller cities. That's where the dead come from, gasped Julpast.
What about these monsters you were talking about? Think they could fight me? Boomed Mulius. It was nice that the big guy was getting involved, and to be honest, I approved of the question. They're shapeless things. Mounds of flesh that shift and change.
I don't know how the necromancers make them.
How many of them are there? I asked. I had some extra souls. I needed to spend a considerable amount of souls getting some people to a high enough level that they could craft spatial tear trinkets for the Legion and the Nomad Riders. Still, I'd need a counter if old Morty the God King had hundreds of beasts more terrifying than Mulius. I glanced up and decided that at worst, they'd be as terrifying as Mulius. Dozens! Julpast barked as Mune put a spear tip next to his groin when he hesitated to answer. Mune applied a little pressure to the spear. I only saw one, but I was told there were many more. They've been fighting against the Sacrant to the west of the Kashik Sea, he babbled, and Mune pulled the spear back. How many people is he at war with? I asked. Everyone, but it's hardly war. No one can stand against our divine might. Do you think you could be persuaded to let me go? My family really will pay you handsomely. Who is he at war with? Which countries? I demanded, kneeling down, making him wince as my voice got closer to his face. Sacrant in the southwest, the Riktan to the east. You, of course, and the Krath Confederacy rejected his emissaries in spring, so if they aren't at war yet, they will be soon. This was too easy. I leaned even closer. I might keep you alive. I'd have to blind you so you couldn't cast magic, of course. That way, if anything you've said turns out to be false, I could make you regret lying to me. A fire spirit flashed into existence and attacked me, but I ignored it. The others danced backwards, but the summon was entirely focused on me, and fire didn't hurt me anymore. That wasn't very smart, mortal. I was beginning to understand how Mortimer had seemingly come to drink his own Kool-Aid. God King. What an arse. My new tunic was a smoking ruin, as I stood back up and kicked him in the head again to knock him out, as the spirit faded away. So what's the plan? Asked Kaz. I think we wait for the rest to catch up and move on Heleth in force. It seems like Mortimer is stretched thin fighting too many enemies at once, but there might be another ambush. It would be his style, I said bitterly. You knew him well, back in your world? Asked Jandak as he heaved the prisoner over one shoulder and carried him away from the camp. He tied him to a tree with yet more wire. We should take his eyes, just to be safe. He looked over at me, and I shrugged. Jandak pulled out his dagger and used it to lift Julpast's blindfold. Glimpse will eat them if you don't break them too badly, I said absent-mindedly. I didn't know him back home. The first time I met him was a minute or two before Fish Tits killed me to send me here. I know he wasn't a nice man, though. I sat down and put my elbows on my knees. He was a rich man. Powerful, but not like your nobles. Like a landowner, I guess. Who can own land? If I'm here, this is my land, Mune replied happily. It's not like that at home. Everything is owned and controlled. There are too many of us for it to be any other way. He owned a lot of homes, dirty, unsafe homes that ended up killing a lot of people. How could a yurt kill someone? Asked Koss with a confused expression. He pulled his spear over and started sharpening it with a whetstone he kept in a belt pouch. They weren't yurts. It doesn't matter. He was a shady bastard who skirted the law and could afford to get away with it, I replied. He's a schemer and manipulator, that's what I'm trying to say. I don't know how much we can trust what that now eyeless bloke said. Glimpse was swooping down to pick up the globular treats Jandak had left on the grass nearby. You cast a heal on him, right? I asked as Jandak sat down next to Koss. Yeah, he won't bleed out.
If you want me to put a tourniquet on his neck, I can do that, Jandak said. And Mulius boomed with laughter, causing us all to look up. You don't know what a tourniquet is, Mune accused, and the Titan raised a hand that he waved about his throat. Don't need to. It wouldn't have helped him, am I right? He asked. Well, yeah, said Koss. Mulius chuckled happily to himself as he rose and began to move about, crouched over. What the hell are you looking for? I asked. He found a relatively intact corpse and scooped it into his mouth. Food. Do you see any mammoths around here? You've stopped me from eating dwarves and huska. Fine. I dismissed the hungry monster from my thoughts. So, do we give him to the women? See if they can get anything out of him? He won't be able to aim his spells now, but he could still summon the fire spirit while blindfolded. I say we end him. Useless piece of shit. He didn't even fight with honor, grumbled Jandak. He might be useful? Offered Koss, but Mune snorted and stood up. How, Koss? He's a blind weakling. We know our enemy is at war on multiple fronts. You can't raid in every direction and expect to survive. Graben taught us that when we were boys, Mune snapped. I don't think he's much use to us anymore, and he's still dangerous. I strode over and slid my dagger through his temple. Soulbound servant slain, ×1. 20 souls harvested. Can I eat him now? Asked Mulius hopefully. No, we all shouted back. The Titan snorted and continued searching for more zombie bodies. The rest of the tribes and the legions should catch up to us late tomorrow. I sent Glimpse winging north at the same time as I reached out and found Wilson was harassing the nearby swarms, toying with them to draw some out, then chomping on their skulls and repeating the process. I didn't summon him back. There weren't any human forces in the area, so he could have fun fighting the undead. I think I need more Titans, I muttered, and pulled up my life affinity screen. 1,000 souls for a single level in a spell. Bloody hell. Burning Skies was only 300 per upgrade. I spent the souls and looked at my companions. Any of you want to join Mulius as shaped soulbound? I asked, half jokingly. No fucking way, barked Jandak as he scooted away from me. I was kidding. I'm sure there's another Huskar who'd be willing to volunteer, I said. Damn right there will be. They've seen how impressive I am. You'll be fighting them off with a tree trunk when they find out there's another slot, called Mulius from the middle of the battlefield. Guy's got good ears, whispered Koss. Yeah, I do, you short arse. I don't think I want to use mammoth meat as a substrate this time, I pondered aloud. I ignored their asking what a substrate was. Are there any Vilecat lairs around here? Chapter 20. Always a selling point. That's a lot of Vilecats. How far did you go? I asked as I loaded another half-dozen corpses into my storage space. Not far, said Koss nonchalantly. I knew he was lying. I'd watched them rushing around in a 20-mile radius, clearing out all the forested areas as fast as they could. I'd spent my time arguing with Mulius and casting heal on him. He was back up to full health again, and most of his fur had grown back. You should use aurochs, Mulius repeated yet again. Why the cats? We've gone over this. You're a brute. He preened happily at the term.
and cats will make the end result more nimble. Adding in claws and fangs rather than tusks can't hurt either, I replied, again. Stupid cats. I like my tusks, rumbled the Titan as he stomped off to the south to find something to smash. The area was clear of the undead for now, so he was going to be disappointed. I sent Glimpse north to find the main wagon caravan, which included Faye and Krill, and was pleased to see that it would only be a couple of hours until they arrived. "What the hell use are his tusks anyway?" asked Jandak.
I heard that,
Echoed back from the receding Titan. Jandak started chopping vegetables to go into a stew. Staying in one place for more than an hour and having hot food was a pleasant change from the norm in recent days. "Halen will be here soon. You'll find out if you're still in trouble," teased Mune. "Kalpakter's second daughter is riding with them as well. Then we'll see how much trouble you're in," Jandak shot back as he added the veggies to the pot. Kaz snickered as he dumped a pile of thinly chopped aurochs into the pot and added seasoning. Mune flinched and actually blushed. "This won't cause a problem for the Alliance?" I asked. Tribal politics were finicky, and knocking up a chief's daughter could be a headache down the road. "No, we want to wed. It will just depend on getting the old bastard to agree to it," grumbled Mune. "Can I help? You're one of my captains. Maybe if I had a quiet word?" "Thanks, Mond. I didn't want to ask," he replied sheepishly, and both Jandak and Kaz snorted in laughter. "He's a bit crazy in some ways, but he's a good bloke, as he would phrase it, for his friends. You'll speak to Kalpakter on poor, scared little Mune's behalf, won't you, mighty lord?" snarked Kaz. "I will, brother. When you decide to try and find a wife, I'll do the same for you," I shot back with a grin. Kaz sputtered and waved his hands. "I'm too young to take a wife. I'm too important to be offered up to cement an alliance with the tribes," he joked. "So we should find you a nice Lady Huskar instead, should we? Didn't you once joke about being able to satisfy one of them?" asked Jandak innocently, and Kaz shot him a dirty look. "I didn't know how bloody big they were back then," muttered Mune. They fell into more run-of-the-mill banter as bowls of stew were passed out, and the warm smell of the food filled the air around our little fire. We joked and teased as we waited for the wagons to reach us. Watching from above, I observed the wide trail of wagons curve its way towards our position. They were going to miss us by a few miles unless the outriders noticed our fire, so I sent Glimpse down to land next to Faye. "Hello, Crow," she said. "I'm looking forward to catching up with you, husband." "We're on the right path?" she asked, and I had Glimpse fly up and repeatedly fly over her in a better direction. When the bird landed, he was given a lump of meat and a pat on the head. "We'll head west a little more. I'm glad you're all safe. Go on now, bird. Go guard your master." Glimpse cawed loudly and took off in my direction, providing a good reference for Faye, who could be heard yelling orders before the crow was out of earshot. Glimpse settled back onto my shoulder a few minutes later and looked expectantly at the bowl of stew. I fished out a lump of meat and passed it up to him, licking the juices off my fingers afterwards. "Got some messages to send by crow mail, birdie boy," I said softly as I put the bowl down and pulled a few pages of precious paper from my storage space, along with a lump of charcoal that had been sharpened into a very fragile stick. Getting used to my strength while trying to study the local written dialect had been challenging. The delicate sticks of carbon tended to crumble in my fingers. I scratched out a few notes. The first was to the Huskar commanding the 4th Legion. They were planned to sweep to the east of our current position, but I wanted them to move in and join up with the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. The next was to the 5th Legion commander, a Huskar by the name of Harlud. His orders were similar, to reinforce the central position. When they joined us, we'd have 5,000 Huskar legionnaires, plus twice that in nomad cavalry. Heloth was still a wasteland of the undead, and we'd need the strength to clear out the nomads' holy site. After that,
The rest would trickle in as they swept the areas they'd been assigned, and then we'd move against Urkash in force. The undead would remain a plague for years to come on the steppe. Unless the brain were truly destroyed, the bits would continue to crawl or drag themselves about, attacking any living thing they stumbled on. I had a feeling the nomads would adapt. The zombies would just become one of many minor threats, like vile cats and bears. I sent Wilson off to go and lead the wagons in. All of my troops knew the Bronze Wolf was mine, so there was no chance of Wilson being attacked by mistake. He turned from his ongoing call of undead in the south and sped off in the direction I'd indicated. We ate and settled down.
A jar of yolk was passed around, but the alcohol seemed to do very little to us these days. The tang of the liquor was appreciated, and it chased away the chill as the sun began to set and the moons began to rise. The wagons rumbled in, and within an hour, a huge camp was in place. The little fire the Fangs and I had used was at the center of the mobile city. The bustle and noise of the nomad camp filled the air. I summoned the kings, chiefs, and the legion tribunes. 3 Huskar and a dozen nomads, all sporting wildly different haircuts, joined me, Krill, and the Fangs. Fayala sat next to me on her chair as the council gathered. Once the 2 closest legions and their nomad escorts join us, we'll have the strength to push onto Helath, I began after everyone was gathered around. The setting sun threw the giant's shadows across us all. We need to discuss what happens after that. It will take weeks for the furthest forces to join us, said Pertabon.
Pah! The riders can cover the distance in days with fresh horses, snapped a chief I didn't know by name. He had a top knot. Usually the hairstyle would clue me in to what his tribe was, but I came up blank on this one. I glanced at Krill. Poklistun, the legions are faster than the cavalry, Krill ground out. You think horses can outrun tireless monsters? He snickered, earning a hard stare from the Huskar present. He just smirked back at them. It doesn't matter, I cut in. We'll need our full strength together before we head against Urkash's main forces. These undead are just throwaway troops meant to slow us down. He's got far worse than we've yet faced. What nightmares has their king cooked up? I've seen harvester wars before, but they're never the same, Pertabon rumbled. Building-sized creatures that can snatch up Huskar and grow larger when they eat things. Tens of thousands of regular troops. Probably thousands of people equipped with artifacts to make them spellcasters. Perhaps 100,000 undead, I ground out.
Gasps of shock came from the humans. Worried looks were exchanged and fears were muttered aloud. So, nothing new. At least so far. We call those monsters abominations. They are tough, but we've killed them before, Pertabon said calmly, stopping the incipient panic among the humans in its tracks. Are there any among your people who'd be willing to undergo something similar to Mulius? I asked. He scowled and stroked his chin, his helmet held on one knee with his other hand. Probably. Among the ferals, I'm sure you'd find a taker. Another mammoth hybrid? He asked. No, Vilecat this time. It would make them stronger and faster. Mulius is all the brute we need, I replied. Hell's right I am, echoed from out in the plains. Just how bloody good was the mammoth hearing anyway? I didn't spend any mana to boost that sense in particular. I can probably find some volunteers, Pertabon finished, shooting an angry look to the south.
I'd appreciate it.
The 4th and the 5th are marching through the night, and should get here at noon tomorrow if they keep up the pace, I said thoughtfully. It might be worth considering transferring the clearing of the undead to the ferals and the nomads. We should concentrate the legions to smash apart Urkash's forces, offered one of the Huskar tribunes. It's a good idea. If the enemy has monsters, like you said, we'll need all their strength. We could whittle them down eventually, but why skirmish when you can smash, offered Jagapan.
He plucked out his steel eye and swished it in his mouth before replacing the orb in the vacant socket. I don't have a problem with it. You're sure? I reconsidered my question. Will it pose a threat to our warriors if the Legion is reassigned? Nah, scoffed the chief with the top knot. They can't kill what they can't catch. That's fine then. Kalpactor, I'd like you to join me privately.
Faye, Mune, will you also join us in our tent? I asked. Faye smiled and rose to her feet, beaming a smile across the gathered leaders of my armies. You are a credit to yourselves and our cause. Please excuse us, she said grandly. Mune had winced, not unnoticed by Kalpactor, and was moving out of the crowd to follow us as we passed through the camp to mine and Faye's tent. I went in and took a deep breath. The comforting atmosphere and familiar smells helped bleed away the anxiety of the last few days and what I was expecting to happen in the near future. Faye was right behind, and she snatched a kiss before moving to our bed and sitting down, spreading her bright red skirt out to conceal her legs. Mune and Kalpactor entered a moment later. Mune went and squatted by the fire. The heat from the fire couldn't explain the sheen of sweat on his brow. What's this about, Mond? Kalpactor began, smoothing his mohawk free of the disruption that the passing tent flap had caused to his hair.
Why's that pup shrinking away like he pissed in the bed furs?
Kalpactor nodded at Mune. Mune is my fang, one of my first sworn warriors and hero of the Mondine, I growled. My husband means to say that he has a proposition, said Faye, smoothly stepping in. What's the nature of this proposition? Snapped Kalpactor, splitting his glare between the three of us. Mune rose to his feet and moved to square off against the old chief. Mune was a few inches shorter, but he had received many more souls and could beat the older man black and blue without breaking a sweat. The fact that he was sweating so much already was ironic. I wish to wed Nedeth. I require a suitable dowry, and in return, she will become part of my family, a high honor in light of our close relationship with Warlord Mond. Bless him, he only stuttered a couple of times in that little speech. Kalpactor's fist flashed out, but Mune caught it easily and shoved him back, careful not to use too much force.
I've also received enough souls that I can wipe out your tribe single-handedly, he offered in a calm voice.
Nice, mate. Threatening to kill the rest of your future bride's extended family is always a selling point. I grimaced at him, but he couldn't see my face. Kalpactor could, though. Your lord doesn't seem happy about it, he said, pointing at me. Mune turned with a shocked expression on his face and glared at me accusingly. I approve of the idea. I just thought Mune's last speech could have been better phrased, I grumbled. I moved over and rested a hand on Mune's shoulder, looking down at Kalpactor and smiling. Mune is one of my heroes. He is a good match for your daughter and will treat her well. Feala will know the reason why if he doesn't. I felt his muscles tense under my hand and chuckled. He is a brave warrior of a noble family. Perhaps we could bring Nedeth into the coven. She would be powerful and secure, Faye offered.
Always spending my souls, I grumbled internally.
I like it. In exchange for a suitable dowry, I'll make sure she's as powerful as the other witches, I offered. Kalpactor glanced at the three of us. For a tense moment, his narrowed eyes flicked back and forth. Then he burst into howls of laughter. You thought I didn't know you'd been screwing my daughter? He clapped Mune on the shoulder and led him to the fire. I've known since you got back with the Legion, you fucking idiot. I'm not averse to the idea, but before we get into the business of the dowry, I'm thirsty. Anyone got some York candy? He asked as he plopped himself down cross-legged by the fire. I produced a bottle from my storage space and offered it to him as Mune and I sat down across the fire from the man. Women shouldn't be present for dowry talk, said Faye. I'll send for Atas.
Ray, Moon, don't agree to anything this old cockerel promises until Atas has had a chance to hear the offer. She smiled warmly at me and swept out of the tent.
Chapter 21. I'm sure it's there, somewhere. The thing that emerged from the shape soulbound servant spell this time was markedly different compared to what I had done to Mulius. Marbo had eventually won the opportunity to let me turn him into an even more titanic monster than was his natural state of being. Marbo was now 10 meters long, perhaps 15 meters tall, when he reared up on his hind limbs. His long, feline body looked ungainly standing on 2 feet, but he could still move with a silent grace that was terrifying to behold. His 4-meter tail, glittering with metal scales, swished in the air behind him with a mind of its own. This I like, he half growled around his saber-tooth fangs, each of which was hung past his bottom jaw by a good half-meter or so. Where's Mulius? I want to fight him! I plucked on the bond between us, and he flinched. He tried to fight it for a second, but even with his new form, the bond was buried somewhere in his soul, and there was nothing he could do. The metaphysical implications of souls being a real thing had never quite struck me before. What would my soul look like? Would that prick Thoth put my soul on a scale, only to confirm it was far heavier than a feather, and I'd be denied access to heaven? Valhalla? I was living proof that the soul continued on after death. I laughed quietly at the thought of trying to explain that particular contradiction to a random stranger back on Earth. You and Mulius have jobs to do. You can spar, non-lethally, after the battle. I want you on the right of the Legion and Mulius on the left. You'll have cavalry to cover your flanks, and if you draw spellfire, fall back to where you can be protected by artifact shields. You are not unkillable, Marbo. Just remember that, I told him sternly. I had a giant armored ape monster and a massive steel-scaled covered werecat monster. This battle should be fairly straightforward, so I wasn't worried about having burned all my mana. If I needed to nuke anything, I had mana potions in my belt pouch that I could use. I activated my pauldron's recovery function again, and my mana began ticking up at twice the usual, numbingly slow pace. I was sitting on Wilson's back to one side of a lancer squadron on the center right of our formation. The nearest horses eyed the wolf with fear, so I was forced to stay slightly apart. 4 legions made up the center of our line, with one held back in reserve in case reinforcements were needed. Mulius held his position on the left of them, and Marbo was even now flowing sinuously into position on their right. A caw floated down on the wind as I sent Glimpse off to check on the rest of my cavalry. In addition to the 5,000 or so legionaries, I had 3,000 mounted nomads, 2/3 of whom were archers. Pertibon walked out of position and gave me a fist-to-heart salute as he stopped. His level stare lowered until he was looking down at me, and he gave me a surprisingly boyish grin. This is a good trial, Legate. We can work on improving coordination between your kind and mine, as well as responding to battlefield orders in a low-threat environment. If you're happy for us to proceed, I'll return to formation, and we can get this fight started. Another salute of an armored fist slamming into an armored chest rang out as he straightened. Sounds good. Let's see if the training is taken, and if the captains were paying attention in the briefing, I said. Signalers, sound the advance. Behind me waited 3 chariots. Instead of a fighting man as a passenger, they had been slightly modified to allow a man with one of the massive serpentine trumpets I'd had Clip work on all those months ago to stand comfortably. It was finally time to try to merge the highly disciplined legions and the nomads into a combined force with a simple and, hopefully, effective command and control mechanism. A series of resonant blasts rang out, 3 short calls followed by 3 long ones. The mouths of the trumpets were all shaped into ravenous brass wolves, and the note rang out pure and clear. The mounted archers on the extremity of our formation leapt forward like they were greyhounds that had caught sight of a rabbit.
They raced ahead and then peeled off to the sides, circling away. As the first barrage of enchanted arrows fell among the undead horde, white and orange fires leapt up to eat away at their rotten flesh.
Before the fires burned out, the archers had come full circle and were in position to launch another barrage before once more pulling away to maintain the separation as the walking corpses shambled towards them. The legions and the lancers were advancing slowly. The legions maintained an almost perfect formation, with long lines of heavy shields and spears protruding from the back two lines, remaining nearly ruler straight across the uneven landscape when viewed from Glimpse's perspective. The lancers were not quite as good, some units pulling ahead and having to stop and wait while the rest of the army caught up, or lagging behind and being forced to hurry into positions they shouldn't have left. My pet monsters were clearly chafing at the restrictions placed on them. I could feel their eagerness and frustration, especially from Marbo through the links, but I held them back with a thought.
From above, the horde was an almost endless sea of rotting bodies, stretching back for miles to the artificial barrow of Heloth. There were a lot of undead to kill. I shared the frustrations of my titanic minions. There were a lot of souls to gather here, but it would be more advantageous to have at least the core of my army get some experience in combined operations in a low-risk environment. I would have some fun later, mopping up stragglers and getting some more souls then. Once the legions got to within 700 meters of the horde, they pulled up briefly, and with a rough battle cry, the front lines slammed their shields into place, forming a solid wall of metal-bound laminated wood. Javelins flew out from the rear ranks, and when they landed, in addition to the elemental attacks I was familiar with, spells I hadn't seen before went off.
Clouds of darkness shrouded parts of the zombie mob in places, while piercingly bright flashes blossomed in others, leaving Glimpse blinking and complaining in my head. They fell into a steady advance, each Huskar stepping in time with the rest. The booms of their footsteps rang out, and would have given any army of humans cause to break and run on their own. As the gap closed to 500 meters, a new barrage of artifact spells went off. Lines of light, fire, lightning, and midnight blackness reached out across the gap and tore through the front ranks of the badly organized zombies. "Second phase!" I called to the signalers, who blew 3 short notes that echoed out across the field of battle. I stuck a finger in my ear and twisted it to clear the ringing. Note to self, stand behind the signalers next time. I released my mental grip on my titans, and they charged ahead. Mulius moved with a loping run, whereas Marbo dropped to all fours and shot ahead to smash through the zombies and keep going. His tail flicked out, knocking the merely human-scale enemies over like bowling pins, where they didn't burst like rotten fruit. Mulius reached the line and began kicking and stomping his way into the enemy. "Third phase!" I barked, and plugged my ears as the horns released 3 long notes. The lancers paused, organizing themselves into a dozen or so wedges, their horses pawing the ground in frustration as they came to a stop. With a roar, the legion upped their pace. Instead of a steady, world-shaking tromp, they sped up into a jog and slammed into the devastated center of the horde, falling back on brute strength and their marked size advantage to carve a path through after the titans who were breaking things already a mile or so deep into the horde. The legion held formation even while jogging. It was like watching a snowplow clear a road after a heavy snowfall. The zombies were swept aside, and all that was left were pulped bodies pushed out of their way or ground into mincemeat beneath their boots. "Fourth!" I called out, and once again the horns rang out, 2 short and 2 long blasts. Wilson snorted in annoyance at the constant loud noises. I watched from Glimpse's eyes as the lancers broke into a charge, the wedges slicing into the horde along the flanks of the legion. Spears and maces flashed down from the riders, breaking skulls or piercing chests as the ponies bullied their way through the grasping throng. Once they caught up to the legion lines,
The riders wheeled and fell back, opening enough distance to briefly rest their horses before charging once more. After the first charge, they cycled through the wedges, as they'd been trained by Trakillo and Jandak, launching less than half their number forwards at a time to give the ponies a break and extend their stamina as much as possible. The mounted archers had begun circling farther around the flanks of the horde with the latest signal. They were cantering along the edge of the horde, hurling enchanted stones into the fringes of the horde as they went. The dead shambled and crawled after them, but this was part of the plan. Fighting mindless, uncontrolled dead men was very different from what we expected fighting Mortimer's main force to be like. So we had evolved our tactics to match the thoughtless aggression of the horde. The archers were baiting the fringes to circle back on the main body of our enemy, eventually bringing them back into the line of the Legion's advance. This way, we hoped stragglers and escapees could be kept to a minimum. I couldn't take much credit for the idea.
It had been the brainchild of Trakillo, who understood nomad tactics like no other, and Pertabon. The legions had faced the undead many times, in what to us would be ancient history, but to them was only a couple of generations ago. We had started off being outnumbered perhaps 8 or 9 to 1, but within half an hour we'd equalized the numbers, and the battle was turning in our favor. It was hard to gauge our losses from a crow floating over the battlefield, but they seemed remarkably light. An hour later, I felt out of place during the after-action briefing. I hadn't set foot on the battlefield at all, so I was in clean clothes, and the others were splattered in gore and dirt. The Fangs had led their squadrons. They were filthy and smelly from the undead viscera they'd been coated in, as well as the sweat of their horses. Pertabon, Mulius, and Marbo joined us, in addition to the nomad kings and chiefs who had taken part, as well as Trakillo.
The humans wore large grins and had indulged in a great deal of self-congratulation as the meeting drew to a close.
That seemed to go well. What were our losses? I asked.
About 30 lancers are injured. Half as many again are dead, Jandak ground out, clearly not happy about his section suffering the most deaths.
Was it just bad luck, or is there something we can improve? I asked.
Bad luck, mostly. Breaking off from close engagement is trickier for us than for the archers, he admitted. The strategy worked well enough. Perhaps only sending half the troops at a time might have helped. They mostly fell after the first charge. If fresh troops had been coming in to replace them as they pulled back, it might have limited the losses even further, though.
It's a good idea, rumbled Trakillo from where he sat cross-legged on the grass. A full charge should have a separate signal for use in dire circumstances.
Against unknown opposition, only sending in half the lancers will diminish the additional strike, but it would allow us to support and cycle the wedges more efficiently.
We were fighting dumb enemies here. The impact of a full charge on the flanks of the Legion against humans who can break and run should not be underestimated, boomed Pertabon. My father told me tales of the Battle of Nalthask. The Legion faced off against artifact-equipped humans who could almost hold their own against us. He said the last with a hint of bitterness. It was Narbo's Auxilia cavalry that turned the battle. They feigned a charge to buy us time, then swiftly moved to the flanks before properly engaging. The archers didn't take any losses, Mune said cheerfully. We also didn't have any glory hounds who ignored the fallback order, so that's a step in the right direction.
Agreed. Overall, I think this was an excellent training opportunity. We'll need to incorporate what we've learned into the wider army when they come together. Krill, are the arch-dreamers in the camp? He nodded to me. Let's get them and return them to Heleth, where they belong. Legate, apologies, but while we finished off the dead at the barrow, I felt something, Pertabon said quietly. I raised an eyebrow to invite him to continue. Like at the pass, similar to the source of the Villith. He sounded almost reluctant to admit it. Another source is there. Where? We didn't get much time to explore it at the Spring Festival, but I didn't notice anything like the source or the Godforge. How did it feel to you? I replied. Another source to weaken another god. That would be a huge advantage. Hopefully, it would be Hadestes or Kronos' source, and I could undermine the patron of the two competitors I considered the most threatening.
It felt like power, Legate.
I couldn't tell the difference between Velkit's and Poseidon's, so I have no idea which god it might belong to, but I'm sure it's there, somewhere.
Chapter 22. You're nothing to us gods. It took over a week to locate the entry point to the underground sections of the barrow at Heloth. In the end, it came down to me running around with Shape Earth activated and mapping the substructure of the Paleolithic construction. Faye had given up complaining about me not wearing shoes. I'd learned a lot of pretty useless information about how to layer monoliths and build soil over them to create a barrow. The structure appeared to have evolved organically over a prolonged period. Each layer was an expanded version of the one beneath that disappeared outside the range of my ability to perceive through the earth.
I stumbled on the entrance when I was escorting the Archdreamers, who were a curmudgeonly group of cantankerous old bastards, fit to put Krill to shame, up the steps to return them to the simple tents where they usually lived atop the barrow. I was currently standing about 15 meters from the last step up the hill, surrounded by green grass, fresh air, and disgruntled prelates. "You cannot dig here," Hatlatek, the head druid, said angrily. "Do you want to tell him, or shall I?" I said over my shoulder to Krill, who snickered in reply. "He's the head of my order, kind of. It's not as though we're a highly organized group. Take the dream spice and get a true dream with a resk. Then you're a dreamer. Still, I'd rather not piss off my nominal boss," Krill said happily. "Thanks for the support, oh wise mentor." I turned back to the head dreamer and raised a hand to forestall the volcanic, red-faced outburst he was building up to. "Look, dreamer bloke, somewhere under this pile of stone and dirt is the essence of a god's power in this world. If it doesn't belong to Aresk, my taking it will weaken that god and make Aresk stronger. I promise I'll put the dirt back when I'm done, okay?" Being patient wasn't easy. I was getting increasingly short-tempered with the heads of the Sicarescan religion, who were immune to the effects of my god mark. Krill had warned me that it worked on the peasants, not the priests, a long time ago, but flashing the golden tattoo had bugger-all effect on the men currently trying to block me from my goal. "Hatlatek, with all due respect, you cannot stop me. There is something beneath this barrow that I have to take for Aresk. It will bring glory and strength to the tribes if I succeed. Get out of my way." He scowled at me, and his brother priests gathered around as though they could make a difference if I decided to act against them. "I don't want to be at odds with you. I'll be careful. I won't damage the structure. I want to open a passage to the catacombs buried beneath this location. It would be in your interests to learn more of the ancients who built this place, surely," I offered in a gentle voice. "Want me to drag them out of the way?" asked Jandak. He was in a better mood since Halen had confirmed she was with child, but a surly element seemed to have taken root in his heart, making him permanently grumpy with everyone who wasn't part of my inner circle. I held up a hand to stop him. The priests had flinched at his words, but stood their ground. They were brave, if nothing else. "You cannot touch the sacred mound," said Hatlatek. Mune snorted a laugh. I glared at him over my shoulder. "Look, bloke," he bristled at my words. "Lord Dreamer." A hasty correction, but it seemed to mollify him. "I'll not damage the structure. I'll make a tunnel down to the catacombs big enough for me, and that will be it." "The Husker won't be able to fit?" The cultural and religious differences between the Legion and my nomads weren't much of an issue outside of the leadership for each faction. The leaders of some of the tribes were rapidly becoming a significant pain in my ass. The Urviles must not approach this sacred place. I will not have them come onto our holy hill. I shot Mune a glance, and he suppressed his chuckles at the priest's words. "Fine, it will just be me going down. It'll just be me entering the tunnel."
Mune, maybe it would be best if you went and checked on the mounted archers to make sure they're being resupplied properly with enchanted arrows. My friend nodded and moved away. When he got a few meters away, his shoulders started shaking, and loud guffaws rang out down the giant scaled steps. Sorry about that. Look, this is happening. If you make a big deal about it, I'll have you replaced. Archdreamer is a lifetime appointment.
The only way to have me replaced would be to... He began, and Erisk's aura briefly washed over us. A feeling of shields slamming together to hold off the enemy. So if I want you gone, I have to kill you? I asked flatly. He nodded slightly, then drew in a deep breath and exhaled slowly. I think he understood that it wouldn't be an issue for me to off him and put Krill in his place. Hell, the thought was tempting, now that it had occurred to me, and he caught the gleam in my eyes as I accepted the benefits of doing so. Perhaps we can make an exception in this instance. I will have to supervise and accompany you as you delve into the darkness beneath our holiest site. I hope this is acceptable? He asked. The bloke wanted to save face, and I was happy enough to throw him a bone. Sure, give me a moment. I cast Shape Earth, and as my perception drifted into the ground, I began sliding the earth and stone to the sides. I built it up into rock-like supports around a short passage that was 2 meters wide and 3 meters tall. As soon as it reached the entrance to the substructure of the barrow, I focused on reinforcing the surrounding earth. I had no wish for it to collapse while I was in the catacombs, or to give this ancient bishop any excuse to complain about my treatment of their holy site. I pulled a dozen torches from my storage space. I took one in my right hand and lit it with a cast of Summon Fire, the orb floating over my head for 15 seconds, causing the ecclesiarchy of the nomads to stare open-mouthed in awe, despite having seen me rain fire across huge areas during Mortimer's ambush. People quickly forget the impossible to preserve the status quo they think is real. I set off down the tunnel I'd mentally carved into the depths of the barrow. I turned as I heard scuffling behind me. Jandak and Koz were holding a priest up in either hand, 8 devout legs swinging in the breeze. The fresh air rushing past me was hopefully replacing the stale air that had been sealed in the tunnels for centuries. "Put them down!" I laughed. My friends dropped the indignant holy men to the ground, where they stumbled on the glass-smooth surface I'd carved. "Warlord, I must insist that these others return to the surface," snapped Hedletic. "As Archdreamer, it is my right." The nomads' love of hierarchy didn't fail to make it into their holiest, it seemed. "Fine. Fangs, take the others back up. Tick, you're with me. Stay back. If this is another trap, you won't survive," I said. The thought of letting him play guinea pig and leading the way was the first thing that crossed my mind, but I rejected the idea as unworthy. "Tick!" he demanded indignantly, as he pushed past me and headed deeper into the tunnel system. "Bring the light if you'd be so kind." I suppressed my natural response and followed along. Maybe he'd learn a valuable lesson if things went sideways. The stone supports were all carved in intricate patterns. Snakes, some bird-like shape, possibly an eagle, were prominent, but aurochs, mammoth, and stags were all present as well. The animal shapes seemed to dance in the flickering light of my torch. The crossbeams above me were all covered in elaborate geometric patterns. I couldn't make out what any of them meant, but I resolved to get Krill down here soon so he could take a look and see if anything sparked any memories from his time among the southern peoples. I followed the wizened man deeper into the darkness, lifting the torch as requested when he wanted to study a particular carving or examine some part of the eon-old construction. The tunnel led down beneath the barrow. It was hard to tell how far, but we'd been making progress in stops and starts for about half an hour, judging from how much mana I'd recovered in the meantime.
We finally emerged into a vast space with 3 doors set in the wall directly in front of us.
Each had a different animal carved into it. The one on the left had a bull's head, horns, and all raised out from the surface of the dark wood. The middle door had a rodent of some sort, maybe a rat or a mouse, but the nose seemed too long for either of those species. The last was a jet-black bird with a white ring of feathers around its neck. As the only one with any coloration to set the carving apart from the wood, I figured I had a good idea whose bloody source this was.
"Aresk, you bronze prick. If this is your source, just hand it over," I called out.
Tick shrank in on himself and began edging towards the shadowy tunnel we'd followed to this room. Nothing happened, and I caught Tick by the scruff of his robe and stopped him from bolting back up towards the light. "Stay here," I said as I shoved him into a corner. I walked forward and reached out a hand to touch the crow door. As soon as I did, the thing shifted, painted wood warping as the crow's head came to life.
A caw rang out that I felt Glimpse imitate, far above the surface in my mind.
Sorry, Ray, I can't just let you take the source. We all have to defend them. You might want to let the priest run away, spake Prick, the crow god, from the center of the door. I was finding myself increasingly frustrated by my generous patron deity. Why the hell not? Do I have to push through your aura? Do I need to find suitable candidates? Who bloody won out of Clip and Sulk? Which of my smiths is going insane? You gods. I stuttered to a stop, and the weight of the god's aura washed out across the room. Tick whimpered in fear. Each of us chooses the nature of the challenge, and we can't show any preferential treatment, Ray. You've always lived by rules. Remember your code? Well, we have codes of our own. Better let that guy run away before he pisses himself, grumbled the crow-faced door.
I glanced back and nodded to Tick, who hitched up his robes and managed a passable turn of speed as he ran back up the pitch-black tunnel.
He's going to break his neck running like that in the dark, isn't he? I muttered.
Would it be so bad? Installing Krill as the high priest of the tribes would be to our benefit, said Aresk conversationally.
Our benefit? But you can't help me out with the source? This is starting to feel a little one-sided, bloke, I muttered, and the full weight of Aresk's aura crashed down. I was crushed to the floor, not by the sensation of shields coming together, or by being surrounded by shield brothers in a formation, but by the feeling of armored boots marching over my body, grinding me against the stone floor. I'd never felt the full power of his aura, I realized in shock.
Get up. You picked the right door, so I can offer you a little advice. You'll be on your own, and there won't be any magic, so be fucking careful, you stupid mortal. I pulled myself upright and fought down the urge to scowl at the crow door or say something I'd regret.
Thanks, I said through clenched teeth. Think nothing of it. You're strong, Ray, but you're nothing to us gods. Just don't forget it again.
Oh, I wouldn't. Not until I was strong enough to kick his bronze teeth out of his head and shove them up Poseidon's.
I can still read your thoughts, boy. You'll have your equipment and your skills in the trial. Skills, not spells. I'm a god of war, so martial strength means more to me than tricks and cheating, rumbled the crow door. Tricks and cheating are essential elements of war, I grumbled as I straightened my tunic and reached out to push the crow in the face, perhaps harder than was strictly necessary. Now you're getting it, came the muffled words from the door as my hand squeezed its beak shut. Beyond the door lay a dimly lit corridor. It smelled of rot and death. Air that hadn't moved for decades or more, probably centuries, was stirred as I cautiously moved forward with my torch held high over my head. The corridor was wider and taller than it should have been if I'd gauged the space between the doors correctly, but I suspected that if I'd picked the wrong door, something very unpleasant would have happened to me. I couldn't work out where the ambient light was coming from as I moved deeper into the tunnel. I flinched as the door behind me slammed closed. When I hurried back,
I saw that it had been replaced with smooth stone. I tried to activate Shape Earth, but the spell fizzled, no mana was used, and my senses didn't sink through the surrounding rock. I pulled out my sword and plunged the blade hilt deep into the former door. I worked the blade up and down and held the torch up to the slash once I withdrew the sword. Nothing. Just meters of rock. I moved back to where I'd been before and headed onwards.
Reaching an intersection, I held the torch out in all three directions, but the flickering light revealed nothing. They were functionally identical passages. I shrugged and hefted the blade in my right hand. If Arask wanted to screw around and make me jump through hoops, I'd do it. Being a champion of a god ought to have some perks, and I guessed I'd gotten something out of the deal thus far. However, this felt like he was taking the piss. Chapter 23. Hurtful. The first died not long after I started exploring the warren of tunnels that shouldn't have been possible beneath the barrow. They moved up and down, and if I'd been able to pour liquid metal in the opening and get a cast of the system, I suspected it would look like an ant's nest. Various side rooms had yielded nothing, just barren spaces filled with dust. I was using the age-old trick of always turning left, based on the theory that I'd eventually get to where I needed to go, as long as I was consistent. The passages, illuminated by dim lighting that had no obvious source, continued to wind around themselves into ever more elaborate-looking loops and twists. It was hard to say for sure. Being locked away from all points of reference beyond the smooth stone walls that stretched away in every direction made keeping track of my position almost impossible. I gave up on torches after the third one guttered out. The weird light made seeing my immediate area easy enough, and as my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I found it wasn't so bad. Hardly comfortable. The weight of dirt and stone held precariously over my head filled me with a primeval dread, like a mouse facing a T-Rex, that seeped through my bones and left me jumpy and nervous. I rounded yet another gray stone corner and threw myself sideways and backwards, the jitters that had snuck into me over the last however many hours serving to save my life. A bronze blade had slammed into the stone wall where my neck should have been. Sparks flew as the metal ground against the granite, and I recovered my balance so I could launch a vicious thrust of my sword into the torso of the thing that attacked me. The blade slipped straight through the bronze body, and I yanked it sideways, even as I was processing what the hell the thing was. It was a bronze statue, or golem, a miniature version of Aresk's form when in his god world. I grinned as the realization that this was going to be cathartic settled into my mind. War God's golem slain ×1. 50 souls harvested. Oh, this was going to be more than just cathartic. I was going to positively enjoy this experience. Hurtful. Aresk sent to my mind. I ignored him. A few corners later, I walked into a larger space, where the walls stretched away from me in every direction, vanishing into the fading light. A dozen golems spun their heads in my direction. "Evening, blokes. Time to die," I said, as I fell into a guard, the blade held horizontally ahead of my body at waist height. Their bodies spun to match the alignments of their heads, in an effect I could only describe as uncanny valley terrifying. The only sound they made was the quiet clanging of their feet as they launched themselves in my direction. I ducked sideways as the first to arrive threw a straight punch at my face. My sword cut upwards to remove a chunk of its chest, shoulder, arm, and part of its face in one blow. I didn't have any time to celebrate as his mates were upon me a moment later. Every fist I ducked received a retaliatory slash, but I couldn't move fast enough to avoid all the blows. I was battered and bleeding from a dozen cuts by the time I spun past the last golem and cut it in half with a backhand swipe. I turned to find that almost all of my earlier attacks had merely injured the golems, and the bits of them were stumbling, hopping, or crawling towards me.
I grimaced as I panted for breath. These bastards had body stats that weren't far off my own.
None of them could be taken lightly. Equipment. Aresk had said I couldn't use my spells, but he'd put a funny stress on the word equipment. I looked down at the iron rings that I'd enchanted myself with my most potent versions of heal and fireball. My skin knit itself closed, and I breathed a sigh of relief. A single fireball turned the brassy scrapyard crawling towards me into molten slag. The blast was concentrated by the low roof, knocking me backwards, and instead of leaving a glassy sphere of incinerated rock behind, all it did was char the floor and ceiling. There was some godfuckery going on with the materials of my surroundings. War God's Golem slain times 23, 1,150 souls harvested. I rolled my shoulders as I headed deeper into the cavern. It gradually thinned down to a tiny tunnel, maybe 6 inches across. From the tunnel blew a strong current of fresh-smelling air, but there was no way in hell I could squeeze through. I turned back and went back to the last left turn I'd made. A dozen dead ends later, I was starting to get annoyed. I'd been wandering whatever the hell this place was for hours, and all I'd done was kill a few shitty robots. I'd seen nary a sign of the source, and my patience was starting to wear thin. I had an army coalescing on the surface and a war in the south to plan. Before that, I needed to find out what Clip and Sulk had achieved at Velkit's source. I had stuff to do, and wandering in the dimly lit tunnels was starting to annoy me. Just point me where I need to go. I'll kill the bastard, no worries. But I've got better things to do than wander around in the dark for days. I snapped at the empty air. No response. God, I hated the tunnels. It wasn't as though I had a lot of choice, so I just kept turning left every time until I hit yet another bloody dead end. Then I'd backtrack and repeat the process from where I went wrong. Time meant nothing to me.
It was like hanging on the wagon again, just slow and steady torment.
I wiped out groups of golems with ring fire, or disassembled individuals with the sword. I was getting worn down. None of the fights went entirely my way. Even the solo golems would usually hit me from ambush and slice off a chunk of health points. I had 2 rings enchanted with heal and 8 with fireballs. I was down to 3 fireballs and 2 casts of heal remaining when I finally stumbled into the cavern that turned out to be my destination. The bright light coming down the corridor alerted me, and I advanced cautiously with my sword held in front of me. It was another one of the long, cavern-like spaces. This time, the roof was a good 4 meters above my head, and it was much more brightly lit than all the previous tunnels and rooms I'd explored. At the far end, a much larger version of the golem rose to its feet from a familiar throne made of shields and spears.
"Knew you'd get here eventually,"
boomed the golem in Erisk's voice. "So I have to beat you to get access to the source?" I asked as I flicked the sword back and forth to my side. "Of course. I can't go easy on you, though. Look, the prize you sought all these days." Erisk waved a hand, and his throne collapsed to reveal a bronze pearl of power. His aura filled the room, but it didn't slow me down or impede me. "Days? You fucking metal prick!" I charged forward, and the sword flicked out, but a spear grew out of the statue's hand like it was made of liquid metal and parried the blow. I threw myself to the side and rolled back to my feet to dodge the counter, then had to lean back as the leaf-shaped spear tip swept back and passed less than an inch in front of my eyes. Rolling forward, I sliced through the thing's legs as the spear crashed down behind me and dug a line in the stone that my hottest fireballs had only been able to char earlier.
His shins slipped off the angled cuts and slammed into the stone with a clang. I jumped back to buy some time and space as the oversized golem collapsed to the ground with a sound like a box full of pans being dropped. The impulse was still on the way from my brain to my legs, the instruction to launch forwards and take advantage of the damage I'd already done. But as I started to move,
The severed legs dissolved into bronze liquid and flowed back into the golem's body. I was committed as the body rolled over and the spear rose to meet me. Snatching the haft of the spear just below the tip, I managed to turn my imminent impaling into a glancing wound across my left shoulder, marring my skin but not the golden tattoo. I pivoted from the connection and brought both feet down into Erisk's face as my shop-bought sword sliced a clean line across his chest, separating the body into two parts. The spear shrank and lunged at me, forcing me to dodge backwards again.
Before I could do anything else, the torso of the construct flowed back together, strings of liquid metal reaching out from either side to drag the parts back together. I threw myself back again and cast a fireball at the unkillable thing. The spear morphed into a shield and took the magical attack head-on. The whole thing was blown backwards, clattering across the stone to finish in a glowing tangle of limbs and twisted threads of metal.
"That wasn't very nice," Aresk grumbled as the golem flowed upright. It wasn't as tall now. It had lost perhaps a quarter of its height. Before it could finish reforming, I dashed forward with a yell, sword held out behind me at waist height. The spear moved to intersect my path, but I swerved to the side and sliced it off just above the bronze hand holding it. Before it hit the ground, I closed the distance and flickered through a complex pattern of cuts that turned the golem into a pile of chunks.
I cast Fireball again from my last charged ring, leaving me with one more use. I should have jumped backwards before using the spell. The detonation threw me back, and I bounced off the wall of the cavern. Health points, 243 over 500. I cast Heal again, but I began to appreciate Mulius's perspective on the spell. 10 health points were nothing in the grand scheme of things. Time and repeated castings were needed to make the spell useful, and neither of those was available to me. When the golem reformed, he was barely taller than I was. Not being able to defend actively had resulted in much more significant damage than the last fireball. I was considering the best way to gain another opening to repeat the tactic when it moved. The loss of mass affected its speed as it moved almost too fast for me to follow. I was backing away and frantically blocking. Cuts and slashes began appearing across my limbs and face as I tried to dance away from the blur of razor-sharp death the golem was wielding. The stone hit my back, and I ducked sideways as the spear scored a line in the rock behind me. As I rolled to my feet, the golem grinned, and the spear was absorbed back into its body. Its hands dissolved into whirring circular blades that reminded me of angle grinders from Earth. With a single step, it closed the distance between us, and I was more on the defensive. My sword dug lines through the body, but whenever he blocked with circular saws, he'd turned his hands into the blade, and it bounced off. I could block his attacks, but he was somehow stronger, and I'd be pushed back. For a minute or more, I was being driven to retreat. I flashed out with the sword, looking to remove one of the angle grinder limbs on a parry, but the weapon flowed down his limb, so the spinning surface was protruding from the elbow I'd been trying to cut through. With a scream of sparks, my sword slipped from my grip and flew into the shadows around us. I bolted backwards as Aresk started laughing, the booming sound echoing out into the cavern. The damn thing took chase and almost flew towards me. Its feet barely touched the ground as it closed the distance. I glanced back, then slapped the haste enchantment Krill had put on the little rock I wore on a necklace against my chest. Suddenly, the roles were reversed. I was the blur, and this automaton was a sluggish, lumbering thing. I made a beeline for my blade, and as I passed, the golem's eyes trailing behind me as I moved, I threw a hand in its direction and launched my final fireball. It couldn't move quickly enough to block the attack, and the main body of the monster was consumed in the 10-meter star that erupted. I snatched up my sword and spun in time to see what was left of the golem reconstitute itself into something
that only loosely resembled its original form. It was spindly now, not a hulking sculpture of a gym rat. It barely came up to my shoulders.
I advanced as quickly as I could. The haste spell would only last a few more seconds. "Let's talk about this," the thing said as my blade sliced through it a dozen times in less than 3 seconds. I felt some resistance on the final cut. I'd finally hit something vital. A lozenge of yellow metal flew out of the golem and cracked against the wall. "Good job," said the head of the golem as it began to fall apart. I picked up the cracked bronze orb and stuck it in my pouch before limping towards the source that had been revealed when the throne had dissolved. Avatar of Eresk, Lesser. Slain ×1. 100 souls harvested. The source was a vortex of shining bronze, and I reached out to brush a finger against it. Glancing down, I noted I now had 3 golden dots on my tattoo. And then the world blurred away. I didn't come round in Eresk's little pocket universe. Instead, I appeared back in the chamber with the 3 doors. "Good job, kid," said the crow door.
No one can say I went easy on you, at least.
"But did you really have to make it so personal? I really am on your side, you idiot." Chapter 24. Crazy as a box of frogs. "You nearly bloody killed me, so I could take your own bloody source," I snarled at the door. The avian face somehow shaped the beak into a grin in response to my complaints. "These are powerful artifacts. No harvester is allowed just to waltz in and claim them without a struggle, boy," Eresk replied from the bird-faced door he was currently inhabiting. "Great. So taking Poseidon's source gave me control of the Huskar. Velkit's is some megaforge, placed in a really inconvenient location to supply with raw materials. And yours does what, exactly?" "Go through the door again." The bird-headed door smirked at me. With a sigh, I limped. I cast heal until I was back to full health. I strode over and swung the door open. Instead of the labyrinthine tunnels and gloom from before, I was greeted by a short corridor, brightly lit by the magic light bulbs I'd encountered at the first hearth, that opened out into the cavernous throne room where I'd fought the lesser avatar. Beneath the bronze source in the center of the room was some kind of... It looked like a baptismal font. A broad stone dish on a narrow plinth sat beneath the roiling metallic pearl, and as I watched, a lozenge of gold, about the size of my thumb, oozed free of the source and fell into the font. I moved over and looked down. There were 6 of the things in there currently, and I scooped them up and stuffed them into a pouch. They were surprisingly dense and heavy, causing the belt pouch to hang low as if it were overfilled. "So, do I need to break them open or something?" I asked the crow door as I made my way back to the entrance. "Dear sweet me, no, don't do that. They're golem cores, boy. You'll need someone with a lot of mana to activate them, assuming you don't want to do it yourself. But each of them will become one of the lesser minions you fought on your way to the source. They're more valuable than anything else you own." I eyed the door askance. "How are they controlled?" I asked. "Whoever crafts the body has a link to the constructs, like the ones you've given souls to. It will work a bit like your Shape Soulbound Servant spell. You'll get a screen with available resources and mana costs for each modification from the basic model. Even the basic one is pretty damn strong." "You're welcome," the crow finished huffily. "Thanks, I guess. I think I'll pop north and check in on Velkit's source before I do anything with these. Or I'll buy a bunch of metal from the shop," I said thoughtfully. "You can mix and match as you like, lad. Anyway, good job, kiddo. I'll hang on here until you can get some guards down to protect it." "You need to protect it from other harvesters, and anyone god-mocked by another deity, of course." "Is it the same with the Velith source?" I asked, suddenly worried. "Yep, and Velkit's, but they're both deep in my, your territory. No one's going to fuck with the Huskar, and I think you'll be impressed with what they've done in terms of security when you get back to the pass. I heard another tinkling sound from behind the door and hurried back in so I could collect the 7th golem core. The climb up to the surface was pitch black, but I moved ahead with my left hand running along the rough wall until moonlight began to glow in through the entrance, providing a little illumination. I emerged to find the fangs stretched out on rugs and cushions, passing a flask of yalk back and forth between them. "Mond, we were getting worried," said Cos, offering me the flask, which I took a long swig from before passing it to Mune. "It looks like it," I smiled at them.
How long was I down there?
3 days. We tried to follow you in but got hit by Eresk's aura when we got to the room with the doors, said Jandak with a shrug. We could still feel the link to you, so we figured you were okay. Any good loot? Yeah, but we need to head back to the pass to make the most of it. Where's Krill, Faye, and what's-his-face? The High Dreamer bloke, I asked. I'll go get them. I don't think I could stand another minute of these two arguing over whose wife is the prettiest, Cos offered. It's definitely Halen, Jandak snapped, and Mune bristled and opened his mouth to bark something back, but I cut him off. Firstly, the winner is Faye. Now we've got that settled. Cos, can you bring Pertabon as well? We'll need to station a legion here to defend Heloth. Cos nodded to me, took a final swig, and blurred away into the darkness down the slope. From up here, it looked like a field of tiny stars laid out on the ground below us. The myriad campfires threw dancing shadows across the field of tents. I had 5 legions here now, plus a third of my cavalry. It would take at least another week for the outlying units to finish their sweeps of the steppe and congregate here for the push south. My thoughts boiled as I tried to balance the movements of tens of thousands of men and huskers against my objectives and preferred timeline. I concluded that it probably wouldn't work, but with a bit of luck, we wouldn't miss the planned marching date significantly. Jandak and Mune argued good-naturedly about who had the second prettiest wife while we waited. I heard the approaching group before I could see them. This monstrosity shouldn't be allowed anywhere near this holy peak, snapped the head priest. If the legate commands, I obey, rumbled a towering shadow. Oh, do shut up, Hatletek. If Mond wants something, then by the war god's brass bollocks it's going to happen, cackled Krill. It's against all custom, the priest tried to argue, but a slim hand shot out from a cloak and lifted him off the ground by the scruff of his neck. If my husband wants Huskar on this mound, then Huskar will be here. Understood? Faye's voice was icy and full of anger. A strangled eep came from the shape dangling from her left hand, and she dropped him. The priest staggered and looked as though he was straightening his robes as he began to emerge from the darkness. Faye wins, both of my fangs said decisively to each other. Thanks for, I began, but Faye rushed forward and threw herself into my arms, bowling me backwards. 3 days, she hissed into my ear. You owe me for that. We had no idea what was happening. I pulled back and rested a hand on her swollen belly, smiling at her as I did so. It worked out in the end? I offered, earning a harumph as she pulled away. But the left-hand corner of her mouth curved up into a slight smile. Thanks for coming. I've taken control of the focal point below. I didn't trust the priest, so I wouldn't be going into details. And now we need to protect it. Pertabon, can you spare a couple of centuries of huskers to be stationed here permanently? I won't have filthy Erviles defiling this holy place, snapped Hatletek. I fixed him with my best dead-eyed glare, and he shrank in on himself. 2 squads? That won't be a problem, but we have no way to access that tunnel without extensive mining works. Would you like me to deploy an engineering team as well? The giant rumbled as he crouched down so he merely loomed rather than towered over us. Yes, I began,
But the head of the High Dreamer came up with fire in his eyes, and I opted to try diplomacy. But not to dig into the barrow. They can set up earthworks and fortifications around the site. Humans can serve as the immediate guards. Jandak, got any really good brawlers? The kind of guys who can fight well in narrow spaces? I asked.
The leader of my lancers nodded slowly and took another drink from the flask before tossing it aside onto his rug. Aye, Mond. There are more than a few who like to fight up close. They keep getting dismounted for some reason and have to practice their knife work rather than using the lances. Jandak grinned at me, and I chuckled. Some of the nomads didn't like the all-cavalry approach I'd taken with the human elements in my army. Are they soul-bound? I asked. Most of them. How many do you need? I can think of 20 off the top of my head who'd jump at the chance to guard something of Erisk's. This will be a major staging point for us. I'll get the huskers, the workers and crafters we left up north to build a road from the pass to Helath over the next few months. Warlord, you cannot put a road down across the steppe. It's pristine and virgin. The filthy shit-sitters build roads where we insist on good, clean dirt and grass beneath our wagon's wheels. Hatlatek interrupted. Things change, priest. Eresk wills this, I said, and a blast of divine aura pressed down on us all. The priest fell to his knees and began babbling prayers. Now that is resolved, I muttered, sending silent thanks to the brass bastard. I want the Fangs, Fae, and Krill to come north with me. We'll be gone for about a week. Pertabon, I'll speak to Trikilo before we go so he can coordinate the cavalry as they trickle in. I trust you can handle your kind and have this place fortified well enough to make the Roman army proud before we return? Aye, Legate, that we can manage. What calls you back to the north? Rumbled the giant. A new boon from Mars. I need the help of the smiths to make it work, so north it is. By the time we're back, we'll be in a position to press south. How is the supply situation? I asked. The herds are doing well. The mammoths don't like the warmth, but the rich forage is beneficial for them. We will be able to march south with 3 months of supplies in spatial storage for the full force. It will likely last longer than that, as we begin to suffer casualties, he grumbled. We're going to do our best not to take heavy losses, I replied. Soldiers always die, Legate. It is our fate, the giant said sadly. Aye, but it's how you die that matters, cackled Krill. There'll be many glorious deaths before we win this war. Pertabon glanced over at the wizened old man and nodded slowly. I loved my nomads, but they were as crazy as a box of frogs. Having spoken briefly to Tricolo to make him aware of our plans and that the army would hold here until we returned, we bid him farewell. Nice dog, Faye said hesitantly as she approached Wislan from the side. A faint whine came from the wolf. I meant wolf, she added hastily as she jumped nimbly onto his back, despite her being heavy with our child. She snagged her fingers into his bronze fur and reached up to pat him between the ears, which earned a happy chuff from the beast. Are we really running the whole way again? Complained Cause. It took us days last time. Scared an old man will show you up? You young ones think you're the best thing since salted meat, but now you face down a true master. All you do is piss and moan? Krill snapped, as he limbered up, skinny limbs covered in wrinkled skin flashing in the moonlight. Hardly, Krill, said Jandak. We'll see if you're as happy on day 3, eh? He finished with a chuckle. We'll stop more regularly than last time, I said, carefully not looking at Faye, but I sensed an icy glare being shot into the side of my head from her. At least this time there aren't 10,000 undead running behind us, said Krill cheerfully. Shall we? We did. The lands just north of Helath were filled with the herds of the nomads and the legions. Mammoths seemed to get along well enough with aurochs, as long as they both maintained a certain amount of distance between them. This came down to the aurochs staying clear of the much larger mastodons,
and the human and Huskar herders maintained a polite distance between their camps as well. We ran through the end of the night and throughout the next day. As the sun began to set, we built a simple camp and lay down to rest, enjoying hot food provided by my lady wife, a marked improvement over our first marathon away from the barrow. As the sun reached its peak on the 4th day after we departed from Helath, I checked in with Glimpse. I'd sent him to scout ahead of us as usual, and he finally caught sight of Mondet and the pass. Mondet was now what passed for a metropolis among the nomads of the steppes. Hundreds, thousands of wagons were arranged in concentric circles, and little subclusters were set slightly away from the main town area.
The mud tracks that were usual in Sikareskan camps had been replaced with broad flagstones cut from the excess granite that had to be removed from the mines to the north. A ring of tall wooden structures, most of which had ballistae installed and manned, surrounded the camps that formed the hub of my nascent empire. Glimpse flew north, and I was pleased to see the pass was now heavily fortified as well. Beyond the stone walls I'd made with shape earth now stood wooden palisades, and behind them were towers armed with siege weapons. The edges of the artificial canyon had been cut back, and stairs fit for Huskar to use had been cut into them. Windmills spun along the cliff's edge, and beyond them, more walls and towers had been built to secure the area that overlooked the industrial center. As we came within an hour's run of Mondit, a squad of mounted archers approached and greeted us cautiously.
Once they established who we were, Wilson went a long way to demonstrating we were telling the truth. They continued their patrol. This happened 3 more times as we got closer to the town, and I can't deny I was pleased with the change from the last time we'd come north and found sentries and patrols slacking off. "I will go speak to my father," said Faye as she slipped off Wilson's shoulders and gave him a rub just behind his armpit. The wolf's mouth hung open, and he leaned into the petting. She kissed me quickly, then winked and strode into town, one hand supporting her belly. I watched the guards as they approached, but they promptly nodded their heads and escorted her into the camp proper. "So, let's go see which smith is going mad and which is going to help craft our golems." I grinned at my friends, and we sprinted around the camp to join the busy road leading from the town to the pass.
Chapter 25.
Define friends. We slipped into the pass unchallenged after blending with the other traffic. We passed the wooden palisades, towers, and the stone walls I'd made myself without anyone trying to confirm who we were. This struck me as an issue that would need to be addressed. "Slack security," I muttered, mostly to myself, but the others heard me. "Mond, it's not as though a random traveler could get this close without being picked up by the patrols. Any major force would be caught while they were bloody miles away," said Jandak as we threaded our way towards the tunnel that led to Velkit's source. The noise and bustle of the place were an order of magnitude greater than the last time I'd been here. Huskars and humans argued loudly, worked together to pour out refined ore into ingots, and patrolled the outer walls. The stink of smoke and ash filled the air, and visibility was reduced, as though I were walking through a thin fog.
A pair of armored Huskar stood guard outside the entrance to the tunnel system beneath the pass we needed to use.
Halt!
The giant on the right barked at us.
This area is restricted. Please seek out the smith for permission to enter, sirs.
"I'm the warlord. Legate," I corrected, flashing the tattoo Erusk had given me all those months ago.
"Nevertheless, possible legate. Please seek out the smith for authorization."
This was frustrating and reassuring at the same time. While I had my doubts about the outer layers of security, at least this vital location was thoroughly protected. "Which smith, and where can I find him?" I asked, maintaining a politeness that I didn't feel.
"Smith Clip is in the second hearth. He'll be able to assist you," the other giant rumbled.
"And where might that be, please?" I asked.
We were given directions,
and made our way to the homes the Husker had carved into the cliffs, expanding on the surface-level tunnels carved by the servants of their maker thousands of years ago. The Husker had clearly decided to set up a permanent residence here. They had widened out one of the access points and expanded the tunnel system to accommodate their massive proportions. We jumped down Husker-scaled steps and found ourselves in a deep, vast cavern. The walls were lined with Urvile-sized portals, and flickering lights shone from within them. "Clip!" I bellowed. My voice echoed back and forth, and the gentle susurration of people used to living in underground conditions, always mindful of any noise they made, came to a sudden stop before the echoes of my shout died out. "Mond!" Clip rushed out of a side passage further down and hurried towards us. "Not mad?" muttered Cause quietly. "Not any madder than before, anyway," added Mune. "What are you doing here?" "Production has spiked, and I've started working on refining steel into better materials. Can't manage Adjuntium quite yet, but it's only a matter of time," babbled Clip. "You won? What about Sulk?" I demanded. "Sulk is fine. The fumes take decades to fully develop anyway. Kayla hates me now, but Velkit judged my work the finest." He glanced left and right like he thought we were being watched. The other humans, and Huskar, had all paused to eavesdrop on us, but the movement made no sense to me. "Want to see it? What I made?" he whispered. "Yes, Clip, I'd like to see it," Krill said gently. Come on, he snapped as he led us back into the room he'd emerged from. Within was an anvil, but there was no forge to heat the metal. He went over to a corner and rummaged around in a chest until he emerged triumphantly with a cackle that would put Krill to shame. "Here it is," he said, as he unwrapped a short sword made of blue gold metal.
My finest work. He offered the blade to me, and I took it carefully by the hilt. A few experimental swings told me it was beautifully balanced, and it hummed as it sliced through the air. I moved to a wall and carefully cut a line into the stone. It was as sharp as my shop-bought weapons, but this could be enchanted. "This is amazing, Clip." I handed it back to him. "A weapon fit for the fangs." "Where is Sulk?" I asked slowly. "Oh, he's still allowed into the forge. Seeing as I won, I was denied further access. You can't improve on perfection. Would you like me to take you there? I can't go all the way, Velkit won't let me anymore, but I can get you past the guards at least," he babbled. "Thanks, Clip. That would be good. Here, take this and drink it." I had pulled one of the pure health portions from my storage. I only had 3 at the moment, being limited to 1 purchase per week. If anything would help stave off Velkit's curse, it might be one of these potions. "Thanks." He drank it down without thought and tossed the vial into a corner of the room. "Shall we?" he asked. I nodded. Clip, or what was left of him, led us past the guards. Having a borderline crazy person decide who got access to the God Forge seemed like an issue, so I put it at the top of my "whose stupid idea was this" list. We wound down through the tunnels to where I'd had to clear the collapse. Flickering lights, bright blue and green, filled the passageway, and the sound of a hammer ringing on an anvil had grown gradually louder as we approached. Now it was almost loud enough to feel like I was being pressured by Velkit's aura. I didn't win, did I?" asked Clip quietly, but his voice cut through the hammering. "I'll keep you supplied with those potions, bloke," I offered as I put a hand on his shoulder. "They'll keep away the fumes." He shook me off and turned away.
He walked a few steps, then stopped, and his head pivoted back over his shoulder. He stared at us with misty, blank eyes. "I've got more work to do for Velkit. I'll leave you in the care of my apprentice," he muttered as he hurried away. The rest of us shared an uncomfortable look and moved into the God Forge. Velkit's aura pushed at us briefly, but Aresk slammed down his own for a moment, and the feeling of being hot metal on an anvil faded away. "Sulk!" I called over the noise. "Sulk!" I repeated in a louder bellow.
The hammer paused, and the smith looked around. He saw us, lowered the hammer to the side, and walked towards us, waving a piece of glowing metal gripped by a pair of tongs in his right hand. "Mond! The rest of you! Come to see what I can do," he said. "We're here for the fanciest metal you've got. What's happening with Clip, and why the hell is he the one granting permission to come down here?" I demanded. "He's got the fumes, and badly, I'm afraid."
Velkit is a tricky god to serve, Sulk said sadly.
"We're keeping him busy and out of harm's way. No one will hurt him, and he's watched so he can't hurt himself. The gods know who can come in here, but sending people to Clip helps keep him distracted." Sulk wiped the sweat from his brow with the forearm of the hand holding the glowing lump of metal, and we all shied backwards as it swished in front of him. "Are there any cures? Some herbs, perhaps?" asked Krill. His usual manic tone was absent. "None that we know of. Time away from the forge, with some fresh air, sometimes helps. But this is a curse directly from the god. I don't think anything will make a difference." Sulk shook his head. "I'm afraid it was a price that had to be paid." I was fairly confident it wasn't, and that it was just yet another reminder of how little care the gods took when it came to mortal lives. "We need metals. The best you've got."
Can you provide anything better than steel?
I asked, as I made a note to have Atas and Khan keep an eye on poor Clip. "Sure. How much are you after? The forge lets me transmute metals up a scale, but it takes mana and time." "As much as possible. Give me your hand," I ordered. "No, the one without the red-hot metal in it," I clarified. He pulled off the other leather glove with his teeth and offered me his soot-stained paw. I grasped it and sent him 1,000 souls, wincing at losing double that amount. "Boost your mana. I've got a golem core for you and each of us, but we need metal to serve as a raw material," I said, and I smiled faintly as his mind went from F to D grade. "How much metal?" I repeated. "Oh, a couple of dozen huskite ingots. It's like steel, but better. It isn't on par with Aguntium, but it is not too far off. I've got a few bars of Hasgelt as well, somewhere at the back." I was beginning to worry that both of my smiths had gone mad.
Sulk was babbling almost as badly as Clip had been.
"Do you need any help here?" I asked gently.
No. Velkit lets them drop off ingots, but he won't let anyone else get close without challenging me to take control of the forge. "It's my forge!" He almost snarled the last part. Fucking great. Both my human smiths had gone insane. "What about Kayla?" I asked. He mumbled as he looked up at me. "Your wife!" barked Krill, making Sulk jump. "I see her sometimes. When the work slows down," Sulk offered defensively. "Make more time to see her. No need to work yourself to death," I said solemnly. "Now, the metal you've got available?" He dragged out a hide-shaped ingot of the blue-gold metal Clip had used to make his sword. Jandak and Mune moved over and shifted another 24 of the meter-square ingots out as well. We divided the pile into 7, and I passed out golem cores to the men present. I kept the one for Faye in my pouch, and offered 2 to Sulk.
What will you use?
Asked Kos as he eyed the core and the metal he'd been assigned. "I've got the lesser avatar core. You guys go ahead." I was interested to see what they'd come up with. They each stepped forward, and a gray mist spread out of them to encompass the piles of metal assigned to them. I wondered if this was what it looked like to other people when I used Shape's soulbound servant. After a few minutes, Jandak stepped back, and the mist faded away to reveal a smooth automaton made of blue-gold metal. It moved to follow him, and Jandak held up a hand. "Wait," he said. "Yes, master," the machine replied in a female voice. "That's not good. Deeper voice," he replied. "Is this better?" asked the automata in a distinctly masculine tone. "It won't piss Halen off quite as much,"
Grimdark grumbled. The others completed their own golems. Krill's had 3 arms for some reason, the third emerging from the right armpit, and 3 legs spaced equidistantly around the base of its torso.
The others were standard humanoid forms.
Sulk? I asked.
The mist cleared from the metal assigned to the smith, and a creature with a single leg appeared. It had 6 arms spreading out from a barrel-like body that stretched and contracted out from where its shoulders should be. One hand reached instinctively for a hammer, then it hopped closer to the forge and plunged a piece of an ingot into the fire beneath the source. Sulk moved over to his next pile of metal with a cackle that might make Krill envious. I moved forward and pulled up the design screen in my status. This metal was great. It showed as incredibly durable and able to maintain an almost monomolecular cutting edge. I had a load of steel in my storage space, left over from Marbo's transmutation into an armored werecat monster. I used it up just like I used all the Hasgelt and Huskite I'd been assigned. The broken lesser avatar core in my hand dissolved. It flowed into the mist-shrouded pile of metal.
I made tweaks and balanced my mana expenditure to match what I wanted the thing to be capable of. The iron rings of fireball on my fingers flowed off and melded into the shape taking form in front of me. Spider legs, 8 articulated mechanical limbs spread out from the thing's waist. A pair of long metallic tentacles grew from the back of its shoulders, and very human-like arms sat in the usual place. The head had 4 differently sized glowing brass eyes, and as I moved away, they turned to lock onto me. "Master," it rumbled in a parody of Erisk's voice. "What is my purpose?" "To protect me and obey my orders." "What is my name?" It clattered forwards across the floor and loomed over my head. As it rose up by stretching out its legs, I felt a faint thrill of fear. The strength this thing gave off made me think it would be challenging to put down, even for my pet titans. "You are Bob. Don't hurt my friends." "Noted. Define friends," the machine replied. Oh boy. This was going to be a long day. Chapter 26. Settle their grievances or die trying. We headed back south far more quickly than we'd come north. "How's the ride?" I called, earning some harsh curses in response from the others. Somewhere, about 50 miles behind us, were 2,000 freshly trained nomad cavalry following us to the muster point. "I'm glad we got cushions," Faye grumbled. "I will endeavor to make the journey smoother, mistress," said her golem. Faye's creation was a fluid, curvy construct whose feminine appearance and voice had turned far more heads as we passed back through Mondit than any of the others. We'd left Sulk and the crafters with some final instructions. Still, the supply of armor and arrowheads exceeded my expectations, courtesy of the centuries of experience the Huskar had brought to bear on our operation. Faye glared up at the brass face. 2 pale blue eyes glanced down, and the machine shifted its grip slightly and hunched its legs. Faye was wrapped in fur and perched in the machine's arms, atop an elaborate embroidered cushion. The mad dash sprint seemed to smooth out for her, so she didn't say anything else. "Carried like a sack of bloody tubers," complained Krill. "I'm not vegetables, you stupid lump." He smacked a fist against the chest of his own golem, which wisely chose to ignore his antics. The golems were capable of learning in ways that would have terrified the engineers working on AI back on Earth. "Only another day to go. We've made good time," I yelled over the wind, as Wilson bounded forward, with me perched on his shoulders. The others were all being carried by their unsleeping companions, metal legs blurring across the steppe. The wolf and I didn't need to sleep so much anymore. "Not even that long," Krill corrected. "We'll be back at Heloth before the sun sets." The old shaman wasn't far off the mark.
The sky was still faintly lit, and not all of the stars had come out as we approached the city that had sprung up around the nomad holy place. From my eyes up above, it looked like a crude fortress had been thrown up around the artificial hill. Nomad camps with crude palisades were spread around a central Huskar fort, with giant scaled wooden walls and towers set at the foot of the stairs up Helath. A smaller fortress, more of a guard post with walls and a single tower, had been built around the entrance to the source. Small groups of cavalry repeatedly approached us, fleeing as soon as they made out the metallic limbs of my companions' mounts. Soon enough, a much larger force was dispatched as the runners made it back to the main base. Half a legion mobilized and met us 3 miles from the outlying nomad camps. The Huskar were in full armor, and they had mounted archers guarding their flanks. I slipped off Wilson as the others slowed to a stop. Then I walked forward alone.
Mond!
Hissed Cause. I waved a hand to tell them to stay back. I'm Mond, back from the north sooner than planned, I called out, and a single Huskar tramped forward, leaving deep impressions in the soft ground due to the weight of his armor.
Legate, what in the maker's name are those things?
He waved at the golems. My own, with spider legs and tentacles, had advanced ahead of the others, and the mismatched eyes on its head were twitching between the Huskar and me. Constructs. A blessing from Mars, I replied. I want us to be ready to march south against Urkash tomorrow. The Tribune waved backwards at the other troops, and the Legion troopers visibly relaxed. The Nomads did not. I strode towards them and raised my voice to order them to stand down. Oi! This is the Warlord's party. Whoever's in charge, get your arse over here now, I shouted. Some of the horses shied away at the sudden challenge, but a rider, accompanied by a pair of guards, started trotting towards us.
Lord, may I see the mark?
He asked as he stopped 5 meters from me. I twisted so my left shoulder was aimed at him, and he nodded. Good job on being cautious, warrior. But next time, have your guards stop slightly further back, so they have the distance to get up to speed and save you if it isn't me. He nodded and slipped off his horse. My father says you're not given to being overly formal. I'm Calton, he said, as he offered me his wrist for a warrior's clasp. Pacta's boy? The Mohawk was right. I returned the clasp and then twitched sideways as his left hand moved. I yanked him upwards and slammed his body down into the dirt behind me before stepping away quickly.
My father told me to keep you on your toes.
Back, I ordered my automaton, and it reluctantly stepped away a few feet. I had no doubt it would rip the boy limb from limb if he so much as sneezed in my direction right now. Time and a place, kid. Time and a place. I offered a hand and pulled the man to his feet. My golem twitched forward but stopped when I shot a look in its direction. I appreciate your father's concern for my well-being, I added wryly. What's the situation with your people? I asked, as we made our way on foot towards the dispersing line of Huskar legionaries. We've gathered all the outriders. The steppe is cleared, barring a few dozen small groups of undead, the young man enthused. Small groups are no problem, muttered Jandak, as he and the rest of my party came alongside us. They're a threat to foraging parties. I won't be happy until they're gone from our lands, snapped Faye. I agree, Cause added in support of his sister.
We need the steppe to be safe before we press south and face the real opposition.
What do you think, Calten? I asked. The warrior glanced nervously at the people around him, people who had already taken on a certain mythic status among the wider nomad population. I think if Lady Faella wants something, I'd be honored to see it done, he snapped. Looking to escape the front in the coming war? Mune said casually, as his automaton followed in his wake. The young warrior bristled and spun to face him. That's a challenge if I ever heard one, he snarled, his spear swinging forward to put the tip between him and my fang. There'll be enough blood spilt soon, snapped Krill,
lashing out like a viper to snatch the spear shaft as Mune scowled at the young noble. "No need to start with our own. Let's get the chiefs and the tribunes together. Kaltan, I'm assuming we're ready to move?" I asked.
Based on what I could see from above via glimpse, I was confident it wouldn't take long to get the thousands of giants and nomads into motion. Ponies were tethered at the entrances to the palisades, and I could see saddles being switched out regularly, so a troop was always ready to ride out. The Legion were almost more mechanical than our new golems. A runner had gone back from the group that met us, and as Glimpse circled lower, he heard harsh orders ringing out. They'd be ready to move in less than an hour. As we approached the first ring of standing stones that encircled Helath, the tribunes walked out to greet us. They were followed by the much shorter but more numerous chiefs and kings of the nomads, looking like children hiding behind grown-ups. "Hail!" Jandak yelled as he shot past us and swept his wife into a hug, swinging her through the air. She slapped him on the head until he put her down. She was being gentle. She could split oak beams with a slap. "Go on, Mune!"
"Go find her," I said with a grin. Mune needed no further prompting as he used his speed and strength to maximum effect, blurring around the gaggle of leadership to go and find his wife. "We're going to move out," I called, and all the faces snapped back in my direction. "We're going to hit Jethanel first. See what Urkash has done to reinforce their frontier. Whatever they've managed to do, we're going to rip them open, break their walls, burn their fields, and drive towards the real threat on the southern coast." I paused for breath and took stock. All eyes were fixed on me, and the old fear of being the center of attention, anything that broke my gray man cover, reared up in my head. I stepped forward and pushed it down. These people, tens of thousands of them, had rallied to my cause. I'd set them on a path that would likely continue even if I dropped dead right now.
The Legion might just retire north if I fell, but the nomads would wage their war on the shit-sitters one way or another, no matter what happened to me. A weight settled on my shoulders as I realized the commitment the tribes had made. "We'll take them alive where possible." My voice was quiet, but still carried over to the gathered leaders. "If we can't, then they'll die. We'll scour every last fucking zombie from this world and stake Erisk's claim as the greatest god on Earth." A wash of godly power spread over everyone assembled, and courtesy of Glimpse, I could see it wasn't only affecting the fighters who were in earshot. Work stopped temporarily across the whole of Helath. Heads craned to the sky, then pivoted in my direction. "Thanks, bloke," I thought to my patron. "Happy to help," echoed in my brain. "Right enough dicking about. Get yourselves ready to march. I want Gethanel taken in 3 days, and Settle will fall a week after," I yelled, and the nomads scrambled into action. Runners and riders raced away to convey the orders to the furthest camps, but the war god's message had been received. They were already collapsing tents and preparing to move out. "That's a tough timetable," said Faye quietly as her overprotective golem loomed behind her. "Gethanel won't be a problem. Settle will be," muttered Krill as his tri-symmetrical automaton carried him over. "Are you ever going to stand on your own feet again?" muttered Koz. "Speaking of standing on your own feet," Faye began, but Koz grimaced and bolted for the Mondin camp before she could finish her sentence. "Still trying to set him up?" I asked. She shrugged. "Someone's got to." "You're sure all our forces are gathered?" she asked. "Most of them are, love. We've got nearly... shit, I can't say for sure. 13 or 14,000 cavalry, and the same again from the legions.
Waiting more will only let Mortimer gather more troops and undead." "The undead are not a real threat," announced Bon as he arrived, shadowed by Mullius and Marbo. "Sending these two on ahead might be a good idea, though." "Let us tear a path through our foes," Marbo yowled into the air, his armored tail thrashing back and forth. A gorilla-like fist slammed down on the top of his head as Mulius took his young protege in order. "We'll clear a path to this town for you, if you like," he offered. "Thanks. Fall back if you meet magical resistance." My voice was flat as I issued the order. It wasn't sentimentality. I'd chosen to turn them into titans because I didn't have any attachment to them. They did represent a considerable amount of resource investment, and I wasn't prepared to risk that being wasted. "Yes, warlord," they both boomed as they pivoted and began thudding way into the distance.
"That was easier than I thought it would be," I muttered. "They've been bored."
"Nothing to smash," said Bon helpfully. "The legions are ready for what's coming? We won't have it all our own way when the undead have the support of regular troops and wizards," I asked. Krill cackled, and Kaz caught himself as his own laughter matched the old man's. "Sorry," he said. "We know the cost. You took the source. You command us now. We'll fight your war," rumbled the Huskar. "Then let's roll out," I called loudly. We marched south with the automatons and the fangs in the lead. On either flank, swarms of cavalry rode back and forth, and the central column consisted of a long line of heavily armored giants. Glimpse had lost track of my titans as they raced ahead, but the last time he'd seen them, they'd been heading in the right direction. I pushed aside the doubts creeping into my mind. The die was cast. More delay would only give Mortimer more time to prepare. We'd face his abominations and his slave armies. The muscles under my left eye twitched at the thought. I'd made the leadership of the clan's soul-bound servants, along with most of the feral Huskar, but the majority of my forces were here of their own free will. They'd made a decision to throw in with me. Maybe out of fear, at least partially, but mostly out of greed, ambition, and a lust for revenge against the Southerners for slights going back generations. Whether those slights were imagined or not, I couldn't judge. But they were with me now, and we'd settle their grievances, or die trying. Every little bit. "Sorry, boy, you scare the aurochs," I said. Wilson looked at me and whined faintly. "It's probably the smell?" He sniffed his right foot and looked up before cocking his head to the side and giving me a look that made our link unnecessary. "I know what my feet smell like," I muttered, pointedly not looking at my bare soles. "Go on." "I'll get this done, then come join you back at the edge of the advance." Glimpse was keeping an eye on things 20 miles to our southwest, so I was confident I had time for what I suspected would either be a nightmarish conversation or a remarkably easy one. Faye was a bit temperamental, and with her ability to snap spear shafts with 2 fingers, I was trying very hard to stay on the good side of her baby brain. As the wolf raced out to the slowly moving town's flanks to go hunt deer, I threaded my way through the rumbling wagons. The fighting portion of the army could travel fast. The wagons were going to slow us down, but there wasn't much that could be done about it. Most armies had supply chains from friendly territory. I had a mobile friendly territory instead, but it was slow and needed plenty of fodder for the animals. The Legion could outmarch their own herds, and my nomad cavalry could easily run far ahead. But then, getting the meat and materials they would need would be far more challenging. As it was, I had feral Huskar spread out along the southern edges of the herds, keeping our aurochs and mammoths safe. For various definitions of safe. They were all soul-bound and instructed not to touch any animals that belonged to the tribes. But how were they really going to know if a stray cow was already claimed? The wagons trundled steadily onwards, and I slipped through them until I found the one marked with my red banners close to the center of the formation. I jumped up at the rear and immediately leapt back down to avoid a spear thrust into the space where I'd appeared. "Permission to come aboard?" I called as I walked behind the wagon. "Granted," called Halin. I climbed up more carefully this time and wasn't greeted by a whir of steel. "Ladies," I said respectfully. Half the coven was in this wagon, enough firepower to obliterate a major town, all of them eyeing me suspiciously. Except for Faye, who shot me a grin, then eyed me suspiciously.
"We're working on the spatial tear rings, love," Faye said. Iron rings were being methodically pulled from a bag in the center of the tent and enchanted, then put into a variety of smaller bags depending on what spell was enchanted into the item. I was actually wondering who in the coven has the most mana. I want a trusted woman who can head back to Helath, take the golem cores up north, then come back with a squad of automatons. They need lots of mana for the crafting part, plus the materials, I said, as I settled my backside on the raised wall of the wagon's rear. Looking down at the coven, I felt a strange sense of pride in what we'd accomplished with the tribes. The changes had been subtle at first, but now the respect shown to the women of the tribes was rather more than the formality it had been before.
These women still scared the shit out of me. They took the balls of outsiders and cut off heads to make footballs. Halen was scowling at me, and despite my close relationship with her husband, I got the feeling she'd happily beat me black and blue at the slightest perceived insult. "I do," Halen said. Maybe that was why she'd been scowling at me. "I do not wish to head back to the barrow." Her voice was final. Asking Jandak to lean on her would no doubt be a bad idea. "Are there 2 women whom you all trust that I could give souls to? If they're willing to put most of them just into levels and boosting their mana reserves, that is." This question put a snake into the stable. Names were called out, dismissed, insulted, and supported in a barrage I could barely keep track of. Within 2 minutes, multiple separate arguments were ongoing, and the babble of voices was washing over me like I was in a busy bar back on Earth. "I don't need an answer now," I shouted, and the hubbub died down a little. But Halen was still fiercely arguing with a lady whose name I'd forgotten. The other lady was convinced Halen should just do it, and Halen was adamant she was spending her time running back and forth delivering bronze toys to the army. "Halen, whoever makes the golems controls them. If you did do it, you'd have to be at the front from then on, barring going back to expand your little army." Bad move, Ray. Her eyes had locked on me, and she moved like a striking viper. In a fraction of a second, she'd clamped a hand on my arm, crouched in front of me. "Give me more souls. I'll make you an army," she hissed fiercely. "Ahem," Faye loudly simulated a cough, and Halen snatched her hand off my skin. "I think it might be best if Faye began. "Not you. You stay with the army until our child is born," I said firmly. Her eyes flashed, but a slight smile lifted one corner of her mouth. "Then I suggest we rotate the coven through. Halen, you can go first. Please wait until we reach the camp tonight so you can say your farewells to Jandak. She'll be given an escort?" Faye switched her gaze back to me. "Of course. A squad of huskers and some cavalry. Halen, how far along are you?" I asked, noting her cradling a hand over her stomach. "A few weeks only. I can still run and ride," she replied defiantly. "Fine. Send Halen first. Forging the golems will take a few days, so you'll be away for several weeks. Grable will go next, then we can cycle through the rest. By that time, we'll probably be outside Settle if it hasn't fallen already." Faye issued orders like she'd been born to do so. "Once the coven is all controlling squads of golems, we can look at raising more of you witches." I smiled, intending it as a joke, but only got scowls in response until Faye laughed and moved over to me. "Husband, never call a woman a witch."
Even if she is one!
The last part was called over her shoulder, and the coven laughed. "I'm looking forward to stopping this evening. How far until the camp?" "Another few hours. The Outriders and the Huskar skirmishers are already on site." I checked with Glimpse, and sure enough, the advanced elements were already building a large enclosed space with a ditch and solid palisade, while cavalry circled around to ensure nothing could approach them. "Thank Erisk for cushions." She smiled and kissed my cheek. "Run along, warlord. I'm sure you've got better things to be doing than scheming with witches." She shoved me backwards, and I landed flat on my back as howls of laughter exploded from the wagon. I'd have to owe her for that. I picked myself up, dusting off the muck from my tunic as much as I could, then jogged through the lines of wagons until I was far enough ahead to call over Wilson so we could hurry and catch up with the main force. As we bounded along, devouring the ground between the support elements and the fighting forces, I felt an itch at the back of my mind growing even stronger. What were we going to face when we met Mortimer's real forces? As it was, assuming I didn't fight fair, I could steamroll his entire army. And I certainly wouldn't play fair if it came down to it. Mortimer didn't strike me as the kind of person to let any of his followers get anything close to his own level of power. He'd have some very strong followers, but they'd all be an order of magnitude weaker than he was. I was very confident on this point, but the gods had made it clear he didn't need to kill to get souls. He used some other method for harvesting. He could be at about my current level, or he could be so far past me, even if we fought our way through everything he could throw at us, the bastard would still be able to slaughter however many of us survived. I pulled up my status screen and sighed. Just under 40,000 souls. I had no idea what I'd be capable of if I spent them all on myself. Would it be enough to counter whatever was waiting for us? I still had other demands on my souls. The weekly purchasing of mana and health potions cost a few thousand every 7 days, so I needed to keep enough in reserve to cover that expenditure until I could get another windfall in a battle. It was a safe bet it would take a lot longer to get the Coven golems than it would for us to stumble into our next major battle, so I wrote that cost off for now. With a gulp, I started leveling up and praying I was making the right choice. Level 130. Primary stats. Body, South. Mind, B-. Soul, B-. Available souls, 32,008. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 60. Reflexes, 60. Health, 600. Magic strength, 30. Focus, 30. Mana, 620. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, 104 meters. Intensity, plus 156%. Lasts 15 seconds. Fire resistance, plus 100%. Projectile. Speed, plus 60%. Detonation, 11.5 meters cubed. Firewall. Area, 20 meters squared. Lasts 15 seconds. Barrier, 220 HP. Area, 5 meters squared. Fire Spirit. Duration, 110 seconds. Burning Skies. Area, 50 by 50 meters. Duration, 15 seconds. Affinity. Life Heal, Self, 20 HP, and 156% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, Self, 98%. Resistance, All, 60%. Projectile. Speed plus 156%. Heal Other. Rapid Growth. Area, 20 meters squared. Projectile. Speed plus 156%. Enhance Other. Shapeshift, Minor. Duration, 110 seconds. Shape Soulbound Servant. Permanent. Maximum 1 shaped servant. Affinity. Space. Size. Range, 54 meters. Intensity, 58%. Mass. Range, 54 meters. Intensity, 58%. Area,
10.5 meters cubed. Optional. Lasts 15 seconds. Resistance, 100%. Pocket dimension, 5.5 meters cubed. Spatial tear. Range, 11 meters. Affinity, Earth. Shape, Earth. Range, touch. Duration, 15 seconds. Summon Earth. Volume, 0.5 meters squared. Range, touch. Refresh Earth. Area, 0.5 meters squared. Hybrid spell, Earth/Fire.
Volcanic vent. Area 50 by 50 meters. Duration 15 seconds. Imbue enchant. Soul transfer. Erisk's boon. Carrion feeders. Gaze. Erisk's boon. Divine steed. Synthesized spell. Shape. Soulbound servant. My flesh tightened as all my body statistics made it into the S rank. I slid off Wilson very carefully, as I had no wish to hurt him accidentally. The spells were a letdown. The bloody system seemed to be filling in the weaker early-tier spells for the Earth affinity, rather than giving me something new and interesting. I could now summon a lump of dirt at any point on my body and act as a walking fertilizer factory. Fuck you, system. I did that naturally every time I took a dump. "I'll race you, boy," I called as I tested my new capabilities and tore ahead of the wolf, who barked and started sprinting to catch me. He caught up about 10 minutes later after I stopped to run through some of the fighting forms I'd imported from old Earth, and a few I'd learned in my new world. I blurred when I moved now.
The air snapped into the vacuum created by my limbs, kicking and punching with audible cracks. This was enough. I'd use most of the rest of my souls to give as many of my cavalry as possible a single level. I should be able to do 1,400 of them, and have enough souls left in the bank to cover a couple of weeks of potion buying. Although maybe just 1,399 enhanced cavalry would be better. I'd leapt onto Wilson's shoulders as he raced by me with ease. My new reflexes made the timing a dawdle. I sent him an offer, and he accepted it. "I'd recommend life as your first affinity, Wilson," I called out as we tore across the steppe in the wake of my army. The sun was still high in the sky when we caught up with the main body of my troops. The Legion loped along with booming strides, and the cavalry trotted along to keep pace. The column of over 10,000 Huskar stretched back over several miles, and a long, sinuous mass of giants, with clumps of cavalry and a few thousand strong scattered to either side of it. The chariots, originally my terror weapons, had been consigned to vanity vehicles for the chiefs and kings of the nomads. They rode in a tight formation at the head of the Legion as a mark of honor. Glimpse had circled back to fly above us, and I called him down to my shoulder. I followed in the wake of my troops, riding a giant bronze wolf, with an overgrown eyeball aficionado of a crow perched on the midnight black pauldron on my right shoulder, all while wearing a broad, foolish smile on my face. We trailed along behind the army, darting off from side to side as Wilson spotted a deer or a wild aurochs that the feral Huskar leading the way had missed. He didn't hunt like a regular creature anymore. He simply charged after whatever he saw until he brought it down with a snap of his jaws. I inevitably went flying, as his momentum shifted at the moment of the kill. But at this point, with 600 health points and an S-class body, I did more damage to the ground than it could do to me. As the army wound into the camp awaiting it, I found Krill arguing with a gaggle of chiefs. Kalpakter and Jagapan both backed him up, but the others were all complaining about the long marches. "Ah, let's ask the boss, shall we? Aresk's sacred trousers, Mond. S-ranked body?" he finished in a squawk. "Yep, and I'm going to do something about getting more cavalry with at least a single level before we meet the real opposition." "You lot," I glared at the chiefs and kings, while fighting down the urge to flick the bonds tying them to me and forcing them to quit complaining.
are about to get a low-level but broad upgrade. I need 1,400 or so of your best to boost. It won't be much, but when we meet Urkash's real forces, every little bit is going to help. Chapter 28. This was not acceptable. I looked at my stat sheet and fought back a sigh. Just over 4,000 souls left. Sure, I was terrifying. I'd had to demonstrate my new abilities for the Fangs and Krill last night while handing out tens of thousands of souls to long lines of nomads. I was still worried about what would happen when we met the main armies of the South. I wouldn't be able to carry a battle on my own. Probably. We were back on the road, an unfortunate turn of phrase, as it was rough grassland, stripped bare of any life too stupid or slow to run away from the feral huskar that moved ahead of the main force as scouts. Glimpse circled overhead, and I jogged alongside Wilson at the front of the main formation. As the sun peaked and began to fall, I sent Glimpse on ahead, but it was a waste of time.
The Outriders and Scouts had picked out a spot for the next camp already, and when I sent him winging back down our line, the wagons were still trickling along in our wake. 3 long days ground by. Days of running and riding, arguing with Jandak, who still wasn't happy about Halen heading back north, despite her heavy escort. Days of stopping my mad golem from threatening to murder anyone other than Faye, who got close to me. I got to sleep in a king's tent every night, but I knew the average legionnaire and nomad trooper was making do with far less. It didn't sit right with me.
"We'll be there today, love,"
said Faye.
"Once we take Gethanel and the other trader towns, we'll know what we're up against. Come back to bed."
She moved the furs to make space for me and revealed a long glimpse of her naked body. Temptress, I chuckled. "You haven't slept properly since we set out," she complained, dropping the furs back to conserve the warmth. "I don't need much sleep anymore, Faye. It's finally happening. I've done everything I can think of, but now it's time to cast the dice. Mortimer isn't an idiot. He'll have things I couldn't have predicted. We couldn't have predicted. If you want to ride out and see what the Erviles have already done to whatever forces he had garrisoned in Gethanel, be my guest. I'm going to stay here where it's warm for a few more minutes." Her head vanished under the furs. I left the tent and breathed deeply in the fresh morning air. It would be soon. I could feel it in my bones. The first real test of this mishmash army we'd cobbled together. The Legion was already breaking camp, while the nomads were a bit more relaxed about the whole process. Being mounted and relying on the speed of their horses rather than their legs bred a certain arrogance into them that I'd been noticing more and more as they grew into their new role. With a sword at my hip and a lump of black metal on my shoulder, I set off after the forward elements. They'd set off a few hours ago and would be closing in on the outskirts of the northernmost shit-sitters already. The feral huskars had orders not to eat people, and they were soulbound, so they didn't have a choice. But not eating was a lot different from not slaughtering. Best if I were close at hand in case any of them got overly enthusiastic. Wilson ran alongside me happily, tongue lolling out to one side and snapping in the wind. The sun caught on his bronze fur as we raced after the poor bastards marching and riding since before the sun rose. Glimpse went ahead of us, giving me a bird's-eye view of our advance. 500 legionaries jogged along in a narrow line, and they were escorted by nearly 1,000 cavalry on their flanks. Mullius and Marbo loped along at the leading edge of the infantry, towering over their former brethren. The feral huskars had already devastated Gethanel by the time Glimpse got that far ahead of us.
The wooden walls had been smashed aside, and half the town was demolished. Half a dozen very pissed-off-looking Erviles were watching over maybe 50 survivors, while the rest chased down the undead that had infested the place or ran further south across the farmlands. The ones running ahead weren't getting far,
as they constantly stopped to smash into farmhouses and feast on farm animals. I needed to make clear the rules on looting and how that applied to enemy livestock to the crazy giants. Glimpse flew east and west, but it was only more of the same. All the border towns, only recently taken by Urkash, were either dead, becoming dead as Huskars stomped through them, or had been abandoned. I sent the bird south, hoping to catch some hint of the main Urkash forces. I yanked on the threads of the furthest feral Huskars, summoning them back. As long as they were close to our lines, they couldn't be swarmed by wizards or Mortimer's soul-bound servants.
I slipped off Wilson's shoulder outside Gethanel and sent the wolf off to hunt anything the ravenous giants had missed. The wooden walls were broken into splinters in places. I'd run from this place not so long ago, as a few dozen undead had been set on us. To be fair, I'd caused a bit of a kerfuffle, but Getha had been a bit of a prick. Then we'd come back and burned some of their fields to the south in order to exact recompense for the murder of Hatrikandos, miserable asshole though he had been. Some of the prisoners I'd taken back then had left family behind in this ruin. They were still working for me in the pass, or at Riverwheel. I strode through a gap in the walls and began bellowing orders at the Huskar. "You, what's your name?" I demanded, yelling at the biggest Huskar guarding the prisoners. "Gruth, Lord," he said, bowing his head to me. "Take a couple of Huskars and lead these people north to the main column. If they give you any shit or try to run, squash them." I glared at the survivors and spotted someone with a face I sort of recognized. You're part of the ruling family?" I demanded harshly. I was addressing the least shit-scared-looking member of the human survivors. None of them had the telltale glowing letters over their heads to indicate they were soul-bound. "Not anymore, barbarian," he sneered. So, not the smartest of Tanil's family members. Last I'd seen him, the leader of the prisoners we'd taken here last year was happily learning to be a smith at Riverwheel. "You know Tanil?" I asked calmly. "That snot-nosed—" I flashed forward and snatched the man up by his throat. "I like Tanil. He's become a valuable part of the tribes, on his way to becoming a smith. Don't disrespect your cousin." He tried to nod, which only made him gasp harder, so I dropped him. "Gruth, if any of them run, eat this one." I grinned evilly at the man. Right now, that asshole was frantically praying none of the survivors hated him enough to risk running. I saw his Adam's apple bob up and down like a fishing float. The boost to my reflex stat had changed my perception of the world around me. It was like everyone else was operating at half speed, plodding slowly through things that could be done in a flash. The Huskar began shepherding the human survivors toward the north. There was nothing left of this town. It had been on a downward trend when I got here the first time, probably due to the pressure from Urkash and the replacement of a competent ruler with a scared boy. There should have been hundreds of people here. My troops weren't out to kill. So why are there so few of you? I asked a woman, as she filed past me with giants glaring down at her. She spat at my feet, and I held up a hand. The bronze automaton that constantly stalked me stopped and retracted its killing limbs. Gotta stop forgetting about Bob.
The king passed by. The other king. The real one, she sneered. Unless you were useful, you joined the Grey Horde. You fucking nobles, just using us like we're chaff on the wind. She pulled her shawl tight over her shoulders and marched away after the other survivors. If old Morty was stripping every town and city he owned to make swarms of undead, I thought of all the mana potions sitting in my storage space. I grinned happily. Bob, spit isn't going to hurt me. It's great you're so protective, but pick your moments, bloke. A female assaulted you. Threat detection noticed dangerous levels of pathogens in her saliva and prompted intervention, Bob replied in his caricature of Erisk's voice. Spit isn't a
You could detect the bacteria in her spit? I turned to stare at the mismatched blue eyes of the metal monster I'd made. Of course, Ray.
Your skin is absolutely crawling with the things as we speak. I shunted that thought to the side and moved hot showers up my list of inventions to push on the tribes. Go find any nearby undead that were missed and kill them. Don't hurt anyone who's still alive, I ordered.
Very well, Ray. Have you considered washing more frequently?
Just go, bloke, I snapped, then leapt backwards as his tentacles blurred into the ground at my feet and began throwing stone and dirt over the machine's shoulders. The spider legs pulled close to its body as it moved into the tunnel it was making. Fool me once, you bastard. All Huskar, fall back to the north, now, I yelled as I began running back towards our main forces. Bob, just kill them all! I found the threads linking my soul to Mulius and Marbo and yanked on them. I felt the Titans lurch into motion and surge ahead of the Legion forces. Gray fingers began to pull themselves out of the dirt as I drew my sword. I removed the first heads that appeared with swift slices and without breaking my stride. Pick them up and move them north, I yelled as I passed the tail end of the human prisoners just outside the walls. I snatched up a man under my left arm as I ran, looking back to check my orders were being followed. Then, everything went white. Health points, 476 over 600. My tunic was burning rags again. Fireproof clothing was going to be vital in the coming weeks. It hadn't been fire, though. I could walk through lava now. It must have been something else. The man I'd scooped up was a sooty outline across my torso. The parts of him that had lain against my side had left an outline and a shadowy mark, but the rest was just ash in the wind behind me. More flashes went off, and I spun to see what was happening. Threads snapped in my mind as Huskar died. The ones who'd lived through the suicide trinkets on the human survivors were taken by surprise when the giants were pulled into the roiling dirt as a swarm of undead clawed its way to the surface. I shook my head to clear my ears of the dirt that had been forced in as my head skipped along the ground from the explosion. Disposable troops were, at the end, disposable. I shot back into the city, moving at a blur with my sword flicking out left and right. I made my way to the closest Huskar and cleared the area around him. Any gray-skinned head that dragged itself out of the ground got a few inches shorter and lost half a kilo of brain matter. Reanimated humanos slain times 43. 645 souls harvested. Get out of here! Don't stop till you're clear! My big, friendly giants lumbered into motion, showing just how quickly they could move when the mood took them. I felt the ground shaking, bouncing me up and down ever so slightly, as more reverberations from retreating Erviles joined together into a harmony of thudding footsteps. It wasn't my giants that were making the earth shake. Something was rising up to the south. From Glimpse's perspective, it looked like a brand new mountain was bulging out of the ground. The earth tumbled away as something struggled out of its grave. A bulbous mass of grey flesh, bubbling and flowing with no set form, came into view as Mother Earth gratefully let the thing go. Tendrils of flesh shifted and grew, shooting out to snap at the nearby Huskars, snatching them up and pulling them into the pyramidal mass of dead flesh. This was not acceptable. I rushed forward, ignoring buildings and the southern walls of Gethanol, leaving splintered wood in my wake. I burst out to the south and moved so fast that I left meter-wide divots in the dirt behind me. I skidded to a stop and cast a spell I hadn't had a chance to play around with yet. 100 mana vanished, and jagged lines of glowing light spread away from my bare feet. They stretched out ahead of me, disappearing under the abomination. After 5 seconds had passed, the light intensified. It began to shine up through the body of the monster. Molten rock spilled out as the cracks sank away into the earth in front of me. The lava boiled up in a wave that washed away from where I'd cast the spell.
Steam exploded out of the thing's body, chunks boiling away from underneath. It heaved its colossal mass to one side, temporary legs writhing under it like it was a vast woodlouse. The ground shook again, but this time the crashing footsteps were growing closer. Mulius shot past me on my left, giant, armored mammoth feet leaving divots far larger than any I could achieve. Marbo almost flowed, despite his mass and metal scales, making hardly any sound compared to my first-shaped servant.
They collided with the abomination at almost the same time, and a cloud of dust exploded into the air, obscuring my view. I wasn't going to let them have all the fun. I shook off the burnt remains of my tunic, shifted my grip on the handle of my sword, and charged forward to join them. Chapter 29. Gaia herself lifted me up. I led with a fireball from a ring, and the blue-white ball of fire shot ahead of me towards the side of the thing. It was monstrous and constantly shifting its form, but it was at least as high as a 4-story house and almost as broad across at the bottom. Rows of eyes blinked open for a moment, then vanished back into the roiling flesh. As my projectile struck the side of the thing, it morphed again. A cavity opened up, and some thread-like tendril, only as thick as my pinky finger, flicked up from the bottom to tap against the fireball and trigger it. At the same time, a deluge of fluids, I could only hope was water, gushed down from above, and the edges of the cavity extended in my direction. I threw myself to the side as a torrent of steam rushed through the space I would have been. Impressive. This thing was big, ugly, and smart. I began running parallel to it and shot off another barrage of fireballs. These were intercepted by more thin tendrils that speared out to detonate the spells at a reasonably safe distance from its body. It lost the mass of the tentacles, but preserved the integrity of its core. Mortimer had been a busy little bee. Mulius slammed into the thing's side and was immediately wrapped in saw-toothed limbs that spun and sliced into his metallic fur. His kicks and punches, so effective against lesser foes, did almost nothing to this creature. He was reduced to snatching a tentacle in his hands and ripping it free from the main body to do any damage. As he snarled, bit, and yanked on the limbs, the growing pile of dismembered parts behind him began to dissolve. He must have been burning through his mana, as his speed was phenomenal, and every cut closed almost immediately. But I knew he couldn't keep this up for long. My giant feline titan wasn't faring much better. Marbo was a yowling, twisting nightmare of flashing claws, slices of gray flesh ripped and torn from the monstrosity, which were falling like confetti around him. But the sheer mass of the damn thing made the Titan's efforts meaningless in the grand scheme of things. Behind us, a handful of feral huskars were watching from a safe distance away, not terribly interested in intervening in the fight. I didn't blame them. They'd most likely just be food to this thing, and we needed to whittle it down, not throw huskar-shaped snacks at it. Time to do something very, very stupid. I rushed at it, sword held behind me, ready to swing over my head. I wanted to drive my feet downwards after it swallowed me. A roar left my lips, and the titans screamed their own rage in reply. A nest of tentacles shot out towards me as I got to within 5 meters of the thing, and they snapped shut around me. Health points, 434 over 600. As I was yanked forward, the tentacles flowed together into a solid wall of flesh that grew razor-sharp teeth. The walls pulsed and contracted with some peristaltic motion, grinding the edges against my skin. I was blind, eyes sealed shut and trapped inside the monster. I had it just where I wanted it, barring one small issue. Health points, 401 over 600. My bare feet were no longer in contact with the ground.
I struggled, trying to push my way towards the earth, but my arms and legs were pinned against my sides. My sword was useless, but I wasn't going to let go of it. It was sticking out of the nightmarish womb I was now encapsulated in, wiggling uselessly in the metamorphic flesh of the monster.
Even though it wasn't doing me any good, I resolved to cling to it, if for no other reason than finding it afterwards would be a messy and time-consuming experience. I cast a fireball. It appeared in the tiny space between my fleshy tomb and my skin, then blossomed out to the size of a small house. I fell, and my feet hit the dirt as I heard a basso trumpeting noise that made my head ring as it came from all around me. Health points, 362 over 600. The heat and flames hadn't hurt me, but the concussive force of the blast had fractured my ribs and probably caused some internal bleeding. I wasn't trying to breathe at the moment. The air around me was thick with acrid smoke, but I had a feeling it would hurt like hell when I next filled my lungs. I risked opening an eye, and a stinging pain made it start to water immediately. But in the dim glow of burning zombie flesh, I saw the monster had already formed rows of eyes along the edge of the damage I'd inflicted.
I stamped a foot down against the soft earth and shot the bastard a single-fingered salute. At level 100, I'd gained access to some new basic spells that I'd been neglecting for a while. Combustion and Wildfire cost me a total of 2,000 souls to buy the first levels for each of them. Yet another massive jump in cost that didn't bode well for my continued rapid growth. Affinity, Fire. Summon Fire. Range, 104 meters. Intensity, plus 156%. Lasts 15 seconds. Fire resistance, plus 100%. Projectile. Speed, plus 60%. Detonation, 11.5 meters cubed. Firewall. Area, 20 meters squared. Lasts 15 seconds. Barrier, 220 HP. Area, 5 meters squared. Fire Spirit. Duration, 110 seconds. Burning Skies. Area, 50 by 50 meters. Duration, 15 seconds. Combustion. Self. Duration, 10 seconds. Cast once per day. Wildfire. Duration, 10 seconds. Cast once per day. Affinity. Life. Heal. Self. 20 HP and 156% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement. Self. 98%. Resistance. All. 60%. Projectile.
Speed, plus 156%. Heal other. Rapid growth. Area, 20 meters squared. Projectile. Speed, plus 156%. Enhance other. Shapeshift, minor. Duration, 110 seconds. Shape, Soulbound Servant, permanent. Maximum 2 shaped servants. Affinity, space. Size, range, 54 meters. Intensity, 58%. Mass, range, 54 meters. Intensity, 58%. Area, 10.5 meters cubed. Optional. Lasts 15 seconds. Resistance, 100%. Pocket dimension, 5.5 meters cubed. Spatial tear. Range, 11 meters. Affinity, earth. Shape, earth. Range, touch. Duration, 15 seconds. Summon, earth. Volume, 0.5 meters squared. Range, touch. Refresh earth. Area, 0 meters squared. Hybrid spell.
Earth/fire. Volcanic vent. Area 50 by 50 meters. Duration 15 seconds. Imbue. Enchant. Soul transfer Erisk's boon. Carrion feeders. Gaze. Erisk's boon. Divine steed. Synthesized spell. Shape. Soulbound servant. They cost no mana, but could only be cast once per day, something I hoped meant they were suitably powerful. I cast both at the same time, then Volcanic Vent, and finally Shape Earth.
My body ignited into blue-white fire. Every inch of my skin was wreathed in incandescent brightness that leapt out of my pores into the air around me. At the same time, wildfire arced away from my body in fractal lines that ran along the ground and began burning columns of the monster to ash, expanding the tiny safe space I'd created with the fireball. The narrow chasms of vent fell away underneath the flames, spreading out around me in jagged lines. Molten rock bubbled up from the depths of the earth and spread out to consume the monstrosity's flesh. I raised my sword above my head and gripped the hilt in both hands. A column of earth beneath me shifted, launching me upwards on a column of flaming dirt to plunge upwards into the bulk of the monster. I twisted the blade rapidly, using a charge of my haste amulet to boost my speed. The blade sliced into the dead flesh, opening a way for my burning body to follow. As gray muscles shifted, spasmed and tried to contract, aiming to stop my momentum, I gritted my teeth and cast 2 more fireballs from my trinkets, one on either side of me. Health points, 198 over 600. My head rang, and I had to fight to stay conscious. I still had more health points than when I first arrived in this world, but I felt even worse than after my fight with the vile bear. I didn't let myself stop. I continued rising on a pillar as I cut and burned my way through the undead construct. At last, daylight appeared above my head, although I could only have been inside the creature for a dozen or so seconds, and I arched up above it on a sinuous column that moved and flowed as it mirrored the monster's movements below me. Another barrage of fireballs went out, aimed carefully away from where my titans were now beating hasty retreats. The damn thing wouldn't stay still. Black smoke was billowing out from underneath it. The fires I'd set in its heart had become self-sustaining, and the thing was oozing like a slug to try and escape the inferno beneath it. I snatched a breath, and sure enough, bands of pain made themselves known down the length of my torso. My left leg wasn't looking so good either. The ankle was twisted out to one side unnaturally, but the adrenaline was staving off the pain. Oh no, there it was. Between short, hissing breaths, I unloaded all the stored fireballs in my rings that were left. They spread out around me like fireworks going the wrong way and blossomed into immolating bulbs, eating away at the mass of the creature. It spasmed and lurched again, more furiously this time. It was no longer attacking. It had switched its strategy to escape. Unfortunately, its movement severed my column of dirt, and my previously solid platform dissolved into a shower of stones and muck that rained down over the creature as I fell from the sky. I threw my sword in the direction I was heading, considering the risk of it landing in just the wrong place and impaling me, to be lower than the chance of me slicing off limbs if I tumbled with it in my hand and braced for impact. My good leg hit the dirt first, but it couldn't break my fall properly. It bent, and now pain shot up to my hips from both legs as I loosened my muscles, as I'd been taught all those years ago, and rolled with the impact. Health points, 143 over 600. My left hand reached out for the sword that lay a few feet away from me, fingers clawing at the dirt to drag me closer. I was being an idiot. I cast Shape Earth again, and Gaia herself lifted me up as the blade was moved into my hand. I turned myself around, the muck cradling me like a newborn, so I could see the retreating abomination, and cast Burning Skies as my controlled dirt carried me away from the thing.
The sky darkened and glowed my trademarked red as a barrage of explosive fireballs fell on and around Mortimer's creature. I guided myself over to where my titans were licking their wounds, literally in Marbo's case. The dirt settled around me as I painfully dragged myself to my good foot and glared at my supposedly unstoppable creations. "You want to get in there, or is this all on me?" I grumbled, just as Bob erupted from the soil right behind the abomination. His pointed legs and shoulder tentacles latched onto the thing, so the construct could scurry up its back like a spider. "The machine's got this one covered, boss," muttered Mulius. "Got any casts of Heal Other? I'm down by nearly 3,000 health." Bob began shifting, his metal flesh mimicking the capabilities of the pile of undeath that Mortimer had left here to ambush us. Bronze flowed, the ends of his legs and tentacles turning into something like angle grinders that spun and threw off gouts of gray muscle.
The lesser avatar of Aresk drilled its way into the monster, and I lost sight of it, but sprays of undead gore continued to spew out of the tunnel Bob had dug into its flesh. "Fair enough," I muttered. "Let's just let Bob have some fun." I sat down heavily. "Jesus," I complained as I snapped my left ankle back into alignment and cast Heal Self. I fought down a scream, but it came out as a muffled sob. "So, do you have any heals to throw my way? I'm down to a quarter of my health, and it's going to take me months to recover naturally." "Sod off, Mulius. Marbo, how are you doing?" I cast Heal again on myself. There was a shitload of healing trinkets half a day behind us, and the Titan could wait. "Not as bad as Mulius," Marbo growled around his fangs. "That was disturbing." He continued licking the wounds on his back legs. "Realizing you're not the meanest bastard in town can be like that. That's why you stab 'em in the back rather than have a fair fight," I replied. Another heal, and the pain in my ribs faded slightly. This was still going to take days to get over. Even if the Coven healed me back to full, I knew only too well that the pain from the wounds would linger. "Or you set fire to their arse and then rise out of their head like a fucking burning spike of earth." "I've been reluctant about our relationship," said Mulius. "You mean the fact that a Stumpy is in charge of you?" I asked, with a raised and miraculously unsinged eyebrow. Fire resistance had been well worth the souls I spent to get it to 100%. "No. Yes. Stories don't do your kind justice. Narbo is like an impossible being. He made us and then grew old and died, leaving us behind to wither away. It's a strange experience to see legends come to life, Raymond," the mutated husker said softly. "I'm not a fucking legend. I've got 5 targets to kill and I'm going home." "Narbo died here? He didn't go back to my world?" I asked in shock.
"Narbo is buried beneath the source of the Violith," Marbo chimed in with a basso rumble. "His soul is the fuel that powers the source, according to our legends." "So who the hell is buried under Helath? Or the Pass? Did any of the Shikrikin ever go home?" I snapped, my mind boiling. "Not that I know of. Maybe Pertabon could answer your question." A new item rose to the top of all my lists, replacing hot showers. Quiz my nigh-immortal head tribune on ancient history. A very particular skill set Wilson had skulked over to where I lay and licked my face. He whined slightly, but I reached up a charcoal-black hand and patted his snout. "No worries, bloke. Not your kind of fight," I muttered as I pulled myself upright and leaned against the wolf's shoulder. "Where the hell is—" I began before something slammed into the back of my knees, sending pain echoing all the way up my spine and knocking me off my feet.
"Faela would have expected no less of me than to punish you like that, brother." Cause extended a hand, and I carefully pulled myself upright again. "Just make sure you tell her I've already been punished."
Where are the others? I asked wearily. They're clearing out any stragglers. You there! Cause yelled at the small group of Huskar who were still keeping their distance, lurking by the ruined town. Cause snatched his hand back to wave at them, and I fell back on my ass and lay back, letting the green grass cushion my fall. One of them got shoved and pushed until he reluctantly shuffled over to us. What? He snapped. This is your lord, Cause barked. The giant looked down at me, naked bar a pauldron that was as black as the rest of my skin, with all the ash coating me. I lay stretched out on the grass, a wolf, a man, and a giant all looming over me, and I found I wasn't particularly bothered about anything at the moment.
I fought down the post-battle and pain-induced endorphins to narrow my eyes on the Huskar. I flicked the thread binding our souls together, and he flinched. He bowed his head reluctantly. "Apologies, little lords," he said. "What's your name?" I croaked. His broad face creased for a moment, as though it was a struggle to remember. "Kundik, lord," he said slowly. This one was probably not officer material. "What happened to Gruth?" I demanded. "He died in the explosions. You ordered him to carry out the stunties, and the pair he grabbed went boom. Bits of him are still there, just north of this worm farm." He waved a hand back towards Gethanol. Shit. Gruth had seemed like the kind of Huskar I didn't want to lose. "Get your troop together and keep an eye on that thing." I waved a hand in the direction the abomination had fled, and saw him wince. "You won't need to fight it.
Bob will finish it off. Just stay close. And when it falls, set up a camp and keep an eye on the area." The Huskar nodded and turned back to his own people, bellowing orders that got them moving, albeit reluctantly, after the monster. Maybe not an officer, but a decent NCO for certain. His troopers leapt to follow his orders. "My sister is not going to be happy with you. And by extension, also more importantly, with me." Cause chuckled as he threw Heal Other spells at me. I cast Heal Self again. Health points, 443 over 600. "Enough, Cause. I'll sort myself out from here on." I pulled one of my limited supply of health potions from my pocket dimension and poured it down my throat. It tasted like washing up liquid, but as soon as it hit my stomach, I was back to full health. The pain didn't go away, though, and I pulled myself back to my feet like an old man who'd taken a tumble down the stairs. "You okay?" he asked, and I grunted non-committally. "I'll live."
"Ah, looks like Moon and Jandak are done having fun with the stragglers," I said as my other fangs charged over and slid to a stop in front of me. "Mond, put some fucking clothes on," said Moon. I pulled a fresh tunic out of my storage space and shucked off my pauldron so I could hide my shame. "I need a bath. Or a hot shower. Where's the rest of the lead elements?" I was shoving the pain aside. I was now confident that the number of hit points I had reflected a total damage capacity, and the pain I felt was connected to the proportion of them that I lost. I rolled my shoulders and sighed as I reached for the pauldron. "You're not going off on your own again. You're taking us with you. And the golems." "Where the hell is Bob?" asked Jandak. Their own golems had arrived behind them and stood like statues in their shadows. "He's having fun." I waved a hand towards the south. "Did you see that bastard?" They shook their heads.
"We saw the Titan start running and figured you'd bitten off more than you could chew," said Mune. "I did. It was another fucking ambush, baited with shit-sitters," I complained as I fixed my pauldron into position. I was getting better at connecting all the little buckles on my own, but it was still awkward. "So just cast Burning Skies on every town? No need to fret about the Southerners?" Jandak's voice was firm and cold. "We can't just kill them. Undead amalgam slain ×1. The amalgam was composed of 9,231 reanimated humanos, 139,815 souls harvested.
God damn. Bob got the bastard and I got the souls. Why the fuck? No, maybe it was the fire that got the kill. Here, I offered a hand to Jandak, who grasped it, and I dumped 10,000 souls, paying twice that overall. I did the same for the other fangs. Spend them wisely. It should be enough to let you take this kind of fucking thing on solo.
We don't have any counter to amorphous mounds of zombie flesh, other than me at the moment, and I'm knackered. We see any more of those shits try to let me get the kill, it's really profitable. Nearly 10,000 humans were melted into the damn thing, I said. How many people lived in the shit-sitter towns? Asked Jandak as the red letters above his head shifted to Body A+, Mind A, Souls F. Not enough for that. Maybe that many in a dozen of them? But we've already killed thousands of the buggers wandering about the steppe. There aren't that many people in the world, said Cause, a note of fear running through his voice as he took my arm. What about further south? Settle, Urkash itself, wondered Mune. I think we need to speak to our dreamer, and then Pertabon about the previous Shikrikin. And then some asshole is going to build me an Aresk-damned shower.
I'm covered in soot mixed with baked zombie juice, and a cold wash with a barrel of water isn't going to cut it this time.
So a shower is doable? I asked in exasperation. Of course, Leggett. We don't have any scaled for your kind, but our engineers can no doubt work around your lack of stature. Pertabon sounded suspiciously smug. I glared at him, and he smiled politely in response. Krill, how many? I turned to my mentor and fixed him with a look. The old man shrugged and glanced around at the camp walls that surrounded us. What can Glimpse see? He replied. He's headed south. Lots of dead towns. How many people used to live here? How many of them have we already killed as zombies? Settle had tens of thousands of shit-sitters last time I passed through. I don't know, Mond. Tens or hundreds of thousands. If you start adding in the other major cities, maybe it's millions. I never asked them to line up and let me count them, snapped Krill. I fought to keep my calm.
This is important, Krill.
For you, me, everyone with us, and Aresk. That monster was 10,000 humans melted together into an amorphous nightmare. It damn near killed me. How many more of those things do you think he has? I snapped back. The old man stroked his beard in thought, fixing me with a glare that could have killed lesser men. 10,000? Krill wondered aloud. And we've cleared at least that many from the steppe, rumbled Pertabon, leaning back carefully so that he avoided blocking the paths around us in the camp that were busy with humans and Huskar going about their business. We can kill as many as we need to, barked Jandak. I wished Haylin hadn't gone back to the north. She would be more than happy to curb my friend's suicidal bravado. Bob, what was your threat assessment of the amalgams? They're tough. I would not have been able to finish it without you having already set a self-propagating fire.
That spell is especially potent for dealing with creatures like this.
They are peak threats, but now we are aware of their capabilities. Your forces ought to be able to deal with them in small numbers. If the regular soldiers are faced with more than a pair of them, they will have to retreat, the golem replied. What makes them so dangerous? I asked, looking from Krill to Pertabon, then finally Jandak, whose gaze I held while the golem responded. The beings are capable of shape-shifting any of their flesh in very short time frames. The sheer mass of available flesh makes this their greatest strength. Acceptable solutions would include killing them with fire to consume the flesh, or extremely hardy warriors capable of surviving close contact with the amorphous form and cutting away sufficient mass to weaken it. Bob's multiple mismatched eyes twitched, and his head pivoted so they focused on Jandak. You would not have been capable of surviving alone against the one Raymond killed, in my estimation. Jandak bristled, but I held up a hand to forestall his outburst. I barely survived it. Don't take it personally, brother. Now, you guys should be able to counter 1, but if we meet more than 4, we're screwed. Which brings me back to, how many bodies does Urkash have access to? I looked back at Krill, who hissed, then cackled. At least hundreds of thousands, probably millions, Krill muttered. He can't have killed them all to turn them into zombies. Why not? For any normal man, a zombie is a tough opponent. If we're lucky, all he's got is zombies, a few abominations, and 1,000 or so soulbound, Mune said thoughtfully. He passed a jar of Yok to his left, and Jandak accepted it. Jandak took a long drink and smacked his lips. Don't forget the ones he's armed with trinkets. So we need more like us? How many souls have you got? He asked, looking over at me. I had a lot.
Enough to make at least a couple more powerhouses who could take on an abomination.
How many did that real estate prick have? If he had dozens of them, we'd need more fangs able to go toe-to-toe with the damn things. If he only had a couple, I'd be better off boosting more of my cavalry and huskers to have a touch more survivability. Uncertainty racked me, and I felt myself lock up. No, not my style. I didn't freeze up. I figured out how to stab the prick in the dark and get away with it. Then get paid. An idea occurred to me. Krill, how many worldly men are there among the tribes? Blokes who could walk into a Krathen city, or Urkash, and be able to pass as something other than a member of the tribes? I asked, excitement leaking into my voice. His eyes swiveled to meet my own, and he gave me a gap-toothed grin. Not many, but there are a few of the dreamers I can think of who could pass as something other than a nomad. Why? His eyes glinted in the fading sunlight.
It looks like that jewel-passed bloke wasn't full of shit. We're looking at multiple abominations, tens of thousands of zombies, thousands of wizards, and hundreds of soul-bound servants in his forces. Let's assume, for now, that he'll be spread thin. We need a group of men with a very particular skill set. They need to be reliable, really trustworthy. Devotees of Erisk by preference. We'll kit them out with the best trinkets, and when we hit the more human resistance, we send them into the enemy's camps and cities. I'm thinking sabotage, assassination, unlocking gates, poisoning water sources, that kind of thing. And who's going to teach them these skills? Even the better traveled among us are still warriors, not sneak thieves and murderers, Krill asked, but he was grinning at me as he said it. I can teach them what I know, and I was damn good at my job back on Earth. Think you can find a few likely souls? I asked. Why not send soulbound? Asked Mune. Because we've all got glowing letters over our heads if the other person has also been blessed, grumbled Pertabon.
Legate, I am not certain I can approve of this course of action. We can beat them on the field. The power of our artifacts and discipline will crush them. And if these short-arse can't, then Marbo and me will stomp them, added Mulius helpfully from above. Old Morty won't play fair. He's shown us that much with the ambushes and the bloody undead slaves he's throwing at us. So I don't see why we should tie our hands in the name of honor, I replied carefully. You want us to become assassins? Knives in the dark? Called Jagapan from the side with the other tribal leaders who had already made it to the camp. No, but a small group, able to go where an army can't and strike an important target before fading into the night. That's a capability we cannot ignore.
How many of you could tell if your slaves had been switched with another, using magic to disguise themselves? How do you know your food isn't poisoned? I called out in reply. Uneasy murmurs echoed around the shadows.
I would, husband, said Faye as she waddled into the firelight. I have a tincture brewing in our tent to ease your pain and would appreciate your company. Now. Krill and the Fangs all cackled at the same time. The old shaman was a bad influence. I excused myself and went bravely to face the wrath of my wife. My only defense, not having died, would hopefully be enough. Chapter 31.
You're a bad influence. Wash first, she snapped as I opened the door to follow her into our tent. I looked at the barrel of cold water next to me and grimaced. I stripped off and began scrubbing the soot off my skin. Once I was done and dressed, I entered and found the tent smelled far more herbal than was the norm.
The tea Faye had brewed smelled bitter, and the dark liquid swirled in a bowl as she carefully passed it to me. We were comfortably out of sight, although I remained conscious that the felt walls were far from soundproof.
Drink, Ray,
she said softly as she went and sat on the edge of our bed. I settled cross-legged by the central fire, concealing my winces. Some of the chiefs now lined the inside of their tents with ivory carvings, metal statues, and steel weapons. I had kept the furnishings in my tent as simple as they had been just after we broke with the Araskin. I did as I was bidden, and the taste was amply foreshadowed by the smell of the stuff. "What is it?" I asked, waving the cup.
"Hellas weed, ched, and a few rarer herbs," she replied, and I glanced down.
Hellas was something like marijuana, from what Krill had told me.
"Not enough to do more than take the edge off your pain. Don't worry,"
she sighed and hitched herself back on the bed. Her bump had grown to the point that it was an annoyance for her. She wasn't due for a few more months. I racked my memory and concluded I should ask one of the Fangs to confirm the due date rather than my wife. "We need a strategy to deal with these monsters Urkash has made," I said, taking another long sip. The pain wasn't so bad I couldn't function, but something to take the edge off was appreciated.
"A strategy that doesn't involve you almost dying? I agree," she said with a wry smile. "What will you do differently next time?" "Maybe that's a good place to start," she said thoughtfully, rubbing a hand on her stomach. I moved over and settled behind her on the bed and began rubbing her shoulders. She flexed like a cat as she pulled her hair out of the way, and my fingers dug carefully into the muscles. "Stand off and nuke it? It might work. The bloody thing knew how to deal with projectiles, flicking out tendrils to detonate them early.
It was making decisions to lose small parts of its body to preserve the bulk. The thing was smart. A bit to the left. That's it." She sighed as she guided my thumbs to the aches in her shoulders. "So they're intelligent. How would that fight have gone if the abomination had had support from Soulbound or Urkash's cadre of wizards and their trinkets?" "It would have been a nightmare," I conceded reluctantly. "That's one of the reasons I want a group of assassins. They can sneak in and hit groups of casters before the fight begins." "That's a good idea, but you need more casters of your own. I noticed the Fangs have all become much stronger. You got a lot of souls from the creature?" She rolled her head over to the left and leaned back against my hands with her right shoulder. "I spent 20,000 to pass her 10,000. 64,000 left." Her body jumped to B, and her mind stat went all the way to S-. "Here," I said, as I pulled 3 of the pure mana potions from my storage space and passed them over her shoulder. "Don't stop," she mumbled as she took the potions from me, wiggling her shoulders. "What are your plans for the rest?" "I'll give the same to Krill, then share a few more thousand out among the warriors. So 20 for Krill, maybe 20 for the tribes. That leaves me with 20 for myself. The next one of those things we stumble on is going to get nuked." My voice was flat and cold. "That's better than you having to burn your way out of its stomach." She chuckled in a throaty voice. 20,000 should boost you a fair bit. "It wasn't its stomach. The thing didn't have a stomach. It was changing and mutating all the time," I muttered. 20K won't go so far now. Did you hit level 100? She nodded her head. So you saw the jump in costs. It won't take me much further.
On the plus side, the gods let slip that the others can't harvest souls like I do. So, a resk willing, I've closed most of the difference. If you can grow so quickly, why not them? It might not be from killing, but surely they can grow in a similar fashion, she asked.
She stood and moved to the fire to refill my bowl of tea. She passed it over and sat down next to me while I got lost in my own head. "You make a good point," I admitted reluctantly after a minute or so. "I can't assume I'm going to go into this with a level advantage. What would you recommend?" I had a feeling I knew what the answer would be, and I wasn't disappointed. "Empower the Coven! You've got a dozen casters who are already quite strong and, more importantly, experienced with their magic," she added quickly, fixing my eyes with a fierce stare. "I thought they were too busy churning out trinkets to practice," I answered with a grin. She slapped my arm gently. "A woman always finds a way to get what she wants."
Something you should bear in mind. Another slap on the god mark that left me rubbing the handprint she left behind. "Hey, I'm injured here," I complained before realizing my mistake.
"And whose fault is that?" she snapped. "Love, you are the glue that binds our bow. Without you, the Legion will head back north. The wild Huskar will become, well, wild again, and the tribes will disappear into the steppe. You cannot take unnecessary risks." She grabbed my ears and shook my head back and forth. I rubbed my ears as she let go and went back to her witch's brew over the fire. The first step was obvious. I spent 4,000 souls and unlocked the new spells I'd received at level 100 in the life and space affinities. Shape vegetation seemed likely to have a good synergy with rapid growth, and major shapeshift promised to unlock all my childhood fantasies about transforming into a chimera for a whopping 10 seconds at a time.
But coupling that with titanic majesty that I had unlocked in space could let me transform into a true monster. For a more than disappointing 10 seconds. I spent another 20,000 souls and smiled in satisfaction at my affinity screen. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, 104 meters. Intensity, plus 156%. Lasts 15 seconds. Fire resistance, plus 100%. Projectile, speed, plus 60%. Detonation, 11.5 meters cubed. Firewall, area, 20 meters squared. Lasts 15 seconds. Barrier, 220 HP. Area, 5 meters squared. Fire Spirit, duration 110 seconds. Burning Skies, area, 50 by 50 meters, duration 15 seconds. Combustion, self, duration 14 seconds. Cast once per day. Wildfire, duration 14 seconds. Cast once per day. Affinity, life heal, self, 20 HP and 156% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, self, 98%. Resistance, all, 60%. Projectile, speed, plus 156%. Heal other. Rapid growth. Area, 20 meters squared. Projectile, speed, plus 156%. Enhance other. Shapeshift, minor. Duration, 110 seconds. Shape, soulbound servant, permanent. Maximum 2 shaped servants. Shape vegetation. Range, touch. Duration, 10 seconds. Major shapeshift, self. Duration, 14 seconds. Cast once per day. Affinity, space. Size, range, 54 meters. Intensity, 58%. Mass, range, 54 meters. Intensity, 58%. Area, 10.5 meters cubed. Optional. Lasts 15 seconds. Resistance,
100%. Pocket dimension, 5.5 meters cubed. Spatial tear, range, 11 meters. Phase, duration, 14 seconds. Cast once per day. Titanic Majesty. Duration, 14 seconds. Cast once per day. Affinity, Earth. Shape Earth. Range, touch. Duration, 15 seconds. Summon Earth. Volume, 0.5 meters squared. Range, touch. Refresh Earth. Area, 0.5 meters squared. Hybrid spell, Earth/Fire. Volcanic vent. Area, 50 by 50 meters. Duration, 15 seconds. Imbue, enchant. Soul transfer. Erisk's boon, Carrion Feeder's gaze. Erisk's boon, divine steed. Synthesized spell, shape soulbound servant. I needed to get outside and try some things out. I pulled a couple of mana potions out of my storage space and triggered my pauldron's rejuvenation power. I'm just going to find Krill and give him some souls. I'll save 20,000 for the coven, I promised as I stood up stiffly and moved towards the tent flap. Take this, fool man, Faye said as she rose to her feet, even more painfully than I had, and offered me another bowl of tea and THC. I took it and drained the contents, blowing out steam as the near-boiling liquid made its way into my stomach. A comfortable warmth spread out through my body this time, and I smiled as the pain faded away. She kissed me gently, cupping my cheek in her hand, then shoved me away. "Don't do anything stupid, Ray," she called lightly as she turned back to the pot over the fire. "I'm pretty sure pregnant women shouldn't drink that stuff. It's common knowledge in my homeworld," I added hurriedly as she looked up to glare at me. She nodded slowly. "I will bear it in mind, Ray. Go on."
I'll summon the coven later. I'm guessing we don't need to worry about saving souls for Halen. By the time she's back with the new golems, there'll have been some more killing. The bright and sunny way she said it forced me to appreciate how different the people of this world were from those back home. I wasn't sure I could even think of Earth as home anymore, if I was being honest with myself. I found Krill bickering with the Fangs, the tribal leaders led by Jagapan and Kalpakter. Nook and my Titans were representing the non-Legion Huskar, and it was degenerating into a shouting match. "Hey! What's the fucking problem?" I snarled as I approached the wide circle of my allies. "There are dozens of towns between here and Settle, Legate. If we are to face the kind of opposition you fought today at every one, we need a better strategy than just eat the stunties or burn them with magic," Bon replied, pushing his helmet back above his eyes slightly. "Agreed. We'll give them a chance for humans to withdraw. Then we burn them. Any zombies or amalgams under the ground will get cooked," I replied. "What if they won't leave?" asked Krill, but he was smiling broadly as though he already knew my answer. "Urkash used the people they left in Gethanel as living bombs. They run away from us or they die for now. When we reach the larger towns, we can see how things were at that time. Krill, with me, please. The rest of you, prepare to march tomorrow. We push south to Settle now. Anything that gets in our way gets stomped." Mulius and Marbo both boomed out evil chuckles. Krill fell in beside me as I headed out of the camp. The Fangs also joined me, and Bob had appeared as if from nowhere as well. "I only asked for Krill," I said. "We're not letting you out of our sight again, Mond. You're too stupid not to have someone keeping an eye on you," said Kaz. "So you're going to be in my tent when I'm with Faye?" I asked. "No, John Duck gets that duty." He smirked back at me. Well, that backfired.
"What's got you all excited?" Krill asked. I offered him a hand and he shook my wrist. I took the opportunity to pass him the same souls I had for the Fangs. His eyes went blank for a minute. Then he started cackling. "We need to find some more of those things," Krill crowed. I shook my head firmly. "I'd rather not, but we probably will anyway. Between you, this bunch of reprobates, and the Coven, we should be able to deal with them a bit better next time. I'm just out here to try something new." We had passed outside the camp and were walking into the steppe. Cavalry patrols were moving around in the distance, and squads of legionnaires were spreading out after them over the— "So what did you want to try out?" asked Jandak. "This." I cast Titanic Majesty. Once per day, no mana cost. Very nice. Then I cast Size and became nearly half as tall again.
I now towered over 20 meters tall. Even Mulius would have to crane his head back to look me in the face. Then I cast Major Shapeshift and turned into a multi-headed snake. Shape Earth was activated, and I disappeared into the ground as a true worm. The soil parted before me, and I erupted out of the dirt 30 feet away. I towered over everyone, 3 fang-filled maws spitting fury at the sky. I coiled my new body, then called the earth to lift me up above the surface, poised to strike out any puny mortal beneath me, and I reverted back to my human form, my sword, pauldron, and tunic reappearing over my skin. Unfortunately, my traditional body solidified into being in the approximate center of the snake, and I lost contact with the soil. The column dissolved, fell to the earth, and I followed quickly after it. "Ouch," I muttered as I rubbed my hip, rising back to my feet.
"Well, if we're trying out stupid shit, might as well have some fun,"
said Cause, as he dissolved into a spider with too many legs, and he scuttled around in a circle, blasting the ground with spikes of ice that left us surrounded by a miniature donut-shaped glacier. The others started indulging their new powers as well. They flowed between monstrous forms and blasting magic around like they were kids with water pistols. "You know you're a bad influence," Krill muttered once the explosions and blasts had died away, and the fangs stood looking slightly sheepish at the destruction they had carved out around us. "Survivability against undead amalgams has risen by 16%, rumbled Bob. "This is a satisfactory upgrade to your team." "A bit more than that, surely," said Cause in a worried voice. "With golem support, you could increase that by a couple more percentiles. Why do you not keep your golems nearby?" Bob replied in his mechanical version of Arask's voice. They're a bit weird," Jandak muttered. "Weird and dangerous. You should embrace the blessing of the war god. Eresk's source has been hidden for centuries," Bob intoned. "Shit! I need to quiz Bon about the last games," I barked, frustrated at having gotten distracted. I leapt over the 5-meter walls of ice and took off, the others hurrying after me. Chapter 32. Be subtle. "You have no records?" I asked in shock. The Legion had better records than your average tax enforcement organization back home. "We have records of the events and the ones who fell, but we have no record of a harvester dying of anything other than old age or violence. None of them went back, as far as we can tell," Pertabon replied slowly. I was jogging alongside the Huskar at the front of the Legion column. We'd pulled the lead elements back, so they were only an hour or so ahead of the main force.
Glimpse was circling above,
And any shenanigans on the front lines, and I could issue orders immediately to send the Giants or a squadron of cavalry to deal with it. And the sources, the souls that power them, they're all dead competitors? Wilson padded over and sniffed my hand. "Go on, bloke. Go hunting," I told the wolf, and he shot off to the east of the column to find fluffy things to eat. "The only one we are confident of is Narbo. He returned to the source when his body began to fail, and he died touching it," Bon replied. "How the hell do you know that? You lumbering bastards can't even get to it," I snapped in frustration. "We had human elements among our forces back then. After Narbo died, Would you want to stick around a different species, 2 or 3 times your size, who are no longer forbidden from eating you? He asked with a sad chuckle. Not that we did, at first. After we fractured, the ferals did their own thing. He sounded disappointed at the end.
What can your guys do at range? I asked as we trudged through the knee-high grass. Behind us, it got churned into mud. The Huskars didn't care. Their feet were big enough to spread their weight far more than a human's could, and the wagons were rumbling along to one side in the rear, steering clear of the brown trail we left behind us. Initially, we can do tremendous damage. Harvesters crafted our artifact weapons, and they were far more powerful than you are currently. They take a long time to recharge, though. After an all-out strike, perhaps a week to try again? Don't underestimate our power, he rumbled. I don't, but a week-long cooldown is a pain in the ass, Bon, I sighed. I guess it's not so different from our casters. They take a few days to recharge as well. How was it handled back in Narbo's days? The normal approach was a massive barrage on sighting the enemy.
If the artifacts and spells largely cancelled each other out, as was the norm, it would come down to close-quarters violence. If one side had an advantage in magic, the other side would die and run. Sieges were usually short and brutal if the attacker had the advantage, long and brutal if they didn't. He removed his helmet and ran a hand back over his hair. The towns won't pose much of a problem. Any humans are to be told from a decent distance to fuck off south ahead of our advance. A small group goes in, and if anything boils up from below the ground, they run and we nuke. Bonus will be in order for the brave ones who go in first, I said. What bonus can you offer us? Bon laughed, drawing the eyes of the nearby legionnaires marching along next to us. Double rations? Gold? Scratch that, we don't have any. Ivory, maybe? What do your people want? In my world, there used to be a crown of gold given to the first man to scale the ladders and attack the defenders of a wall in a siege.
His name would be carved into memorial stones to celebrate his bravery.
Corona Muris, they called it. Or something like that. It was a great honor, and the weight of gold was enough to retire on. What does the Legion want? I repeated my question. Glory in the service of a harvester. Don't worry about this, Legate. Human walls aren't much to us. If we can get to them, we can kick them down. I looked up, and he gave me a savage grin that I returned in kind. Getting to them is going to be the trick, isn't it? Yep, it's definitely going to be the trick, I grumbled. Glimpse had been overflying Settle for the last day while the Legion formed a series of camps opposite the 4 city gates, and the cavalry spread out in patrols intended to prevent reinforcement and resupply. We had to keep our distance, though. Mortimer had introduced a few weapons from our world, just as I had at Riverwheel. Ballista lined the tops of the stone towers that jutted up along the massive mud-brick construction that was the wall. Behind the walls, houses had been wiped away to create large open spaces with turntable-mounted trebuchets, 3 in each newly cleared space, that had slowly rotated to track the simple forts the Legion had thrown up. We had set up comfortably outside of their range, but should any of us step within half a mile of the city proper, we'd be subject to heavy fire. A few trial shots with 300-kilogram rocks had demonstrated what the machines would do to any tight formation approaching too close. The engineering teams in the Legion were planning counter-batteries. Husker-scaled construction should easily outrange the city's weapons, but it would take weeks to organize and build our siege engines. All of this was only the beginning of our problems. Cadres of what I assumed were trinket-armed wizards and soul-bound, hundreds of them, patrolled the walls.
Tens of thousands of undead stood sentry, waiting for our ladders, in rows 3 deep along every foot of the defenses. The outer layer of the wall pulsed and moved. It looked alive, but it was clearly an undead abomination so vast it could encircle the miles of walls to serve as adaptive defense.
A ladder assault was off the menu for now. I guided Glimpse as he circled above. The city was a couple of miles across, far larger than any permanent settlement I'd seen thus far in this world. A river ran by, heading south towards what would have been the Black Sea back home. I was fairly confident this was the Dnieper River, but the locals called it the Jarul. The city was clearly ancient and had grown with little regard for planning the layout in a sensible way. The streets were all narrow and twisted away from a keep that sat alongside the river and connected to the wall on the north side. South of the keep was a dock area, pontoons reaching out into the half-mile-wide expanse of water.
2 legions had forded the river yesterday, miles north of the city, along with a couple of thousand cavalry to head south and set up a blockade to prevent boats from delivering food. The buildings were all stone construction on the ground floor. Then, most had 1 or 2 wooden levels above that. Glimpse flitted down the streets, listening to the thousands of still-living residents as they worried and pretended to go about their business as usual. I sent the bird to the market area, an open space with canvas-roofed stalls lined with permanent shops around the edges.
5 ons? Are you mad? Demanded an irate shopper, an older man with thinning hair and the extra weight around his midriff that spoke of significant wealth in this world. Flour has risen 4-fold. It costs so much that I've had to raise my prices. I'm still losing out, protested the younger shopkeeper. How about these?
The flour is of a lower quality, so I can offer these for 3 ons. The man's hands were fluttering over smaller loaves of bread laid out to one side. Both types were a dark brown, and I could feel Glimpse's eagerness to swoop in and steal a smaller one.
3 ons for subpar bread? Do you have any idea who I am? The older man yelled, causing the merchant to raise his hands defensively. Glimpse flew on. Food prices were already spiking, as was anything made from metal. Arrowheads were being forged in earnest, and to the east was a street lined with blacksmiths. Losing access to fuel from outside the city would slow down their production, but there was a lot of wooden construction they could cannibalize if they wanted to. I directed Glimpse to the keep that formed the heart of the city's defenses. 5 stories tall, it loomed over the docks and east side of the wall, shielded by the river on one side and the city on the other. After we broke into the city, this would still remain a formidable strongpoint, able to launch sallies and force us to fight street to street through the narrows and twists of the badly laid-out urban battlefield. I guided my crow from window to window, eavesdropping on the conversations within. Most were simple soldiers, grumbling about their bad luck very quietly. It became clear early on that those who complained too loudly would quickly join the bandaged men standing atop the wall. "Did the courier get away?" snapped a voice from a window on the 3rd floor. Inside the room was stark, a large table covered in maps, held open with goblets on their corners. The speaker was a tall man, wearing the unwieldy iron armor they had based on the old bronze design. A metal breastplate with hoops of metal, perhaps an inch across and gradually increasing in diameter like a skirt down the man's thighs, was coupled with ornate greaves to protect his legs below the knee.
A helm like a handleless cooking pot sat on the table in front of him as he paced back and forth in frustration.
"Lord, we don't need to summon the army. No one could hope to storm our walls. If the people fail to maintain order, we can force them into the Undying," a counselor in rich orange robes said. "You know what can happen when the army has to be involved. We've got enough forces to make the Jarul run red with ervile blood. There are only a few thousand of them." "I agree with Sal Hayden, Lord. The army should be left out of this. If the savages catch the courier, they will be providing us with a service." This man had a wheezy voice, like a man who'd smoked heavily for decades and had chronic asthma on top of it. "Sal Fadra, you think we can hold? Ashrot and the Undying can hold the walls," snapped the armored man. Sal Fadra sighed, and Glimpse hopped to the edge of the windowsill.
His head turned so one eye could watch, but he was ready to fly away if they started paying attention to my spying crow. The Lord grabbed up a metal cup from the table, causing one of the maps to partially roll back up, and took a long drink before putting it back down gently. He grimaced and shook his head. "Have I doomed us by calling for the army?" he said quietly. "It's a week-long ride to the first watchtower, so 3 to 4 weeks before we can expect them to arrive," Salhadin said quickly. "If we can rout their army before then, we will be spared the wrath of the demigod who leads the response. But only if we can dispose of them first. Otherwise, we'll all join the Undying. We're all aspirants, and powerful ones at that. King Mortimer wouldn't waste his investment. He's very conscious of using resources efficiently," offered Salhadin. To my ears, it sounded like he was trying to convince himself as much as the others in the room.
Can Ashrot be persuaded to come off the walls? Asked Salfadra. With its help, we could wipe these savages away. Allying with the giants? It's disgusting. I can ask Ashrot, but those things will only act on the king's orders. If I can persuade it that the king would want it to attack the army before they move against the walls. How do you reason with things like amalgams? My wife is in there somewhere, lost in that mountain of dead flesh, replied the Lord. The necromancers say some spark of the person is retained by the Undying. Perhaps that will be an advantage, offered Salhadin. The Lord slammed a fist down on the table and snarled. Yes, perhaps my dead wife will be able to sway the tens of thousands melted together in that nightmare. His voice was thick with hate and self-loathing. I'm sorry, Lord, stammered Salhadin. I meant no disrespect. He bowed his head and folded his hands across his stomach. The Lord growled and resumed pacing.
How soon can we pull the Undying off the walls and organize a sally?
Lord, the necromancers can arrange that in a few hours of you giving the order, said Salfadra. If we do it in the night, the enemy may not notice. It's not as though our troops need light to see, so it won't trouble them. Then we could attack with surprise on our side, an hour or two before sunrise. So, the old hit them just as the night watcher knackered and the morning shift hasn't shaken the shit out of their heads yet stratagem. Not a terrible idea. Glimpse blinked and cocked his head, throwing my perspective off. I'll speak to Ashrot. Pass the orders to the necromancers. I'll be in the chapel for an hour to pray, then I'll try to find what's left of my wife in a monster, ordered the Lord with a wave of his hand. He picked up his helmet and rattled out, leaving the counselors to follow behind him. Glimpse finally let out the caw he'd been suppressing for several minutes and swooped up into the sky to look for a suitable roost where he could watch the keep's gate and track the Lord as he went to speak to Ashrot. Pertabon, be subtle about it, but we need to come up with a plan to deal with an attack tomorrow morning, I said, turning to the giant beside me. They want to come to us. How kind of them. Bon's laughter boomed out across the camp, making me wince. Subtle, please, Bon. Chapter 33. I was going to make bank if I ever got to go home. He just argued with a wall of eyes. Ashrot didn't say anything. It kind of rumbled a bit, but I don't think it was a positive response. So we're going with plan number 1. That's final, I said. This council of war was making me feel like a kid trying to get permission from my mum to play out late. Jandak started. You guys and your golems can go in my storage if you like. Otherwise, I'm going in alone. I cut him off.
The Fangs quickly shook their heads.
You're sure you can escape again? Asked Faye, and I waggled a handful of mana potions at her in reply. Yep. The Lord isn't going to be joining the fight. I've got this covered, and Bob is in my storage space already. Worst case, I pop him out as a distraction and run. I'm more worried about you guys being able to cope with the Undying. There are 20-odd thousand of the damn things. We can manage, as long as the abomination doesn't decide to join the attack.
The undead are no threat to us with the Titans in support, Bond said thoughtfully as he settled his helmet back on his head. They'll be starting in an hour. If you're going to go, now is the time. I grinned. This is basically what I used to do for a living. It'll be fine. Damn it, Wilson. No! You aren't coming with me. You'll get some fun killing zombies as they shamble out of the city. Wilson was headbutting me in the side repeatedly and whining.
Your wolf isn't as confident as you are, Faye said coldly. She had been furious when I'd tried to discuss my plan with her. He didn't know me before I came to this world. I'm good at this, Faye. I turned to the rest of the command team, the chiefs watching quietly with studiously neutral expressions. My fangs looked worried, Faye looked pissed off, and the tribunes from the Legion looked stoic. Nothing seemed to faze the Husker soldiers. Focus on your own roles in this fight. Faye, you and the Coven are going to be providing magical cover with Krill. The Fangs and the Titans are supporting the Legion, who'll take on the brunt of the undead. With the Coven neutralizing the enemy's soulbound and wizards, it should be a cakewalk. What's a cake? Asked Krill with a scowl. Something delicious, I grumbled. You walk on delicious things in your world? Pondered Mune. He rubbed at his chin and looked at me in confusion. Shut up. Forget about cakes.
I go in and do some targeted killing, while you guys deal with the Sally. It took me another 10 minutes to be sure we had all our ducks in a row. Once I was confident everyone was clear, if not happy, about their roles in the plan. Be careful, love, Faye said to me as the meeting broke up. We were standing outside the oversized tent Pertabon used as his command hub. The moons had set, and the only light came from the stars above the scattered cooking fires within the fort. Faye moved slowly, pregnancy having robbed her of some of her former grace. I will. Believe me, this is the second normal thing I've done in this world, Faye. Kidnapping that wizard from Jagapan's camp before the winter was basically my old job. I'll cut my losses and run if I have to, don't worry, I replied. But she pulled my hand over and pressed it against her stomach before hugging me fiercely. You have someone to meet in a few months, husband. Don't disappoint them, she hissed in my ear, before spinning away and moving off to shout for the rest of the Coven. Women. I suppressed a sigh. Wilson padded along next to me as I left the camp and moved into the darkness beyond the wooden walls. Stop whining, bloke. You can't come with me. Stay here and keep an eye on Faye, okay? I said softly, as I patted the wolf on the snout. He pulled his head back, then sneezed, coating my hand in a fine mist that I wiped on my tunic. Wilson pushed his head into my chest, shoving me backwards slightly, then turned and walked away. Wolves. This time, I dared to sigh out loud. A loud chuff came back from Wilson as he walked away. Oops. Glimpse was high in the sky, waiting for me to do my thing. I weighed the 3 mana potions in my left hand and pulled another 3 out of my storage space, slipping them into my belt pouch. The damn things were nearly indestructible. No amount of roughhousing and bad juggling among the Fangs had managed even to crack any of them, so I wasn't worried about the seemingly fragile glass breaking in what passed for my pocket. I glared down at the 3 vials of blue liquid and flexed my toes in the loam. My perception stretched out into the dirt as I cast Shape Earth and began sinking down as a tunnel grew beneath me. I pushed the dirt and hardened it, packing it in tightly as I dropped to 10 meters below the surface and began moving south towards the city. I couldn't move as fast underground as I could on the surface by shaping the earth around me, but I still moved faster than a normal man could run. I could sense how far I was from the surface after the first 5 seconds, so I didn't accidentally go too deep, and the path of the tunnel I'd already cut kept me heading in the right direction. How far I needed to go was the problem. I felt the foundations of the massive walls, wrapped by the abomination Ashrot, were apparent to me as I passed underneath them after another cast of Shape Earth. I needed to be careful where I came up. The city didn't have a sewer system,
something that was both a boon and a curse. A secluded, stinking tunnel would be a nice place to emerge before I hit the streets and made my way to the keep. It would also be full of shit, so swings and roundabouts. I traveled deeper into the city, sensing the outlines of the building where my sense extended into the stones that made up the ground floor walls of the city. I found a likely spot and chose to roll the dice. The soil beneath me surged and lifted me up, and the ground above me flowed to the sides and hardened. I emerged from what I hoped was a quiet back street, like a demon rising up from hell. I glanced around and, thankfully, there was no one nearby.
The rooftop of the ramshackle house next to me was a good 5.5 meters above me, but I leapt up in a smooth motion and landed with a light thump. I froze and listened carefully, but nothing stirred below me. I had gathered from glimpse that large swaths of the city were now abandoned. The people either fled, conscripted, or turned into the undying. The crow flew lower and orbited above me, giving me a bird's-eye view. I was clear. The city was quiet, and the massing of the undying by the northern gate was done in almost complete silence. Only the occasional shouted order of one of the necromancers commanding the swarm broke the silence of the undead. Those pricks were on my secondary target list for this evening. My first order of business this evening was the leadership, so I began running quietly across the rooftops towards the keep that loomed in the east.
Leaping quietly from roof to roof, invisible to the occasional guards or civilians below, was an exhilarating feeling. The clouds had blocked the moons and the stars, so I was operating in deep darkness. But after being underground, it felt like a pleasant twilight to me. I made my way inexorably towards my targets, assured by glimpse that the bastards were hiding in the keep this evening. I paused as I reached the last building before the sheer stone walls of the keep stretched up across the unusually wide street from me. The blocks of stone were rough and badly cemented together, leaving plenty of opportunities for hand and footholds. The entrance was 100 feet down the road, and the guards were half asleep from the look of them. I backed up a couple of meters, took a deep breath, then charged forwards to fling myself across the muddy street below. I hit the wall with a dull thud and scrambled for purchase as I started to slide downwards.
I used minor shape-shifting, and my fingers and toes grew longer. They developed rough patches of skin at the points of contact, and I began scaling the wall like a gecko. I slipped silently into the map room and checked with glimpse that no one had noticed anything amiss. I was in the clear. If I ever did get to go back home, I'd be the best damn assassin on earth. My fees would climb by an order of magnitude. My digits returned to normal as I canceled the shape-shifting spell. I scooped the maps and documents into my storage space, wasting another 40 mana, then moved to the door. I turned the handle slowly, but it was locked. The keyhole was large and crude. Any competent locksmith from Earth would sneer at it derisively. But I had no tools to pick it with. I drew my dagger and carefully sliced between the door and the frame. The crude iron caught on the blade, but it sliced through smoothly with a little effort.
I swung the door open quietly, catching the sheared-off metal and laying it down next to the door. I poked my head out, and the corridor was dimly lit by widely spaced torches that threw flickering shadows everywhere I looked. This was less than ideal. I was guessing the Lord's apartment wouldn't be far from his command room, but Glimpse had only been able to survey the place from the outside. The internal structure remained a mystery. I put a hand against a wall and cast Shape Earth again, then drank a mana potion while I waited for my perception to spread out into the stones around me. Bloody wooden floors. I could feel the outlines of the rooms, but I wasn't getting any more information than that. I walked casually over to the door opposite me, moving like I belonged, which was a good way not to draw attention. Walking like you belong stops most issues before they start when you're somewhere you shouldn't be. I pushed my hand against the wall by the door and warped the stone to break the wood around the lock. The door slid open quietly to reveal an open space,
Benches lined one wall, and tapestries covered the rest. In the center was what looked like a baptismal font. A raised dish, carved to look like vines, climbed up from the floor. The light from a pair of torches caught the water in the bowl and made it gleam orange. I pulled the door shut and walked down the corridor until I heard the sound of quiet but heated conversation around the corner ahead of me.
"Without Ashrot, this is going to fail," hissed Sal Haddon. "You've tried to explain it. I've tried. He just won't listen," snapped Sal Fadra.
I crept closer to the corner, moving silently.
"All he's doing is praying to Hadesti for his wife's soul. We've all lost family to feed the undying,"
Sal Haddon complained bitterly. Clearly, Mortimer didn't need to worry about maintaining morale in the same way that I did.
"We should escape."
Whether the city stands or falls, we're better off in the south. What's left to hold us here?"
Sal Fadra whispered so quietly I almost missed it. I leant forwards, and sure enough, the two lesser lords were standing a short distance past the corner as I peeked out with one eye. They both looked drawn. They hadn't looked happy yesterday at their meeting, as far as I could tell through Glimpse's vision, but they looked noticeably grimmer now. I slid the dagger from my hip, then paused. Why bother getting up close? I cast Shape Earth again. When my sense of the stone reached out to the wall next to the two petty despots, I acted. Tendrils of stone shot out from either side to burrow into their eyes, noses, and mouths, stifling their screams before they were born. More tentacles of stone lashed out to grip their limbs, holding in place as they tried to gasp and scream. All that emerged were faint scuffles and strangled gasps.
Shoving limbs of living rock down a bloke's throat was not an option available to me back on Earth, but it was convenient.
As they stopped struggling, the walls swallowed them, and all that was left was a pair of slight bulges in the stone. I was going to make bank if I ever got to go home.
Soulbound servant slain ×2. 40 souls harvested. Secondary targets down. The primary was presumably through one of the doors near where those idiots had been arguing. Left or right? Which way, assassin? I mentally flipped a coin. Couldn't work out which way it would have landed, and thought, fuck it. I melted the walls to either side with the last couple of seconds of my cast of Shape Earth. This proved to be a mistake. Chapter 34. I needed to get some altitude. I threw myself forward and snatched my sword from its scabbard. The blade flicked out, and one of these new types of monsters fell back, leaving an arm behind. It still had 3 more, so I was confident I hadn't inconvenienced it too greatly. 3 more of the things lunged towards me. They were 2 bodies melted together. The legs were twice as thick as they should be, and the bulbous torso sprouted a pair of arms to either side at the shoulders. The heads were a vomit-inducing mishmash of both of the source material's faces, mouths locked in eternal screams, meeting in the middle under pairs of partially rotten noses. 4 eyes were randomly placed across the cheeks and foreheads, and the skull bulged out at the back, giving them a truly alien appearance. If I didn't already have plans to kill that prick Mortimer, these things would have sealed the deal. My blade flicked out as I moved towards the one I'd already injured, ducking under a staff swung by one of the others as I went. Aim for the brain, Ray, I thought desperately, as my target regained his balance and lashed out with a leg like a tree trunk to catch me in the gut. I activated enhancement and moved faster than before. Health, 595 over 600. As the air left my lungs, I twisted, my left hand catching the ankle before the thing could pull it back, and I sank my fingers into the rotten flesh. I spun on my left foot and let go, hurling the nightmare into the nearest pair of its friends. As my right foot settled behind me, I now had all the enemies in the right place, directly in front of me. As they were untangling themselves, I flashed forward and removed a pair of heads.
4 heads in total, I supposed, as each head was 2 fused together. My sword slammed down and sank through the spine of the one I'd thrown. The tip sank into the wood beneath as it cut through the thing's spine, and I left it pinned, flailing with its 3 remaining arms as I turned to the last monster. Undead amalgams slain times 2. The amalgams were composed of 2 reanimated humanos, 30 souls harvested. This one had eyes that neatly formed 2 rows, one set above the other, as opposed to the rest that had been much more haphazardly put together. The eyes blinked in sequence at me, first the upper pair, then the lower. It pulled 4 daggers from a broad belt around its waist and took a ponderous step towards me. Then it blurred into motion. Floorboards cracked as the thing shot towards me, 4 long steel daggers flashing. I hit my haste amulet and sped up even more. We exchanged blows too fast to follow. Each slash and lunge of the daggers was dodged or turned aside with a slap of my palm. Due to its advantage in limbs, I was being driven backwards, unable to get close enough to land a decisive blow. A hand snagged my ankle, and I toppled backwards. I wrenched my leg free and rolled to the side as a tree-trunk-thick leg slammed down where I had been. I pulled out my dagger and drove it into the thing's knee, twisting and slicing in a savage motion that left the gray flesh torn.
The leg gave way as the last strands of undead flesh parted under the amalgam's weight. I spun back to my feet and jumped over to slice the dagger through the middle of the conjoined skulls, and they split open, spilling gore onto the pile of bodies as it fell backwards. Another plunge, and the other amalgam stopped thrashing at the sword, pinning it down. Undead amalgam slain times 2. The amalgams were composed of 2 reanimated humanos. 30 souls harvested. I shoved the bodies clear and retrieved my sword, wiping it on my ruined tunic. I really needed to find someone to make me some tougher clothes. The sword slammed home in my scabbard, and I slipped the dagger back into its sheath. Then the world went orange, and I was blasted sideways. I bounced off a stone wall and slid to the bottom before flowing upright and glaring around. Health, 523 over 600. That was rude. I guess you're the big swinging dick here, but you're scared to fight fair, I grumbled. My tunic was now thoroughly ruined.
The flames hadn't hurt me, but getting slapped into the wall had stung.
"The king has compelled me to fight you," came a voice from out of sight. The Lord. I was disoriented. I wasn't sure which way I'd been blasted by his fireball, but I assumed he was in the other room, on the opposite side of the corridor, which I'd started in. 2 lords down, 1 to go. Then I kill my way out of town and rejoin the army. This was noisier than I'd planned on being. More guards and Undying were probably on the way. I needed to make this quick. I moved through the smoke, hopping over the gaps the explosion had blown into the floorboards. Stepping carefully, I entered the Lord's chambers, only to find him facing away from me, staring out the window like I didn't matter. He had Body A, Mind C+, and Souls F floating above his head. "You aren't the chief necromancer here," I said, resting my hand on the hilt of my sword and stopping 3 meters away from him. "No, the king created most of the Undying.
Some of us were forced to take the death affinity. When you get enough souls, you can unlock a power that lets you claim or be given control of the Undying."
"Can you kill Ashrot?" He turned to look at me. His face was drawn and pale. Sweat marked his brow, and his lips quivered slightly. "You want me to put your wife out of her misery?" I asked, and he flinched. "How? You know a lot, Raymond." "Yes. Can you?" I nodded. "I expect I can. Might need some help, but we'll get it done." He blew out a long breath. The guards are on the way. The fireball will have alerted them. No shit, I thought. Can you escape the city? I can. What's happening with the civilians? Soldiers and the walking corpses are fair game as far as I'm concerned. Why haven't you used the terrible Skyfire spell yet? He interrupted, looking back out of the window. His robes were blowing back as the breeze from the 5th-floor window entered the room. He looked over at me and smirked.
The king mentioned you were soft for a killer. You can't win, Harvester of Souls. You've not seen the armies, the tides of undying, and the larger creations. You should run back to your steps and then head east until the world runs out. Kill my wife. End Ashrot. His voice had become soft, almost a whisper at the end. He leant forwards and went headfirst out of the window. I switched to glimpse and watched his body fall, smashing his brains out on the cobbles below. Well, that was a waste of 20 souls. The sounds of armored men rushing down wooden-floored corridors reached my ears, and I turned back to the missing walls of the Lord's chambers as a grin passed across my face. Primary targets dealt with, I was free to cause some havoc on my way out. My sword made a quiet scraping noise as I drew it and moved silently over to the wall. I hadn't melted away with shape earth. The first one was a human in the weird iron skirt armor they favored. The armor didn't even slow the blade, and I was moving as both halves of the man were still falling to the ground. Down the corridor ahead of me was a long line of normal human soldiers. This wasn't going to be a fair fight. I flashed forward, slicing, punching, and kicking as I passed. I left heads smashed into the walls, metal helms crumpled and dripping gore. I punched fist-shaped indentations in their armored breastplates that crushed the supposedly protected organs beneath them. I snapped limbs with my free hands, crushing the bones just by clamping my fist around them. Normal humans were pathetically weak opponents now. Normalo humanos slain times 24. 240 souls harvested. I moved down the stairs, killing anyone in armor as I went. I didn't see any more undying, and the effort required to deal with these mortal enemies gave me time to split my focus and watch the unfolding battle outside from the perspective of my crow. Ashrot had moved its bulk aside to clear the northern gate, and a long file of undying was marching out. Most of them were regular dead men, but there were some squads, each no more than a few hundred strong, composed of small amalgams similar to the ones I'd fought before my chat with the suicidal lord of the city. My little fort looked puny in comparison to the tens of thousands of walking corpses forming up into neat ranks, and from the perspective of the city, my fort looked barely guarded, with only a handful of patrols on the platforms behind the palisades. Glimpse could clearly see the ranks formed up behind the wooden walls, just waiting to pour out and form up once the city committed to the sally. There was no trumpet or horn to announce the advance. The mass of undead simply started moving forward in perfect synchronization. They moved quietly. If we didn't already know they were coming, it might have worked out for them. Glimpse was circling above the wall, and Ashrot when my guys made their move. Nothing changed on the walls, but the gates to the fort swept open, and ranks of armored Huskars fell out onto the grass between the fort and the city. In the distance, Glimpse could see squadrons of nomad cavalry, 5,000 warriors strong, start to canter into position to try and seal off any retreat for the undying by cutting in between the horde and Ashrot. It only took a few minutes for the ranks to form. Shield and short sword-wielding Huskars made up the first line of defense. The swords were the length of most human adults, but in giant hands they looked like oversized daggers. Spears settled over the front rank's shoulders, held in position by the taller Urviles behind them, ready to stab down as the zombies got close. Then Glimpse cawed and wheeled up into the sky as burning light shot out from the spears to slam into the gray mass of flesh rushing towards them. The blasts cut lines in the horde, reaching almost all the way back to the walls and Ashrot's twitching metamorphic flesh.
Finally, my soul-bound casters opened up. Fire, ice, and lightning exploded among the unceasing dead, blowing them apart, reducing them to ash, or bursting them with torrents of electricity the rotting flesh was unable to contain. Glimpse saw a group of humans on top of the wall, perhaps a couple of hundred of them, who were raising their hands and casting spells back at my troops. Arcs of fire and lances of light and darkness reached out, but pink-purple rips in reality opened in front of most of them, the other end of the portal appearing above and redirecting the magic back at the foe. Shields of ice and fire appeared hanging above Ashrat to catch their own diverted attacks and protect the soul-bound casters on the wall. Excellent. Forcing them to waste their precious mana to stop their own attacks. All those portals we'd used were from artifacts.
If this came down to a battle of endurance, we had just slipped ahead of the enemy. Then the siege engines opened up from within the walls, and I winced as rocks the size of sheds began to slam down around my legionnaires. Gouts of earth were thrown up, mixing with the smoke from the blasts of magic. Not all the enemy spells had been blocked or diverted, and Glimpse could see gaps in the front of our formations. Not significant losses, perhaps, but when you were up against gods knew how many undead, and the prospect of new troops was dependent on kids coming of age, every life mattered. The remains of the wave of gray flesh slammed into the disciplined lines of the Legion and began to dissolve. An Undying was a formidable opponent to a regular human, but they were chaff in the wind when faced with artifact-armed huskers, all professional soldiers to a man. Another barrage of spells was launched from the walls, arcing out to try and hit the point of contact between the forces, uncaring of harming their own troops. Another set of portals and shields sprang up. 3 smaller figures charged forward from the Legion's position, cutting their way into the mob and aiming for the smaller amalgams. I could almost hear the fangs laughing happily as they finally got to unleash their full potential. The cavalry arrived and began to cut into the flanks of the horde, lancers charging and retreating in waves, while the archers peppered the enemy with enchanted arrows and javelins. Then, Ashrat moved, contracting its bulk from around the city and swelling outwards from the section facing my army. Tendrils lined with teeth and eyes flicked out and began to pull the thing's bulk towards my forces. Normalo humanos slain times 78. 780 souls harvested. I stopped in my tracks, slamming a man's head against the wall to knock him out, before throwing his body at the terrified warriors standing in my way, bowling them over. With a glance behind me at the stairs and corridors, I'd absent-mindedly slaughtered my way down, and I saw blood dripping down the floor and walls. "Bloody hell!" I cursed, as I slapped my haste amulet and shot back the way I'd come. I needed to get some altitude, and fast. Then it would be time to rain fire on the big bastard. Chapter 35. If you try and pick me up. Being barefoot didn't usually bother me. I had spent most of my time out on the steppe with fresh air, clean grass, and beautiful expanses of natural scenery. The occasional stone had long since stopped being a problem for me. Now I was slamming my way upstairs, and the corridors were littered with my recent kills. Their blood was splashing up my legs, and their bodies were being pulverized as my feet landed on them to launch me forward again. My toes had bits of people stuck between them. On some level, I was happily ignoring this as I strove to reach the roof. But on another, I was revolted and missing the open step. My open step. I skidded to a halt as the haste wore off. I was most of the way back to where I'd started, and a spray of gore and splinters of wood flew away as I came to a stop. I was being a fucking idiot. I slapped a gore-covered hand against the stone wall and cast Shape Earth. A platform of stone flowed out beneath me, and I rose towards the ceiling. My senses spread out, and the stone above me ripped away the floorboards and joists. I used the insides of the keep to create a pathway towards the sky, making it pull itself apart to suit my desire to gain some altitude. The stones shifted and drove me upwards until I emerged on a column of rock, rising over the keep on a granite spear. I was staying up to date with the battle via glimpse.
Ashrot's move had been noticed, and the cavalry had bolted away, the lancers retreating while the archers continued to pepper the horde with ranged attacks. The legion had split into two groups, pulling back to either side of the fort. Wooden walls wouldn't do anything against the shambling mass of constantly shifting flesh that was the amalgam called Ashrot. The damn thing was absorbing the Undying as it reached them, eating the rear out of its own support troops as it moved towards my own, very much not dead, soldiers. I looked down on the city like a god descending from heaven as I drank a mana potion. My little tower grew a platform, crumbling stone barely held together by my magic, giving me the runway to the north I needed. I used the last charge on my haste amulet and sprinted forward. As soon as I started running, I lost my connection to the rock as both feet were in the air, and the tower began to lean and tilt to the north. It didn't matter. I only needed a couple of seconds.
I reached the end of the platform and launched myself away. The wind was blowing from the north, which wasn't helpful, but it would help me gain altitude even as it slowed me down. Don't go too fucking high, I reminded myself. Major shapeshifting activated, and my body flowed. Arms, legs, and torso flattened out into an aerofoil, and I shifted my weight for 10 mana, making myself lighter as my wings caught the air, and I flew north. Well, it was more like I was falling with style, but this was a prime opportunity to indulge in a little aerial bombardment. The iron rings that had been on my fingers were now partially melded into my distended limbs. As I passed over the section of wall housing Mortimer's Soulbound and Wizards, I released a string of fireballs that fell from the sky and obliterated the top of the wall, leaving nothing but ash and smoke behind. Soulbound servants slain times 124. 2,400 souls harvested.
Normalo, humanos, slain times 142. 1,420 souls harvested. Can't block what you can't see, and these people had no idea about the good old death from above that was so commonplace back on Earth. I glided over the wall and began to descend. I'd only have a few more seconds before I returned to normal, and I did not want to be hundreds of meters above terra firma when it happened. I slammed into the back of one of the amalgam zombies, throwing it forward. Jandak swung his blade down and split the thing's head. He glared at me and shifted his grip, planning to attack me. I canceled the last second or so of major shapeshift and returned to my normal form.
Mond, can you fly now? Can you make this lot fly away? He called as he spun and tore into the next amalgam. No, you need to fly away, bloke. The big bastard is coming. Go find Munet and Kos. The cavalry and the legion are falling back.
Take these. I tossed him a handful of mana potions that he caught smoothly while decapitating another zombie with the other hand. Get the fuck out of here. I turned my back, but kept track of him among the threads linking my mind to my troops. If he didn't run, I'd pluck the soul bond and force the idiot to get the hell out of the way. I triggered shape vegetation and rapid growth, rising up on a platform of grass and trees that sprouted from seeds long dormant in the soil beneath me. They wound together to leave me 5 meters above the earth, perched on a tangle of growth. The clouds above me condensed, making the gloom even deeper, then flashed red as streaks of white began to fall, ruining everyone's night vision. A swath of landscape between my eyrie and the city exploded in ash and smoke. My fire didn't leave much behind when it was done. Fine ash was all that was left of the section of the horde I'd just removed from existence.
Reanimated humanos slain times 3,272. 49,080 souls harvested.
I cast again, and another wave of destruction washed out from me towards Ashrot as it surged in my direction. Reanimated humanos slain times 4,921. 73,815 souls harvested. My perch of greenery shook and tilted as the lesser amalgams closed enough to begin to tear at the plant matter below me. I threw myself off towards the north and began retreating, slicing through the handful of undead between me and the rest of my troops. Reanimated humanos slain times 12. 180 souls harvested. As I broke clear, I spun back around and braced myself to fight in melee while casting Burning Skies once more. As the sky flashed red and fireballs fell in the distance, I lay about me with my blade, slicing and dicing the lumbering amalgams into chunks. The parts kept crawling towards me unless I struck the skull or severed the head.
A tide of dismembered parts poured themselves towards me convulsively. I gave ground as the bits that used to be people clawed their way towards me across the mud. I didn't get any more kill notifications, so I figured my nuke had landed on Ashrot. I reached for Glimpse's senses and saw I was right. The mound of dead flesh had taken a beating, but even though the front of it was 500 meters away from the wall now, it was still pulling its bulk from the east and west as the body condensed into a more mobile form. I chugged a mana potion and danced backwards, chopping grey fingers from limbs as I went to stop them dragging themselves across the muck. I stamped down on a blue hand, feeling bones turn to paste beneath my foot, and released more fire from the heavens. Streaks of fire fell towards Ashrot, and it flicked tentacles up to block some of them, but not all. Another cast, and the same again. The thing was still swelling towards me, like a balloon preparing to burst.
I released Bob from my storage, realizing I didn't need to worry about my immediate environment if I set the murder bot loose. Threat assessment. Omega level danger. Raymond, you should run. The array of blue eyes turned to me, even as the metallic tentacles lashed out and began finishing off the crawling body parts creeping towards me. Just keep the riffraff off me, Bob, I muttered as I cast again. These foes are unworthy of your concern. The megaton abomination of undead flesh is beyond both of us. Aresk would want us to retreat, Raymond. The machine blurred around me, stomping, slashing, and blending the local threats into paste. It's not 1,000,000 tons, is it? The latest round of fireballs was falling on the monster, cutting spheres out of it and reducing those portions to smoke. Estimated 15,000 tons, give or take 10%. You will run out of mana before we can exhaust its mass reserves. Bob's voice was more mechanical than usual. So just kilotons.
We can do this,
I snapped. We cannot. I suggest a fighting withdrawal, replied Bob as he came to a stop, having cleared the area around us. The mechanical monster moved towards me slowly. If you try and pick me up, I'm ripping your fucking limbs off, bloke. Can't blame a bot for trying. Yeah, I can. Go find the fangs. Make sure they are falling back. I'm not going to die on this hill, Bob. I glared at the multiple blue eyes as the brass focusing arrays shifted to examine me. I just want the thing to know it's been stung and should fuck off south. Buy some time for the army. Raymond, a fighting retreat will achieve this goal. Fucking machine. All logical and accurate. Dick move, Bob. I snatched up a handful of dirt and zombie fingers with my right hand. I shook out the muck and was left with a dozen small rocks and decaying digits. I shuffled all bar one into my left hand and used enchant on the pinky finger? Whatever the hell it was, it now carried a charge of firewall. My arm reached behind me as I stepped backwards, then blurred forward, launching the thing towards Ashrot. The rest followed in quick succession. I was down to 180 mana, so I drank another mana potion while my new weapons were in flight. They all slapped into the side of Ashrot in rapid succession, and lines of fire cut their way across the metamorphic flesh. A series of maws opened along the flank of the monster, and a deafening roar rang out before it surged towards me. "Bob, you might have had a point," I said gently as I cast Burning Skies 4 times, leaving me with 80 mana. "Try and keep up." I took to my heels, and the machine crunched along behind me, its head spinning back and forth to track where it was going and what was following. 4 casts of Burning Skies would be overkill against almost anything I could imagine, but Ashrot took them like a champ. It lost a sizable amount of biomass, but it still stretched along the walls behind us.
From glimpse, I could see it had drawn almost all of its bulk into the mobile form, but it was still vast. I sprinted north until I caught up with the Fangs and their golems. "Golems, pick them up and run!" I yelled, and the bronze mannequins snatched up their charges and surged ahead of me. "Moaned, you asshole!" yelled Mune, as the automatons cut left to pass by the fort. I skidded to a stop and turned while I drank another mana potion. "Don't even think about it," I said, and Bob stopped moving towards me, its arms and tentacles falling down to its sides. The spider legs tap-danced for a second, but then it stilled. Wilson padded out of the darkness and pushed his snout against my shoulder. I patted his head, ruffling the fur between his ears as I stared back at Ashrot. The thing had humped into a mound that was dozens of meters tall and had a footprint like a mansion. The roiling mass of gray body parts rolled towards me, and I took a breath. As long as I could keep my distance, this bastard should be whittled down in 2 or 3 fucking days. Shit. "Raymond, I strongly suggest we continue to fall back. That thing cannot be taken head-on." I hated to admit it, but my bot with a god's voice was right. I needed to buy time by ceding ground. We'd done some damage, at least. The Soulbound, Casters, and Undying had been largely destroyed, but the real threat was shambling across the dirt, looking to even the score, and just as mean and dangerous as it had been before. "Yeah, we fall back and catch up with the troops. Once we're all together, we can figure a way to finish Ashrot off." Chapter 36. Would calling them men be rude? I reached out and called Glimpse down to land on my shoulder. Ashrot was still oozing towards us. It moved surprisingly quickly for something that weighed thousands of tons, flowing across the ground, looking like an enormous gray slime mold at the speed of a sprinting man. Only the speed of a normal man, though, and none of my troops were normal. At least, none of the infantry was. "Fuck the wagons!" I yelled as I stopped just outside the nomad camp. "Get the people moving north! Where the hell is Pertabon?" "Legate!" My first tribune trotted over to me, a short spear 3 times my height slung casually over his armored shoulder. "Lethic, get the legate a new tunic," he called. I glanced down and saw my clothes were ruined, tattered shreds being all left after the fighting and shapeshifting. "I want a fighting retreat. Keep the Titans back. They'll just get swallowed by the fucker until we've worn it down. How long till your artifacts are recharged?" I sagged as I finally found myself with a moment to breathe. My hands rested on my knees, and my back slumped over as I took long, slow breaths. "Don't slouch, Mond," cackled Krill as he sauntered over, seeming like he didn't have a care in the world.
"What's the plan for dealing with this bastard?" He spat to the side as he stopped beside Pertabon, his head barely approaching the Huskar's waist. I cocked an eye at Bon as I waited for his answer. "We've switched out the spent artifacts, so we're good to go again. The only way to fight this abomination is to keep falling back. If it's smart, it will retreat after we do enough damage," rumbled the giant as he leaned his spear into his shoulder and removed his helmet. He swept his sweat-slick hair back, grinning. "This will be one for the annals. We've got one more set of gear we can switch to. After that, it will be a day before we can attack at range again." "No, it won't.
Not for some of you, at least. I reached up and rested a hand on Glimpse's head. I dumped 5,000 souls into him, losing 10,000 in the process, and grimaced at the gross inefficiency. I sent a mental request that he pick fire, ice, and lightning as his affinities. Red letters appeared over his head, shifted from F's to B's and A's. Shit. Should have considered that. Now any soul-bound or shikrikin that saw the bird would attack, or at least be very confused. A problem for future Mond. Bud, get some levels. Pump up your magic, strength, and mana. Then get some spell levels. Then go nuke that prick and come back for a mana potion, I whispered into the crow's ear. Yes, Ray. The thought was clearer than any communication from the bird before. I always knew what he felt and thought vaguely, but this telepathy was a whole different world. The simple words contained many layers of meaning. Affection, loyalty, determination, pleasure at becoming more powerful. So many feelings hid behind the affirmation he'd sent into my mind. With a caw, his wings cracked, and he wheeled to the south as he rose into the sky. I turned to look at Pertabon and grinned. Should have thought to do that bloody ages ago, bloke.
Glimpse is going to keep the big guy distracted for a while. Get me your 2 best squads, now. It's time to make magic giants. You! I pointed at Lethic, who was approaching with a clean tunic. I started shrugging my pauldron off, freeing the straps across my chest. Get the rest of the legions to form up and send nomads to advise the forward forces. They need to pull back, or they could be cut off as we withdraw. The tunic slapped me in the face as Lethic threw it at me before he spun to stride away, barking orders at the nearest legionaries and nomads. "Got any more mana potions?" asked Krill in a greedy voice. I opened my storage and pulled out another dozen. I was going to start running low soon, but I still had over 100 left. "Share them with the Coven," I called out as he ran off towards the nomad camp. He waved back at me without turning, so I knew he'd heard me. I flicked his bond, and he stopped.
He glared back at me for a second, nodded, and headed into the maze of tents and wagons. Glimpse was bombarding Ashrot from on high. Arcs of lightning and fireballs rained down on the monster, the bird occasionally swooping low to cast walls of fire and ice across the thing's skin. These attacks were much more effective than the bombardment. Ashrot had become very good at throwing out pseudopods to intercept projectiles, but it couldn't do anything when a dozen meters of its flesh froze solid or burst into flames. The bloody thing was smart. Maybe it could be convinced to fuck off south and leave us be for a while. Maybe not. And even if it did retreat, it would just be back later, once it had rebuilt enough biomass. Sometimes, short-term solutions are all you have to work with, though. As I shrugged my new tunic on and reached for my pauldron, Faye, the members of the Coven who had stayed with the army, and the Fangs emerged from behind the wagons and advanced on me. Faye gave me a quick kiss before holding out a hand. I looked down at it, then back up to meet her fierce hazel eyes. "Mana potions. The good ones, please," she said sweetly. But I knew failing to obey would be worse than getting swallowed by the Akira baby dragging itself towards us. I pulled out the 6 pure mana potions in my inventory and weighed them in my hand. The small blue vials glinted in the flickering lights from the magical assault falling on the monster behind me. "Do any of you have enough to justify them?" I asked. "No point wasting potions if they top you off without using half of them." "Men, you don't have to quaff the whole thing. A sip will have a partial effect," snapped Habini from behind her veil. "Habini, you have to ensure Faye gets away after you've attacked. Swear it to me," I snapped, carefully ignoring the glare I got from my wife. "I swear by the moons and the great blue that your wife and son will survive this day," she said in a heartbeat. I passed the potions to Faye, who snatched them away and spun to distribute them. "Ladies, let's do what we've practiced," she called, and the small phalanx of nomad women advanced towards the danger.
Something twisted at the thought of letting these brave women endanger themselves, but I fought it down. I sent a thought to Wilson, asking him to shadow the women and be prepared to snatch away Faye if the worst happened. A faint woof returned to me down our link, and I felt him slink off to follow the coven. "If you ever have a golem pick me up like that again, I'll break its legs." "What are we doing?" asked Jandak. Mune and Koss both glowered at me as well. Sometimes you've got to piss off your friends when they're battle-mad idiots who'll get themselves killed. We'll hold off with the Titans and push when it's been battered. Very battered. This fucker is going to be fried fish before we get up close to it. Bon, where are the squads I ask for? They're on their way, Leggett. Mulius and Marbo are on their way. The nomads are abandoning anything they can't stuff into storage rings and heading north with their herds, he rumbled, looking over from a quiet conversation with a small group of Huskar in fancier armor than was the norm. "I'm just going to join the ladies, if that's all right with you," asked Krill in an acidic voice. Great. I'd annoyed my mentor, who was also my nominal spiritual advisor, my friends, and last but certainly not least, my wife. "Bob, take the other golems and go with Krill. Force the humans back if Ashrot gets too close. When you think it's weakened enough, your lot can attack. Otherwise, you're babysitting," I said, and the spidery golem quickly gathered up its more humanoid kin and advanced back towards the wall of flesh sliding across the grassland in the direction of the rapidly emptying nomad camp. Marbo and Mulius stomped over, dwarfing the unmodified Huskar. They looked down at me and gave me yet another bloody glare. Everyone was pissy today, it seemed. "I'm not going near that thing," rumbled Mulius. Marbo nodded and fell down to all fours before pulling his tail around to stroke it in his paws? Hands? It was hard to tell these days. "None of us is. This is a kill from range kind of job, and you are not ranged fighters," I began, before Pertabon cut me off. "Leggett, the troops you requested are on the way," called Bon as he came over. 16 armored Huskars fell in behind him. The Fangs and my Titans eyed the newcomers with disdain. I turned to look up at them as they formed a neat double row and slapped their fists against their chest, shields held at their sides. "Gentlemen," I started after a moment's hesitation. Would calling them men be rude? I was about to make them my slaves in some sense, and didn't see any reason to be rude before I did. "I need you to accept some souls. We need more firepower, and I want you to be part of that. Step forward if you are willing to take the elemental affinities and put most of your points into the mind stats. I won't force this on you." Bon nodded slowly, a faint smile on his face, as all 16 took a smart pace forward and loomed over me at an even closer range. "Sir, we're happy to serve the Harvester," barked one of the legionaries, whose helm had a crest running sideways across the top. "Set us up to knock them down, Leggett," barked another Huskar with a sideways crest. The others all grinned fiercely. Shit. Time for maths. Just shy of 120,000 divided by 16 divided by 2. Fuck you, system. Make sure there's a few left over. That meant, call it 3,000 souls apiece, and I'd still have 20,000 left for little old me. I passed down the line and watched as red letters appeared over the heads of the two squads. Jesus, the base stats of Huskars made it seem pointless to give souls to my nomads.
They all had S-tier mind stats and A-tier bodies. "Elemental affinities, please. Focus on range and intensity upgrades." "You done?" "Sir," barked both the sergeants. "What are your names, blokes?" I asked. "Bathnir. Hrangit." "Go get them. Just use your magic to support my wife and her." Harsh lights flickered from behind me as Krill and the Coven launched their attack. Friends.
The pair barked orders, and the small group of Huskar filed past me in good order to advance on the monster. I borrowed Glimpse's senses for a moment. He circled above Ashrot, but I could see the nomads filing away to the north in a desperate caravan. I sent him a mental query. "I'll need a mana potion soon, Ray." The words were whispered in my mind. "As and when, buddy," I replied. That was going to take some getting used to. A faint sense of amusement flowed down the link from the crow. "Bon, get the legions formed up at the rear of the nomads. Let the chiefs know they need to hold with you while the non-combatants escape. With a bit of luck, they'll be turning back around soon, but for now, keep them moving north. Mulius, Marbo, you guys go with Bon. I want you ready to move when Ashrot is weak enough." The mammoth titan grumbled and started plodding north, but Marbo gave me a feline grin before flowing away on all fours. I turned to the south. Blasts of ice and fire illuminated the early morning. The sun had yet to rise, so other than the moons and stars, they were the brightest things I could see. Lumps of ice expanded to freeze large volumes of the monster, which it was forced to shed and roll over. Fire cut spheres from its mass, turning reanimated flesh into ash and smoke. Walls of elemental fire, ice, and lightning sprang up in its oozing path. The ice was simply rolled over, but the sparks of electricity and boiling fire forced it to pull back, at least for a few moments.
Bolts fell from the sky as Glimpse joined in on the fun, and the Coven renewed their attacks, with imbued items to cast area attacks. They began to spend the charges on their enchanted items. It was making a difference. The damn thing had completely pulled its mass from around the walls, but it was still huge. It towered 5 stories tall and covered an area the size of a football field at least. My casters were whittling it down slowly. I pulled a mana potion out of my belt pouch and weighed it in my hand. I grinned and strode forward, eager for round 2. Chapter 37. Shard of Illuminant. I scooped up any small stones I could see as I went and stuffed them into a pouch on my right hip. I had about 20 of them before I drew to a stop by the Coven and Krill, who were blasting away happily at the monster. A squad of my new mage Huskars stood to either side of them and unleashed the magic in their artifact weapons and armor before starting to cast spells with their own mana.
Arcs of lightning, blasts of ice and fire shot across the ruined landscape to slam into the amorphous blob. With the titans and the fangs just behind me, I watched for a minute as the others worked systematically to whittle Ashrot down. It pulsed and surged. Another section would crawl forward whenever it was obliterated in one area. The metamorphic flesh sent out thick tendrils, and suddenly the mass behind it shifted to try and advance in another place. Glimpse landed on my shoulder, and I offered him a sip from a mana potion, his beak dipping in and out several times before he took to the sky again and circled overhead. I could see we had done an impressive amount of damage already. The hulking blob was much reduced, barely half the size it had been. I began enchanting stones with firewall and hurling them across the few hundred meters that separated my allies from the nightmarish creature.
I aimed high, letting gravity pull the stones down onto the upper reaches of the multi-story abomination. Lines of white fire writhed and twisted in fractal patterns, burning their way into the thing's upper body and eliciting a many-throated bellow of rage. It surged again, the mass at the rear humping forward and up as the thing rolled over itself to present undamaged parts of itself, drawing dangerously closer to our forces. The Coven and the legionaries gave ground, retreating step by step, and they continued launching elemental magics into the new face of the thing. And this time, it truly was a face. The upper surface formed into a gigantic face and howled at us. The eyes looked more like the compound eyes of insects, but, courtesy of Glimpse, I could see they were composed of hundreds, maybe thousands, of human eyes.
A face made of faces and parts of faces screamed in rage and pain at us.
So I cast Burning Skies 3 times and chugged another of my diminishing supply of mana potions. The sky darkened, and clouds red like blood formed above the beast. The triple cast meant it couldn't block the falling fireballs quickly enough. A nest of tentacles rose up to try to trigger them before they impacted the main body, but too many made it through. Brilliant explosions rolled over the beast, immolating tons of its biomass and eliciting another shriek. This time, it sounded less like rage and more like fear and pain. "Bob, go!" I yelled, and our mechanical contingent broke into a sprint. Their bronze limbs flashed as they charged forward and disappeared into the gray flesh, becoming whirring, indigestible blades cutting through its guts. "You wanted to fight this thing?" I asked the fangs, and they nodded fiercely. "Then let's do that. Titans, I want you to harry it as well." I plucked at their soul bonds, and they winced, but nodded.
Without another word, we broke into a sprint. I could see the rest of the Legion forming not far behind us and preparing to re-engage. Massed cavalry squadrons had also swept round to come at it from the rear. They were getting into range and beginning to launch volleys of enchanted or imbued arrows into Ashrot. The fangs screamed their bloodlust and shot past me. I had slowed to launch more fireballs at the thing. They slid to a stop and began carving into the beast, their imbued weapons flashing and burning. Clouds of stinking smoke rose from the injuries they inflicted to join the thick air around Ashrot. The fucker couldn't focus on so many targets at once, it seemed. The barrage from my casters, the attacks to the rear from the cavalry, the internal assault the golems were no doubt inflicting, and now us, ants as we were before the nightmare, were stopping it from reacting effectively. It should have simply rolled over us and tried to tear us apart once we were trapped within. But all it could do was lash out with tentacles and form tooth-ringed maws that lunged at us. With our impossible reflexes, most of these attacks were easily avoided, and with our healing magic, the minor wounds we took could be shrugged off. The flailing attacks grew less and less effective, so I cast Combustion, my entire being becoming fire, and with a vertical slash, I walked into the monster's flesh. I cut and slashed, slices of gray flesh falling dead around me as I severed them from the main creature. The muscle walls that composed its interior pulled back, but I lunged forward and gave chase as it tried to buy time until my spell ran out. I only had 14 seconds of being an avatar of flame, so I made the most of it. I sank glowing fingers into the rotting muscles and refused to be separated from Ashrot's guts while my burning sword sliced away at everything around me.
Those last few seconds seemed to drag on forever. But soon enough, my fire sputtered out. The fist I'd clawed into its organs began to burn with pain as Ashrot clamped down. The thing locked my left hand in place and reshaped the cavity I had made, dragging me upwards until I dangled by one hand 10 feet off the ground. A face formed opposite my own in the wall of flesh. It had dark eyes and an aquiline nose. A narrow mouth formed and opened. "Allow us to withdraw, and we will spare your life." The voice was light and feminine, and I gawped at it like a goldfish in shock. The pain in my hand intensified. "Want to run?" Too late for that. I grunted, pulling back my sword as I planned an upward cut to weaken the wall of flesh entombing my fist. "We were made with the luminant of death. You cannot stand against the king. If you withdraw, you can escape what's coming. Let us retreat or die," said Ashrot. "You're an abomination, a slave. Let me put you out of your misery," I gasped.
We cannot wish for such a thing.
The face in the wall, flattened and distended like a human face stitched onto a wall, drew closer,
the flesh behind it punching into my little cave as the entire space began to contract around me. We can spare your life and those of your allies in exchange for our own. That is permitted. Sorry, bloke. No deal. This was going to suck. But it wouldn't be the first time I'd tried something equally stupid. Maybe I could learn from past mistakes? I cast fire on my left fist. The flesh around it flashed into smoke and ash, and I began to fall. My blade swept upwards, slicing Ashrot's face from the stub of undead muscle that had protruded to bring it closer to me. As I hit the floor, I dumped the rest of my mana into firewall spells, filling the space with lines of white fire that spread out and cleared a larger area around me. The flames were too hot for Ashrot's metamorphic flesh to pass through, so I began cutting my way out. I drained another mana potion and recast the firewalls, directing them to burn a passage back the way I had come. I burst out into the twilight and spun around to launch a barrage of fireballs behind me before the monster could block off the tunnel I'd burned through. The fangs were still slashing away, gradually whittling the monster down, and the titans were embroiled in an apocalyptic battle. Meter-thick tendrils of gray flashed around them as they bit and tore at the attacking tentacles. Ashrot emitted a hiss like a gigantic kettle reaching the boil, and suddenly lurched into motion. It was still large and vast, but having lost so much mass, it could move a lot faster. About 2/3 of the way up, I caught a glimpse of spinning bronze breaking out of the bulbous monster, as Bob briefly surfaced before diving back in like a metallic dolphin leaping out of the sea for a moment. The vast, amoeba-like construct began flowing away, moving towards the city.
The cavalry scattered like sheep before a wolf. A handful of the bravest, or stupidest, had gotten too close, and were swept up by shifting gray limbs as Ashrot attempted to flee. I cast Burning Skies and paused for breath as the clouds began to glow crimson again. Ashrot shrieked in fury and sped up, swallowing another batch of cavalry as it rushed to escape the zone of destruction it knew was coming. It wasn't fast enough. The fireballs fell on it once more, but this time it was more effective at blocking them with flicking threads of mutating gray flesh. The legions surged forward, seeing the enemy retreating, and began launching barrages of spells from their ancient weapons. The thing was barely the size of a large house now, and it surged down the furrow it had pressed into the dirt with its short-lived advance. I sheathed my sword and checked on the fangs. They were battered but unbroken, grinning at each other and bragging about the part they played in the fight.
They clearly weren't capable of fighting this kind of being. They were almost unstoppable compared to less enhanced human troops or the undead, but the abominations would require whole new tactics. With the Coven and the Mage Husker, I felt we had the nucleus of what we would need. Once I got the assassin teams equipped and sent ahead to find the enemy forces, I'd have another tool at my disposal. Taking down the enemy casters as I passed overhead had been a major turning point in the fight. If they'd been able to continue to support Ashrot and force us to spend mana countering their magic, the damn thing would have been unstoppable. I looked over at Krill and the Coven and saw they were fine. Soot smeared and dirty, but they were exultant and unharmed. I turned back to the retreating foe and started running. A bronze wolf pulled up alongside me, and I leapt on Wilson's shoulders. He upped his pace, and we shot past the fangs, closing in on the titans that were snapping at what passed for Ashrot's heels. We caught up with it just as it pressed against the city walls and began flowing away to the side. Why the hell not just roll over them? Putting walls between itself and us was the logical thing to do. Some compulsion not to enter the city proper, maybe? Either way, it worked in my favor. The Legion continued blasting away at it, carving lumps of it away as it tried to run. The cavalry had reformed, minus their losses, and was galloping in an arc 50 meters away from it, and bombarding it with flaming arrows and javelins. I leapt off Wilson and rolled back to my feet in a fluid motion,
hurling fireballs that I used to cut Ashrod into pieces. I drank yet another mana potion and used my spells like scalpels to chop the thing up. Sometimes the larger part would wither and rot when it was removed instead of the smaller piece.
There's some kind of heart or brain in there. Getting cut off from that destroys a connection or something that animates the whole thing. If it had a vital spot, it had a weak spot. I charged in close, drawing my sword and my dagger, and threw myself 30 feet up to catch the last animated part of the monster, and dug my way in. The flesh grew teeth and tore at me, and bands of muscle tried to contract and crush me. The thing was weak now. Its major advantage was bulk, and now it was barely the size of a small house. It couldn't bring enough pressure to bear on my enhanced physique. "Gotcha, bitch," I thought with glee, as I sliced through a tendril of flesh to find a cavity the size of a large cupboard. Nestled in the center, suspended by pulsing grey veins, lay a pearl of darkness the size of my fist. I dropped my dagger and reached out as my sword swirled around to sever as much of the connective tissue as I could. My hand closed on the black gem, and I squeezed. The glass-like structure was hollow and broke into shards that embedded themselves in my hand, just as what was left of Ashrot went still and began to dissolve. I snatched a quick breath and closed my eyes as the grey flesh turned to putrescent liquid and smothered me. I ended up in a cloying puddle of runny goop, desperately swiping it away from my nose and mouth so I could start breathing again. Once oxygen was getting back to my lungs, I wiped my eyes and looked around blearily. The lumps that had been separated from the main body before had all dissolved as well. Battered bronze golems emerged from the putrid soup and began moving towards their respective owners. Bob had one metallic tentacle hanging loosely behind it as it scurried over on spidery legs. It stopped and focused its odd array of multifaceted eyes on my hands and reached out with its human hands to pluck at the shards of black glass in my palm. Shard of illuminant.
Hey, Steve.
It rotated the sliver of dark material in front of its face, examining it from every angle. This was the source of its power. He's using chunks of a source to make these things. The big ones, anyway, I muttered as I pulled myself to my feet. That means they will be in short supply. And now we know their weakness. My brethren can hunt them on the inside. Fucking great, bloke. Now, if you'll forgive me, I've got a bunch of magically enhanced women, at least one of whom is probably pissed at me, to deal with. I checked my notifications, and sure enough, there it was. I'd gotten the kill. Undead Amalgam slain ×1. The amalgam was composed of 23,498 reanimated humanos, 352,470 souls harvested. Well, shit. Civilized just means organized, bloke. It doesn't mean nice. Glimpse was taking a break. He'd been flying for hours. Between spying, providing overwatch for my assassination mission, and then during the battle against Ashrot, the Crow had needed some time off. It's no excuse for what happened, but it's why I failed to react quickly enough to nip it in the bud. I'd rushed over to Faye and the casters to check on them, and was roundly harangued by my wife, the Coven, and an angry Krill. This was also a powerful distraction, but I should have caught what happened sooner. The Legion had fallen out in good order and reoccupied their fort, beginning hasty repairs. Riders had gone north to turn the nomadic city back around and end their flight away from the now dead monster of metamorphic flesh. A handful of the Huskar, the feral ones, had approached the city gates and casually kicked the bronze-bound oak panels to splinters. I wasn't sure if the nomads had some scent for blood,
but they'd quickly gotten in on the fun. First, a few dozen had ridden in through the broken gates, then hundreds had flooded into the conquered town of Settle. There is a code, probably older than Earth's most ancient written records. If you don't surrender to a siege, you should expect no mercy. 3 days of rape and looting were the norm for a sacking of a city conquered by ancient armies back on Earth, a reward for the horrors of forcing a breach or taking the walls. My army hadn't done either of those things. We'd obliterated the undead host and the human soldiers when they sallied to attack our camps, and then we'd dealt with the true defense, Ashrot. We'd taken some losses. Perhaps a few hundred nomads were killed when they were caught in the abomination's attempted retreat, or the handful of accidental friendly fire incidents. Usually the wounded outnumbered the dead significantly, but not in our case.
Anyone injured would be treated with healing magic, and while they would be grumbling about the pain for a few days, they would be fit as a fiddle by the end of the day. That was more than I could say for the looters. As soon as I realized what was going on, the fangs and squads of soul-bound husker from the Legion were dispatched to bring order back to my rampaging forces. Still, by then it was too late for several thousand of the starved and brutalized survivors. Of the 15,000 or so people held hostage by Mortimer in Setall, fewer than 11,000 survived the brief rampage. When I entered my new city after the sun had peaked in the sky, I was followed by Nook, the tribunes, tribal chiefs, as well as the Coven and Krill. I found that my orders had been carried out to the letter. The long main street that led to the marketplace had been lined with long wooden stakes or spears. Atop each of them sat the severed head of a looter. They stretched away across half a mile, one every few feet along both sides of the road, forming a macabre procession of death. The Coven was surrounding Faye, something I heartily approved of, and glaring at every window and alleyway as though they expected another abomination to flow out and attack them. The chiefs were scowling at the human heads adorning spikes as we passed. Some of them had lost nephews and sons to the punishment details. "Bit harsh, Mond," said Krill cheerfully, as he pulled some dried fruit from a belt pouch and began noisily chewing on it. "The rest will think twice next time," I raised my voice. "If the troopers run wild, no loot will be left for the chiefs. This should have been done professionally, not as a rabid mob." The chiefs continued to mutter angrily, but I hoped my point had landed with at least a few of them. "So you do plan to loot the city?" Krill asked. "Aresk is a big fan of looting." Shit, I should have offered Ashrot as tribute to him.
Ah well, there's always next time. Yeah, we're going to loot the place. And a bit more than that, but we're going to be civilized about it.
How does that work? It's pretty uncivilized work.
Krill tossed the last piece of fruit into the air and let it fall into his mouth. Civilized just means organized, bloke. It doesn't mean nice. Once I've dealt with the locals, we'll take the place apart and take our share, I said softly, keeping my voice below the threshold where the chiefs could eavesdrop. Dealt with them? Krill cocked an eyebrow and cackled at me. Maybe the tribes are rubbing off on you. I kept quiet. They certainly were, but I was also rubbing off on them, so at worst it was an unhappy compromise. Glimpse was back on station, orbiting overhead, so I could see the ponies dragging litters piled with corpses making their way out of the other city gates. Some were the headless bodies of my nomads and husker.
They were being pulled towards a series of massive pyres being set up to the east of the town. Most of the bodies being thrown into heaps of kindling and animal fat were the civilians, and my blood ran cold as I watched them being heaved into undignified piles to be burned later in the day. As we approached the marketplace, I heard the murmurs of scared people. Legionaries lined the edges of the vast space that had been cleared of stalls to make space for the throng of terrified humanity now corralled within.
The stink of fear washed over me as they fell silent, seeing my party emerge from the street and spread out in front of them. "Who's your most respected man?" I called as I stopped and tucked my thumbs into my belt. They stared at me in silence for a long minute. "Who can speak for you all?" I demanded more harshly. "Lord, you killed any who might claim that right," offered an overweight man in a blue robe in a hesitant voice.
Being fat in this world meant being rich, and the voice rang a bell. Was he the bloke who'd been arguing with the merchant when Glimpse had done his early reconnaissance?
"Well, in their absence, you'll have to do. We are going to take 2/5 of your wealth as tribute." "Lord, I'm only a poor merchant. I don't have enough to satisfy such a mighty army," he wailed. "Not just you. 2/5 of all the metal and valuables in the city are ours, by right of conquest. Anyone caught trying to hide their wealth or cheat us will join the street decorations." I waved a hand back at the rows of heads. Hopefully, this would assuage the anger of the chiefs. "Most of you will be allowed to remain here if you wish, but I have built a city in the north, Riverwheel. It needs talented craftsmen, artists, and scholars." "You want to kidnap us?" snapped a voice from somewhere in the throng. "No. You live or die by our choice. My people need your skills. For 2 years, your finest craftsmen will work for us. Then they will be free to return, or stay in the north as they like. Those who go north will be given a little power, magic, as a reward. It would also tie the bastards to me, and allow me to enforce a no-slave rebellion order." "If you take all our crafters, we will starve. How can we survive if you take all the talents from among us?" called Fatso. I didn't like the guy, but he couldn't be more perfect if I'd given him a script. "Not all. 2/5. The best 2/5. Some of my forces will remain here to garrison the city and protect you. Do you think you will struggle to prosper with that kind of security? You'll have the entire steppe as trade partners. Ivory, furs, animals, rare herbs, and all the produce of the north will flow here to make Setol a trade hub, the likes of which your world has never seen. I am going to kill the king of Urkash, not for what he did to your people, although that would be reason enough, but that is part of it. Join me willingly, or I'll find other uses for you that won't be so generous." My voice was flint-like at the end of my speech. The angry mutterings from the chiefs had turned into something a little more supportive as I'd gone on. 2/5 gross or net?" demanded the merchant. "And what taxes will you be levying on our future trade agreement?" "Whatever I choose, but they won't be too much of a burden. I take it you will cooperate with my people as a representative of Setol," I replied. "Yes, Lord. Thank you, Lord. I would be happy to serve as your authority while you continue your war against Urkash." "What's your name?" I demanded. I'd noticed a quiet susurration of anger from the prisoners aimed at the merchant. "I am known as Bilal, Lord, the greatest merchant in the city." He gave me a florid bow, his head almost horizontal as both hands swept back behind him. I hate merchants.
I need 5 more to form a council for the city. You can petition the lord I leave behind to take control of the city. Hopefully, by making it an even number, they'd spend all their time bickering among themselves, unable to form a majority, and thus not waste the time of whichever chief I picked to take over. All of you will report to the officers outside the old keep over the next few days to provide your skills and experience to my people. Then, those of you going north will receive magic and begin your journey to Riverwheel. You will not be turned into undead. I don't need that terrible magic. But you will serve or die. I cringed inside, but the words seemed to have the desired effect. My chiefs were almost bubbly now, happy muttering coming from behind as they planned how to jockey for position and claim the title to the city.
The locals were suitably cowed, as far as I could tell, eyes down, but no longer terrified. "Krill?" I asked quietly.
"What is it, Mond?" There was dread in his voice. "I remember when we first met. You could tell when I was lying, like you were reading my mind."
"You're a shit liar," he cackled, drawing the attention of the chiefs and a few of the braver residents of my new city. "I want you in on the interviews." "What? But that's going to take days." "We aren't going to move south again for a while. The forward deployed units can push until we find Mortimer's closest field army, but they're to pull back, not engage. Here." I offered him a warrior's clasp, and as his fist clamped down on my wrist, surprisingly strong if you were to judge him by his wrinkled appearance, I transferred 5,000 souls over to him, and he howled with laughter. "How many did you get?" he asked, between gasps of mirth. "Over 300,000. I'm going to expand the Mage Husker units. We need more casters. Their base stats are much higher than humans. Then there is the Coven."
"We're going to need more war golems to deal with the abominations, and sending one of the women back makes more sense than finding a literate warrior. But first, I'm going to do a bit of shopping."
"Bastard! How about a treat for your trusty dreamer?"
His eyes gleamed with avarice, and I couldn't help but chuckle. "I'll try and pick you up something nice, but you'd better do a good job finding me crafters from among the locals. Smiths, leather workers, carpenters, weavers, artists, and scholars are what we want."
"Why the last two?"
"If we're building a civilization, we need knowledge and art. One to preserve for future generations, and the other to show our superiority. If you can support artists, you've got everything you actually need, and don't have to dedicate all your people to simply surviving."
"Huh. So that's why the shit-sitters in the South love their artists," he muttered as he spat to one side.
"Something like that, I reckon. Go start chivying this lot along. You're in charge until I find somebody better. Or you're dead." He cackled again, and began bossing the chiefs and the locals into something resembling organized chaos. I turned inward, pulling up the shop screen and browsing what was on offer in the highest tiers. I winced at the prices. Even with my newfound wealth of souls, I wouldn't be able to get much, and most of my account was earmarked for improving my troops and getting some levels for myself. I flicked back to earlier levels. My dagger and sword hadn't required me to spend 100,000 souls on them, and the damn things could cut stone as easily as butter. A Juntium tunic? That was the metal my sword was made from. It looked like it would hang down to my knees, and I was pretty tired of having to get dressed repeatedly during a fight as my clothes got burned or blasted away. Fighting tackle out had a certain psychological impact on the enemy, but it made me feel a bit more vulnerable than I'd like.
15,000 souls marked down for it.
Armor? I'd be running up against enemies with shot-bought gear soon enough. My HP might be high enough to shrug off most attacks that would have destroyed me when I first arrived on Earth, but losing a limb wasn't something I had any way to fix. I was a hybrid build, magic and physical mayhem, but losing a leg or an arm would make my physical stats much less helpful. Scanning through the options, I got to the medieval section. Then I skipped to the medieval gear's weird divine metals section. A Borbsis plate. It was a complete set of plate armor, styled similarly to the Gothic Italian armors of the 15th century back on Earth. The only weak points I could see were the traditional ones: armpits, back of the knees, and groin. I could live with that. I spent 55,000 souls, and the armor and runic appeared over me. I went from being a tall man in a ragged and burned red tunic, wearing a large black pauldron on my right shoulder, to something far more sinister. My pitch-black sabatons clanked as I stepped forward, the sculpted metal now covering my body from head to toe. The enchanted pauldron overlaid the smooth armor that covered my right shoulder,
and the helm was sculpted into the face of an imperious warrior, undaunted and uncaring of whatever life could throw at him. I flipped the mask up and drew a breath of air. It was lighter than it should have been. With my strength stat, it weighed almost nothing. The crowd of locals had shied away as it appeared, and as I spun to face my tribunes and chiefs, I saw fear in their eyes as well. Good. I was done fucking around. Chapter 39. You Can't Eat Pride. It took nearly a week to organize, but we had sacked the town after 6 days. Naturally, the locals weren't happy with us, but fear kept them in line.
I had poured out souls like water to bind the newly appointed council members, a few dozen more significant citizens, and the nearly 3,000 artisans heading north under heavy escort to make Riverwheel a center of learning and industry. I still had $250,000 left. It made me grin every time I checked my stat sheet.
"Bloke, it's a great job," I protested. Krill snickered, and Jagapan glared at us equally. "How exactly is it a good offer, Mond? You're fucking abandoning me and my tribe," the one-eyed man snapped. His left eye was steel gray this morning. "I need someone I can trust to hold this city, Jag. This will be a critical location. Tons of materiel and supplies will pass south through this area as we push towards Urkash. I need a solid force in place," I offered. "You want me to babysit shit-sitters while the other tribes get to win all the glory? I won't do it. Jagapan, you'll also have an entire legion under your control.
Your boys will be out winning fights all the time, taking heads and earning glory against the bastards that try to cut off our supply lines," Krill barked. He'd been paying attention to the lectures about how critical logistics would be for us, which I'd been giving to the chiefs. Most of them tended to go glassy-eyed after more than 5 minutes of conversation that didn't involve discussing who would get to ride in the van as we pushed south. "More than that, you'll be our strategic reserve and get access to the best gear coming out of Riverwheel and Sulk's Forge," I said. We'd received the first wagons a couple of days ago, piled high with new steel weapons, arrows, and a handful of the god-forged equipment Sulk was now steadily producing. Dagapan stroked his chin briefly, then spat his metal eyeball into his palm before popping it in his mouth. It was still gross, but at least he didn't spit as much as most of my other warriors.
What about the equipment looted from Villith?
He asked, his human eye shining more than the metal one usually did.
"Fine, but most of it is sized for Huskars, not humans. But you can have your pick, and I'll boost a few of your warriors up a fair few levels. Obviously, you need to be stronger than all of them." He spat out his steel eye and slotted it back into place, then spat on his palm and offered it to me. I shook it, concealing my distaste. "You can take the savage out of the steppe, but you can't take the steppe out of the savage." "Mond!" Mune called from outside my command tent. "You want to see this?" His voice was almost giddy. Mune was usually the most light-hearted of the Fangs. Jandak was dour, and Kos was serious. But this time, the laughing warrior sounded like he might break out into giggles at any moment. We emerged into the harsh sunlight. Summer was finally in full swing, and the further south we went, the hotter it would get.
Water would become ever more important for the tens of thousands under my command, and wagons loaded with barrels were constantly trundling back and forth to the river. We'd planned to follow the watercourse south to avoid thirst becoming an issue, but we couldn't camp along the river or let anyone go for a swim when they liked and foul the water. Mune grinned and led us through the remnants of the nomad city. Most of my people had moved south to where the advanced forces had set up bottlenecks on the river. We planned to push on in the next couple of days, and the noise of the Legion fort being reinforced in anticipation of leaving it with a small garrison rang out over what remained of the felt tents of the nomads. The ground was churned mud and shit where wagons and aurochs had passed through, leaving brown swaths in their trail.
My bare feet sank into the soft dirt, and my toes wiggled in pleasure at the feeling.
Just outside the camp, Jandek was swinging Halen around, gripping her in her armpits and whirling her like a toy. Bob had interposed himself between Halen and the gaggle of misshapen metallic golems that were jumping back and forth in an attempt to protect their mistress. Halen had an unusual design aesthetic when it came to golems. One was a rolling sphere of silvery gray metal that kept detaching razor-thin segments. They were only visible when they caught the light and gave it a halo of flowing, reflective threads that seemed to spin around the waist-high blob. Another was a cube with legs ending in sharpened points from each corner. It rolled from side to side as it moved, and the legs off the ground were poised to catch its weight or strike at an enemy. There wasn't a single anthropomorphic example among the dozen or so devices. I moved over to Faye, who watched in amusement as Jandek greeted his bride like a schoolboy welcoming the first day of the summer holidays.
His face was creased by an unaccustomed grin that split his head from ear to ear. And while I couldn't hear what he was saying, I knew Halen could, as she switched between smiling and scowling, hugging and swatting at him. When he put her down, the golems she'd created settled down, and Bob moved back to impose his spidery, betentacled form between Faye and the newcomers. The happy couple walked over, and I slipped an arm over Faye's shoulders. She reached up and rested a hand on the back of mine, giving me a small smile. "Sister, I've done as you asked," said Halen with a smirk. "More amalgam killers. Well done, Halen." Faye slipped from under my arm and rushed to hug her childhood friend. They fell into the babble of friends newly reunited, and Faye led Halen off towards our tent. "Bob, can you please take control of these golems, bloke? Need to get them up to speed in hunting the shards of Hadesti's source," I called, and my war golem clattered over to the new arrivals. He'd fixed his damaged tentacle and claimed to be back at 94% combat efficiency. I had no idea how he calculated it. "Feel better, mate?" I asked Jandek, and received a hug in response. My ribs creaked as he forgot his own strength. "Bloke, don't do that. You'd have killed a normal human," I gasped, and he let go, giving me an unrepentant smile. "Did you see how she's grown? That stomach houses a mighty warrior. He'll be taller than you, Mond." He slapped me on the back. My new tunic was indeed fireproof and seemed impervious to cuts from my dagger and sword, but it did nothing to defray blunt forces. I rolled my right shoulder and wished I'd thought to wear my pauldron this morning. The baby isn't in her stomach. Trying to explain human anatomy to a steppe warrior was probably pointless. Anyway, yeah, she's coming along well. I felt like we were discussing a brood mare, so I tried to change the conversation. "Who are we sending north next?" "The women will decide." "Not our business," Mune offered.
"Kalpakta's warriors behaved themselves?" I asked, nodding my head towards the Mohawk-sporting tribesman who'd played escort to Halen as she fulfilled her mission. "Seems so. She had to break a couple of arms, but they figured it out pretty fucking fast," Jandek chuckled evilly. "We've got tactics to deal with the amalgams now. We've got more weapons to implement those tactics. I think it's time you get to see the less honorable options," Krill offered, sucking air through his front teeth. "I don't like it. It's shameful," Jandek grumbled. "The assassins could be crucial. Trust me, a knife in the dark can end any number of enemies and save the lives of our people," I replied amiably. "But poison? Purse snatchers, aurochs rustlers, and thieves. What use are such scum?" Mune demanded. We began heading out of the camp towards a smaller array of tents where my new unit had been based while they trained.
"Raiding for cattle is your national fucking sport," I laughed.
"That's Grak, but you've kind of stopped that by sticking all the heads on spikes," Jandek cut in. "I agree with Mune. This plan is dishonorable. You can't eat pride, and you can't win wars with honor," I said casually, my tone indicating an end to this line of argument. We crossed the grassland,
and as we drew closer, 3 figures rose up silently around us from the long grass. They had foregone the brightly colored tunics of the steppe peoples and wore simple, mottled clothing. Dark green and brown in mismatched patterns that broke up their silhouette and blended into the background. "Well done. You got a lot closer that time. Let's talk. It's time for you to carry out your purpose," I called, as Krill jumped at the sudden appearance of the men. In the center of the camp, another dozen men sat around a fire, passing a jug of water around the circle.
They were all nondescript, a characteristic I thoroughly approved of. But they were also of mixed heritage. Their eyes lacked the usual shape of the tribes, looking much more like shit-sitters than most of my warriors. Their skin was the ruddy olive that the town dwellers and the nomads shared, but the shapes of their faces lacked the angular lines of most warriors, favoring softer contours and narrower lips. They would do. Krill had been educating them, the Fangs and I had trained them, and the Coven had equipped them. Each man wore a necklace with stone beads strung on it that hung beneath his clothes. Each stone was enchanted with different spells: elemental attacks, shape-shifting, light and shadow magic, storage spaces, and spatial tears. "You've got your supplies?" I asked, and the shortest of them stood up and nodded to me. He was wiry and thinner than the others, but also the most vicious of them. These men had been selected for independence and violence, and Pautu had quickly risen to the top in the trials by combat they had endured to be chosen. He spat to one side, and I suppressed a grimace. "Dreamer, they dropped off the last of the herbs 2 nights back. We're ready to set out," Pautu grunted. A rumble of assent went around my assassins. They were tired of training and needed to be let off the leash. With a thought, I reached out to the final member of their team. Glimpse fell from the sky and settled on my shoulder. "Glimpse is going to guide you. He'll help you slip past any soldiers on the way. You're going to Urkash. Once you get there, you're to observe, pick your targets, and build plans. Glimpse will relay everything to me, and he'll let you know when it's time to act. What's the most important thing to remember?" I'd drilled this into them over and over. "Know how to get the fuck out alive," they all chimed dutifully. "Exactly. You are not disposable."
It's a dangerous job, but you aren't soul-bound. None of Mortimer's slaves will be able to pick up on you. But you've got the best fucking magic we can provide in your trinkets. It will be better than most of his minions. You'll be informed when it's time to act. Until then, keep your heads down and infiltrate the city. I'll expect daily reports via Glimpse. Aresk bless you, secret warriors. A clash of shields rang out, not just for us, but across the entire army. Legionaries raised their shields and spears and bellowed at the sky. Nomads whooped and screamed, the patrols whipping their ponies into a frenzy as they charged across the flatlands. Pautu grinned and offered me a warrior's clasp. I locked wrists with him, controlling my strength. He squeezed, and I smiled in reply. With a chuckle, he let go and turned to his team. "You heard the warlord. Get the ponies saddled." I opened my mouth, but he looked back at me and grinned.
We'll put the saddles in storage before we run into anyone.
We'll have the crow, remember? No reason we should have sore arses for longer than needed, Lord. Fine. Godspeed, gentlemen. We ain't gentle, laughed one of the killers. He ain't even a man, snapped another, earning a flicked rock to the head in response. We'll do what needs doing. Kill who needs killing, King Mond, Pautu said seriously as his team filed out. I reached up and ruffled the feathers on the back of Glimpse's neck. The army had nomads and husker scouts. The feral husker were always roaming ahead, serving as tripwires for any ambushes or resistance we might encounter. We didn't need the crow, but I was reluctant to let him go so far for so long. It will be fine, Ray. It will be good to see a proper city. I gave him another scritch,
and then he hopped over to land on Pautu's shoulder and cawed loudly. The man stuck a finger in his ear, and I grinned. He does that sometimes. Remember,
He's not just eyes in the sky. He's a powerful mage as well. Shit goes sideways, he's going to be burning the place down behind you as you run.
Got the mana potions in here for him, Lord.
Pautu tapped the string of simple beads under his tunic. I nodded, and we stood to watch them mount up to ride south. Standing silently with the Fangs and Krill took me back to simpler times. Our journey back to Areskit from the mammoth hunt had had many such moments. It seemed like years ago. I'd been an outsider, struggling to find my place among my new people back then. Now they marched to my tune, and I reached for the vast spiderweb of bonds in my mind. Now, thousands were literally tied to my soul. I wouldn't let my people fall into Mortimer's empire of death. I'd kill every motherfucker, every monster he sent our way. The Sikareskan tribes, indisputable lords of the steppe, would become lords in truth as we conquered the South.
Chapter 40.
I loved it when a plan came together. The scenery around us changed as we moved south. The land became drier and arid. The thick grasslands of the steppe gave way to barren expanses, tufts of dry grass clustering around scraggly-looking bushes. The thick forests and verdant plains were now behind us, but along the river, a sense of that vibrant greenery remained. A few miles on either side of the river felt almost like home, and the carefully irrigated farmlands almost simulated the environments I'd grown used to since coming to Earth. I'd spent my souls to give us more casters. The amalgams couldn't be fought head-on. They had to be whittled down and then killed from within. I'd needed more mages, and, much to the annoyance of the tribes, I'd made the pragmatic choice. Humans started off with stats at F rank, maybe E rank if they were a generational genius. Huskar started at B if they were subnormal. That didn't mean I'd neglected my human followers entirely.
The Fangs, Krill, and the Coven had all received significant boosts in power. The Fangs had continued to lean into their physical attributes, which enabled them to cut through normal enemies like a scythe through a meadow. The Coven had increased their magic potential. Grable, Faye's other old friend, had been leveled and sent north to make more golems. The rest of the ladies had embraced the newfound respect of the warriors, having stood toe-to-toe with Ashrot. None of the chiefs dared cross them. In fact, every single chief had petitioned to have their wives or daughters inducted into my cadre of witches. I'd swelled the Coven's ranks a little. Krill had suggested 6 chiefs and kings who should be bound more closely to my emergent government. Such a dirty word. I was now the man. I was the thing that had sent me off to war 15 years ago, a young kid with a penchant for violence and a lack of empathy. I was now the tax man, demanding my cut from everyone else. The exigencies of coordinating such a mass movement of people needed precious metals to grease the wheels.
And I had no choice but to become the thing I used to hate. I was sitting in the most heavily defended wagon in our column, Faye leaning against my arm with her head on my shoulder as we rolled along. The lowing of the aurochs, so similar to cattle from Earth, provided a quiet background noise that left us content to sit in silence. I could feel the legionaries and the Fangs who surrounded our vehicle in the webwork of strands, tying my soul to so many others. "Why not just get as many levels as possible?" Haylin asked from the other side of Faye. "It's a trade-off, Haylin. Whatever I spend on levels, I can't spend on magic or boosting up more casters." "You need to be thinking about keeping some souls for your son," Haylin barked back, and the rest of the Coven in the wagon nodded firmly. I was very much outnumbered here. He'll need to grow up normally to start with.
Can you imagine a toddler who can snap spear shafts in his fingers?
He'll get power when he's ready. In about 15 fucking years, if he's lucky. So you'd leave him vulnerable and weak. Some boy from a rival family could just kill him in training. Another member of the coven snapped at me. He'll have the best care possible. Answer me this. Would you want our empire to be inherited by a spoiled brat who'd always been able to kick the shit out of anyone who pissed him off? You weren't part of the Aerie skin. Hakuben's spawn was a bully and a shit without any kind of power. If he'd grown up able to fling fire or stomp anyone he took a dislike to, all backed by his terrible father and mother, it doesn't bear thinking about. I was losing my cool. My husband is correct, Faye said, raising her head to glare at her colleague. My son will grow up normally. I won't release a monster on the world.
He'll be firm but fair.
Her silken hair nestled back against my cheek, as the matter was now settled. I still needed to level up. I would keep a decent reserve of souls, a couple more days, and I could buy some more of the increasingly precious mana and health potions. I examined my status screen and frowned as my head lolled back against the side of the wagon. I was down to just over 60,000 souls, wealth more than I could imagine when I first arrived here, but every choice had to matter. I started doing the numbers in my head, and my frown deepened. After a few minutes of deep thought, I made my decision, for good or ill. Level 150. Primary stats: Body, S. Mind, B+. Soul, A. Available souls, 50,553. Secondary stats: Physical strength, 70. Reflexes, 60. Health, 700. Magic strength, 40. Focus, 30. Mana, 720. Muscles tightened, and my bones creaked. The increased magic strength increased the duration of all my spells by another 5 seconds.
The extra mana and health gave me a sense of confidence.
I'd started with less than 100 in each stat, and even then I'd been able to take a beating and dish out some magical damage. Now, for how to dish out more magical damage. The only affinity I had that dealt direct damage was fire, so I focused my souls there. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, 134 meters. Intensity, plus 236%. Lasts 20 seconds. Fire resistance, plus 100%. Projectile. Speed, plus 90%. Detonation, 16.5 meters cubed. Fire wall. Area, 29 meters squared. Lasts 20 seconds. Barrier, 220 HP. Area, 5 meters squared. Fire spirit. Duration, 110 seconds. Burning skies. Area, 140 by 140 meters. Duration, 20 seconds. Combustion. Self. Duration, 19 seconds. Cast once per day. Wildfire. Duration, 19 seconds. Cast once per day. Affinity. Life. Heal, self, 20 HP and 156% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, self, 98%. Resistance, all, 60%. Projectile. Speed, plus 156%. Heal other. Rapid growth. Area, 20 meters squared.
Projectile. Speed, plus 156%. Enhance other.
Shapeshift, minor. Duration, 110 seconds. Shape. Soulbound servant. Permanent. Maximum 2 shaped servants. Shape vegetation. Range. Touch. Duration, 10 seconds. Major shapeshift. Self. Duration, 14 seconds. Cast once per day. Affinity. Space. Size,
Range, 54 meters. Intensity, 58%. Mass, range, 54 meters. Intensity, 58%. Area, 10.5 meters cubed. Optional. Lasts 15 seconds. Resistance, 100%. Pocket dimension, 5.5 meters cubed. Spatial tear, range, 11 meters. Phase, duration, 14 seconds. Cast once per day. Titanic Majesty, duration, 14 seconds. Cast once per day. Affinity, Earth. Shape Earth. Range, touch. Duration, 15 seconds. Summon Earth. Volume, 0.5 meters cubed. Range, touch. Refresh Earth. Area, 0.5 meters squared. Hybrid spell, Earth/Fire. Volcanic vent. Area, 50 by 50 meters. Duration, 15 seconds. Imbue Enchant. Soul Transfer Erisk's Boon. Carrion Feeders. Gaze. Erisk's Boon. Divine Steed.
I was down another 20,500 souls, but my big hitters were all a lot more powerful. Burning Skies was now going to cover a huge area. I could cast it from 134 meters away, and the fireballs would fall faster and blow up bigger. A faintly smug smile crossed my face as we rocked back and forth in the wagon. 30,000 souls left in the bank, and Faye's comforting weight pressing against my side made all the worries fall away for a few seconds. But then they roared back with a vengeance. Mortimer had at least one field army in the immediate area. There were more city-sized amalgams out there. Some of the chiefs were angry at me for killing the looters and rapists who'd tried to sack Setall. I was going to be a dad soon. Shit. That last one landed the hardest. I glanced down at the top of Faye's head, and my right hand reached out to find hers where it lay in her lap. She squeezed back gently as my fingers found her own.
Her grip reassured me, taking some of the force out of my worries. I had been a loner, responsible to, and, more importantly, for, no one but myself. Now tens of thousands of lives hinged on my every decision. Ray, your band of merry murderers is skirting Urkash's field army. You should take a look. I sat bolt upright, dislodging Faye, who made an angry squawking noise until she saw the look on my face. How far ahead of us are you? I sent Glimpse even as I reached out to borrow his senses. The sight made my face go pale, and Faye cut off what I think would have been an angry chiding. What is it, Ray? She asked quietly. Glimpse has found Mortimer's field army and... Jesus Christ. We'll smash the shit-sitters with magic. I stopped paying attention to the sudden babble in the wagon as I struggled to pass what I was seeing via Glimpse. A sea of dead flesh. More bandaged men than I could have imagined were arrayed around a series of strongpoints.
A row of low hills a mile or so from the river, and stretching 5 miles out into the uncultivated wasteland, had fortifications built on top of them. Crude things, to be sure. The wooden walls wouldn't stand against the feral huskers, let alone the legions. But human troops would struggle against them. The little forts looked like islands rising from the water of the undead. Each hill was lined with fields of sharpened stakes up its slopes to keep cavalry away. Tens, probably hundreds of thousands of the fucking zombies were standing like rotting statues in the dips and valleys between the high points in the landscape. On the far side of each fort, human troops massed, huddled around fires in rudimentary camps. Their numbers were less than the zombies, but they still outnumbered my entire force. Glimpse narrowed one eye and highlighted an array of war beasts, Massive pigs and oversized elephants, lesser cousins to the mammoths for sure, but still formidable, all ready to be sent into battle. 2 hills, one at either end of the defensive line, weren't crowned with a fort or lined with stakes. They pulsed slightly, faint movements as the amalgams circulated gases within their bodies. They weren't of the same scale as Ashrot, but they weren't too far off. Big bastards. And we'd need to deal with the pair of them at the same time. "How far ahead of us are you?" I repeated. "We've made good time. You're probably still 4 or 5 days away from the site they've picked out," Glimpse replied. But I could feel the edge of uncertainty in his thoughts. When you could literally follow a path as the crow flies, it became difficult to put the distance into terms a terrestrial being could understand. "What about the assassins?"
Yanko and Hepatic are going to double back to try and infiltrate the human forces behind the lines. The rest will continue on to Urkash. Good. Stick with the main force. Yanko and Hepatic will have to operate independently for now, I sent back. I heard a caw of approval in my mind. When you deploy independent forces beyond your immediate command and control, you have to trust them to use their best judgment. If the pair were captured or killed, that was in the lap of the gods. They didn't know anything that wouldn't be obvious by now. The Horde was riding south, supported by the Huskar and Titans. They'd already know that despite our best efforts to hunt down their scouts. Despite my views on the gods, I sent a quiet prayer to Aresk for the lives of my infiltrators. Please let them succeed. Please let them escape afterwards. This attachment to my people had been normalized in my mind, but it still felt slightly alien, as though it had been implanted into me. I ran the numbers as best I could in my head. Mortimer's forces were positioned so that they could catch our scouts, and the main force would crest a series of low rises and walk into a trap. But he'd underestimated us again. Even without Glimpse, the nomads on their hardy ponies would have given the army enough warning, even if dozens of them died to bring back the information. He didn't know what he was up against. Did I? I thought I did, but that's the first step towards hubris. I needed more information. How are they being supplied? I sent to Glimpse. Boats on the river unloaded a small town a few miles behind the defenses, then they ship the goods overland to the forts. Send one of the assassins into the town. He should burn it down and disrupt their supplies in advance of our arrival. And how do I mime that to someone who cannot hear my thoughts? Glimpse replied with an amused tone. You're a smart bird. Figure it out. I want the humans hungry and demoralized before we even see the bastards. You want to starve your enemies? Raymond, I never knew you had it in you. I'll find a way to send one of them to sabotage the town, Ray. Glimpse chuckled in my mind, and I cut the connection, letting it fall back to a passive awareness of the bird. I've got to go, I said to Faye, who was arguing with the other members of the coven. There'll be work to do in the near future, the kind of work you did on Ashrot. I passed my gaze over the ladies present, and something must have changed in my eyes. None of them, not even Halen, had anything cutting to say. Fierce glares came back, and resolute nods. Go speak to the chiefs, love. I'll pick your brains tonight in camp. Faye planted a kiss on my cheek, and I rose to my feet. I leapt down from the back of the wagon and looked around. Perthabon! Fangs! I bellowed. Aresk's hairy sack, Mond. We were right here, said Cause as the fangs condensed around me. Find Bon and the chiefs. If they're still pissy with me in a week's time, I'll eat my indestructible tunic. We've found them, I said with a smile. I loved it when a plan came together. The main army? Jandak said happily. Oh, this will be fun. No need to hide behind the women's skirts before we can face the foe. I heard that, Halen called from within the nearby wagon, and Jandak flinched. We'll have some fun, he said more quietly, with a wink.
Chapter 41. The man was dead, he just didn't know it yet. I was busily sketching out maps of the enemy positions based on the visuals I had received from Glimpse. Faye and I were alone in our tent. I glanced up and smiled as she stretched out on our fur-lined bed and rolled over to face me, head propped up on one fist, elbows sinking into the primitive mattress. I was proud of the invention, although spring steel had recently climbed to the top of my to-do list.
"This is a lot more comfortable than our old bed," she said with a sigh.
She hitched herself around, trying to find a position that eased the burden from her swollen belly.
I moved over, pulled a cushion from behind her, and tucked it under her bulge.
"Thanks, love. So much better. How hard do you think the battle will be?"
I don't want to jinx it, but with a bit of luck, we should be able to bait out the amalgams and their cavalry. I'd bet my left nut our boys are better in the saddle than Mortimer's, and we've got plans to deal with amalgams now we know their weaknesses. Then we nuke the center and the undead, while the nomads encircle them and wear the flanks down. The Legion smashes them apart down the middle, and we destroy them in detail, I replied as I returned to my maps.
"You think it will be so easy?"
Faye asked with a skeptical tone. I glanced up and flashed her a smile. Nope. But good plans should be flexible. We'll keep the main camp well back from the front, so we've got room to maneuver. And the captains know what they're doing now, most of them anyway. There'll always be a few hotheads who get themselves and their men killed. I grimaced as I traced another line between the small port town and the main forts to highlight a supply route. "It's time, Ray," Glimpse sent. "I'm going to zone out and watch the killers move into the enemy camp, love. Give me a few minutes?" She nodded and rolled over onto her back, crossing her hands on her belly and trying to sleep.
"I'll be here when you get back,"
she said softly, but I suspected she'd be long asleep before my attention returned to my immediate surroundings. I closed my eyes and focused my attention through the borrowed senses of my crow companion. It was a dark night, and thin clouds were lit with silver light by the moons behind them, but all the stars were blocked out. More or less perfect conditions for what Janko and her Patek were about to attempt. Dark enough to be able to slip through the shadows easily, but light enough that they weren't operating in pitch black. The two men had chosen to approach a camp behind one of the western forts. It was a morass of barely clothed men huddled around thousands of campfires that stretched out behind the more heavily defended hilltops. My killers stayed low as they approached, flitting from shadow to cover and back to shadows. Glimpse circled overhead, ready to warn them of any patrols. The pair had done their prep work. They knew where the sentries were and skirted between them. The wandering patrols were easily avoided by the occasional judicious caw from Glimpse to tell them to hold or push on. They were sneaky bastards. I was impressed. Once they were past the outlying sentries and patrols, they set up an ambush by the latrine that was furthest out, and thus the least vile. The pair of them mobbed the first poor bastard who wanted to take a dump without smelling everyone else's shit.
He was throttled.
Not a nice way to go, but it's quiet. And when it's 2 versus 1, the one is shit out of luck. Steel wire garrots were mandatory equipment for my kill teams. The victim was stripped, and Janko put the stolen clothing on. He skipped the loincloth, but put the simple kilt-like skirt on over his own. His original clothes, as well as his body, vanished into a storage bead. The only thing marking him out from the norm was the simple necklace of stones, all worked smooth and no larger than a pea. While it was an anomaly, it shouldn't stand out too much in the dark. Rinse and repeat. 2 blokes who liked to crap at night were dead, and my boys were kitted up to blend right in. They abandoned stealth from that point and began walking in the open. God damn, they were professional about it. With a tidy suit and a clipboard, you can walk into pretty much any office complex on Earth, as long as you look like you know you belong and can smooth-talk the outer security.
People just assume you have a right to be there.
A knot of pride formed in my throat as they casually wandered through the camp towards the main supply dump. Glimpse hopped from tent to tent ahead of them, a quiet caw letting the pair know when to stop or when to hurry on. They found the horses' fodder first. Bales of hay were piled up and left uncovered due to the warmth and lack of rain. Janko pulled out a series of jars from his storage, and the pair carefully threw the liquid in them across the huge piles of hay. Herbs I didn't recognize were added to what I assumed were barrels of oats, and the pair moved on, nodding happily to the guards they passed on the way towards the command section, and they were politely ignored in reply. Glimpse knew where he needed to lead them, and they made a beeline for the officers' food supplies. "Halt! What are you two doing?" demanded a guard in a gruff voice. Glimpse let out a double caw from above. "Looking for a pisser."
"This place is fucking maze," grumbled Janko.
"You two piss together, do you?" The guard narrowed his eyes at them. "Herpa here doesn't like the dark. Hasn't done it since we were kids. Gotta look out for your old friends, don't you?" Janko laughed as he pointed a thumb at Herpatik, who scowled in reply. "Hedesti lurks in the night, Jankit. You know that better than most," Herpatik replied. "I don't give a fuck what you do in the dark, but the latrines are back that way." The guard pointed back towards the edge of camp with the spear in his right hand. "That way?" asked Janko, stumbling as he turned and putting himself just beneath the spearhead. The guard growled and slammed the shaft of the spear down into Janko's shoulders. He did not get the response he expected. Janko must have burned a charge of enhancement. I'd enchanted those beads myself, so he had just become nearly twice as strong as he ought to be.
The wood clacked on his shoulders, and he moved faster than should have been possible. One hand latched onto the shaft and pulled, throwing the guard off balance. His back foot flicked out in a blur to smack into the guard's stomach, doubling the man over and winding him. Herpatik stepped in smoothly and wrapped a wire around the man's throat, crossing his arms quickly to yank it tight and make it bite into the throat through the cartilage. He shifted his hip, forcing the guard back upright and stretching him out when all his body wanted to do was curl around the pain in his gut. "A little help?" Herpatik asked as he struggled with the guard, who was scabbling at his throat and trying to throw his weight around so he could snatch a desperate breath. It was pointless. The initial tightening of the garrote had crushed his larynx. The man was dead. He just didn't know it yet.
Janko struck the guard in the chest, and the man stopped trying to pull the wire from his neck and curled his arms across himself. Janko broke the victim's nose with his other fist, then stepped back to rub his shoulder.
"You're going to have a rough time next, Herp. That situation still hurts. Not for much longer. If we survive, we'll get the bond and join the nobility." "Stop moving!" he shouted as the man struggled for air in his grip. "And then we'll be a powerful force for our own little kingdoms to rule in Mon's name. We could found our own tribes." Janko yanked the guard back into the shadows of a nearby hut, letting his body fall to the ground while the rope tightened around his throat. "I admire your optimism." Janko stepped forward and kicked the struggling guard in his leg. "How big are your lungs?" Glimpse gave a warning call, and a dagger quickly flashed toward the guard's chest to finish the fight. His body vanished into storage, and Janko assumed the guard's position as a group of enemy soldiers wandered past. Herpatik lurked in the shadow of the hut and seemed to fade from sight as far as Glimpse could tell. He'd used a trinket to create an illusion. I had no experience with the light, or maybe it was the darkness, affinity, but I could see the effects were impressive. He blurred out, blending into the background. It sparked a tickle of paranoia. Predator-stealthed assholes could be sneaking through our camp at any time. Note to self, figure out a countermeasure for those kinds of shenanigans. "Where'd Gruku go?" called one of them. "He's promised me a game of stones once he finishes his shift." "To the pisser! The bastard roped me in to cover for him."
Janko called in a jovial voice, waving his snatched-up spear in the direction of the latrines. Typical. Have fun standing there for the rest of the night for him, you dumbass.
He won't be back, called one of the others as they moved away, laughing.
I don't like these shit-sitters, muttered Janko as Glimpse moved over to sit on the hut beside the assassins. Me neither. Filthy fuckers. Arrests holy trousers. We need to get this done and get out. We can hit the other officers' stores tomorrow night. No point taking risks on our first run, said Herpatic as he emerged from the illusion he'd thrown up. Yeah, what poison should we use? The horses are going to refuse water and die. What do we do to the captains? What did the dreamer call it? The shit-your-guts-out potions. Won't look like sabotage, just disease in the camp. This lot is so disgusting, they won't suspect a thing, but it does the job. If your patriarch is puking and shitting himself to death, he isn't making sure you're doing your job. The pair flinched as Glimpse let out a series of caws that sounded disturbingly close to human laughter. The boss is amused, at least, muttered Janko.
The pair moved quickly through the finer foods reserved for the commanders. Potions were pulled from storage and then added to casks of salted meat and grains.
Reckon we're done for the night? Herpatique added as they went back past where they'd killed the guard, leaving the neatly piled stores infected and poisonous. The pair were walking along casually, a couple of locals moving around in the night. There was enough foot traffic between groups of soldiers wandering from fire to fire and the occasional more organized patrols that they weren't drawing any unwanted attention. Yeah, let's get the fuck out of here for now. We swing east and hit the other end of the line tomorrow night. If the disease spreads inward, it would look normal, right? How long have these fuckers been camping here? A few weeks or more, I reckon. The latrines near the camp were overflowing, Herpatic replied. Shit-sitters, brother.
How there are so many of the bastards escapes me.
The pair nodded amicably at a random soldier who looked up as they passed a campfire. Hey, mate, how's the food in this part of camp? Called Janko, receiving a series of grumbled complaints in response from the men sitting around the fire. It's gonna get fucking worse, chuckled Herpatic quietly. You know, I think you've got a bit of a mean streak. That's what we got picked for, Janko. That's why we're here. I snapped back to my own body and smiled. The training and the equipment were paying dividends. I was confident that whatever nightmarish, dysentery-inducing potions and herbs Krill had loaded them up with would do the intended job. I marked a series of faint skull and crossbone symbols over the storage areas they hit, and sketched a loose outline over the portion of the camp I expected to be affected. Despite the shit-tier levels of organization the human forces in Mortimer's army displayed, it was at best a guess.
Logistics was clearly not a high priority for Morty, so while I was generous, I lowballed the estimates. A pessimist is often pleasantly surprised. When I was finished, I laid a piece of leather, soft side down, over the parchment to help it dry and hopefully avoid smudges. I looked over at my wife. Faye was laid out on her back like a corpse at a wake, but the steady rise and fall of her chest assured me she was still alive, despite her vampire-in-a-coffin pose. I took a sip of Ched, the bitter tea now more familiar than any taste from Earth, and stripped down. I threw my underthings into a pile, laid the impervious tunic over a wooden chest, and slipped into the furs next to my wife. I gently pulled them up over her as I burrowed beneath the animal skins until our skin was touching. She sighed and leaned into me, leaving a long line of skin joining us from breast to toes. I liked my space in the night, enough room to move about and cool down, but I didn't pull back.
Her hair tickled my nose, and I suppressed a sneeze.
My hazel-eyed goddess, mother to my soon-to-be-born first child. She leaned in, raising her face for a kiss. Not asleep yet, then? I grinned as I leaned down to brush my lips against hers. Sleep now, love. I'm here. I'll always be here.
We've got armies to organize tomorrow, and enemies to slay soon.
How did the killers do?
She murmured as she nuzzled into my neck. Well enough. Professional. I'm proud of them.
They lived,
she whispered casually. Oh yes. Going to do some more damage tomorrow night as well, from the sound of it. Good lads.
We'll need to find good wives for the survivors,
she muttered.
Good night, love.
What savage people. But I loved them almost as much as I loved the woman pressed against me. Good night, Faye. Chapter 42. War suited me. We left the wagons a few dozen miles north of the enemy fortifications. No point risking the non-combatants and the herds against the amalgams. We'd likely have to give ground while we whittled the monsters down enough to let the golems attack them from the inside. Fodder for the animals was getting scarce. Thousands of huskers and nomads consumed a substantial amount of food each day. We'd abused rapid growth as much as we could, but the lush grasslands of the north had given way to arid badlands, except along the river, and food was going to become an issue in the near future. The husker hadn't bothered setting up a fort this time. We were here to smash the enemy defenses and destroy their army, rather than engage in protracted trench warfare. Not that we weren't deploying siege engines. The enemy scouts had been swept aside by the nomads upon our arrival. Some of them had probably made it back to camp to report on us, but Glimpse hadn't noticed any sudden rush to form up among Mortimer's troops. Setting up trebuchets was not a simple process, nor was it fast under normal circumstances.
However, from a Huskar's perspective, the massive beams were more like twigs and could be held in place by a couple of legionaries while bolts were hammered home and ropes were tightened. It took the big bastards a couple of hours to go from parts on a wagon to rock-flinging nightmares able to smash city walls. Fortunately, the walls they were aiming for beyond the next hill were only made of wood. Unfortunately, in the time it took to build them, the Urkash army figured out what was happening and got their shit together. Somewhat. The undead, a wild gaggle of corpses that stretched over a dozen miles from end to end, leapt into a frenzy and rushed towards our positions. "Clear the chaff from the wheat!" Bon called out as I nodded to him. A series of horn blasts rang out, and the nomads poised just below the lip of the hill trotted smartly to the crest and unleashed arrows and javelins, enchanted with firewall spells, down into the gray mass as the zombies struggled up the hill. Lines of fire ripped through the horde, reducing bandaged men and women to charred remnants that collapsed into ash as their bones cooked. I nodded at Bon again, and the horns rang out. From Glimpse's eyes, I watched as 3 lines of dust tore up the hill we were sheltering behind. 3 figures blurred across the slope, then flew into the air to slam down in the midst of the enemy's disposable troops. Blurs of violence spread out around them as my fangs finally got to have some fun. The nomads peeled away on their fast ponies, falling back to the sides of the 3 legions we'd planned to hold our center, as the giants marched steadfastly up the hill. They reached the peak before the zombies could recover from the sudden and extremely violent arrival of my 3 friends. Shields slammed down, locked together, and a colossal roar went up from the Huskar. Short swords poked through between the wall of laminated wood, as spears were leveled over the leading troopers' shoulders from their mates behind them. Beams of power ripped out across the enemy as the 3 legions, barely 3,000 in number, unleashed the magic of their artifacts. Elemental beams cut through the horde, but with enough bodies you can soak any amount of damage, and the horde slowly drew closer to the thin line of giants holding the ridge of the hill. Wilson padded over to me, and I hopped up onto his shoulders. I looked up at Bon and nodded again, receiving a similar gesture in response, and then Wilson took off to my appointed position for the next phase of the fight. My target location was easy to find. 6 bronze humanoid shapes gleamed in the sun. "Raymond, we are ready," said Bob in Erisk's voice. I slipped off the wolf and walked to the top of the hill,
my bare feet crushing the dry grass as I went.
To my right, the sea of zombies was smashing against Legios 1, 4, and 7. What passed for short swords among the Huskar flashed out between their tall shields, and spears from the taller giants flickered forwards, turning zombies into clouds of rotten blood with each strike. I checked with Glimpse, and sure enough, the Coven and Krill were in position opposite the other amalgam, with their own coterie of golems. The human forces among Mortimer's army were responding very slowly. I shuddered at the thought of what their latrines must look like after a week of nightly raids from my assassins. Suffice it to say, they would be at less than peak performance today. I slipped down the slope towards the amalgam, skirting around the western edge of the horde. Both of the massive lumps of dead flesh had stirred and begun oozing towards the 3 legions currently deployed in the center. They rolled over the undead between them and their targets, moving slowly towards the center of the formation of bandaged men. I sent a command to Glimpse, and he stooped like the falcon he definitely wasn't. His blazing flight took him directly over Bon, and the bird let out 3 sharp caws before wheeling back into the sky to resume his overwatch. Horns rang out, a more complex pattern this time, long and short notes interspersed with each other to create a staccato pattern of noise that issued a specific set of orders. As the crow resumed his station, he sent me a message. "The nomads are moving to encircle them, Ray. You heard the order. Make me some snacks. Your desire for eyeballs is duly noted, bird. I'll try to only nuke their bodies," I sent back, and got an amused sense of hope and appreciation in reply. I stopped skulking and started sprinting towards the amalgam. The nearest wall of flesh suddenly grew eyes pointed my way, and the bulk pivoted in my direction. It sped up, rushing at me like a mobile building, then froze and skidded to a stop, throwing up a shower of dirt. Dozens of eyes formed and dissolved, some the size of my body, others as small as peas. 1,000 voices screamed in the distance, discordant, male and female, united in a wail of agony. The Coven had begun their task, raining elemental damage down on the other amalgam. The one barely 200 meters from me twitched, peristaltic movements echoing up its blob-like body. "Yeah, bloke, you know you fucked up," I called happily as the clouds above me thickened and turned blood red. This was the first time I'd used my upgraded spell, and I was impressed with the changes. The area was massively increased. 50 by 50 had seemed massive, especially as it could be shaped as I wanted. Now it covered a vast area. The fireballs barely even registered to my senses. They simply appeared at ground level without seeming to cross the intervening space.
They weren't white anymore either. They were almost colorless, balls of energy that evaporated everything within an area the size of a house. Ashrod would have been easy if I'd had this power level before. No chance to swat the fireballs from the sky with disposable pseudopods, just a rolling line of incineration. One cast was all it took. The amalgam started running. Well, it was more like sliding, away from me as fast as whatever it used for feet could move it. I had a nightmarish vision of tens of thousands of human legs flexing in unison behind the skirt of dead flesh that made up its exterior. Bronze blurs shot past me, flowing down the slope like liquid metal death to hurl themselves into the thing, burrowing in to seek out the shard of the god of death's power that animated the monster. Glimpse confirmed the other amalgam was falling back, having also received multiple bronze enemas. The Coven was withdrawing back to the legions, as we had planned. "Oh, shit,"
Glimpse sent as he suddenly strove for altitude.
Huge rocks, a couple of 100 kilograms apiece, were sailing through the air to smash into the crude fortifications, protecting the human element of the enemy. "Release the Titans. Let them have a little fun," I sent. Glimpse swerved to the west to get out of the line of fire from the trebuchets, and dove down to caw at Bon as he passed. Brilliant light erupted from the ballistic masonry as it smashed into the wooden walls.
They had enchanted them with the projectile version of the light affinity. It turned the already terrifying impacts into eyeball-melting explosions that blinded anyone nearby permanently, and even those further away would be partially blind and disoriented. The next two rocks smashed against a vast shield of ice thrown up by the soulbound and wizards among the enemy. Good. They were wasting their mana before we even closed to engagement range.
Mulius and Marbo stomped through the undead, pausing occasionally to kick apart any of the lesser amalgams that might pose a threat to the legion behind them. The fangs fell in around them, cutting lines through the gray horde until they formed a trio, fighting back to back, covering each other's flanks and letting the zombies wash against them like waves against a cliff. I glanced at the badly mauled amalgam running away from me and briefly wondered what name the nightmare had taken for itself. Corpse grind? Decay blob? I shrugged. Who cared? The fucker was toast. I drew my sword and glanced down at the silvery blade and smiled faintly. It needed a name as well. All the best swords had names. I was sure I'd heard that before, back on Earth. Stabby McStabface? I could do better than that. The ground blurred beneath me, and I sliced a path through the fangs. Horns rang out again. My commitment to the main assault was the start of Phase 2.
On the hill behind us, the Legion stamped forwards, shields bashed forwards, and turned zombies to mist. Any parts that were left were ground to paste beneath their heels. The 1st, 4th, and 7th Legions began their advance. "Having fun, lads?" I asked as I dodged a whirling spear. "Easy, Jandak. Friendly coming through." "You're a bit gory to be able to identify easily, Mond. Maybe put your armor on. Faye will get cross if you don't," said Mune happily as he lunged and dodged, a steel dagger in each hand. I glanced down and realized I'd painted myself red in the mad dash across the battlefield. I pulled my armor from storage, and it appeared over me, midnight metal coating me from head to toe. "Good point. Mulius, Marbo, don't piss on them, put the fucking boot in! I want those walls taken in 10 minutes!" I yelled at the Titans, who glanced back, then lurched into motion, ignoring the lesser zombies they'd been picking at like fat men at an all-you-can-eat buffet.
We moved forward in their wake, like dolphins chasing a pair of ocean liners. None of the grey hordes could hurt us. The only elements of my army that were at risk of anything but dying from exhaustion while fighting these angry undead were mounted on sturdy ponies and circling around the enemy positions to chase them down when the bastards broke. Which they should be doing in about 20 minutes, give or take. Bolts of fire lashed out from the crude ramparts, but the Titans had learned from previous mistakes. They wore oversized rings loaded with defensive spells. Marbo opened spatial tears, sending the attacks flying back at the defenders as the cat-like Titan moved gracefully closer to the terrified defenders. Mulius loped along, his broken tusk catching the light, discs of ice appearing in front of him to take the worst of the damage in his place. One blast of ice slipped in low, and his left foot became caught in a 3-meter-wide ball of ice, making him stumble and slip. A cry of joy went up from the battlements that quickly fell silent as the oversized giant snarled and punched the ice until it broke free from his foot, and he charged on. Before they reached the flimsy wooden walls, I turned the sky dark once more and shaped the spell to match my wishes. A line of invisible fireballs landed along almost the entire length of the defenses. I'd made it 1 meter wide and long enough to run the gamut of the primitive fortifications. Wood dissolved to ash, humans were vaporized, and in one cast, I'd cleared away their defenses and killed most of their troops who weren't busy shitting themselves to death due to the poisons Janko and Herpatic had slipped into the food and water supplies. As the first 3 legions advanced behind us, the rest of my main force, another 4 legions,
emerged and began tramping forward. 2 legions marched on each flank of the leading 3, who had fallen into a slight V formation as they pushed deeper into the horde.
Marbo sailed gracefully over the jagged remains of the walls and threw up a huge cloud of dust as he landed in the midst of the little fort. Something so huge should not be able to arc through the air like an Olympic pole vaulter. The sight was disturbing to me, and the big bastard was moving away from me. To be on the receiving end must have been terrifying. Mulius just kicked his way in and started stomping and punching at the relatively tiny beings. Spells flashed against his thick metallic fur, but he just bellowed and moved faster. We arrived on their heels, but the Titans were already crushing the humans ahead of them. Jandak shot ahead, spear a singing blur as he began cutting apart men who'd been lucky enough to avoid the passing Titans. I skidded to a stop and took a deep breath. The armor wasn't heavy for me, but I could notice the difference in my endurance while wearing it. "Find the commanders. I marked their tents on the maps. Take them alive, if possible," I ordered. "What about him?" Cause waved a hand at Jandak's retreating form. "Let him blow off some steam. Bring the commanders here if they survive." I sat down on a stump that had once been part of the wall and pulled off my helmet. They sped off in the right direction. The briefings had been very thorough. I watched through glimpse as the horde was crushed by the legions. Out of the flanks, the feral Huskar under Nook's command were hitting the human forces, while the nomads swept around to pincer in from both sides behind the lines. The amalgam the Coven had attacked was the first to collapse and dissolve, but its brother wasn't far behind. Dented bronze machines emerged from the gray gloop that was left when the animating shard was destroyed. We'd lost some, and broken humanoid forms emerged alongside relatively whole ones. I'd need to send another member of the Coven north to make more. Reanimated humanos times 8,430 slain. 126,450 souls harvested.
Nomalis humano, soulbound servant, times 279 slain. 5,580 souls harvested. Nomalis humano times 931 slain. 9,310 souls harvested. Just shy of 170,000 souls in the bank again. War suited me. Chapter 43. Sometimes right isn't enough. With a thought, I sent Glimpse winging south to catch up with my kill team. As he passed overhead, I watched as the slave soldiers of Urkash were being hunted down by whooping nomads. They were leaving a long trail of blood and bodies behind as they ran. I'd read somewhere that most of the killing in ancient battles took place after one side broke and ran. That truth was playing out before my eyes. Squadrons of lancers were pouncing on the larger groups and tearing them apart, while mounted archers herded the fleeing men and kept them from spreading out too much. Feral Huskar ran amok. They would kick or snatch up the fleeing soldiers and then squeeze, turning the poor bastards into empty toothpaste tubes. None of them were eating any of their victims, so I was confident that my orders regarding their diets were holding firm. Beyond the mass of beaten troops lay an arid wasteland. In the steppe, fleeing from a battle wouldn't necessarily mean you'd starve or die of thirst. There was always a stream or a small lake to drink from, and plenty of small game that could be caught with simple traps. This landscape was barren. Very few animals moved, and there were none of the larger creatures I was used to seeing in the north. Goats and skinny-looking sheep replaced aurochs herds, horses and deer. The long green grass was gone, and sandy expanses interspersed with straggly shrubs served as a poor substitute. It looked like hell to my eyes, long since used to the verdant growth of the steppe. Glimpse flew south, speeding ahead of the routed army until he found the killers. That they had all survived thus far was a testament to their training, equipment, and the savage nature of all the tribesmen. A small camp with a remarkably smokeless fire,
A Dakota-style fire with a small tunnel and an air intake was covered by a pot of boiling water. One of the men was tossing meat and vegetables into it to make a stew. Glimpse landed in the branches above them and squawked to announce himself.
"Birdie's back," one man muttered.
"Battle went well then," called Janko.
"The silly fucks must have been shitting themselves before you even arrived."
Glimpse hopped down and landed on the nondescript man's shoulder. He gave a quiet caw of approval before flapping over to the man chopping meat and giving him a beady look. A chunk was tossed his way and snatched out of the air. "These men know how to reward a bird. You didn't leave a single eyeball," the crow telepathically sent to me. "If you double back later today, there'll be shitloads of them. Don't be bitter, Ray."
It was inevitable. What do you want this lot to do next? To you, a field of dead humans is a smorgasbord. To me, it's wrong, inefficient, and unprofessional. Keep them moving south. There should be a couple of cities off to the side of our line of advance that need to be poisoned to keep the garrisons at home while we pass. The boys here will need resupply in that case. City stores are more complex to access and much larger than a field army, Glimpse replied. Fly back tonight, and Krill will have a storage ring for you to carry to them, stocked to the gills with dysentery and plague. I will! The crow hopped over to Pautu and began scratching lines in the dirt in front of the man. Finding literate tribesmen had been impossible, so we had compromised, and the men had spent some time with the coven to learn at least the basics of the written language. The ladies had also trained them in the use of the spells bound to the beads around their necks.
Glimpse knew what needed to be conveyed, and when Pautu stumbled, he received a sharp peck on the hand to let him know he'd made a mistake. I focused on my surroundings and slipped my helmet back on, becoming the Black Knight once again. "'Tis but a scratch." The thought set me chuckling as I felt Koss and Mune's threads coming back towards me. They were kicking half a dozen men in various states of disarray ahead of them. The poor bastards were wearing loincloths and not much else. The suspicious brown color of the clothes was a good sign. In terms of how effective Krill's poisons were, they certainly weren't a good sign for these soldiers. Red letters hovered over each of their heads. They had stats in the C and B range. These blokes were bugger all threat to me or the Fangs. As requested, Mond. You might want to keep your distance. The smell isn't so good.
What the fuck kind of potions did Krill give the assassins? Asked Kaz as he kicked the last man into position, fallen to his knees and clutching his guts. Bad ones, I grimly chuckled. Gentlemen, I'm afraid I require some information from you, and I know you can't just share it, even though you know what's coming your way if you don't. That soul-bound compulsion prevents you from being of much use to us, right? Well, it's a curious thing. We've discovered that a little pain, or a lot of pain if I'm being honest, can help your mind slip those chains for a little while. Long enough for you to be useful at any rate. I crouched down in front of them and raised the visor of my helmet. 5 bolts of power shot towards me and coursed over my armor. Crackles of electricity writhed across the black surface as the fire and ice attacks essentially canceled each other out. I closed the visor, unaffected. I really liked my new armor. Blind them and take them to Krill, I ordered. Mune grinned and drew his daggers to do the honors. Don't tell Glimpse we destroyed so many eyeballs. He's already in a bad mood with me. I am not in a bad mood with you, Raymond, the crow sent. You blokes are in for a world of hurt for a while. Once we know everything you know about Mortimer's armies and empire, we'll put you out of our misery. Don't give them to the women and boys. Just kill them. Mune had already blinded half of them, quick slices that cut into the bridge of their noses as he pierced both eyes. The man at the end of the line glanced to his side and vomited noisily. I turned and headed back out into the battlefield to meet the legions. They weren't far off at this point, a few hundred meters from the ruined walls at most. I waved as I approached, and a series of barked orders and trumpets rang out to signal the halt. They stopped in perfect formation, and shields were lowered to the ground, the ranks leaning on them as the Huskar began chatting and joking among themselves. "Where's Bon?" I called. "Back with the signifiers, Legate. You want me to call him forward?" called a centurion. "No worries, bloke. I'll find him. You guys can fall out. They've routed, and we're all clear for the time being. Good work today. Glory to the 1st, the 4th, and the 7th. The rest of you can go first next time." "No thanks, Legate," chuckled one of the soldiers from the second wave. "Glory is all well and good, but it's better to live." A centurion clouted the Huskar on the back of the head and began yelling in his ear, but I walked on with a laugh and smiled at the hard-done-to soldier as I passed. The signifiers, our horn section, were where I'd left them, just behind the crest of the hill we'd used to cover our initial approach. They'd fallen out. Horns were being carefully wrapped in waxed linen sheets and made ready for storage. "Bon!" I called as I approached. A Huskar appeared from nowhere next to me and fell into step, marching along like an oversized shadow. His dull gray armor was markedly different from the gleaming steel of the other troops. "Good job, Umbrati. Glad to know you're keeping an eye on the command team." "We're always watching, Legate," the stealthy Huskar rumbled. "Any problems I should know about?" "No, Legate." So he wasn't a conversationalist. Probably an advantage in his line of work. "Legate!" Bon slammed a fist against his chest, then crouched down to converse more normally. I was not going to get stilts so I could look the giants in the eye while we talked, so they would have to kneel. I briefly worried that power was going to my head. I'd just casually ordered the blinding of half a dozen men so we could torture them without them flinging spells around. We'd have butchered tens of thousands of humans, setting aside the poor shits turned into bandaged men, before sunset this evening. And none of it bothered me. I was concerned about our losses, about my kill teams hitting the flanking cities fast enough for us just to leave token forces to guard their garrisons, about where we would find enough fodder to feed the vast herds or aurochs and mammoths we were dragging south behind us to feed the army. Dozens of things swirled in my mind, but I felt nothing for the ones we'd killed this morning. The trebuchets are great, but they're fucking pointless for a field engagement. Same with the other artillery. Thoughts? I asked. I agree. Why lob rocks when you can incinerate several miles of walls and defenders with a thought? Bon replied. I think they will have a place in a proper siege, but even then, it will mostly be to support the casters. Did you harvest many souls? I did.
The golems got the amalgams, so it wasn't a huge haul, but it's enough for another couple of squads of high-level mage husker.
Any better ideas for what to do with them?
Lord Mond, you should raise more of the nomads. It will quell any complaints of favoritism, the giant rumbled.
I glanced around. There were a few nomads nearby, a handful of chiefs standing next to scythe chariots, and a few dozen messengers waiting on their mounts for orders to pass on. It's not efficient, I said quietly. Huskar's starting stats make them the logical choice. Bon chuckled, a gentle booming sound that drew all eyes our way. I appreciate your admiration for the handiwork of your predecessor. We are a superior species, but sometimes the best choice is not the wisest one. You need to continue to bond the tribes and kings to you. His voice was almost a whisper, and for one of the giants, it was impressively discreet. After today, they won't have anything to complain about.
Victory is its own reward.
It's hard to complain about the man who just led you to smash a force 5 times your number, I replied. There's truth in that, Legate, but not enough. I strongly advise you to share some souls with the nomads this evening. There were victory feasts planned for that night.
The legions had their arrangements, and a mammoth cull was underway somewhere to the north of us. The chiefs of the nearby tribes had come together as well. After the food was served and the yawk was making its way round the warriors, I stood and called out for silence. It is time for me to reward the brave warriors of the steppes. I want 5,000 warriors brought to me 2 days from now, when they're done hunting down the shit-sitters, and they'll all receive magic. A cheer went up at the words, and I began to sit down, hoping this foolish allocation of resources wouldn't bite me in the ass in the future.
The nomads weren't meant to get close to the enemy, and arming them with enchanted weapons made by highly leveled people made far more sense to me. Faye had explained a little of it. What pride I had in the old world came from my dedication to doing the job well. The first time. The only one I needed to recognize that was me. It wasn't as though I could discuss my work casually, and even if I could, I wouldn't have cared. I was my own worst critic. The formerly Stone Age tribesmen had a very different view of pride and self-worth. External validation was a vital part of it. "About time," Calpactor called to widespread approval. "How are you finding life as a cavalryman?" I snapped back without thinking. But the old warrior laughed and raised his flask of fermented mare's milk before taking a long swig. "Oh, it's not so bad, King Mond. Easier on my feet." He locked eyes with me, and I fought the urge to yank on his soul bond. I grinned back instead. "Good! More yawk," I called, and this earned a louder cheer. "You did the right thing, love. I know. I heard your arguments, and you're right, but sometimes right isn't enough," she said softly. "You sound like Bon," I grumbled as I settled back in my chair. "You've refreshed the bond, Ray," she whispered. "They need to know you value them, and giving them power maintains that sense of belonging, of being loved." "They are—" I started to reply, then stumbled to silence. I did love the ornery, primitive, savage bastards. They were my people now, and the atomized dissociation that was all I'd known on Earth felt like a distant memory. I surged back to my feet. "Warriors of the steppes, we've won a mighty victory thanks to you," I called, and cups were emptied as a cheer went up. We are tied together. A weapon forged in the grasslands, designed to smash the shit-sitters. Another roar of approval echoed around the camp. "Mond!" called out a voice. Another picked it up, and soon enough, it was a chant. I moved among them, exchanging forearm clasps and bear hugs. When I got to Calpactor, he grinned and stuck out his forearm. I gripped it, and he pivoted at his hips to try and throw me over his shoulder, but all he did was end up in a pile at my feet. "I'd have thought you'd have learned the first time you tried that. It's never going to work, brother." He smirked as I hauled him back to his feet, then slapped me on the left shoulder with one hand. "Can't blame a king for trying. Got to keep you on your toes. I thought we'd lost you to those bloody giants, Mond." Chapter 44. "We need more buckets!" Janko and Herpatik were infiltrating a city by night. Glimpse was watching over them, keeping low but occasionally rising up to give me a bird's-eye view of the city. Like most ancient cities that didn't have a coastal port, it was built along a river. It was likely a tributary of the Jarul that joined the main flow after it passed Settle. The city itself was much the same as Settle, albeit slightly smaller. A multi-story keep rose by the bank of the murky water, jetties and pontoons extending out from the nearby dock district. The houses had stone lower floors and wooden upper levels, giving them a rustic look to my modern tastes. The rest of the kill team had gone to the other city, under Pautu's watchful eyes. The two who had proven themselves against the army in the north had been trusted to take on the smaller city alone. The pair was skulking through the taller grass along the river as they made their way closer. Yanko tapped Herpetic on the shoulder and pointed up at the flaming torches the guards carried as they patrolled the walls. He covered his eyes for a moment, then grinned savagely. Herpetic snorted softly and nodded. Stupid guards only made their job easier.
It was late into the night, or early in the morning, depending on your perspective, when the pair arrived at the foot of the wall. They'd gradually work their way to a point equidistant between the nearest towers. Herpetic crept away from the wall and looked up at the crenellations. He waited until the glow of the guards was as far as possible from their planned point of entry, then waved a hand at his companion. A tear in reality opened up, faintly outlined in purple-pink light. Herpetic sprinted over and dived through just after Janko strolled through and to one side. They emerged in a quiet street lined with simple houses. The road ran around the inside of the wall, a great ring of rough cobbles that would allow rapid redeployment of troops from one side of the city to the other. Glimpse landed on a nearby thatched roof and cawed quietly. The two men slipped into the shadows of a nearby building and took stock of their situation.
"West, then," whispered Janko as they stripped off their dark cloaks and donned rough-spun peasant garb. "Granary is in the center of the city. Hit there first, then move against the Lord." Herpetic glanced down at his boots and grimaced. "Fucking shit-sitters." "Birdie, keep an eye out for us," called Janko softly, earning another quiet caw in confirmation. "Right, let's go. Getting out might be easier than getting in." "Don't beggar fate, you idiot!" The pair moved towards the center of town, creeping and slipping from shadow to shadow. The moon was gibbous, but it was low in the sky. Despite the lack of clouds to soften the night, they had no trouble passing unnoticed through the sleeping city. The granary was a large, tower-like building nearly 4 stories tall and made entirely of stone. Fire was always a danger when you stored grains. The dust would build up, and it was highly combustible, even explosive under the right conditions. Far to the north, I smiled to myself and tried to shuffle Faye's head off my shoulder, as the pressure had made my arm go to sleep before the rest of me. The pair of assassin saboteurs stopped as they came to the street that led out into the plaza outside the granary. Over the last couple of days, while Glimpse was performing reconnaissance, I'd seen this place bustle during the day. Stalls would be set up with weights and scales, and measures would be shared out. It was the center of the city's fragile system of food distribution. Simple tread cranes were positioned on the roof, used to haul heavy sacks of grain up high where they could be poured into the main storage areas. 3 guards watched from the main door to the granary. Watched would perhaps be a little generous. One was almost certainly asleep, while the other 2 were playing a game that involved tossing small wooden sticks and gambling on the outcome.
If they worked for me, they'd be digging latrines until they figured out that slacking off on guard duty was a very stupid idea. The sleeping man might be a problem. Glimpse could see red letters floating over his head. Only D ranked in body and F in mind, but that made him a significant threat to my pet killers. A complicated series of caws, some long and some short, echoed out, as Glimpse used the limited codes he had to communicate with the men to explain the danger. They backed off down the street and ducked into a dark alley to confer. Glimpse landed on Janko's shoulder, and the man absently raised a hand to pet the bird. "Birdie says there's a soulbound there. Unless he's the sleepy one, we're fucked," whispered Janko. "Is it the sleeper?" asked Herpetic, and Glimpse nodded. "We can do it. We need to blow the doors anyway." "No, we fucking don't."
Use a portal spell instead? Janko, we've still got to hit the keep, and that will be a lot better guarded than the granary. Something's off. They can't be this stupid, can they? They know the warriors are coming, right? Why are they so lax? They're shit-sitters, fat, dumb, and happy behind their walls, snapped Herpatic. How many times did we just walk into those camps and poison their supplies? The city air makes them stupid. Glimpse hopped over from Janko with a brief flap of midnight wings and pecked Herpatic on the ear. Damn it! Fine. Don't underestimate the enemy. I hadn't forgotten what the Lord told me. So we sneak in then? Ignore the guards? Janko asked, and Herpatic nodded in reply. They moved away from the granary and circled to approach the granary from a different angle. The stone was poorly cut and fitted, rough-hewn and badly mortared together, but it still presented a solid obstacle to the two men. There was no point climbing. The windows higher up were all too narrow for them to squeeze through. Another portal of pink and purple appeared, and the pair hurried through, only to find themselves in pitch darkness as reality healed itself. Feel like a rat in a trap? Asked Janko. He pulled a pebble from his pocket and activated a light spell. It glowed faintly, and they moved through the storeroom to the main space. A series of chutes and trap doors lined one end of the hall, thick wooden floorboards supporting the weight of the grain above them. I feel like I'm staring up at a rock falling on my head. How do these people live like this? It's not natural. Please give me a thick felt tent any day. It's never going to crush me if it breaks. Here, let's chuck these and get the hell out of this cave. Herpatic passed Janko 3 small pebbles and kept 3 for himself. They spread out, whispering about the best places to throw them, and when they made up their minds, they retreated back to the door to the storeroom. 3 quick throws, and walls of incandescent white fire erupted and spread out randomly across the lower floor. The 2 men dived through a portal and ran west, keeping to the shadows. Glimpse watched them emerge and cast his own firewall spell on the grains that had been dumped into the top of the granary during the day, but hadn't been shoveled into the subchambers for long-term storage. The crow flew off after the men as they headed towards the keep. A few shouts quickly grew into a number of frantic screams behind them. The city grew a little brighter as the dried food in the granary caught fire, and flames reached into the sky from the top of the building. My killers slipped into an alley and turned to watch, Glimpse flapping down to land on Janko's shoulder as they observed the mayhem they'd caused. Now that's a bonfire.
Aresk's hairy back. Look at it burn, muttered Herpatic gleefully. They won't be able to get that under control. Job 1, done. How do you want to play the keep? Same way we did the army. Use the distraction of the fire to sneak in, poison the shit out of the best-looking grub we can see, then bugger off. Sounds good? Janko nodded to his friend in reply, and the pair moved off through the now flickering shadows. A massive explosion shook the night as the dust at the base of the granary caught and the burning wood of the roof and the cranes was blasted out across the nice, dry thatch of the surrounding buildings. Glimpse circled over to check it had caught, and, sure enough, the wildfire was spreading merrily as it consumed the brittle roofs of nearby buildings. That'll have woken everyone up, muttered Janko. They'll be panicking. Makes our lives easier. Sure enough, people were boiling out into the streets as a result of the granary going off like a firework.
Fire was terrifying in these kinds of cramped and primitive conditions, but it wasn't unknown. It was also a threat to everyone, so the entire town would rally to form bucket chains and do their best to contain it. "Over here! We need more buckets!" a man called out as people began to form lines from the river. "Quickly! Half the bloody town'll burn!" My assassins hurried along as though they were heading to help at the head of the lines. They weren't the only ones. Most people were happy to help, as long as they stayed as far away from the fire as possible. The keep's gates had been thrown open, and sleepy-eyed soldiers were boiling out into the streets to help organize the mass of citizens trying to douse nearby buildings. Hooks on ropes were being thrown onto buildings to tear the thatch away attempting to create a firebreak. Yenko and her patek slipped into the keep after a large squad of half-dressed troops had stumbled out, the men staring in shock at the inferno that dominated the center of town.
"I'll go deal with the well. Go see if you can find the kitchens," hissed her patek, and Yanko skulked off to peer in through narrow windows and swing doors open gently to peer quickly inside. Her patek ran over and muttered a quick prayer of thanks to Arisk that the river was the logical point to organize a bucket chain from. The well was stone-lined and deep. A broad wooden structure kept the rain off, and there were 4 crossbars extending out over the black pit, each with a handle and rope attached. He opened his storage and pulled out 6 vials of something noxious, tipping them into the well before tossing the bottles in after them. After a moment's thought, he opened another storage bay and held his hand out below the cranks for the buckets.
Half of a dead and rotten vilecat appeared and fell into the well with a splash.
"I was wondering why you picked that thing up," muttered Janko as he jogged over, keeping a careful eye on the dark windows. "Glimpse found the stores. Come on." He padded away, and her patek wiped his hands on his tunic, then followed quickly. The kitchen had a banked fire in the long hearth that lay along the wall furthest from the door. The constant heat probably helped supplement the lesser fires in important rooms during the winter. Despite the arid climate, I was only too aware of how cold desert nights could get. Glimpse cawed and landed in front of a door, then pecked at it. Janko moved the bar, and the door swung open. Back in the north, I made a note to have a chat with Sulk about inventing simple locks. Not that we needed to worry about them much. Our homes were simple felt tents, after all. Glimpse hopped through first and began poking around.
Sacks of freshly milled flour lined one wall, baskets of vegetables another, and along the far wall, furthest from the fire in the other room, hung various game animals. They were mostly wild fowl, pheasants and such, with a couple of bunnies at the end. I sent an order to Glimpse not to peck at the meat. They'd be unlikely to eat it if it looked like a pest had been at it.
"I am not a pest," the bird sent back, with overtones of annoyance behind the thought. The vegetables and unground grains all received quick sprays of poison as her patek shook a series of small bottles over them. Janko looked into the open sacks of flour and began shoveling handfuls of the powder into his storage space. Then he topped them up very carefully from a clay pot he pulled from another bead. He stirred the potent poison carefully with a dagger. "Hopefully it won't kill the cooks before they can serve this stuff to the Lord," he whispered, as the pot vanished again.
Get the meat!
"How do you know that flour was for the Lord?" asked her patek. "Fine white flour? That's only for fancy shit-sitters, Herpa. Did you sleep through all the training?" Her patek was carefully pouring something horrific from another vial over the hanged meat. "I'm more of an improviser than a planner, Janko. It works, doesn't it? Bet you thought I was weird for picking up that vilecat carcass. I still think you're fucking weird, brother. Let's get the fuck out of here. Birdie, wanna check out if the exit is clear?" Glimpse nodded and flew back out to leave the men to finish their dastardly deeds. As he soared upwards, the extent of the fire surprised me. Nearly a quarter of the city's roofs were ablaze, or starting to smoke. The thick smoke was spreading, blown west by the steady breeze, and the far end of the city was lost in its murky depths. A quick sweep, and Glimpse headed back down.
He cawed quietly. 2 quick notes, and the killers jogged out and rushed towards the keep's entrance.
"You two! What the fuck are you doing?" called a stern voice as they emerged onto the street. "What unit are you with?" "Lord, we aren't. We just collect the night soil," Janko said apologetically. "Sometimes Houndmaster lets us kip in the stable, Lord." Her patek sounded like he was about to cry. The pair moved closer to the soldier who'd spotted them. To my eyes, it looked like they were predators moving to surround a lamb, but they had hunched their shoulders and moved as though terrified. "Can't you see the city's burning, you fools?
Head to the river and lend a hand with the... You! Look up at me. Let me see your face. He drew his short sword and pointed it at Janko. They were only a few feet apart now. I could feel Glimpse's happiness. He was expecting a new source of eyeballs in his future. Whatever it was that had raised his suspicion, it was too late.
Janko grinned and blurred forward to snatch the guard off his feet by the poor bastard's throat, then yank him back into the keep, away from the street. Herpatik followed quickly. A dagger flashed out and buried itself into the man's neck, angled upwards to pierce the skull for an instant kill. The body vanished as Herpatik waved a hand in its direction. "Bet you don't think I'm weird for storing that body?" he chuckled. "You're still fucking weird. Let's get the hell out of here," Janko replied. "You're too ugly for this work. He could see you weren't a local from a mile off." "Shut up, Herpa." The friendly, low-level bickering continued as they ran through the streets towards the nearest wall, and with another rip of pink and purple light, they were outside and safely jogging away into the night, a burning city and a hopefully soon-to-be poisoned set of lords in their wake. I rolled over, almost hugging Faye, then carefully eased her off my arm and settled in to sleep.
I was starting to think I wouldn't need the army for much. A handful of psychos with borrowed power could easily ruin any city we came up against.
Chapter 45. No worries or anxiety. Pautu had dealt with the other city, flanking our axis of advance in a similar fashion to Janko and Herpatik. They had lost one trooper when the man stumbled into a high-level soulbound, but the rest had set fires, poisoned food, and dropped horrific things into the wells. 2 legions, the 6th and the 9th, had been dispatched to lay a half-hearted siege, and 1,000 nomads accompanied each legion. This was just enough to keep the bastards penned up behind their walls and pose a threat, not so many that it significantly weakened our main force. "Mond, I don't like leaving the herds behind," grumbled Jandak as we walked along at the front of the army. Everywhere around us was dry scrubland. Summer had come, and all the spring growth had shriveled and turned a golden brown in the heat.
Fast ponies and a rider equipped with storage rings solve that problem. We've got a constant flow back and forth now, but the further south we go, the more riders we need, Kaz muttered before taking a long drink from a water skin. "That's the other problem. We will have to leave the river behind when we push east." "Where's the bird?" Krill asked. "He's guiding the kill team onto Urkash, and doing a little spying while he waits for them to catch up," I answered. Urkash was a mess. It had once been a mighty city with a population in the hundreds of thousands. Now it was an empty shell, filled with undead and guarded by the biggest damn amalgam I'd yet to see. "Rings or stones stuffed with meat are fine, but water? We need more barrels," Jandak said. "Need wood for barrels. Any of you lugging lumber along?" I asked half-jokingly. "Why would we bother? Rapid growth can solve that issue," snapped Krill. "Then why were you bitching about it? Go set it up." "It has to be cured wood."
We have to wax or tar the insides as well, Mond. It's not so simple.
"What we've got is about all we have to work with," Krill replied, then spat to one side. "It's going to be tight." "It's only a 4-day march for the Legion. We can cover that distance a lot faster," said Mune, deciding to start paying attention. "Gods, it's hot." The sun continued to beat down on us. It wasn't even noon, and the world had become an oven. The legions in their heavy armor must be suffering tremendously. "It doesn't need to be cured wood. Green wood will work for a while, but the barrels will warp and leak sooner or later," offered Mune. "And what would you know about it?" snapped Krill, glaring at the younger man. "My wife's family makes them," Mune replied, glaring at the dreamer. "Well, I won't argue with that. We still need a plan before we strike towards Urkash. 4 or 5 days is fine, but if we get bogged down in a siege, we'll need to have our shit together," I muttered.
What about the kill team? Asked Kaz.
"They'll soften them up before we even get there."
Getting in is going to be tricky. They'll have to infiltrate as peasants bringing in farm goods. They've got another wall-spanning amalgam defending the place. No way to hop through the walls.
That's stupid, said Krill. I didn't pick how Mortimer laid out his fucking troops, Krill. Not that, foolish boy. Have them store themselves in a bead and let Glimpse carry them in. Krill emitted his signature cackle. That's not as insane as it sounds. You might just be a genius, Krill. I laughed as I sent the idea to Gimps. The bird approved, but a thread of fear ran through him as well. He knew there'd be a lot of soulbound who could see the red letters over the bird's head, where I was thinking to send him. I sent him a flood of reassurance, but I felt a tinge of worry. "Wilson!" I exclaimed as the thought hit me.
I felt the wolf perk up in my mind and head towards me, but I sent him the idea of continuing his business. He was happy slaughtering goats in the wilderness. The fucking golems! All we need is someone to load barrels of water into rings, and the golems of Wilson can run them across the steppe, Badlands, to the army. We can move tons of the stuff in hours rather than days. Filling the bloody things and getting empties back to the river will be the problem. Golems can do that? Offered Cause. They'll be busy, and we'll need most of them at the siege. That's a big fucker of an amalgam, I muttered as my thoughts whirled. He'll have something else. Something we've not seen before, Krill said. I can feel it in my water. The water the golems will be carrying? Laughed Mune. What did you get out of the army commanders? I asked, changing the subject. Mune glanced at Cause, then back at me. Not much that we didn't already suspect. 2 more field armies to match the one we crushed. They're dispersed, though. Unlikely to get back in time to break the siege. They're weeks away at best, Cause supplied. Figures. So, 1 shot, or we have to deal with the defenses and a field army. We fell into silence as we trudged along. Behind us, the dust rose in a cloud that reached for the sky. Thousands of feet, especially those of the Husker, stirred up a column of dust that threatened to block the sun. The river was still running to our left, a ribbon of blue lined with green, even in the summer heat. I checked with the Crow and noted the kill team was only a day's journey from Urkosh. We'll have a better idea about what's going on in Urkosh tomorrow, I said. Are we going to get to have some fun? Demanded Jandak. Oh, there'll be too much fun all around. We won't be able to steamroll Urkosh, especially as Mortimer is probably there. You think? Mond, that coward, would have run south a week ago. Not a chance he's hanging around. He'll have run to a field army, said Cause. I'm not going to bet all our lives on that. None of us has the death affinity. The stuff I got from leveling up. He'll have something nasty up his sleeve when we get there, I complained. We trudged on south during the day. The sun was merciless. Anyone who spends much time outside knows there are 2 suns, even if there's only one in the sky. One of them warms your skin, makes the crops grow. The other is a vicious bastard who would drive you mad with thirst. We were dealing with the second type. When the army finally staggered to a halt, the nomads pitched their tents, while the Legion hastily constructed a fort. Everyone was exhausted. The next few days will be rough, Faye, I said, once we were alone in our tent. The night air was blessedly cool, and I was grateful for the drop in temperature. Why are you telling me this as though I don't already know, Ray? She asked, with a raised eyebrow. Shit. Overplayed my hand there, didn't I? I got undressed and moved over to help her settle onto our bed, shuffling a cushion behind her head as she lay back. Well, it might be best if you... Enough. You need me. You need the coven, Ray. I won't be going back up north. Her voice was firm. No argument would be tolerated. What about the baby? This weather isn't right for our people. You aren't even from this world, Ray. You're from some crazy place where wagons don't need aurochs or horses,
and machines fly through the air on metal wings. I am fine, husband.
I knew I'd pushed as far as I dared when I heard the honorific. I slipped in beside her and wrapped an arm behind her head. I could deal with some temporary blood loss in a single limb under the circumstances. "How far off are you?" I asked quietly.
"Any day now. I've had all the early signs. Soon our son will be born, and you can stop all this fussing."
"And what then, love? Will you go north with the baby?"
"Of course not."
He'll stay with Halen, back from the front lines, but he'll grow up a warrior. He'll know what it's like to be on Coriolis from birth. It will build character, she said confidently, leaning into my side. Kids shouldn't see war up close. We both want him to grow up normal. I wouldn't go into how our definitions of normal in this context were very different. You don't want him to get souls too early, right? She craned her head around and narrowed her pretty eyes at me. Making sure he can't snap a nursemaid's neck in a fit of pique and keeping him away from us are very different things. What if he didn't have to be away from us? Just me, for a while. "You do want to send me away," she accused. "Not away, just somewhere safe." "And why do you think being away from you is safer than having someone with your stats on hand to defend me if needed?" Her voice was icy. I felt I'd already lost this discussion, but I was determined to plow on anyway. "Faye, what if Mortimer has something like burning skies, but from the death affinity? Some cloud of disease or miasma of rot, or something fucking crazy that we can't have seen yet. Do you think I'm special?" I demanded. "Yes, you're special." Her voice held a certainty that scared me. "But I know what you were saying, Ray," she sighed. "He likely has something just as powerful that we haven't seen yet and won't be able to defend against. At least the first time he uses it." "So you'll go north?" "Idiot. When our boy is born, I'll take him north, but only as far as the herder camps. But I'm not happy. I expect to wake up with your arm around my shoulders tomorrow. No more of this rolling me off in the night." I agreed readily. Getting Faye and my soon-to-be-born son away from whatever bullshit Mortimer had waiting for us was worth irritating my wife. As her breathing settled into the steady rhythm of sleep, I smiled. It impressed me how easily she dropped off.
No worries or anxiety kept her from the sweet embrace of the Sandman.
Out like a fucking light as soon as her head hit the pillow. I turned my attention away from my immediate concerns and surroundings, sending my thoughts down the link to Glimpse. And I found a whole new set of worries when I looked down from his eyes. Urkash was an ancient city, even by the standards of this world. Whether the gods threw it together for every game and just edited things to suit the current paradigm or not, I couldn't be sure. Where were the ancient artifacts from previous games outside the cache we captured at the first hearth? There should be magic swords that could slice through stone, armor that could weather any blow, and rings imbued with powerful magic. But I'd seen none of them. It was as though this world sprang into existence, complete with a history and flourishing societies, when the fish-tits murdered us exiles. Was any of the history here more than a figment of some god's imagination?
Urkash certainly looked as though it had a history.
It was Settle on steroids. The walls were taller and thicker. Instead of a riverside keep, the main castle rose over an ocean dockyard, and beyond the vast city, the first sea I'd seen in this world stretched away. The streets were wider in many cases, but the narrow ones formed a webwork like veins in a body. They were made of cobblestones or dirt, but a few were covered in thick paving slabs that made me think of Roman roads. Perhaps this was another leftover from Narbo. My assassins were still half a day away from the walls, and Glimpse had flown ahead after confirming there were no nearby enemy patrols. Gray flesh oozed slowly along the walls, an amalgam even larger than Ashrot having been left as a guardian. Swarms of the undead roamed the surrounding hills, enough that I wasn't confident my kill team would be able to infiltrate the place without somehow convincing the warriors to hide in a ring to be transported over the walls by glimpse. I was pretty confident they'd do it. They were crazy bastards. There was no reason why I couldn't deploy other troops in the same manner as well. A squad of mage huskers packed away in stasis, suddenly appearing behind an enemy's lines or walls. We could go air mobile with some of my most potent forces. My mind spun and turned as I guided the crow in a slow orbit of our target. I kept him far enough up that no one would notice. I was concerned that a soulbound might be looking in the wrong direction at the wrong time, dooming the plans forming in my mind. Chapter 46. Mostly for your own good. "Get out of my way," I growled. The rest of the army had marched on. Only a handful of yurts and a single legion remained with us.
Having 1,000 giants and a few hundred nomads around me felt strangely lonely on the blistering hot plain. A pained scream came from within the nearest tent, and I clenched my fists. "It's not done, Mond. That place is for women only now. You'll doom the boy if you stick your head in now," snapped Cause. "My nephew will not be cursed from birth." Jandak and Moon each held one of my arms, trying to drag me away from the tent where Faye was giving birth to our child. Cause had his hands pressed against my chest to hold me back. For the first time in a long while, I cursed the primitive culture of my adoptive people. "Let me go." My voice was flat and cold. Cause flinched backwards. "Time for the worst plan, boys," he said, and I narrowed my eyes at him. "This is going to be shit," grumbled Jandak, and before I could even turn my head, the pair at my sides moved. They dropped their grips on my arms, and each grabbed a leg. I found myself spitting out dust and dry grass as they charged away from the tent, dragging me along, my face bouncing off every rock and thistle as they rushed me out of the camp. My fingers dug into the arid ground, but the soil crumbled and broke, stopping me from getting a proper grip and breaking their momentum. I left twin lines of torn-up grass and dirt as I scrabbled to regain control of the situation. As soon as the tents began to recede in my vision, we were outside the camp. Everything went sideways. The bastards spun in a tight circle, and then there was a blessed lack of pressure on my ankles. The consequence of this was that I went spinning hundreds of meters through the air. I slammed down into the ground and skidded, rolled, and bounced. As I struggled to my feet, disoriented and angry, a fist smashed into my ribs on my right. I lashed out without thinking, a hand blurring through the air, but hit nothing. Someone threw a handful of dust into my eyes, and I blinked back tears as the world went blurry. Another fist, this time into my left thigh, that sent a wave of numbness through the limb. Again I lashed out, and this time my fist connected. One of the shadowy shapes assaulting me tumbled away. I took a step forward just as something slammed into the back of my knees. It wasn't a fist. This was a staff, maybe a spear. I needed to end this and deal with the coven. I had to be there for the birth of my son. I folded backwards, trapping the weapon by bending my knees to lock it in place. As I rolled, I reached out with one hand and snapped the wood in the middle by closing my fist around it. I came back to my feet with a fragment of broken staff in one hand and kicked the other half into Jandak's gut. He gasped as he was winded, but lunged for me anyway, launching a blistering series of attacks aimed at disabling my arms. Joints and muscles took a battering for a few moments before my improvised weapon cracked into his skull and he fell away dazed. Mune took his place. My man had some kind of brass knuckles, clearly made from some of the fancy metal Salk was producing, that hurt like hell and made my bones ache with each blow he landed. Someone, I assume it was Kaz,
leapt onto my back, and wiry arms lined with ropey muscle clamped down around my throat. As a big fan of the garrote as a quiet way to dispose of an opponent, I had something of a fear of being choked out. I caught Mune's arm as it blurred forward to slam into my temple, a blow that would potentially kill a baseline human, and squeezed. There was a loud crack, and my friend fell away, clutching his broken wrist. I rolled forward, crushing Kaz beneath me and breaking free of his chokehold. I kicked him hard in the side, heard his ribs creak, and backed away.
Jandak had regained his senses by this point, and was slowly advancing on me, far more cautious now that he was temporarily alone. You see why this was the worst plan? Fighting you is like trying to swallow an aurochs in one go, he said with a bloody grin. Enough! I activated Shape Earth, and the dirt around my friends flowed up, encasing their limbs first, then it spread across their torsos. They ended up looking like stone snowmen, with a pissed-off face in the center. Not fair, coughed Mune. We didn't use magic. You were all boosting throughout the whole fight, I ground out. I'll come back and let you out later. I need to be there when my son is born. Footsteps approached from behind me, and I spun, expecting another attack. Krill raised both hands and moved steadily closer. Easy, Mond. I'm not a fighter like that lot. I'm here as your spiritual advisor.
And you're going to at least listen to my advice before you do something rash.
I glared at my mentor, but nodded and lowered my fists. You have to stay away from the birth, Mon. Did anyone ever tell you the story of Garbadil? No. I inched closer towards the remains of the army's camp, where Faye was struggling through her labor without me. Krill backed up a little, but kept himself between me and my goal. I growled without realizing. Garbadil was a mighty chief. Oh, I don't know how far back. Hundreds of generations, according to the songs. A bit like you, but not a Shikrakin. Krill put his hands behind his back and moved a step away every time I advanced. He had a dozen tribes sworn to serve him. Called himself the Lord of the Steppes, if you can believe it. Hubris, man. He defied tradition. He had half a dozen wives at one point. You know how that works. I imagine it's a lot of stress, I muttered, taking another step forward. No doubt.
Not only did he break tradition by taking multiple wives, but he also made the worst mistake a man can make. He had a favorite. A bead of sweat trickled down Kree's forehead, and he blinked it away as it ran into his eye. Christ, this place was hot. He loved them all, apparently. But when a Kendu went into labor, he paced outside the tent for hours. As her screams intensified, he brushed past the women standing guard and stormed in just as the boy was born. The child was monstrous. He had flippers for arms like a fish, and his face was on the top of his head, Krill continued. He had stopped backing away, and I was now looming over him. That's not how that shit works. That kind of mutation is something that would have started at conception, if it's even possible, and that's some bullshit myth the women put about to keep the men away from the birth. In my world, having a dad there is normal. I never got that chance in my first life. I won't miss this one. I reached out to move Krill aside, and he brought his hands around and threw powder in my face. I blinked for a moment, the world fading away. I've never heard that legend before, Krill, said Mune. Did you just pull all of that out of your arse? Being a dreamer means you've got to be able to think fast. If your prophecy is wrong, you've got to find a way to move their focus gently away from the cock-up. I fell backwards onto my back as the pair talked. What was the dust? Asked Jandak. Get me out of here, will you? I need to piss. Dream spice. The only thing I could be sure would work on the aurochs-brained monster, Krill replied happily. I watched him move past me from the corner of my eye to try to help the fangs break free. Good luck. That dust turned into granite. They'll be stuck there as long as I'm unconscious. They won't. Aresk was sitting on his throne of spears and shields, looking down at me. I was back in his god world, arms and armor spinning on marble plinths all around me. Send me back. I can't. Well, I can, but I won't. The god of war chuckled as my face went red with rage. Don't get pissy with me, little mortal. You aren't a god killer. Yet. That's kind of what I wanted to talk to you about. Take your mind off becoming a father for the first time. Send me back. I wasn't in the mood for the god's bullshit right now. I won't. Now listen up, kid. You're doing pretty well so far. I have to ask, though, what are your long-term goals? I was taken aback enough to snap out of my irrational rage at being denied access to Fae. What the hell were my goals? Did I still want to go back to Earth? Assuming I kept my levels and magic, I'd be no threat to Poseidon. Yep, no threat at all over there on your own. But on Earth? With some friends at your back? You could do something that hasn't happened since Jesus stabbed Mithras in the back. I shifted uncomfortably.
Jesus killed who? I was wearing my black tunic, the one I'd bought from the shop, and it felt itchy here. It had felt like silk in the real world.
Don't worry about the brother wars we fight back on Earth, Ray. They don't matter anymore. It's all interfaith this and tolerance that. There's no blood and fury anymore. His countenance shifted for less than a second, but I caught the briefly revealed image. A blood-red being, clad in obsidian armor much like my own, crimson, pupilless eyes glaring at the world, demanding more. Always more. What do you want me to say so you'll send me home? I said, suddenly cautious of the avatar of war I'd come to think of as something of a friend, as far as that was possible. Better! He flashed me a smile, and his teeth were sharp points like those of the Koprig tribe. You see, we're mutable, frail, subject to entropy. All of us, except Kronos. The rest of us? We fail. As our sphere of influence comes and goes out of fashion, we wax and wane.
I loved the 20th century. I've got high hopes for the 21st as well. Those of us who are left, we embody something timeless. Man's natural urge to conquer, in my case. The capricious waters are Poseidon's realm. Hades, well, you can figure out the themes. The point is that the only way to kill one of us with true immortality lies on Earth. I told you there were stakes for playing the game. Why would we bother if there was nothing at risk? We need some spice to make things interesting. My mind spun. I didn't have to go back to Earth to get my revenge? At this point, I wasn't that concerned about going home. My people were the nomads and the legions. I belonged here. You've found a place where you aren't a dangerous monster. You are still a dangerous monster, but you've found a world where that's an advantage, rather than something to hide. I'm not a monster, and stop reading my fucking thoughts, I snapped. He grinned down at me, straight bronze teeth flashing in the light. You can be whatever you want to be, Ray. You can take your revenge and eat your cake. I'm mixing my metaphors. Marie Antoinette was one of Aphrodite's pets. The point being, I've got plans for you, kid. Do you know why war hates the ocean? I shook my head. Because that bitch would swallow my armies for fun. I had to bargain with her so the Aegeans could land at Troy. Then she fucked me over on the return trip. Imagine if Achilles and Agamemnon had just drowned at sea on their way to the fight. She's got no soul. It's great to know that the gods are basically a bunch of bitter high school kids with thousands of years of resentment stored up. Why the fuck are you keeping me here? Mostly for your own good.
The kid wouldn't be a mutant if you were there when he was born, but you'd lose the respect of the tribe. Your heir would be considered illegitimate. Stone Age perspective, little dude.
Gotta work within the paradigm. Anyway, have a think. Thee and me, mortal, we could kill a true god or two if we get lucky. She's done, by the way. A healthy baby boy. Congrats. Name him after me, eh?
Now hang on. The god world faded away, and I blinked my eyes at a cloudy sky. I sat up and found that Krill was nowhere to be seen. I'd have words with him later. "Any chance you could let us out now?" called Cause. I glanced over, and the three of them were all still entombed in stone, only their faces showing. "Nah, I just became a dad. I'll be back in a bit. Probably less than a day or so." A column of dust rose behind me as I shot back into the camp. Their cries of anger faded quickly. A brassy cry, new lungs stretching themselves for the first time, echoed out around the tent Faye was in as I approached the three members of the coven who'd been glaring at me before, who moved aside with broad smiles. Faye was a mess, but in a good way. Giving birth isn't precisely a photogenic moment.
Her hair was plastered to her head with sweat, and the bed around her groin was painted red and slick with amniotic fluid. Pressed against her breast was a tiny human. The first one I ever made. My heart stuttered and my breath caught. She smiled up at me, smeared with sweat, knackered looking, but somehow radiant. Her hair hung lank around her face, but her hazel eyes were bright and focused on the little being who was wrapped in linen on her chest. "Say hello to your firstborn, husband." Her voice was full of warmth and weariness. She offered me the bundle of rags and dampness, like Simba being held aloft over Pride Rock. I reached out to take him from her, my face locked in a stupid grin. "Screw you, Erisk." "I name him—" A fist slammed into the side of my head at the same time as a foot landed on my kidney from the other side. Why the hell was I getting beaten up now? "You don't name a child until their 3rd birthday, savage." "It's bad luck," Halen hissed into my ear as she released the arm lock she had on my right side. Infant mortality was a bitch back in the day. Chapter 47. "Brother, that's a war crime." "I'm going to let you out now. I trust we won't have a repeat of yesterday?" I glared at my friends, whom I'd left entombed in stone overnight. It was petty and mean, but I couldn't help but feel somewhat bitter at them. "We did what we had to do," Jandak said stoically. "You didn't curse my nephew," Kaz added happily. "I really need to scratch my ass, brother. Care to let us out now?" I moved between them and cast Shape Earth again. The foot-thick stone that had turned them into blobby statues dissolved back into the dirt I'd formed it from, and the three of them stretched and grumbled. "Dick move leaving us out here all night, Mond," Mune complained. "But we need to know, what happened to Krill?" "He ran to the army after he drugged me. I'll speak to him soon," I laughed.
I have a son.
The three of them, my closest friends in this new world, came forward and slapped me on the back and shoulders, offering their congratulations and a certain amount of teasing that would make most sailors on Earth blush. "A new prince of the steppe," Mune muttered, but I cut him off. "A prince of the empire. The nomads aren't going to be the same as they were before, brothers. We've taken control of Setal, Holtak, Garin, and half a dozen other cities. Where Mortimer has left a weak garrison, they revolt and throw the heads of his captains over the walls when a dozen riders approach. We don't even need to fight half the time," I exclaimed. "True enough, Mond. But whatever we can take easily can also be easily lost. They fear us more than him now, but that will only last until they hate us more than they fear us." I looked at Jandak in surprise, then nodded. "You're right.
The primary issue we face is the amalgams and the bandaged men. Those bastards are scary as hell.
That's the level of fear we have to beat, without becoming monsters ourselves, I replied. So we burn the shit-sitters out. Kill enough of them and the rest will bend the knee, snapped Cos. Brother, that's a war crime. What the fuck does the law have to do with war? He snapped in response. There is only one law of war. Win or die. There are better ways, I countered, but all three snorted in disgust. This is your old world poisoning you. I've listened to your stories of your weird world, and I am not impressed, said Mune. When the hell, I began. When you're 14 jars of yalk in, Mond. You have a strange affection for a place that follows such an unnatural order, Jandak interrupted. He laughed and slapped me on the back, earning a glare. Land rights was the funniest. The steppe will still be here 1,000 generations from now. How can we claim to own it? If another tribe drove us out, what claim could we have? Laughed Cos. That could never happen. They'd have to kill us first, snarled Jandak fiercely. I could believe him. The tribes would never appeal to any authority beyond themselves. They would take matters into their own hands and die trying. I'm not fucking arguing about this with you. When we take a settlement, we ship the best crafters, scholars, and artisans to Riverwheel to serve for a few years and benefit the tribes. We leave a tribal governor to hold the town and take a cut of their taxes. Taxes are another fucked up thing, muttered Mune. As someone whose income was, of necessity, off the books, I didn't have a dog in this fight. Sure. Look, let's get our shit together. Cos, I want you to stay back with Faye. You want me to miss out on the fun to keep an eye on your wife? He glowered at me. I want you with your sister and your nephew, my son, to ensure I have someone who can kill any fucking thing that might come after them before anything bad happens. Jandak, what about you? Are you willing to arrive a few days late at the front to ensure the future of our tribe? Aresk's bollocks, Mond. I didn't say I wouldn't. Just leave some of the fuckers for me to kill when we catch up, okay? Cos cut off Jandak before he had half opened his mouth. Good. This won't be an easy siege. We're going to be here for weeks, at least. Ashrot looks like a baby compared to whatever the fuck they call the thing infesting Urkash's walls. It's that much bigger? Asked Mune in a worried voice. When I released them, he raked a hand back through his hair to shake out the last bits of dirt and stone that hadn't fallen away. And meaner looking. I hadn't described the appearance of the bloody thing to anyone other than Faye. It was grayer, more rancid. The previous amalgams had oozed across the ground when they attacked. This thing looked slimy. I was confident this was the first of Mortimer's monsters. Based on the size and the importance of guarding his capital, I felt it was a reasonable assumption that this monster would be the worst we would face. Famous last words, but I wasn't too worried about jinxing myself at the moment. We're going to take the thing apart, piece by piece, until the golems can run in and liquidize the fucker from the inside, I continued. If it comes off the walls like Ashrot did, we'll fall back. The Legion and Nomad forces are aware of the plans. The next few weeks will be more like a normal war. Long stretches of boredom interspersed with short bouts of terror. I laughed as they all grinned. You don't understand war at all, Mond. The quiet parts are the best bits, chuckled Mune. Veterans. Got to love them. We had reached the edge of the camp. We threaded through the tents until we reached my tent, which was being guarded by 6 mage Husker and 2/3 of the coven. They glared at everyone who approached, so I didn't take it personally. Are you well? I asked Faye after I had negotiated my way past Halen. She smiled radiantly and hitched the linen bundle that housed our son up her chest. Better than that. But you're going to spoil my mood, aren't you? She asked. I need to ride on. If the amalgam at Urkash attacks while so much of our magical strength is here, it could destroy the army. I know.
I'm going to keep Halen and Grable nearby. Leave me a couple of the magic Urviles and a few squadrons of cavalry. That's all we'll need." She nuzzled her face into the opening at the top of the swaddling. "Koss is staying as well." I expected an outburst, but she just nodded at me. "That's a good idea. My brother is going to be training the boy anyway." This was news to me. I made a mental note to up my own training of Koss. I had plenty of nasty tricks I hadn't passed on to the others yet. We kissed, and then I kissed my son's brow. He had fierce blue eyes. He looked like every other baby I'd ever seen.
Part bulldog, part Churchill, part pug. His oversized eyes looked around, almost glazed. But as I brushed a finger down his cheek, his right hand moved and latched onto my digit. "He'll be strong," I laughed, as he clamped down on my index finger with his tiny hand. "Like his mother." She laughed at the face. I made, "Go on, love. We won't be far behind." "The boy doesn't come near the front. The nomads will camp well back if the amalgam attacks. He will stay with the camp. As do you." She scowled at me. I didn't care. Keeping that little bundle of helplessness and his mother safe was more important than anything else. I could hunt Mortimer down solo if I had to. Whether it was the mark affecting my feelings, or simply the natural human impulse of a new father, I wouldn't be able to carry on if anything happened to this pair. Perhaps Faye read some of my feelings from my face. Maybe she knew me better than I'd care to admit, but she nodded with pursed lips. "Go on then, Ray. Go take the greatest city in the north for our son." Another kiss, and I was out of the tent, glaring at all those nearby. "Let's move. We've got an army to catch and a city to take. Halen, Grable, Koss will be staying with you to watch out for Faye. You there." I pointed at a mage husker. "Name?" "Bardic, Legate." He snapped to attention and slammed an armored fist against an armored chest. I felt around in my mind until I found his thread and gently flicked it. He winced. "Pick another good man, husker, and join the guard. The rest of you will follow me," I called. The legionaries fell out in good order, Bardic dragging one of his colleagues over and standing on either side of the tent's entrance. Wilson was busy running storage devices full of water back and forth from the river, a task he had made plain he didn't enjoy by peeing around my tent whenever he was in camp. So Jandak, Moon, and I fell into a loping run, once I was happy the nomads and legionaries would be on the road soon. Running across this barren place was miserable in comparison to the steppe. The long grass and vast herds of large mammals were missing. It felt like running on the surface of the moon. The wind stirred the scrub and desiccated plants, but nothing living seemed to move. The animals probably hid from the sun, sleeping through the day's heat. The three of us could easily maintain speeds the cavalry couldn't match, and that would test the stamina of most of the Huskars. As the sun set and night fell, I insisted we keep running. "Why not take a break, Mond?" gasped Jandak in an annoyed voice. "We won't reach the army tonight." "I need to have a chat with someone before we get there," I growled. I was starting to tire a little, but not so much that it would be a problem. A spot of fire appeared on the horizon. I knew where it would be. I wasn't following any physical trace. I was running down a thread that led from my soul to someone else's. As we arrived, Krill looked up and pointed to the pot over the fire. "Help yourselves," he said, spooning broth into his mouth. "Here, congratulations." He tossed me a stoppered skin. I opened the top and took a sniff. This was the strong stuff. And it wasn't made from blood or mare's milk. "Where'd you get this?" I asked, before taking a fake sip and passing it to Jandak. Jandak took a generous drink and threw the flask to Mune. "Ha! Don't trust me anymore?" Krill cackled. "Not that. But once bitten, twice shy. You drugged me and sent me to Arisk. I'm still a bit miffed about that."
He sniffed and scooped up more stew. Had to. Couldn't let you fuck everything up.
We're going to need the boy after you're gone.
For all we know, this world gets destroyed and remade every time the fucking gods decide to play their games, I snapped. When the last of us exiles dies or goes home, that's probably it for you. This had been bothering me, and I finally started venting about it. There have been games with firearms in the past. Probably fucking cyberpunk augmented humans running around with lasers and shit. The gods are fucking with us all. I'll stay here until I die, even if I have to keep one of the others in a fucking cage for the rest of his life so we don't trigger the win condition.
It's not like that, Mond. Krill sounded remarkably sure of himself. Some things change with a new game. Some don't. Aresk says it's about quantum wave modifications and the energy required to change how they fold, collapse, or something like that. He said you'd understand? Beady eyes looked up at me. Not a fucking clue.
I was a hitman, not a physicist. This place exists in its own right. We exist independently. The gods change it and shift our history, but your lot being here didn't snap it into being. It will go on without you. Your son is part of my long-term plans for the tribes, for after all of us are dead in battle.
The wiry old man was fierce. His gaze passed over the two fangs and locked on me. I didn't flinch, but I wanted to. His eyes burned with a passion I'd never seen before. A cackling loon, well-educated for a nomad, was the character Krill played. He had the battle lust of all the nomads, colored by a broader perspective. But he was more than that. The Dreamers were the spiritual guardians of their people, serving as intermediaries between the living and the ancestors in a culture that lacked a written language. I fixed him with a stern look and accepted the bowl of stew that was offered to me. It smelled rich and well-seasoned.
The quality of the tribe's food had risen significantly since Krill had discovered rapid growth.
You need to fill me in on your plans. Ray, I'm about to deploy the team. Urkash is crawling with Soulbound. It's dangerous for me to be here. Glimpse sent to me through our bond. But right now I need to eat and see what the kill teams are up to. I glared at Krill. I still owe you for that blast of dream spice, bloke. But we can let it slide for now.
Chapter 48. Give them the bird. Glimpse was orbiting above Urkash. The city was on a whole different scale from any that I'd seen before. There were two sets of walls. The outer walls towered a good 15 meters tall and must have been 4 meters thick at the base. Huge blocks of stone, irregular in shape, had been laid together so carefully that I doubted I'd be able to find a single handhold if I wanted to try and scale them.
Behind those walls lay long streets that ran straight and intersected regularly, giving the city a surprisingly well-organized, grid-like layout. It appeared to have been recently rebuilt. Many of the buildings were cut off, either half demolished or completely torn down, to make way for the efficient road network. The workers had built piles of rubble and transported them outside the main walls, piling them up into a crude bulwark, making it almost impossible to move siege engines up to the wall. The inner city, which hadn't been remodeled, lay within a 5-meter-tall wall made of red bricks, probably baked mud unless I missed my guess. The buildings within this sector were of much higher quality construction than those beyond the red wall. They were about the same size, but each had at least a small plot of land to call their own. Some had decently sized grounds that included fountains and ornate gardens. At the center of this noble's district lay a palace. Another wall guarded it, but this one was more for keeping out the riffraff than serving as a defensive bulwark. It was only 3 meters tall and was thin enough that one of the fangs could simply punch his way through the thing. Away to the south and east, an ocean stretched into the distance. The sunlight sparkled on waves as they rolled in and out. An arm of stone, possibly artificial, or at least a partially enhanced natural formation,
curled around to create a safe harbor against storms. Glimpse could see dozens of ships at anchor, and half a dozen moving slowly under sail in the distance. In one claw, my crow held a single stone bead. Within that bead, my kill team were all in whatever strange stasis living people entered when inside a storage space. Glimpse was looking for a good place to put down and let the boys out to play. The city seemed underpopulated to me. Some sections were bustling, like any city, with thousands of people flowing from place to place.
They looked like ants from up in the sky, but the seemingly random movements clearly showed some patterns of behavior. The market districts around the granaries were the busiest. Still, the industrial area, which was choked with clouds of smoke from the forges that partially obscured my bird's-eye view, also seemed to be a focus of the citizens' activities. The docks stretched out into the water, small skiffs moving back and forth to the ocean-going vessels. The smaller boats were filled with goods, either being loaded onto the ships or offloaded onto the shore. That was going to be a problem. I had no navy for a blockade. I made a note to check with Pertabon to see if the Legion was capable of seafaring. We'd still have to build a fleet from scratch. Shit. The amalgam guarding the outer wall was ashrot on steroids. Or fertilizer. I still wasn't sure what the right way to think of the huge constructs was. They seemed almost fungal in their ability to grow and move, but were closer to a mammal than a plant. The thing dwarfed all the amalgams we'd faced before. It was large enough to encompass the much larger walls of Urkash. Its body pulsed and shifted as whatever internal processes that fueled the thing took place.
"What do you think?" Glimpse sent. "Plenty of empty spaces to let them out," I grumbled, while the scale of the amalgam absorbed me. "Not about that. About the defenses." I scowled, and Krill winced, spilling the refill of stew he was passing me into my lap. "Bad news?" he asked, before moving back to the pot hanging from a tripod over the fire. "Urkash is not going to be fun," I growled, as I swept the mess off my impenetrable tunic. I switched back to Glimpse and phased out the quiet conversation of my friends. "Where are the bandaged men? There's no zombie horde."
I can see the guards, and I'm assuming that complex just to the east of the palace is Mortimer's academy for his soulbound. The smaller palace couldn't be classified as anything else. It was a rival to the main palace, but lacked the ostentatious outer wall. It was lined by a waist-high wall instead, but no one went near the place. All the normal citizens passed by on the other side of the road, and within the grounds, I could see people flinging spells at targets in the grounds. I don't know, Ray. You can see what I see. Where should I let out the kill team? Find an abandoned building somewhere in one of the depopulated areas. You'll need a base well away from the academy, I sent. What are our primary targets? I thought for a few seconds, spooning stew into my mouth on autopilot, hundreds of miles away from where my attention was focused. The granaries had been built before Mortimer culled the city and turned everyone into zombies.
I'm guessing a lot of these people are now permanently dead. Undead, scattered across the steppe and the Badlands. We'd need to take them all out quickly. If we don't, they'll guard the ones left so heavily the blokes won't stand a chance of getting to them. Then there's the fucking docks. They'll be bringing in food every day. Not enough to support the city if we cut them off from the harvest, but enough to stretch out their reserves for months. I can deal with the boats. Glimpse sent with the equivalent of a bird's grin. He sent me an image of dive-bombing the ships out to sea and unleashing fireballs from the sky on them as he swept past unharmed. I didn't have a navy. Maybe having an air force made ships unnecessary for now. Okay, let the guys out somewhere discreet, and we can have fun playing a game of battleship. A happy caw came back to me, and Glimpse began to circle lower, making sure to stay away from the patrols on the walls, as well as keeping clear of the academy. He flew from roof to roof, moving steadily into the more desolate parts of town.
This section wasn't as uninhabited as I'd assumed from on high. The bird's keen ears picked up quiet conversations from within some of the buildings where he stopped to perch. From the snippets of conversation we caught, the people were terrified. Squads of ascendants, I assumed it was the moniker that the soulbound servants had been given, or picked for themselves, would sweep through and select people, either for training with trinkets or to be fed to the thing on the walls. Neither option seemed popular. Despite being given access to trinkets and the power to cast spells, none of the people left in the abandoned, slum-like sections of the city were enthusiastic. It meant another member of their family would be taken hostage by the servants at the academy, and the unlucky bastard who got picked would be sent off to one of the front lines in the wars.
The partially demolished buildings turned out to be our safest option for letting my dogs out of their cage. Glimpse found one on the edge of a new road that the demolition teams had more or less sliced in half. The section that connected to the rest of the terraced construction seemed solid as far as we could make out. It had easy access to the rooftops, although I suspected that would be less valuable than in other cities. Jumping the wide roads would be challenging for a baseline human, even if they used the enhancement trinkets I had crafted myself. Glimpse flapped down to land on the floor of a room littered with broken furniture. Someone had smashed apart the tables and chairs, and the shelves were broken, left scattered on the floor. It was perfect. I sent Glimpse a mental nod, and the bird rolled the stone bead away from him and looked at it for a moment. "They won't survive this, Ray," he sent, as we both stared at the bead through his eyes. "They might."
"I don't fancy their odds, my friend." I sighed. The bird was right. It was no different before. They knew what they were getting into. "They live for this shit," I replied. "I can feel your mind, Ray. You know that's a lie. Not that they didn't know what they agreed to, but this is different from before. Getting out of here won't be possible unless they get back into the bead. That option will remain open to them. What had to be done wouldn't be pretty. It would be barbaric, even by my standards. We needed to sabotage, kill, poison, and cripple this city. Most of the people here weren't Mortimer aficionados. The team knew what they had to do. Feeling my resolution, Glimpse leant forward and rested his beak against the bead. A moment later, 12 men appeared in a group around the bird and the bead. They didn't speak, merely exchanging a series of nods and looks.
3 moved to the doors and windows, checking outside before making quick hand gestures back to Pautu, who had remained where he appeared and watched his team fan out around him. "We're clear," whispered the man who checked the windows. Pautu waited stoically until the guy who ran up the stairs came back and nodded to him. "Right. Bird, we're in a safe area?" Pautu asked, once he had confirmation that the immediate surroundings were clear of threats. A single, quiet caw was his reply. "Easy to move about?" Another single screech came from Glimpse. "The chief is watching?" Caw. "What's the plan, Lord?" Pautu said, nodding his head to Glimpse. I fired over a series of rapid instructions that Glimpse scratched into the brittle floorboards, creating simple, rune-like writing that Pautu was able to read. "Boys, you're going to school. I think that's what," he spelt out the letters, "means." Glimpse cawed in confirmation. "Yanko, Herpatic, you two can go take a look at the granaries."
"Don't get too close. We all need to switch to shit-sitter garb, Kraton. Have a spy out the window and find some gear in your storage spaces that matches what the peasants wear here." Glimpse flew onto Pautu's shoulder and pecked him gently on the cheek. "You're leaving us?" he asked. My vision was filled with a close-up of his brown eyes, and I could smell his musty breath. A single caw came out in response. He nodded. "We'll do you proud, Lord." Glimpse took to his wings and shot out of the abandoned house, striving for height as quickly as possible to avoid accidentally being spotted by another soul-bound servant. Once he was several hundred meters into the air, he turned south.
Our bond became smug with anticipation. Time to have some fun? Yes, Glimpse. Time to have some fun. Just be careful, I replied. I made him wait until we were comfortably out of sight of the city, and then we started hunting. The ships of this age had single masts and banks of oars to move them.
They could move quickly for short periods under oars, or steadily if the wind was behind them. The crow's eyes were far superior to the human norm. He picked out specks on the sea that I'd assumed were flotsam and zeroed in on them like he was radar-guided. Ancient ships were highly flammable. The tar and caulking used to make them watertight made them little better than oil-soaked tinder if a fire were to get out of control. Glimpse maintained a decent altitude as he passed over his first target. Then he released a bolt of fire that fell like a seagull crapping on a tourist. It slammed into the base of the mast. Blue flames erupted as the detonation removed the mast, sending the upper half spinning out to sea before the tangled lines pulled it up short with a splash. The boat heeled over, now missing a considerable portion of its midsection. Screams rang out as the rowers, trapped below decks, saw the creeping fire and struggled to escape their chains. "Next!" the bird and I thought simultaneously. I grinned, and Glimpse let out a cackling caw of laughter. We hunted ships together for a few hours. Any vessel we could find heading towards or away from Urkash was destroyed. Sailors threw themselves into the depths to escape our fire. We left dozens of ships as burning hulks. The thrill of stooping on defenseless prey and obliterating them with a single cast of fireball ran through my veins like fine wine. "Mond, are you well?" I heard Grimdark ask. He sounded worried. "Of course." I blinked as I opened my eyes. "Glimpse and I were just dealing with some enemy shipping. I don't think we need to worry about a navy anytime soon." "You won't have one, Mond. The Sikaraskan don't build ships, and the Huskar are too heavy," Krill said cautiously. He was still scared of my upcoming revenge for the involuntary dream spice. I wasn't going to be a dick about it.
He'd done what he thought was best. And while I was angry, punishing him would be like cutting off my hand. I grinned at him, and he flinched in response, looking away. "Never fear, wise old sensei. We'll just give them the bird." "What the fuck is a sensei?" the old man snapped, followed by his signature cackle. Chapter 49. "You stay the hell away from me." I appeared inside a dungeon cell. The air was rank with rot and filth. I looked up and nodded to Glimpse, who cawed quietly. "I don't like this plan, Raymond. It is too risky," he said telepathically, pulling back the metal band I'd have been stored in for our flight. "It'll be fine, bloke. I'm hardly alone," I whispered back. The kill team had taken a beating over the last few weeks. They'd had to switch hideouts a dozen times. After the first few nights of mayhem, destroying food supplies, poisoning water sources, and assassinating Mortimer's soulbound, the locals had cottoned on.
The local soulbound had actively hunted my men, to the point that less than half of them remained. "Go get Pautu and the ones that are left. Get them out of the city. Krill knows what to do. They'll get their souls when I'm done with this little job. Then get back here and be ready to pull us out if shit goes sideways," I said softly, reaching up to rub Glimpse's forehead through the metal bars of the cell. He gave me a beady-eyed glare and flew off without further comment. It had been Krill who'd figured out we could stack storage spaces. We could store a bead or ring chock full of food or water within another ring. It had revolutionized our supply chains from the river and the herds in the north. Naturally, my rings weren't full of food. I held out a hand and began pulling out my warband. "That's fucking weird," hissed Jandak as he moved to inspect the heavy wooden door. It was bound with iron and looked capable of holding even one of the fangs if it had to. Moon and Koss both moved over to join him, Koss peering through the narrow slit at the top.
It's quiet out there, he muttered. Too quiet. Infiltration successful. No worthy targets within sensor range, said Bob, as a pair of other golems appeared beside him. Keep it down, bloke, I hissed. I made my way over to the door and snorted. I activated Shape Earth, and the stone to the right of the heavily built portal flowed and melted into a passage even Bob could fit through without squeezing. I stuck my head out and listened carefully. I couldn't hear anyone, or, more importantly, anything moving nearby. Stealth not required. No nearby targets of note, the godly golem replied in Arask's voice. If there are any fucking targets nearby, shut the fuck up. Once the killing starts, it won't stop till we're away from here, so let's delay it as long as possible, Moon snapped quietly. We need to split up to cover more ground.
The source is down here somewhere, but Jenko couldn't find out where before he died. Kos, Mune, take your bots and head left. The rest of us will go right. If you find the thing, send a bot to find us and hold tight. I'll deal with Hidesti's pearl, okay? Do not attempt to access it yourselves. I reiterated their orders once more and got eye rolls in return.
Yes, Father. We'll be good little warriors and won't try to steal your fun, chuckled Kos. Taking the locus of the god of death's presence in this world is not going to be fun, you ass. Just trust me on that. My mind flashed back to my struggle to get to Poseidon's pearl at the source of the Violith River in the north. Fun was not the word I would use to describe the experience. We know, Mond, don't worry so much. Mune grinned, and with a nod to Kos, the pair slipped away silently into the dungeon complex below Mortimer's palace in Urkash, followed by their golems. Jandak and I went in the other direction, followed by our golems. I peered through the slits in the cell doors and caught glimpses of emaciated bodies, lounging dejectedly in a corner of their room, through a few of them. Not as many as I'd have thought, muttered Jandak. Shit-sitters love to lock each other in boxes. He's probably used most of the criminals to make whatever he calls the monster on the walls. I expect these people are valuable in some way, I muttered. We neared an intersection, and I waved my friend and the golems back as I went forward. I paused before looking out, held my breath, and listened. The quiet and steady beat of my heart was all I could hear, so I took a quick glance in both directions. Lights flickered to the right, and the left led into darkness. Into the light or the dark, I whispered. We're hunting for the god of death, Mond. Darkness, Jandak whispered firmly. I shrugged. It was a coin flip anyway, and headed to the left. We found a set of narrow stone stairs and slipped down them silently.
I was impressed by how quietly the golems could move when they wanted to. Their metal-tipped legs made no sound as we went deeper into the dungeon complex. The next floor was below ground level and was lit only by a handful of torches at intersections. We moved from darkness to brief light. Then we had to pause to let our eyes readjust to the gloom. How many people do they keep locked up like this? Muttered Jandak. So many tiny boxes to lock free humans away in. We had paused just past a torch, having moved back into the shadows with the light behind us to wait until we could see properly again. This is pretty extensive for a prison, mate, I whispered. We explored the rest of this level and found that all the cells were empty. We discovered another staircase and headed down to find the same on the next level. I checked in with Glimpse for a moment. He had successfully extracted Pautu and his men, and was just dropping them off within our siege lines. Krill was in the process of bollocking them for something, but I came back to my more urgent reality and switched back to my own senses. What's the fucking point? We're ascending demigods, and the city is surrounded by nomad rabble. We shouldn't be fucking stuck down here, cursed a voice in the distance. The stairs were too long for each floor to be only a few feet below the one above. We were at least 100 feet below the surface now, and the layers of stone between each floor must have been thick. I didn't want to waste the mana on Shape Earth just to check, but I was confident we were now deep underground.
"The champion told us to guard her," came another voice from the shadows around a corner. "We ain't been told to guard her, just to kill her if that one comes anywhere near us." A third voice, harsher than the rest. "You know that ain't right. She's nursing a baby. Juniper will curse you for murdering a nursing mother," the first speaker argued back. As I crept closer to the voices, I motioned for Jandak and the bots to stay behind me. I began to creep closer to the guards, whose voices came from around a corner ahead of me. Not watching the stairs was unprofessional, so I had no qualms about killing these amateurs. "We're gods in our right now, Laston. Soon we'll parley with the deities on an equal footing, like King Mortimer." Number 3 again. Morty had been fibbing to his minions about how he interacts with the gods. Last time I saw him at the conclave of the gods, he'd looked like he was about to shit himself. Naughty Morty. I would have to disabuse them of this notion. I made to move forward, slipping my dagger into my right hand when I felt a poke on my arm. I glanced back, and Jandak flashed a series of hand signs in the tribal raiding language. The literal translation of the gesture was, "Try to steal the female aurochs." But I took his meaning. I shrugged and shook my head.
There was no chance I was trying to escort a woman and a young baby out of here before I had found the source.
"Later," I replied with flickering fingers. He shook his head at me angrily and pointed at a ring on his finger. "Okay, we could stash this woman and her kid in a pocket dimension while we got on with the mission and figure out why this champion they'd mentioned was important enough to take his loved ones hostage. He must be someone worth controlling. No, I wasn't going to ransom his wife and child. I'm not that evil. Sometimes, even in my line of work, doing a good deed and paying it forward pays dividends in the long run. Even if rescuing this damsel in distress brought me no benefit, it would still be the right thing to do." I thought for a moment of Faye and my as-yet unnamed son. Jandak was right. I nodded and slunk closer to the corner. I had no mirror or miniature camera to let me sneak a peek around the corner, so I waited for a moment, then cast Fire Spirit in the middle of the passage ahead of me. The conjuration spun and lunged towards where I'd heard the voices a moment before. Startled shrieks rang out as I ran round the corner and threw myself at the nearest man. My dagger flashed, burying itself in his throat. As the blood spurted out over my fist, I snatched it back, causing a torrent of crimson to flow down his chest with every beat of his heart. I pivoted, swaying my body aside in anticipation of an attack from my victim's companions, but Jandak and the golems had rushed them and put them down quickly. Bob dropped his target's severed arms to the sides and assumed an innocent position of parade rest. Soulbound servant slain ×1. 20 souls harvested.
"Oh my God!"
cried a woman's voice from the cell that overlooked the table and chairs the guards had been using. "Easy, woman. We won't harm you," Jandak said, raising his hands defensively as he moved to examine the door. "You stay the hell away from me and little James," she snapped, and I heard her shuffle away from the door. Jandak looked at the door and glanced at me. I moved forward and then paused. "Bob, I'd rather not waste the mana. Can you get the door out of the way?" I asked. The golem looked it over with its multiple glowing blue eyes. His shoulder tentacles swung over and dug into the wood by the hinges. Splinters flew, and his more human arms buried their fingers in the lock and handle. He leaned back and tore the door from its frame with a loud crunch that made me wince. "They're dead, Mond. Doesn't matter if they hear us." Jandak moved into the cell and spoke quietly to the woman, but she became increasingly hysterical. "No, stay the hell away. My husband will kill you if you lay a hand on me." Her baby started bawling, loud infant sobs ringing out as it responded to the mother's fear. I heard Jandak sigh. A slap rang out, and then the sound of the baby crying cut off. I raised an eyebrow as he emerged from the cell alone.
He tapped the ring on his finger and shrugged. With our kidnapped innocents safely stored away, we explored the rest of the floor and found nothing. None of the other cells were in use. The next set of stairs led to a much rougher-looking set of corridors. Whereas above, the walls were lined with cleanly cut stones, this floor was rough-hewn, seemingly from the very bedrock of the city above. Wooden supports lined the walls, and the thick beams reinforced the ceiling to prevent a collapse. It felt newer than the previous floors. The only lighting down here was from faintly luminescent fungus beginning to populate the walls and Bob's glowing eyes. We moved down the single passageway in the eerie blue light of the golem's gaze. It twisted and turned, winding ever deeper underground.
I had no idea how far down we were now, but the sense of tons of rock hanging over my head, barely propped up by flimsy wooden supports, made the place feel claustrophobic. Finally, the tunnel opened into a large chamber, at the far end of which was a portal of complete darkness. No light entered or escaped that darkness.
I think this is it. Bob, go find the others and bring them back here, I said over my shoulder as I strode forward and stretched out a hand to touch the void. Chapter 50. A river breaking a dam. The void gave out into a well-appointed living room that might be found in any middle-class home on Earth. Settees, a big TV on the wall, bookshelves, everything you might expect in a typical home. I stumbled forward as the resistance of the barrier finally gave way and spat me out into death's domain.
Ah, Ray. I've been expecting you, but then again, I expect everyone sooner or later. The man sat in an armchair at the end of a mahogany coffee table, sipping from a porcelain teacup. Hadesti? I asked, moving very slowly towards him. I reached for my sword, only to find it was missing, as well as my knife and impervious tunic. I wore jeans and a t-shirt, like I used to when I wasn't working. The very same. You can call me Death, if you prefer. He tipped his glass at me. He had short, neatly cropped black hair and dark eyes. His eyes completely lacked sclera, appearing as midnight orbs. I threw myself at him, right fist cocked back, and at the same time I reached for my magic. It wasn't there. As I sailed through the air, he smiled and winked at me, as a force took hold of my body and gently sat me down on the sofa, locking me in place. Tea? He reached for the pot in front of him and poured another cup that he held out for me to take. I found I could move again, and took the offered drink, sniffing it cautiously.
Now, Raymond, if I wanted you dead, you already would be. I do like to play little games with mortals, though, but that would be too cliché, don't you think? His voice was deep and smooth. So not chess, then? I would have argued for Yahtzee anyway if it was going to be games, I replied. He laughed, the booming noise making the pictures on the walls shake. Ha! No, not chess or games of chance. I am often portrayed as having other functions in human cultures, so I thought we might make this interesting. Death reached out and picked up the remote for the TV. He clicked a button, and the device came to life. I wonder what's on the telly box, he said with a sly chuckle. My head craned round, the teacup out of reach of my lips. I couldn't look away from the screen. An image of me appeared. I was arguing with the tribal and legion leadership.
I couldn't make out the words, but that there was a profound disagreement between me and the chiefs and kings of the nomads was clear. Eventually, I threw up my hands and stormed away, accompanied by Faye and the Fangs. It cut to Krill joining us later on, and an argument with the Fangs.
Mond, we cannot retreat now. The other tribes won't stop, and without you, without the Mondin and the legions, they'll be slaughtered, Krill yelled at the simulacrum of me on the TV. I could see myself looking down at my son in Faye's arms, and I noticed that she was pregnant again. Is this meant to be the future or something? I asked Hadesti sharply. I could move again, and took a careful sip of tea as I glanced at Death.
A possible, perhaps even probable future,
Death replied as my head was forced back to face the screen. I got my way in the end. My tribe withdrew to Riverwheel.
The nomads gradually became more civilized, and with the legions constantly on the march in the south to secure the steppe, we lived a long life of peace. I saw the naming ceremony for my first son, whom we called Arismond, and watched 8 more children grow up to become powerful tribal leaders. Over the first few years, stragglers from the other tribes filtered in. Without us and the Legion, the other nomads were reduced to raiding parties, a mere nuisance to Urkash, and gradually hunted down by the undead and Mortimer's regular forces. The Sikareskin became a tame people, no longer wild, full of vigor and danger. New trade routes were established to the west and east, and long caravans of wagons carried goods and magical trinkets where once they would have carried warriors on raids. I watched myself grow old, surrounded by my family and friends. We burned Krill when he died, and I performed the simple rites of the funeral, the same way he had for Gedrick all those months before.
After many decades, I became sick and died as well.
A mighty funeral pyre was built, nearly 10 meters tall. My body was laid on it, and Arismond used summon fire to set it alight. Faye wept, comforted by our children. The scene panned back to reveal a vast and successful tribe of skilled traders and artisans, secure from enemies and at peace with those who meant them no harm. Riverwheel had grown to become one of the premier cities in the world, revered for its libraries and craftwork. Beautiful, isn't it? You could truly be a force for good in this world, Death said with a faux sniff. Imagine how much better life would be for so many people if you walked away from your war with the other 5. They would be happy to leave you in peace. Poseidon did you no favors when she sacrificed you to the game. They all fear you. But if you were to back off, live a peaceful life, and raise your people up to be civilized rather than the savage barbarians they are today, you would be remembered as one of the finest leaders this world had ever seen. Why are you showing me this? I ground out. Seeing Faye mourn me had been brutal. Despite, or perhaps because of, the many years the video had shown us living happily together, the sight of those tears had cut me to my core. I come for all things, so eventually I see all things. Sometimes things that don't come to pass, sadly. Perhaps that wasn't to your taste? Another one might be more to your liking. My head was forced around to stare at the screen. This time the camera was watching from over Urkash, set at the present time as far as I could work out. My forces were massed in a ring around the coastal city, and the Legion's trebuchets were raining down enchanted blocks of stone on the amalgam guarding the walls, and occasionally inside the city. For some reason, the camera's POV was particularly interested in the rocks that missed the wall. Tiny figures ran around, pulling at people buried in the collapsed houses. Women wept as they cradled their partially crushed children. I fought down my rising gorge as it showed gruesome injuries inflicted on civilians, both young and old. Then the amalgam, large enough to make Ashrot seem like a baby, dissolved into gray goop and dripped down the walls. A cry rose, a barrage of spells flew at the suddenly vulnerable defenders, and my horde rushed forward. The Legion beat the nomads to it. 6 of the mage husker got to the gates first and simply kicked them out of the way. A river of horsemen and huskers flooded in, killing their way across the city. Very few were spared, mostly the women and children. Fighting-age men were slaughtered out of hand. They usually had some trinkets to throw spells, or were soulbound themselves. Fire and death washed over Urkash, leaving ruin behind. I flinched as my troops stormed the palace, cutting through the terrified nobles hiding within its walls. They found Mortimer's harem
and what I presume were his children, all younger than 2. Half a dozen men from Kalpakter's tribe, recognizable by their mohawks, murdered the babies by dashing their brains out against the floor and walls. I did vomit this time. Death didn't let me move my head, so I launched a stream of bile and semi-digested food across his lovely coffee table. Ha! The puke vanished as soon as it touched the wood. "Not so easy to watch what happens in your name, is it, Ray?" Hadesti said in a solemn voice. "This isn't certain either," I forced out, even though he was still refusing to let my jaw move.
The words pushed more spittle and stomach juices out to dribble down my chin.
Oh, but this is much closer to happening than the first story. It's a lot easier to predict this version of events. Are you sure you want to walk the second path? My head was freed, and I turned to look at Hadesti. His black orbs were fixed on me, a faint smile lifting one corner of his mouth. How about you show me what Mortimer has done to make those monsters with shards of your source? I snarled. You think what I've done is bad? That what I might do is terrible? What happens if he gets to continue feeding people into his monsters? Hadesti shrugged and set his teacup on the table before speaking. Darjeeling. So much better than Ched, no? To answer your question, I don't care, Raymond. Mortals are always being foolish and cruel, but they all step into my parlor, whether noble or vile. I am inevitable. You, however, are not.
After what you've seen, do you still wish to walk your chosen path? Or will you reconsider? The sight of a long and happy life with Faye ran through my mind at the same time as the slaughter of Mortimer's children. My heart felt torn in two. Should I, could I, just walk away and live a long life as a normal man? I choose the second path. I won't leave Mortimer alive after what he's done to the people of Earth. Death smiled, and his human form flowed away. I was no longer seated on a finely upholstered settee. I was perched on a pulsating mushroom, and the living room descended into a fungal amalgamation of rot and decay. The skin on his face melted and ran as dark robes replaced his neat suit. A learning skull glared down at me as the god floated into the air and swept towards me. He stopped a few feet away, and a cold, bony hand raised my chin and forced me to look into his black eyes.
You have passed my trial, little mortal. His voice was tombstones slamming together now, and I flinched at the sound of it. His other hand lifted a black orb, a mirror of his eyes, and extended the source of death for me to claim. I reached out and brushed a hand against it. It fell to the ground as Hadesti and his world disappeared. I found myself back in a rough-hewn dungeon, cold stone replacing the cloying mycelium and stench of death. I snatched up the orb and tried to store it away in a ring, but it could not be hidden away, so I clutched it in my left hand as I headed back to my friends. Took your time, muttered Jandak. The rest of our party had come back together, although Mune and his golem were currently fighting a rearguard action against a pair of Subblebound who were not happy about our intrusion below the palace. You brought friends? I asked Koss. They just keep coming, Mond. Tell me we don't need to hold this place? Koss snapped at me. No, let's get the fuck out of here. I waved the source at him. I've got what I came for.
Raymond, you must see this. Glimpse sent to me, panic and delight coloring his telepathic message. I switched to looking down from his eyes and saw the amalgam that had guarded the walls melting away into gray slime. A roar of victory went up from my troops, even reaching the birds' ears high in the sky. The nomad horde charged forward, but the Legion beat them to the gates, covered by a hail of spellfire. Mage Husker kicked the thick wooden planks into splinters, and my army burst into the city like a river breaking a dam. Glimpse, meet me where you dropped us off. I need to stop them. Chapter 51. Bad Company. Normalis humano times 14 slain. 140 souls harvested. Get in the stone, I ordered. The fangs and our golems rushed to let Glimpse snatch them out of the world and into storage.
I collapsed the corridor behind us with shape earth, burying half a dozen more of Mortimer's minions. Soulbound servant slain times 7. 140 souls harvested. Glimpse, let us out at the entrance to the palace, I said, as I reached out to enter his range so I could enter stasis as well. There are powerful guards there, Glimpse replied. Not powerful enough. I vanished. The next moment, from my perspective, Glimpse let us out on the broad stone steps that led up to the palace entrance. The compound walls were bristling with archers and casters. A hail of arrows flew towards me, and I threw up a fire shield while I chugged a mana potion to get back to full. The arrows flashed into ash, and most of the spells were stopped. A couple of fireballs came through, but I let them hit me in the chest to cover Glimpse and the newly released fangs. I was blown backwards, unharmed by the fire, but unable to ignore the concussive blasts from the low-level spells. I rolled to my feet and released a stream of fireballs to annihilate the archers and the casters, who seemed to have assumed I was dead, as they were now taking aim at my friends. Incandescent balls of almost colorless fire from my rings deleted them, and a series of sections of the wall as I threw fireballs at them. Soulbound servant slain times 24. 480 souls harvested. Normalis humano times 41 slain. 410 souls harvested. The fangs leapt into action, running to engage the guards at the gates in close combat. They launched blasts of fire and ice, but the defenders threw up their own shields, walls of ice and lightning intercepting the bolts. The fangs just battered through them, and spears flashed as the armored men met my battle-mad friends. Shit. The idea had been to stop the nomads from committing atrocities in the palace, but when I looked back behind me, I saw smoke starting to rise across the city. The vision of the babies being broken against walls had fucked up my priorities. "Jandak!" I yelled, but he was busy dueling a man wielding a flail and dagger. I charged over and snatched his opponent up by the neck. I clenched my fist, causing a loud crack and my victim's head to loll to one side. I threw the corpse to the ground. Soulbound servant times 1 slain. 20 souls harvested. "Jandak, go and intercept the nomads. They're slaughtering innocents. Get them to turn back. I want them back outside the city." "Hey, he was a worthy foe. That would have been a good fight." "Why, we've broken the walls. Whatever happened to the amalgam, now is the time to run wild." His eyes flashed with something that bordered on madness. "Killing soldiers is fine. Anyone who fights back can die. But they are just killing. Do as I say." I yanked the thread connecting our souls, and he grimaced. "Very well, warlord. You said you'd never do that." Jandak spoke bitterly as he turned to do my bidding. "Why not use the threads to the nomads and legion?" he called back angrily as he sped off.
God damn it. I assessed the spiderweb of thousands of links that flowed out of my soul and mind. I started plucking the closest ones, excluding the fangs, compelling them to turn back. I moved in concentric circles, as far as I could tell, sending more and more of the army back towards the gates via the soul-bound link. Each time, I sent a compulsion to leave the non-combatants alone, while leaving them free to attack any armed resistance as they liked. Glimpse had resumed his oversight, and I could see that the troops were falling back to the wall. The fires they had started were spreading rapidly, but there was nothing I could do about that. The usual rapid response to fires in a city in this world was impossible, while terrified by the marauding armies cutting through.
The fact that those troops were now falling back wasn't something the locals were aware of.
so they didn't start trying to organize a firefighting effort. But I'd already broken free of Haydesti's vision. The troops weren't going to storm the palace and murder babies in my name. I'd escaped that future. "Mond!" yelled Mune as he threw himself past me and summoned another ice shield between us and the palace. Cause slid under it and shook off his spear, which was black with blood, as he rose to his feet. "We've got company, Mond. Bad company," Cause hissed as his badly burned arm glowed green for a moment. I leapt to snatch a glance over the top of Mune's shield, which was now ringing and cracking as blasts of magic slammed into it. The fuckers had got themselves organized quickly. 3 groups of casters were moving as a group around a central formation of soul-bound servants wearing heavy armor. It was closer to the medieval style, as opposed to the metal dresses the northern elements of Mortimer's forces had favored. "Glimpse? Need some close air support, bloke. Nuke the casters." A sense of confirmation came back down our link, and I backed away from the shield. "Danger close, blokes. I'll deal with this lot." I charged forward and leapt, soaring through the air to land 15 meters beyond the rapidly failing ice shield. I summoned a pair of fire elementals as distractions, and they flanked me as I ran towards the group of armored fighters. I moved too fast for the casters to react, and before I reached my own targets, blasts of fire fell on the casters, blowing them into red mist or reducing them to ash as Glimpse barraged them from above. My sword cleaved out, slicing through 2 men in one swing. Then we fell into the dance of death. The 24 fighters were at best A-ranked in the body stats, and this felt a bit like a grown-up fighting a swarm of heavily armed toddlers. They were potentially dangerous. They had things with which to stab me, after all, and there were a lot of them. But individually, they were no threat. I ducked a slash and punched out with my free fist, the armor cratering as my assailant was launched backwards to skitter across the stone in a shower of sparks. I took another man's head with a backslash as I spun to drive back the mob. Then Mune and Cause slammed into their flanks while they were focused on me, and we took them apart. Within seconds, the 3 of us were panting, surrounded by scattered and broken bodies. Soul-bound servant slain times 17. 340 souls harvested. "Well, that was refreshing," said Mune. "I don't think I need many more workouts today, Mond." I tossed him one of my dwindling supply of mana potions as I slipped 3 more into my belt pouch.
As long as we hold here, we're fine. Jandak is pulling the army back. We can probably negotiate with the civvies. It's just Mortimer we need to kill. And his slaves," I added bitterly. Was I any better? I scanned around, and we were clear for now. No new formations were rushing towards us. I'd abused my power over my friend and pissed him off. I had been desperate to avert the kind of shit I'd seen in Death's second vision, and I had done one of my oldest friends on Earth a disservice. Damn it. "Where's Jandak?" asked Cause, still cradling his badly burned left arm. I threw a heal other at him. "I sent him to call off the army, get them back outside the walls." "Well, that's fucking stupid. We've broken through, why pull back?" snapped Mune from where he leant with his hands on his knees. "We can do this with a decapitation strike. No need for indiscriminate killing. It's fucking unprofessional," I snarled. I knew they were right on some level, but targeted violence made sense to me. A bad person, with bad enemies who were willing to pay, needed to be removed. I'm okay with that. If someone pays me to kill my former employers, that's also fine. In fact, every new client had been a new target. It had been a fantastic business model. But it was always precise, always neat, with no collateral damage. Killing civvies and randos accidentally? That shit was for the artillery and the Air Force. The burgeoning mass slaughter had offended something fundamental in my psyche. Death didn't know me.
He didn't know my fucking future. I had his source now, and when I had a moment, I'd figure out what I could use it for. To serve me and my people. I wasn't the monster he showed me in his domain, but I couldn't be the man of peace he claimed was a possibility either. Mortimer had fed hundreds of thousands of people into his amalgams. All the cities we'd taken had been severely depopulated. Anyone who wasn't useful had been turned into bandaged men, or worse.
Whatever evil I had done, and would probably still do, I would never compare to that shitbag, and I'd see that fuck 6 feet under before I stopped. Mune exploded into a cloud of red mist. His head, still attached to part of his right shoulder, flew high into the air. I snapped back to focus and threw myself between the place that Mune had been a moment ago and where Kaz was currently standing. Something slammed into my chest, and I felt my bones crack as I was thrown backwards into my brother-in-law. I pushed aside a wash of grief from Mune. Getting attached was always a bad idea. And pulled Kaz into my storage ring before he was crushed between me and the wall I slammed into. As I landed on my feet, I summoned my armor and pauldron from storage. They appeared around me as I cast heal, and my health ticked up. I chugged another mana potion to top me off. Mr. Cobbler.
You shouldn't have come here. He was a tall, muscular man, wearing simple iron plates over his vitals that were held in place with gleaming leather straps. He had a pair of short swords on his hips. I quickly scanned his appearance and equipment and realized I knew this man. "The fighter," I snarled. "Why the fuck have you thrown in with that zombie-loving twat?" I paced slowly to one side as I slid my helm closed and drew my sword. He watched me impassively. "I have my reasons, cunt. You and your hordes are just as bad," he said slowly. "You killed my friend." I began inching closer to him, blade held ready at my side for a rising slash. His stats were worrying me. While his mind and soul stats told me his magic wouldn't be powerful, and that he didn't have a reserve of souls available to suddenly power up, his body stat was SS, a single rank beyond myself. And I had no idea what kind of magic he had chosen. If I were a gambling man, I'd say life and time were solid bets. As to the third, I had no fucking clue. "Gallagher, if you hadn't killed my friend, I'd have let you walk. My beef is with Mortimer, but now you're right at the top of my shit list." Chapter 52. A Worthy Enemy. We stood and stared each other down. His body stat was SS, a hair higher than mine. He was a professional fighter who had spent years of his life building muscle memory and reflexes intended to let him win in melee combat. That was a disadvantage in a way. Killing a man in the octagon was frowned upon, to put it mildly. He was trained to win, but I was trained to kill and get away with it. Mune. Shit. Rage boiled through me as the stain that had until recently been my friend caught my eye. Mune's golem didn't appreciate this bullshit Western-style standoff. There was a horrific screeching noise as it tore its way out of a building, throwing bricks and dust ahead of it as it charged its master's killer. Gallagher pivoted with inhuman grace to keep me in sight, while presenting a defense to the enraged bot. No one ever accused me of fighting fair, so I activated enhancement and blurred to his left, forcing him to split his attention further, and then rushed forward to attack at the same time as the mad robot. Bronze fists flicked out as the machine engaged him. He twisted and dodged, moving too fast for the bot, and launched an open-palmed slap to wipe away Mune's golem like he'd wiped away my friend. I caught his hand. The bot struck him in the face, and he whirled, taking me off my feet and using me to swat away Mune's former companion. He didn't let go of my arm after he used me as a bot swatter. He swung me to the ground with a thud that knocked the wind out of my lungs, and there was a blur that made my head ring.
My helm was faintly dented over my nose, and the eye slits had deformed slightly. My sword swept round and he leapt back, deftly avoiding the awkward cut.
I clanked back to my feet and faced him again. He was loose and relaxed, oozing confidence that I intended to disabuse him of. He looked at me blankly and drew his blades. Very well. A worthy foe. It's been a while. His swords blurred through a complex swirling pattern for a moment, and while he was showboating for a crowd that wasn't present, I kicked a cloud of dust into his face and rushed him. I grew to nearly twice my normal size, using double the mana to shift my armor at the same time. My sword went from a bastard sword to an oversized dagger in my right mitt. It didn't matter. I was leading with my left foot anyway. He snapped his swords into a crossed guard as my giant foot slammed towards his chest, but the blow still sent him skittering away from me, bouncing across the dirt. I chased, looking to stab him while he was still lying on his arse, but he recovered his feet in a fluid, serpentine motion and rushed back towards me with a grin on his face. We dueled. His blades couldn't pierce my armor, but he knew his stuff. I was constantly forced to block and dodge as a point reached out from my armpit or groin. He sped up again, and a blade nicked through and caught me under the left armpit. Despite his sudden speed and weight, he must have taken the space affinity as well. I managed to parry his left-hand blade slicing towards my danglies, and then I burst into fire. Wildfire spread out around me, catching his legs, and he threw himself away to roll across the ground as he tried to put the flames out. My wildfire didn't give up easily, though. He dropped his swords and began patting at his smoking legs as the flesh began to bubble and burst. His fat and muscles were cooking. His entire body glowed green for a moment, and his legs were healed. Fucking healers. He was still on fire, but before he could cast another heal, I swept my blade at his knees. I'd like to see him grow his fucking legs back quickly enough to stop me from ending him. He grabbed one of his swords off the ground, and it grew to 3 times its former size as he sank the tip into the ground to anchor it. My own blade bounced off with a loud clang, and while he had saved his legs this time, I wasn't fighting fair. My free hand flicked my impossibly sharp dagger towards his heart as my back foot swung through to scramble his eggs. His other short sword flicked across and knocked my rising foot to the side. It clanged against the blade he had planted in the ground. As a result, my dagger didn't slice through his ribs and pierce his heart as I'd intended. It sank up to the hilt in his left bicep, the point stabbing through to cut into his ribs. He lurched backwards, but I was already spinning the other way, pirouetting like a deadly butch ballerina. My sword blurred as I used a charge from the haste bead Krill had made for me all those months ago. Gallagher loomed over me. He went from 6 feet tall to nearly 15 in an instant, and instead of removing his left arm as I'd planned, my blade just left a deep gash across his thigh. As soon as the cut landed, the injury glowed green and knit itself shut. Fucking healers. Then a massive foot swept forward, and I went bowling away across the flagstones. I rolled back to my feet, blade held out to my right-hand side, and grinned behind my visor. Bob had arrived, and taking down the big bastards was very much in his wheelhouse. He scrambled up Gallagher's back, whirring tentacles and angle grinder hands ripping divots out of my enemy, while pointed spider legs dug into his flesh with every step. The warrior from Earth screamed and spun, trying to swat Bob away, but a bronze tentacle snaked around his face and stabbed into his left eye. When he did manage to cast my golem off his back, there was a wet, sucking sound as his left eye was pulled free. Bob flew through the air, clutching his prize in a metal fist. Moon's bot reappeared, battered and barely functional, seeking to use Bob as a distraction. It lurched like a bad stop-motion animation as it jerked its way to embrace the giant's knee.
The thing went from a dull, battered, and blood-splattered bronze to a red glow. In less than a second, the light shining from it ran all the way up the rainbow until it was pulsing with an intense, faintly purple light. The bot was melting its way into Gallagher's leg. Burning metal closed tight, fat liquefied and trickled towards his ankle, blue flames licking up as lipids turned to a gas, and the blood sizzled as it hit the red-hot golem. Bob slammed into me and bowled me away from Gallagher just as the world went white. Fire no longer damaged me at all, and my armor's magical absorption combined with the resistance I'd gained from the life affinity made almost all magical damage negligible. It still hurt, though.
As I blinked my eyes and began to get a clear view of the dirt pressed against my visor, I fought down a curse and rolled back to my feet. A plaintive wail rang out. A gigantic human foot, still clad in the charred remains of a leather sandal, stood forlorn and alone. Behind it, Gallagher rolled back and forth, screaming like a hungry baby. I took a step forward, but had to yank my foot from the ground. The armor was hot enough to melt its way into the stone flags. I plodded slowly closer, pausing to pick up my sword that had fallen to the side as I was thrown backwards by Mune's golem's suicidal revenge. Bits of glowing bronze were scattered around me. Gallagher shrank back to his normal size, but his leg didn't grow back. The bot had crippled him, and I limped forward to finish the job. Mune's death lurked in the back of my mind, like the furnaces that used to be the beating heart of the old dreadnoughts. My friend. His wife. Any sympathy I had for Gallagher vanished, and I flicked a trio of fireballs at him. He bounced and rolled across the grounds from the concussive blasts, but the damage was nothing compared to the achievement of the golem. My magic had scooped semicircular sections of the ground out of existence, but had done little more than inconvenience Gallagher. He was glowing green almost constantly, spending mana like water to try and... What the fuck? His goddamn leg was regrowing as I limped closer. Skin and muscle boiled as the limb began to reform. He looked at me, and I became heavy enough to sag to one knee. I used enhancement, rose carefully to my feet as the stone flags cracked beneath me, and took a step towards him. My sword swung back, ready to flash over and cut him in half.
Don't!
He cried out. I'd broken him.
Let me go. You'll never see me again.
He dragged himself away from my vengeance as his leg slowly regrew. It had been severed at the knee, but he already had most of his shin back. Another 30 seconds and he'd be back on his feet. Plural. How high was his level? I didn't have anything that would let me regrow limbs like a gecko that lost its tail. Why are you fighting for that shit? I snarled as I limped closer in my red-hot armor. He forced me. I didn't have a fucking choice, you fucking psycho. Fun fact, I'm not psychotic. Maybe sociopathic, but nowadays I'm not so sure. I think I've grown as a person, you know? I'm not the cold-hearted bastard that green-eyed bitch stabbed back in England. But he's still in here, you know? Still staring out from behind my eyes. I released Koss and the woman we'd kidnapped earlier from my storage space. I shoved the lady and her once more crying child towards Koss. I've got this, brother. Get her out of here. I'll avenge Mune. Make it slow, my brother-in-law snapped as he dragged the woman away. James! She screamed, and Gallagher lurched to his knees and bounded towards us like a three-legged dog, his face a venomous mask. Koz lifted her off the ground with one hand, and she cried out in pain. He was careful to make sure the baby was supported, using his free hand to press it gently against her chest. Makelin, Gallagher grunted. Koz sagged, letting the woman drop to the ground. She ran over to throw herself on top of Gallagher, then spun, holding her child in front of her like a shield. Perhaps I was being unfair, but I couldn't help but notice that the crying baby stayed between me and my fellow exile from Earth. Kos grunted as he sank to his knees, his bones audibly creaking. I threw a heel other at him and rushed towards Gallagher. I'd lost my sword somewhere in the fight, but my dagger, the partner to my wedding gift to Faye, was protruding from a flagstone. I snatched the blade out of the rock as I passed.
"Fuck off, you savage!" snarled Nakelin, using her free hand to pick up and wave one of Gallagher's blades at me. "I won't hurt you, woman, but you need to get out of my way," I growled. "Go fuck a horse, you fucking—" she began, but Gallagher pulled her round and put his hand on her arm. Whatever she was to him, he shoved her round behind his body and raised his free hand in my direction. "Leave them, cobbler. They've done you no harm, man. Call it the last request of a worthy enemy." "You killed my friend." I moved forward slowly as the woman's screams rang out across the entrance to Mortimer's palace. Chapter 53. I can't control you.
"Stop! He was only here because that asshole was holding me hostage,"
Nakelin yelled at me, as Gallagher struggled to stop her from moving back around to interpose herself between us.
"Damn it!"
Kos snarled from behind me. I glanced back at my brother-in-law. A high body stat clearly didn't do much to stop getting kicked in the nuts from hurting. I slid my visor back so the woman could see my face. She was scrambling to break free from Gallagher's hold. I cast Shape Earth, and the stone rose up around the woman, carefully shaped to avoid harming her or her baby, but it curled around her and pulled her away from my enemy. Gallagher went insane. His leg had regrown down to the ankle, but the missing foot didn't seem to slow him as he surged to his remaining foot and lunged at me. I had triggered my haste amulet the instant he moved. He flashed forward, growing in size once more, reaching out to me with fingers curled into claws. I danced sideways, and my dagger flashed, leaving his right hand dangling, only held onto his arm by scraps of muscle and tendons. Something blurred past my left side, then a spear sprouted from his overgrown shoulder. It had sunk into the gap between his collarbone and his neck. He reached up to yank it out as the wound glowed green. I hurled myself into the path the spear had taken and barged Kos out of the way. Even crippled, one hit from Gallagher would send him to join Mune on the moon Hellas, where good warriors go when they die. I'd lost one friend. I wasn't about to lose another so soon. "Leave him," I growled as I threw Kos away from the man. "The nomads have a code," I said as I stalked around him just out of reach. "The shit-sitters don't understand us. Stupid savages, what's to understand? But we take vendettas very seriously." "Us? You've gone native as well, then. Figures." He coughed a scarlet lump up and spat it onto the floor. "Let them go and I won't fight," Gallagher said. I glanced at the woman and child. She was trying to break free of the stone, but wasn't strong enough. "You took someone precious from me, bloke," I growled. "So fucking kill me, you moron! Don't kill them!" The pain of losing Mune was boiling inside me. I wanted to make this man suffer for what he'd done. My code, my shitty, annoying code, overrode my impulse to take something precious from him out of spite. "Kos, get the woman and child out of here. Find Krill and tell him to get his ass over here." "Mond, you can't," Kos began. "I can. Go find Faye and your nephew. Keep them safe," I growled. He glared at me, but did as I asked. I used Shape Earth to move the stone covering the woman, setting her free, and then I sculpted a prison for Gallagher, locking him in place. "Don't hurt her!" he shouted at me. The nomads aren't the savages in this world. That title belongs to my feral Huskar. "Where is your boss, asshole?" I replied, in an amicable tone that offset the harshness of my words.
He's not my fucking boss. Why do you think Nakelin was in his dungeon, you ass? If I could get that deep into the dungeon, you could have. I was being watched, you prick. If I so much as looked sideways at the guards, they'd have iced them.
I won't lose a child!
You just robbed a wife of her husband and tried to leave my child without a father. Kos, take the woman away. Make sure she's treated well. He snarled and tried to break free from the stone prison I'd shaped around his limbs. He failed. Kos dragged the shrieking woman and her child away. It will be fine, love. Focus on little Petra. I love you, Gallagher called as he sagged, finally accepting that he was trapped. How did you end up under Mortimer's power? I asked. I wasn't willing to remove my armor quite yet. He could be faking not being able to break free, but as there hadn't been any further reinforcements from the palace, I was starting to relax. Kos was dragging the woman away, ignoring her hysterical screams and her attempts to hit him with another low blow. He was being careful to make sure the kid was safe as well, which softened my attitude towards him a little. Gallagher looked up at me and grimaced.
I was painfully conscious, although the pain was metaphorical in my case, of his hand knitting itself back onto his arm, and his missing foot was almost regrown. I watched you beat the shit out of Greg McConnor in the octagon, I said. You and 10 million others. So fucking what? Just don't hurt my wife and son, he spat. Wife, eh? I'm not the only one who's gone native, I growled as I circled him. I started in some fucked up version of ancient Rome, cobbler. I fought my way to the top of the gladiator ranks without taking a single fucking level. I earned my place on skill alone. And then that cunt Mortimer caught up with me, he finished bitterly. The bitch that killed us warned us about you. Everyone is waiting for you, cobbler. We've all been building our strength, preparing for the psycho to make a run at us.
If you've an ounce of humanity left in your black fucking soul, just kill me and spare my family.
He sagged as he finished speaking, his head hanging down as far as it could within the stone bonds I'd sculpted around him. What the hell was I feeling? Anger burned, an urgent desire to avenge Mune, but something akin to pity, to sympathy lurked at the back of my mind as well. I can't control you. You're a danger to me and my friends, I ground out through clenched teeth. Friends! Ha! Good one, he sneered. Mune, the man you turned to fucking paste, had been with me since I joined the Nomads. I was there at his wedding. I taught him how to fight. Not well enough. I kicked him in the face before he could finish that sentence. Maybe not. Do you know what the Nomads do with prisoners? I asked, forcing myself to jump to a jovial tone of voice. Make them fuck sheep? Oh, I know. They have to dance the Macarena. I fought down the urge to kick him again. Not so much. The men will blind you and cripple you. They're more than happy to cut anything off as and when it regrows. Then the women will take your rod and your stones. And skin. The Nomads are not fucking Care Bears. Makes sense you'd fall in with savages. What the hell are you waiting for? Just kill me already, he muttered. Why should I began, but he cut me off. Cobbler, quit fucking around. You think you're a proper roadman, a gangster, but you're just a fucking thug who got into the dark side of life. I've seen your like before. You don't scare me, cunt. Kill me, or give me back my wife, my son, and fuck off. His words threw me for a loop. I was never what he seemed to think I had been back on Earth. A quiet professional with a career that had to be built in the shadows, sure, I'd accept that. I didn't throw my weight around. I wasn't dug in with the criminal elements back home unless they had the money and connections to hire me. I hadn't been an evil man.
I'd been a kind of garbage collector, a human recycling facility, to return to the worms that which was theirs.
I wasn't what she told you, I muttered. Not a killer? Tell that to the empty cities from here to Crathen, he sneered. This shithole is the furthest south me and my forces have been. I called my troops back when they broke into the city, for fuck's sake. I came here for Mortimer's head, and that thing. I stalked over and scooped up Death's source from where it had rolled to one side. This is the key to his fucking monsters. When I took it, the amalgams died. All of them. Without the shard of Hedesti, those fuckers melted away, and now, wherever that twat is, his army just lost its most powerful weapons. Those things were the mushed-together remains of all the dead people you think I've killed. Does he have some kind of psychic power to turn people into fucking idiots? I snapped. You're the dangerous one, he said slowly. After you. You were a champion, I barked in reply. He fought against his bonds for a second, then grinned at me. He swelled, and the stone broke away from his body. Well, that wasn't a smart thing to do, was it? I chuckled as he rolled around with broken limbs. He'd snapped free of the bonds, but done himself some serious injuries in the process. A green glow surrounded him, and I scowled. I moved forward to finish him off, but he held up one hand. No, stop! I don't want to go home, he pleaded. Stop fucking about. I can't send you home, I snapped, weighing the dagger in my hand. What do you think happens when we die here? We're dead already, you ass. Kronos spilled the beans. Father Time isn't quite as limited as the others. Thoughts of Faye, Kos, Krill, Jandak, and my as-yet unnamed son flashed through my mind. All I'd ever had to do to go home was die? Aresk couldn't tell me anything like that, you lying shit. He's one of the bound gods. Kronos, Hedesti, and Aphrodite. Who can question time, death, and beauty? He spat to one side and tried to push himself into a sitting position. You've been played, you fool. Who can question war? I'm not the one about to be iced, Gallagher. You watched my fights. You mentioned it before. So? That doesn't mean you can know that. Kronos told me. I'm not wrong, am I? He snarled. No, I admitted reluctantly. My mind was whirling. I could have just gone home? Not been tortured on the back of that wagon? Not cut that guy's fingers off? Not built an army that was hell-bent on burning down every shit-sitter city? He held them hostage, Cobbler. He was going to turn them into one of his monsters if I didn't serve. I fucking hated him. I do hate him. Maybe the green-eyed woman was wrong. Maybe you aren't a monster. Prove it. You've got my wife and son. I won't act against you. Would he, though? He could. That much I was sure of. I had a beaten tiger in front of me, spread out on the flagstones of Mortimer's palace. If I let the beast get back up, I wasn't sure I could put it down again. He'd know my tricks. Sure, I'd know his, but I got the feeling he had more tricks I hadn't seen yet. Shit. I couldn't hold his wife and kid hostage. I really want to kill you. You turned Mune into a fucking street pizza. My knuckles cracked as my fists clenched. I'll go. Give me Naklin and my boy. You don't want to go home, neither do I. I've got no beef with you. His eyes looked up at me, full of sincerity and desperation. We can just go our own ways. You won't be going anywhere for a while. Bob, cuff him, I called. My murder bot rattled over, trailing a wounded tentacle. Raymond, I'm not sure I'm capable of restraining him. Take a leg off at the knee. It'll slow him down for now. Bronze met flesh, and Gallagher grunted. You fucking twat, he snarled. That'll do, Bob. That'll do. Chapter 54. Shikrkin slain ×1. He'll never drive the herds again, Krill intoned solemnly. The old man made no gesture, but a series of flames rose up along Mune's pyre. The dry wood quickly caught, and soon a fire was roaring to carry my friend to the warrior's moon.
He needs to die, Ray, Faye said quietly. If you don't want to, I will do it. We will have to tell the tribes that you did it.
She had a hand resting on my shoulder. My face was stone, unmoving. The other chiefs and Legion staff who had gathered to say farewell to the first of my fangs to fall flinched whenever they met my eyes. I know. Gallagher was locked in a dungeon cell, bound to the wall by shape earth, and 4 golems were constantly watching him. He lost a limb every time it grew back. His screams rang out every hour or so, giving the palace a nightmarish soundtrack.
It's been 3 days, love. It would be a mercy to give him to the women.
I know. I'll do it when the pyre is burned down.
Knife to the brain. What's happened to his woman?
She's being watched by Halen. I winced at her words. Not the guardian I'd have picked for her. Ouch, that will only make a bad situation worse. She needs to be taken care of properly. I want her gone. To kill a nursing mother? Not gone, Faye. She's going to hold a grudge. I need her away from you and our boy. I can break her like dry grass, Faye snapped. Sure, but poison? A hit on the bairn? Not worth the risk. She goes somewhere else. An escort to Crathen or something, with enough valuables to live a good life. Can you set that up for me, please? She turned and looked up at my face. I was still focused on the fire, but I saw her expression in my peripheral vision. She didn't look pleased. Why not? No love. I won't make her a slave. Faye harumphed at my response, but turned back to the fire. I stood silently for over an hour as I watched the pyre burn. We'd gathered up as much of Mune's body as we could.
Most of his torso had simply exploded when he was hit. But his head and legs had been recovered, carefully wrapped, and placed atop the timber. Kaz and Jandak stood on the other side, flanking Krill, and they joined me in my vigil. Most of the others drifted away. In the end, it was just my remaining fangs, Krill, and Faye who stayed to the end. As the wood finally collapsed into embers, I sent a short prayer to Haydesti, asking for special treatment for my friend. There was no crashing aura of rot or whatever the hell death's presence felt like, but I hoped it was received. "Let me do it, Mond," Jandak snarled as we walked away. "Moon was one of us." "I would like the honor of avenging him as well, if it's an option," Kaz added. A scream rang out from the dungeon complex below the palace as another limb was removed from our prisoner. "You'd think he'd stop trying to grow them back," Kaz said with an evil chuckle. "I'm not sure what kind of spells he got, but I reckon it's some boon or something," Krill muttered.
"You're going to do it now?" "Yeah." "How are the nobles taking their loss of power?" I asked, as we made our way towards the side of the palace that led to the dungeon through the barracks. The structure was intact, the long wings of the palace, ornately decorated with bright paint and intricate designs, stretched out around us. "Not well," Krill cackled. It felt good to hear the mad old bastard let rip with his signature noise. Mune had laughed a lot as well. Always brave, always loyal. We passed down the edge of the gardens. The plants were looking a bit worse for wear. They required constant watering at this time of year in the semi-arid climate of Urkash, and the gardeners had seemingly chosen to retire and seek other work elsewhere, all at the same time. They're too scared to do anything at the moment, but Mortimer knew his shit.
Their heirs and daughters are all with his main army that went southwest.
They know they're fucked if we take a dislike to them, and they know they're fucked if we don't. So they're a little torn at the moment.
Another cackle rang out from my mentor. "The scouts have gone out to find him?" I asked. "Aye. What about the bird?" Jandak asked. He was still pissed at me for abusing our thread, but he had calmed a little after we scraped Mune up off the flagstones. "Glimpse is going to head out that way soon. The kill team, or what's left of it, needs a break. In a couple of days, they'll load up into a storage bead and be flown south to make more mischief. Bon is prepping a unit of Umbrati to go as well. I'm going to throw some souls at them, give the boys some proper backup in case things go sideways for them like it did in this shithole." I shoved aside the door to the dungeon, and a dozen leveled nomads all pointed spears at me.
Easy, guys. I'm going to make you sitting here in this stone coffin unnecessary.
Thank Eresk. Warlord, we're a hard people, but I've had to dispose of that bastard's legs 15 times, one of them complained.
"It ends now." I brushed past them and moved through the barracks area into the dungeon proper. "Wait here," I ordered.
"Brother, you need guards around that monster," Cause argued.
"He's been disarmed, literally and repeatedly. There are 4 golems in there as well. He's from my world. I want to do this alone." They didn't look happy, but they nodded reluctantly. Krill just leant against the wall, but the Fangs moved to flank the door to Gallagher's cell as I stepped within.
"There he is," Gallagher gasped. "The monster in human skin."
The man was braced to the floor with flowing stone that I had conjured to wrap him in place. He had exhausted his mana after the first few amputations.
There was a pile of bloody limbs in one corner of the dank cell, and Bob and his friends were each standing to watch the limbs slowly regrow. In the end, it was as easy as any other killing. Humans are such fragile bags of blood delicately strung over bones. Thoughts of my friend's demise flashed before my eyes, his chest vanishing into a pink mist, his startled face and shoulder launching into the air. But they weren't what drove me to slide my dagger into Gallagher's brain and twist it back and forth. He was too dangerous, too much of a threat to those I'd come to love to risk sparing. I stepped back and wiped my dagger off on my tunic before slipping it into the sheath on my belt.
"Sorry, bloke. You were a good fighter. Too good. For a resk! One of the 6 has fallen. Raymond Cobbler has killed James Gallagher. The first player to make a real kill. Raymond will have access to a curated selection of rewards for taking the first step on his true path. Shikrakin slain, ×1.
No souls harvested. Choose one of the following rewards. Stolen power. You will inherit James Gallagher's regeneration boon. Efficient soul transfer. Loss of souls on transfer reduced to 10%. Hunter's gaze. You will know roughly where the other 4 exiles are at all times. The closer they are to you, the clearer your sense of them will be. Make your choice. I hadn't even had a chance to ponder the options before a cry rang up, all across the city. Nomad ululations echoed in through the tiny barred window of Gallagher's cell.
"What did you get?"
demanded Krill, as he shoved Cause out of the way to burst into the room first. The Fangs followed him and offered their congratulations. "You saw that notification?" I asked. "Sounds like everyone did. There's going to be a party tonight." Krill grinned at me.
"So what did you get?"
the irascible old man asked. I wasn't happy about this notification being some kind of universal ping.
I briefly prayed that it wouldn't be for everyone, only those I had given souls to. It isn't. Everyone with stats saw that notification.
"I'm proud of you, boy," Aresk's voice echoed in my mind.
Shit.
"Maybe we can help with the choice?" Krill offered with a gleam in his eye. "I already know what you'd pick, you old rascal." "No, give me a minute. Soul transfer would undoubtedly be the best option in terms of making the most of my souls. Stolen power would make me as tough as Gallagher had been.
As long as I was literally disarmed, I'd be unstoppable. Hunter's gaze would let me find the other 4 easily, or see them coming if they came after me. Think, Ray. Do you need more powerful followers? More survivability? Or an easy option to hunt down the rest of them? Gallagher had made it pretty clear what Poseidon's poisoning of the well had done to my chances of living to let live. I clicked on Hunter's gaze and screamed as my head felt like it was fracturing into pieces.
I knew where they were. One was 100 miles or so southeast, a clear beacon in my mind. Way off to the southwest was another, their location much vaguer. I could point to them, but it could be 10 or 15 degrees either way. Far in the east, the other 2 sat there, amorphous blobs in the perception of this skill. Too far away to be an immediate threat. Mortimer must be the closest. Aresk only knew who the one at the southeast was. I do know, and so do all the other gods. Suddenly he's a chatty Cathy. I liked it better when he was quiet. I've taken the power that lets me know where the other Shikrakin are. I need to speak to the scouts. Actually, I need to get some letters written for the ones already on. They're fucking illiterate, aren't they? Damn it. Well, they're just gonna wander around for a week or 2 while the main army moves. I'm going to leave the Legion in charge here. Urkash is too big, despite Mortimer feeding so many poor bastards to amalgams, to leave it to a tribe. And if more than one tribe is in charge, they'll just fight for power and fuck everything up. How far? Krill asked excitedly. Maybe 100 miles or so. Less than a week's march for the army. So 2 or 3 days. We'll be marching towards them at the same speed, Mond, Jandak interjected. Yeah, we need to march now. Go get the tribunes and the chiefs. We're going to end this war. Chapter 55. And not die myself. It's hot. Damn hot, I muttered. Is the boy okay? Faye looked up from the baby wrapped in fine, and most importantly, thin linen sheets. She gave me a broad smile and winked. He's of the steppes. We aren't a soft people, Ray. Even our newborns are tougher than most shit-sitters, she laughed. Faye shifted the baby from her hip and held him out to me. I took him and held him up in front of me to peer into his face. The odd eyes babies seem to have when they're born, the darkened iris, had faded and been replaced with my own brilliant blue color. He still looked like a fat Winston Churchill, but I knew enough that even she understood the reference. Women rarely liked the comparison. I pulled him in close and held him against my chest as we walked south behind the army. I don't like it, husband. Uh-oh. Husband was usually a bad sign, especially when we were alone. You'll be alone and separated from the army. I'm taking half a legion and about the same number of leveled-up warriors, as well as Wilson, the Fangs, and Krill. I'm really not going to be alone, love. And that sick bastard will have his entire army around him, she snapped. The baby stirred at the anger in his mother's voice, then settled his head against my chest with a burbling noise. One tiny hand clamped surprisingly strong fingers around one of my thumbs. But he's no fighter. If I'd seen Gallagher coming, I could have... What's happened with the woman? I asked. I'd left the arrangements for Nakelin and her kid to Faye and the Coven. She has gone east. A small escort and far more wealth than you should have given here went as well. You can't be frivolous with money, Ray. We need to support our herds. I owed her that much at least, I muttered. She's got a baby, like you. So, because you're a new father, you go all soft in the head. Are all men from Earth so deranged? That woman will hate you and your sons until the day she dies. She should have been put down and the child fostered. She nodded her head firmly in my peripheral vision. No, I was the worst of the men from back home. Glimpse is going to be busy for the next couple of days, deploying the advanced parties, so I won't be able to watch over you while I'm gone. Stay close to Halen, please. Operation Change the Subject had begun.
How big is his army?
Faye asked quietly. Operation failed.
Abort! Was this really what had been worrying her?
It's not small, I hedged, and got a slap on the arm that prompted the baby to roll his head around and burp loudly.
Okay, it's fairly sizable?
Another arm slap.
It's fucking huge, Faye, but
It's a few casts of burning skies away from being ashes, so don't worry. The others are all far away. Once I deal with Mortimer, we'll have some peace for a while.
They will move against you, sooner rather than later. I would. You were the first to claim a Shikarakan life. They will all be after you now.
They were before. I bumped my shoulder against hers. Poseidon guaranteed that when she gave them a truncated version of my life story before she killed us.
Were you such a threat to them? Mortimer is a shit-sitter parasite, a rent-seeking leech. But Gallagher was a fighter.
What of the rest of them? An academic, scholar, I guess, a high-ranking soldier, and a social media influencer are all that will be left once Morty is feeding worms.
What's a social media influencer? She asked.
Kind of like... The nomads had no concept I could compare it to other than dreamers, but they were more akin to priests. Like someone who makes money by telling people what they want to hear, in a way that they find entertaining, I think. You guys don't really have the equivalent. Do the shit-sitters have bards, skalds, or troubadours?
Singers? We have singers, Ray, she said acerbically.
They don't always sing back home, or have any real talent, if I'm honest.
I'd like to see this world of yours one day, Faye said softly. When you go back.
I don't think I will. I'm not going anywhere. She reached up and kissed my cheek, her hand stroking our son's hair, just beneath my chin as she did so.
But that means... She prompted me like she was Eresk reading my thoughts.
That means I need to keep at least one of the others alive. And not die myself, I chuckled.
What about accidents? She asked in a worried voice.
I'm not going to have an accident, love, I reassured her. Another arm slap that made the baby gurgle.
Not you, idiot. What if the last one of them falls off a roof or gets trampled by stampeding aurochs?
Huh. I honestly don't know. Next time Captain Brass Bollocks summons me to his lair, I'll ask him. I'm guessing I need to make sure nothing happens to them. Damn it. That won't be easy to arrange.
Perhaps a job for the kill team after the war is done. Not like that, but spies who are constantly watching out for one of the other Shikarakin, keeping them safe.
I had raised an eyebrow at her initial suggestion, but I could see some sense to it. It would make sure I didn't have to be anywhere near the others and run the risk of a lethal misunderstanding. We talked quietly as we approached the rear of the army, and I passed the boy back to Faye, who settled him against her breasts. They had stopped to make camp for the night. Seagulls circled overhead, coming inland from the coast and trailing behind my forces, looking to snatch up any scraps that got dropped on the march. This was the end of the first day's march south. Mortimer's army was hurrying towards us, hugging the coastline as it hurried to retake his capital. We would intercept him and offer battle, while portions of the army were deployed behind his troops via glimpse, so we could hammer his rear and flanks if he chose not to run. I guided us to where my bird was waiting, 1,000 troops standing in front of where he was perched on the end of a wagon. The legionaries were in neat lines, holding formation like automatons while they waited, while the nomads lounged about in untidy groups, most of them stretched out on the ground and passing jugs back and forth.
Legate!
It's done, Pertobon said as soon as he saw me. He pulled what looked like a steel twig from the back of his belt and passed it down to me. I took the 5-foot-long shaft of silver metal and examined how they had seated the black orb at one end. Bands of metal held Hadesti's source in place, turning it into the head of a very heavy mace. The other sources we'd found had all had fairly obvious uses or benefits. Converting the Huskar to my side and beginning the Legion on board, the God Forge and the Golem cores were all easy to take advantage of. I'd had no idea how to benefit from the God of Death's pearl, but the Huskars had come to my rescue with their ancient knowledge. Using it the same way that Mortimer had done was out of the question, not only for ethical reasons, but practical ones as well. I wasn't a necromancer. But if wielded as a weapon, it would inflict terrible effects on anyone it struck, if it didn't simply kill them outright. So Legion crafters had forged my new death mace quickly, using the enhanced metals Sulk regularly sent south. I spun it in my hands, leaving a blur in the air as it twirled fast enough to hum. It was weighty, even with my strength stat. It would be a good weapon. "Are you ready?" I asked Bon, as I leaned on my new short staff.
"We await your command, Legate,"
Bon replied with a booming laugh. I nodded and grinned up at him. "Mages in first, Umbrati next, then the line troops," he bellowed at the Huskar soldiers around us. Glimpse flapped down to settle on my shoulder and draped a necklace made of stone beads over my shoulder that he carried in one claw. It must have made for quite a sight. Long lines of giants walked towards me and vanished into one of the 50-odd beads slung on the bird's necklace. Then the nomads followed suit, joking and grumbling as they steadily vanished. "See you on the other side," laughed Kaz, as he and Jandak vanished as well. Krill just cracked as he stepped into the blank state of the dimensional pockets. "Be careful, love." Faye kissed me long and passionately, then turned and walked away without looking back. They weren't a sentimental people, that was for sure. I looked around for the final member of our party and realized he was hiding. I reached out via a particular soul thread and sent a gentle nudge to come and join me. There was a yip from behind a nearby wagon, and I moved to find my errant wolf. Wilson peered up at me from under the cart he was hiding beneath. "Come on, boy, time to go." He whined and slipped further back behind the nearest wheel. "What's got into you? You're usually all up for ripping some zombies' throats out." Another whine and a head shake. He sent me a mental image of darkness, fear, and urinating. Charming. "Look, Wilson, it's only for a couple of hours. We'll be let out before you know it."
I don't experience anything while I'm in storage. Another yip, and the wolf began shuffling along on his belly towards the far side of the wagon. I leapt over the 3-meter-tall vehicle and landed facing where I started on the other side. Wilson jumped, and his back made the whole wagon bounce. "Shit! Sorry, bloke. Look, I won't force you. You could stay and guard Faye and the baby instead." His tongue lolled out, and he inched towards me, close enough that I could ruffle the fur between his ears. He inched his way out and shook violently once he was back on his feet. His nose came down to my face, and I got a lick of gratitude. I patted his shoulder. "I'll miss you, big guy. I could really use another friend to watch my back. But if you're scared of going into storage, I guess I'll just have to manage without you." I sighed dramatically as Glimpse landed on the wolf's head and let out a cackling caw of derision.
Wilson shook the bird off and snapped half-heartedly at Glimpse as he jumped over to my shoulder.
Big amber eyes looked at me from his bronze-furred face, and he chuffed unhappily. He glanced from the crow peering up at him with its head cocked on one side, and my face, which was desperately trying to suppress a smile. "It's fine, pup. Go find Faye. Make sure nothing happens to her." He wagged his tail and took off at a loping sprint in the direction she'd gone. "And then they were two," I muttered. "Never. Tens of thousands are praying for your success. I'll deploy the kill team first, then let the advanced team out a little further away. Thanks, Glimpse.
Maybe we will get a little peace after this is done. I looked around the army, troops bustling around as they ran errands or sat around cooking fires, working on their weapons and armor. I couldn't see it myself. This wasn't a force that could just retire. Endless conquest was what the nomads wanted.
Revenge for all the slights the shit-sitters had given over the centuries. "Let's go," I said, and Glimpse hopped to my other shoulder. Then the world vanished. Right and proper. As agreed, Glimpse pulled me out of storage first. I scanned around quickly. From my perspective, it had been late afternoon a moment ago. Now the sun had set, and only a few rays of light lent the sky a purple tinge in the west. "We're clear?" I asked. "Yes, Ray. No one within 3 miles, and their scouts passed through here an hour ago on their way north. They won't be back." Glimpse sent. "Outstanding. Spit them out and let's get settled in while we wait for the main forces to sight each other." Men and Husker began to pour out of the necklace in Glimpse's claws. Blinking at the change in light for a second, they quickly began to form a perimeter, troopers spreading out to surround us as more emerged. "Lord, that's everyone. Can the bird scout for us now?" asked Pertaban. He was crouched down, like all Husker, as there wasn't much in the way of cover in this arid land. We'd been dropped off in a shallow depression, but the gently rising slopes around us didn't provide proper cover for the Husker, some of whom were nearly 8 meters tall. Watching the Husker do that awkward crouching walk to try to reduce their height by half made me smile for a moment. And then Krill arrived. "You need the kills, Ray," he said without preamble. "You lead the charge and nuke them with burning skies. How many mana potions do you have left?" I'd acquired a few more since the last time I checked, as the weekly refresh came round. I checked my personal pocket dimensions and grimaced. 49 left. "Use 'em and share 'em," he ordered me. I scowled at him in response. "This isn't going to be our last battle. I know where the others are now." I could feel Mortimer like a bubo in my mind. I could sprint to him in less than half an hour. He was gradually creeping away from me to the north, so if they'd noticed us, the man himself would not be paying us a visit anytime soon. Fuck them. This is the big high necromancer. How close are the others? Krill snapped. Not close. But that reserve of potions is 3/4 gone, and I won't be able to restock. The rest will have had more time to get stronger. I won't waste them just to save the lives of your warriors, Krill hissed at me. Mond, you'll need the strength of your warriors when the others come for you. Shut up, Krill. Warriors are born to die in battle, Jandak interrupted. Perimeter scouts are in place. Where's Glimpse? Just dropping off the kill team, I said absently, as I checked in on the bird. They were pissed, chuckled Jandak, and Kaz nodded in agreement. They wanted souls already, but they're good lads, despite their oddities, my brother-in-law added. We're not hitting them until the main army engages, so we'll have surprise on our side. I glanced around. No fires. It's a cold camp tonight, I barked. The main Legion forces will draw fire while we eat them from the flanks. It's a good old hammer and anvil scenario. Krill grumbled and complained, but went off to join the mage Husker and discuss plans with them. I pulled a pile of furs out of my storage and spread them out on the ground. Koss and Jandak did the same, setting themselves up on either side of me, spears and blades close at hand. Mond, thanks, Jandak spoke in a quiet and uncertain voice. I looked over as I snuggled deeper into my bed for the night. He had been angry at me, pissed off about Mune, furious that I'd abused my control over him. I'd hardly had a polite word from him since it happened. No worries, bloke. I wasn't going to push. I was angry, blunt as ever. I noticed, mate.
I'm sorry I used the bond to send you away. Gah, this was getting uncomfortable.
We were battle brothers. Feelings were not discussed. If you hadn't, I would have died against Gallagher. You couldn't have saved Cause and me, so one of us would have died. And I'm faster than Cause. I'd have attacked first.
Faster to reach the stew pot, Cause joked. I'm glad you survived, brother. But I want revenge for Mune, Jandak snarled from his bed furs. The fighter is dead. The necromancer won't be much of a battle, and he was in charge of Gallagher, Cause offered. Don't count that fuck Mortimer out yet, I said gently. Without his giant beasts, he's goat feed. We've got the Legion, the Coven, the tribes, and we've got us. Cause chuckled. Mond, Raymond. Jandak never used my proper name. I looked over at him. He was curled tight in a ball, the long back hair of his mullet sticking out of the nest of animal furs he was wrapped in. What? I asked. Let me lead the charge tomorrow.
You and the casters need to soften them up and deal with the dross, but let me face his champions.
You've got a kid, bloke. I want...
My son will be ashamed of me as I am. I need to cut through our enemies, to win back my honor.
I could almost feel the words, that you took from me, hanging in the air. Bloody crazy Stone Age assholes. Why couldn't I find normal friends in a new world? It's that important.
Yes.
His voice was flat and cold.
You can lead the Legion troopers after the mages burn their mana. It will come down to the cut and thrust after that, I offered.
Thank you, Mond. He settled deeper into his bedding, and his breathing became quieter.
Is he asleep?
Whispered Cause. No, Jandak snapped. Shut up, Cause. My brother by marriage snorted and rolled over. Tomorrow was the day. All these months, the horrors of the bandaged men, the ambush at Helath, the revelation of the amalgams, and the genocide involved in their creation.
I slipped into sleep with visions of horror and grey melting flesh in my mind. I awoke in a bronze temple, with a smirking Erisk looking down at me.
Great job, Ray! First kill accomplishment goes to us!
To me. He shouldn't have had to die, I replied, looking behind me. A chair rose from the plaza, and I sat down to face my god.
I thoroughly approve of your choice of perk. Now we can hunt the others down and win this for sure. You've robbed Fish Tits of her power, some of it anyway. Death is on your side, as is Vulcan. We're building quite a little coalition with me at the head of it. The bronze statue paced back and forth, gesticulating happily as he spoke. You and me, kiddo. We're going places in this version of the game.
We, me, I snapped back. You can't lead a coalition of the gods. You're just a mortal, a mote, a speck of existence. Ray, I am the only one the others will treat with real respect.
I wasn't sure about that.
Death had been courteous enough while I was in his domain, and Velkit had lent me his aura a few times when dealing with Sulk and Clip.
Pah! They saw we were on the rise. They weren't acting to support you, but us. Aresk chuckled.
And I know you don't like it when I read your thoughts, but you've reached the point where they practically scream at anyone with divine senses. Senses you now possess in some small degree. I thought for a minute, and watched the smile playing at the edges of my patron's mouth.
The gaze thing, I guessed.
Yes, that was a canny choice, boyo. The trash Mortimer sold demigodhood to were gullible fools, but you've taken the first step towards leaving mortality behind and joining the Celestial Brotherhood. What the fuck? I know. It's been so long since anyone has gotten this close. Who was the last? Not Narbo. He was a tinkerer. He liked to play with material things. Fucking atheist. What was his name? Targetaos. That was him.
He went back to Earth and became a proper hero. Had to give up most of his power, though.
But you don't want to go home anymore, do you? No more homesick, revenge-obsessed Raymond Cobbler.
I've never heard of the bloke. The armor and weapons on their bronze plinths seemed to spin a little faster as Eresk became more excitable. A happy god was arguably worse than an angry one.
Oh, don't be a baby. I'm not going to hurt you, am I? You heard of Hercules? Yeah, Kevin Sorbet, right? I snapped. Close enough. Targeteos is the bloke the Greeks nicked the idea from. One of ours who won the game. All I had to do to go home was die. Gallagher knew. He didn't know shit. Kronos is a tricky fucker, as you'd expect from old Father Time. Trust me, boy. I have no idea what it would be like to have a real hero on Earth in the modern age. Imagine what you could do. Get ganked by corporate assassins or government kidnappers? I said wryly.
Ha! Maybe, but I think you'd do a bit better than that. You'd retain a portion of your power, especially now you've partially departed the realm of mortality.
So I can live forever? The bronze statue burst into laughter and slapped his thigh with a loud clang that made my ears ring.
Not even close, lad. But you'll live longer than most men. And if you can win the game, anything is possible.
I can keep my life here and take my revenge on Poseidon? I asked. A wash of power went out from my patron, and my chair keeled over backwards. I was pressed into the ground. Dick, move, I grunted. I've got plans, human. I'm not a mere thug, no simple berserker, although both of those archetypes are among my favorites. You'll get what you want, after I get what I want. The pressure vanished, and my chair righted itself, so I was once again sitting facing a smiling metal golem. What plans? I asked.
Ray, don't be a dickhead. If I can read your mind, mortals. Suffice it to say that you'll get most of what you want, as long as I get most of what I want. Deal? Do I have a choice? Honestly? Nope. If you say no, I'll withdraw my support. The tattoo won't work anymore, your army will fracture, and you and your tiny band of nomads will be hunted down. You could probably run for a long time. You're sneaky. I like that about you. But it won't just be you on the run, will it? Think of your spawn, of Fae, and your friends. You'd be killing them all. Gods are dicks. Ha! We certainly are, at least from the point of view of little mortals. I'm sorry, Ray, but it's very much a you-scratch-my-back first kind of a deal when it comes to us Celestials. It's only right and proper. What should I expect tomorrow? I snapped. Oh, the usual. Swarms of undead, miasmic clouds of disease and death. Haven't you ever read any books about evil necromancers? No, I had a life. Did you now? A life of hiding who you were, never trusting anyone, always alone except for dear old Freddy, who you could barely stand to be around for longer than strictly necessary. Now you have a life, my boy. A son, a wife, mighty warriors by your side, and a host at your back. Your life is a song for the ages now. Before, you were just a petty killer. Now you're a titan, bestriding the world. The statue swelled to gigantic proportions, leaving me staring upwards at a face suddenly far away. It was what I'd built, I snarled. There's my boy. Go on back to real world now, and do what you were made to do. The plaza faded out, and my eyes snapped open to the pink light of dawn. Chapter 57. Outnumbered. Up! I roared. Get your shit together. We're moving out.
I threw off my bedfurs and snatched them back into a storage ring. The camp was badly lit by the first hint of dawn, but the sentries jumped at my yell and began to hurry about, waking the rest of the force. Mond, what the hell? The army won't engage them for another 6 hours.
We've got loads of time to get into position, Kaz grumbled. We're the anvil, not the hammer. We'll pull their attention. The main army can smash them in the flank. Get your shit together, I yelled again. We're moving out in half an hour. Legate, this is perhaps ill-advised, offered Bon as he crouch-walked over to me. Why? I snapped. Pritiban settled onto his heels and gave me a serious expression. He had somehow already been fully armed and armored when I woke up with a fire in my belly. The guy must have slept in his war gear. We are but a small force. The other groups are in position, I trust? I checked with Glimpse. Yes, Ray, the third flanking team has been deployed, and the birds sent back. Yeah, they're good to go. No point pissing about. I want Mortimer's head before sunset, I said firmly. Yes, said Jandak as he threw a fist in the air. See me, Erisk. I'll win glory today. I exchanged an exasperated look with Kaz before we both grinned. Yep.
Fangs, go light a fire under the nomads. Bon, I want the legionnaires ready to move in half an hour. Kick everyone awake, shove some food in their hands, and get them ready to march. We need to catch up to the bastards first. They spread out to follow my instructions. Anyone who was still in their bedfurs got a kick as they passed, and harsh orders cracked through the air. With the Fangs and an irate tribune acting as the spurs, it wasn't long before my small band was moving out. I'd grown accustomed to having tens of thousands of warriors around me. Now, with barely 1,000 at my back, I felt somewhat vulnerable, especially as I borrowed Glimpse's senses to survey the enemy. There was a knot of brightness at the heart of Mortimer's formation. Colorful banners waved from spears, and the normal humans acted as the nucleus of an undead cell while it oozed across the scrubland. Around this band of merry brothers was a sea of gray. The arid landscape looked like a gray swamp, undulating towards Rukash. Trying to count them was a futile endeavor. I had them pegged at around 300,000 undead, but I was probably off by at least 10%. That was what Burning Skies was for, though. My entire force was outnumbered at least 10-1. I could see them maybe a dozen miles away from the horde of undeath as my little band ran towards the enemy. Scouts from both sides were already skirmishing, nomads and shit-sitter cavalry trading blows. The nomads tended to win out. They were born to ride. But enough of the enemy were escaping back towards Mortimer's army that they'd know soon enough the legions and the nomads were coming. This might work to my advantage. Aresk had pissed me off. I'd acted without thinking to roust the troops and hit the bastards as soon as possible. Once King Dickhead was in the ground, I'd have some peace for a while to work out what to do with the others. But the lead elements of both sides were already tangling with each other. So we might not be the anvil after all. We ran like wolves, a steady lope eating up the ground between us and our prey, the rattle and clank of armor from the legion and the susurration of the leather-clad nomads marked our passage as we rushed towards battle. I crested a low hill and skidded to a halt. My armor appeared over my body at the same time as I pulled half a dozen of my dwindling supply of mana potions from a storage ring. I dropped all bar one into a belt pouch and drew my sword. Acres of dead men and women moved in the plain below me, a silent mass of animate flesh that ought to be in the ground or have been atop a pyre. Well, I could fix that easily enough. As the legionnaires stopped, in almost perfect formation around me, and the nomads spread out to cover their flanks, I made the sky go dark. The last set of upgrades had turned Burning Skies into an apocalyptic weapon. It had to start within my casting range, but I could shape it how I liked.
and I was only limited by the maximum area of the spell. The edge of the enemy army was perhaps half a kilometer away. My range was perhaps a fifth of that, but I could extend a centimeter-wide line of the spell, allowing me to use the bulk of it across a vast area. I sent the spell out like spider webs, half a meter wide, spreading out from my launch point to the mass of the foe. The fireballs that flashed from the sky eradicated everything in a 33-meter radius when they hit, turning most organic matter directly into gas and trace elements. I cast again, and the red sky darkened once more. Then again. I sent threads of boiling skyfire down in an intricate web. I'd never tried to use the spell like this before, and it was absorbing all of my attention.
Spheres of impossible heat exploded without warning among the zombies, butting lines through them that reached almost to the bead of color that lay at the heart of the army. Near Mortimer. I could feel him like a cyst in my mind. I knew exactly where he was. But whenever I tried to send a thread of burning skies in his direction, dozens of shields leapt up to absorb the falling fire. Reanimated Humanos X33705 slain. 505,575 souls harvested. Well, that worked. But it was barely 10% of the undead. I swung my visor up and chugged 2 of my precious mana potions. While I did so, the Legion mages opened up, elemental bolts slamming across a battlefield that was now pockmarked, with demiglobes of dirt incinerated from existence. Lances of light cut through the mob as it tried to coalesce and turned to face the threat we presented. The lines of blazing glory from the Legion's spears slammed into more hasty shields before they could hit the human core of Mortimer's forces. I watched, via glimpse from the sky, as another of the 3 forward-deployed units arrived on the scene. 1,000 soldiers emerged from a scraggly forest to the south of us and unleashed another barrage, further disrupting the horde. My mana ticked back up, and I threw myself forward into the ashy wasteland I'd created, leaping over the divots I'd burned out of the earth until I was close enough for another barrage of burning skies. "Jandak, go!" I yelled over the detonations that were racing away from me as the crimson clouds unleashed their fury on my enemies. My friend blurred past me and ran towards the humans at the heart of Mortimer's army. I followed suit, making sure to let him keep a slight lead. I could feel Koss behind me, and the threads leading to the rest of my unit followed closely behind him. A ululating cry went up from the nomads. Eriskin, Mondin, Jagapin, whatever the hell Kalpaker's tribe was called, they all charged forward with screams of rage and fury. The dead were nothing to us now, but there were so many of them. Jandak cut a path, 100 meters of spraying gore and limbs. Then the mob began to slow him down. I ran behind, blade flicking left and right as the swarm tried to close in behind my friend. Interspersed in the mob were the lesser amalgams, 3 or 4 poor bastards melted together by Mortimer's necromancy. They were the pebbles in the stream that bounced off Jandak as he carved a path towards glory. I leapt into the air and threw fireballs to both sides at the peak of my arc, making sure they landed far enough away that they weren't a threat to my friends. The Huskar kicked and stomped their way through the gray mob, not even bothering with weapons. 4-foot-long feet, clad in iron-studded boots, made short work of any zombie that got too close. The nomads worked in trios, fighting back-to-back with elegant, swirling spearwork. Jandak had clearly trained them well based on the principles I'd passed on to him from Earth. My friend vanished in a pile of gray flesh for a moment, before surging out, scattering his attackers and driving closer to the real enemy. The enemy that was even now turning their full attention on the threat we represented. I rushed to join him and threw up a fire shield as bolts of power flew over the heads of the undead. I don't know whether it was Jandak or Koss, but one of them was on the ball and created spatial tears to swallow the magical attacks and send them back to their origins.
Enemy shields sprang up to block their own attacks. All to the good. We needed to waste their mana and exhaust their trinkets. Once magic was removed from the equation, we could deal with the fighters easily enough. Even my troops, who'd only gotten a couple of levels, were more than a match for the bandaged men. And the Husker could slam through heavily leveled enemies with ease if they didn't get blown apart before they could close. Glimpse pecked at my mind, and I grinned behind my visor. It seemed that my Titans had decided to charge rather than advance with the rest of the army, and had arrived early. Mulius and Marbo steamrolled through the northern elements of Mortimer's forces. His human mages were forced to split their attention between the advanced teams and the monstrous Husker. The flashes of magic were largely ignored by Mulius, who trusted his shaggy metallic fur and vast health pool to handle the damage. Marbo threw up shields and spatial tears whenever his feline form could slip around them. For such a large being, Marbo was extremely adept at avoiding attacks, and his 2-foot-long claws rarely paused from scything through the dead while he did so.
I sent Glimpse winging back towards the other advanced teams as I continued to slice my way after Jandak. They had charged as well. From above, Mortimer's army looked like a rotten cake with 3 large wedges cut out of it. Without his massive amalgams, my fellow exile was massively outclassed. The wedges began pushing deeper into the gray mass, carving into the center of the fetid army he'd amassed. I cast Burning Skies again and focused it on the nearest sections of the human elements. As soon as the clouds changed color, dozens of shields flickered into being above the human forces. They stopped the worst of the barrage. Barely a handful of fireballs landed. Reanimated Humanos times 1,074 slain. 16,110 souls harvested. Normalis Humanos times 430 slain. 4,300 souls harvested. Soulbound Servant slain times 123 slain. 2,460 souls harvested.
It was only a fraction of the human troops, but I had opened up a gap in their defenses. They were now focused on 4 directions. The Titans stomping towards them were probably the most terrifying threat, judging by the blasts of magic being fired at them. Then there were our expeditionary forces, enjoying a brief reprieve from the ranged attacks and taking advantage of the opportunity to whittle down the horde some more. Finally, they were clearly watching the sky in fear, waiting for the clouds to change color. I waved my sword over my head as I followed in Jandak's wake, and we charged to close with the people controlling the mass of the shambling dead. Chapter 58. High Ground. There wasn't any posturing or pontificating from the human elements of Mortimer's army. They saw we had broken through, and a barrage of spells was launched at us. Most of them were blocked by shields, but I felt dozens of threads snap in my soul from behind me.
Jandak was a blur, leaping from side to side as bolts of elemental fury blew past him, and he closed the distance to smash into the first line of physically gifted soulbound. The first one caught a spear to the knee. He used the man's leg as a pivot, driving the pinned leg into the ground with a sickening, crunching sound that was audible over the din of battle. He pole vaulted, throwing himself nearly 20 meters over the heads of the first ranks of the enemy and taking his spear with him. His first victim screamed as the tip came free and almost severed the man's leg. We were too close for fireballs now, but I summoned 6 fire spirits. They burned so hot that they were almost invisible, wavering shapes of solar heat that melted anything they touched. I flipped my visor open and chugged another mana potion, then slammed it down and closed with the badly shaken mortals. I no longer required any finesse to deal with this kind of foe. I realized that parrying and dodging were largely a waste of time. My sword could cut through theirs, and any lucky blow that made it through simply bounced off my armor. I'm my left hand. I carried the mace with death's source at the tip. When it slammed into people,
The damage was catastrophic. The lucky ones were turned into red mist, reduced to splashes with a few surviving limbs scattered about. The unlucky ones were launched away from me in one piece, screaming in agony as their flesh melted where the buboes burst across their skin and acidic pus sprayed out. After the first one had been unlucky enough to avoid the insta-mist effect, I stopped in shock and stared at the thing in my hand. Half a dozen blows slammed into me and snapped me out of my horrified reverie. A spin with sword and mace extended dealt with the nearby attackers, and I rushed forward to reach that bloody fool. Judging from the sprays of gore and the screams, Grimdark was having a great time.
When I burst through into the clear space around him, I threw a heal other at him, and his tattered skin began to knit back together. His weapon didn't just cut through iron armor or blades. He had to fight with skill and ferocity, qualities he possessed in abundant quantities. I stepped over the pile of corpses that formed a bulwark around my friend just as Koss arrived and started circling to the left. He was fighting with 2 short daggers crafted by Salk back at the pass. Where Grimdark favored a swirling, flowing spear style, my brother-in-law was more than happy to duck and dive to get in close and slip a point between a chink in an opponent's armor. Armpits, groins, and throats were his primary targets, and I nodded in approval. It was very professional knife work. I used size on myself, my armor, and my weapons. I was now a mini Huskar, and I stomped in the opposite direction to Koss, working to clear more space for the wounded Grimdark.
I sent another heal his way as I kicked people into pulp. Between Koss and me, the piles of corpses Grimdark had made, and the roar of the rest of our teams catching up, the enemy began to back away slowly. No army on Earth could stand against a Shikrikin without one of their own, or some nightmare like the amalgams summoned with the borrowed power of a god's source. As I returned out my normal size, I opened the storage rings where I'd stashed our golem forces and released a swarm of bronze death, whirring mechanical terminators, bizarre constructs, and finally, Bob appeared on the battlefield. "Go have fun, Bob. Just watch out for their casters." "Understood, Raymond." The spider-legged gave me a mock salute with one of his killing tentacles and spun at the waist to rattle out into the mob around us, now clearly close to breaking. The first one tossed down his weapons, but was stabbed in the stomach by the man next to him, who roared a battle cry and charged towards the golems.
"That probably deserves a Darwin Award," I muttered.
"How's it going, big guy? Feel like you've got your honor back?" I asked Grimdark as I knelt beside him on one knee. He reached up and pulled an arrow or bolt from his shoulder and snapped it by clenching his fist. He glowed green for a moment, wounds knitting closed. "That was fun, but I could use another heal." I pulled out a pair of mana potions and passed one to him as I cast Heal Other again. I drank mine as he did likewise. I reached out to Glimpse and borrowed his senses. He'd been bombarding the main formations of living humans, perhaps 20,000 strong, an hour ago, but now happily reduced, with fireballs from the sky. We had devastated the enemy army. We had hit them from the southwest. The other advance team had hit them from the southeast. Both groups had cut paths deep into what had once been an orderly force surrounded by a sea of undeath.
Marbo and Mulia seemed to have eaten their fill of zombies for now, and were focused on killing in the north. Quality also has a quantity of its own, to invert the old saying from Earth. I could see dead Huskar and nomads scattered about. We hadn't had this one all our own way. My main army was hurrying in from the north. The nomad cavalry was barely 20 minutes from joining the fight, and the legions weren't far behind them. In the south, the third advance team was hurrying to cut their way into the section we had missed when we launched our flanking maneuvers. We had them surrounded and outclassed. The human forces facing us directly were breaking and starting to bolt. The units to the rear that still had discipline were falling back towards the sea to the east.
They didn't look like dolphins, so this was probably a bad move on their part.
By the time they had their backs to the water, the main army would arrive and shatter whatever fragile morale they would be clinging to at that point.
I sheathed my sword and helped Jandak back to his feet. He nodded his thanks and went scrabbling through the corpse piles to find his spear. "Just use another one," I called. "That one was my favorite," he grumbled as he began flipping bodies over. The rest of our unit had caught up with us and was streaming past us, driving the enemy towards their watery graves. "You know what he's like, Mond. No one loves his own spear as much as Jandak. Except maybe Halin," Koz yelled. "I'm going to keep pace with the others, and they might bump into a captain or a champion. No need to take heavier losses than we have to." He turned and broke into a loping run to catch up to the forward elements, who were slaughtering the routers and beginning to encounter knots of unbroken resistance.
Glimp settled on my shoulder, and I pulled out a mana potion from my little dive bomber. His beak dipped into the bottle, and he drank half of it greedily, then launched back into the sky. I looked at the remainder in the glass vial, shrugged with an armored clank, and knocked it back myself. I crushed the vial in my fist, slammed my visor closed, and set off after Jandak, who had found his spear, and Koss. I clanked across the torn and bloody remains of the battlefield, corpses crushing beneath my sabatons, and the heavy mace dragging a line in the dirt behind me. "Ray, the nomads have arrived from the north, and the third advanced element has reached the fight as well." I briefly observed from Glimpse's point of view. A wave of horsemen had crashed into what remained of the northern part of the horde. Archers showered them with arrows that erupted into fiery detonations of walls of lightning and flame.
As the enchanted or imbued spells faded away, the lancers who had followed in the archers' wake charged, while their ranged compatriots peeled away to either side and continued their barrage on a new section of the horde. The close combat nomads tore into the mob of undead, most losing or abandoning their lances and switching to maces or swords as they plowed deeper into the enemy. I nodded to myself in satisfaction as they pivoted to break off and regroup in good order. Professional. Without their lances, the next charge wouldn't be quite so devastating, but they had cut apart the zombies that had survived the Titan's passage. My monsters, not quite so hideous as Mortimer's had been, had reached the human lines, and the mortal regiments were folding as soon as they smashed into them. Their weapons were useless. Their spells seemed to do nothing. It was like the first time we had faced an amalgam, but the giant, armored boot was on the other foot this time. I felt a brief pang of sympathy for them, but the Titans killed quickly. There was none of the melting of their consciousnesses together and leaving them screaming in their own heads as their flesh shifted and warped, as had been the case with Ashrot. "Splat, you're dead. Goodbye, and thanks for all the fish." I'd left a trail behind me, a long line carved by Death's mace. I was starting to catch up with my fighters, who were bogged down by some of Mortimer's champions. The casters weren't a threat. We were too close for either side to use magic effectively. We had started to run into the physical types. I bulled through to the front line and found Koz at my shoulder. Jandak had once again leapt ahead into the midst of the enemy and was taking a beating. Stupid bastard. Shape Earth reached out, snatching the enemy into living graces and lifting my friend up and delivering him behind our lines. My mace flashed forward, arcing over my head and reducing a heavily armored warrior to something resembling a crushed beer can. I stomped forward and gained distance from the friendlies that a broad horizontal sweep of the mace cleared a 3-meter diameter circle around me. I strode on and repeated the process. Nomads' screams and huskers' roars rang out behind me as we pressed deeper, driving them before us. I noticed the sand when I realized I was sinking too deeply into the ground. The dunes stretched away ahead of me, dropping down towards the sea in the distance. The sun glinted off the waves as they rolled onto the shore uncaringly. Soon,
They'd be carrying away the bodies of the enemy. We pushed them, drove them. Every inch was hard fought. They weren't breaking and running anymore. With the water at their backs, they knew they had nowhere to go. It was fight or die. They weren't up to matching us 1-to-1, but there were thousands of them.
Crimson sand clung to our boots as desperate men swarmed us, taking down nomads and occasionally a husker. They couldn't stand against the fangs in me, though. We pushed on relentlessly. I'd phased out my Souls Harvested notification. I didn't know how many men I'd turned to paste or had wrought apart as they soared through the air away from me. I could hear the waves. Even over the screams and grunts, the sound of the sea reached me. I slammed the mace down and crushed yet another tin can man, then stepped over his remains. The waves were receding. No matter how quickly we moved, the waves were falling back. I looked down from my crow's eyes and froze dead in my tracks. Something clanged off my armor, but I was vaguely aware of Cause removing the man's hand at the wrist, his dagger slipping between the plates of crude iron to send him reeling back, spraying blood across his terrified friends. I snatched at all the threads in my mind and soul and sent a single, overwhelming impulse that they couldn't help but obey. "Retreat to high ground, now!" shot out from my mind to everyone I was bound to. Chapter 59. Chosen of the Waters. I looked down from Glimpse, and sure enough, the tide was withdrawing rapidly. It was moving backwards at about the speed a normal man could sprint, dragging itself up into a massive wall of water that was sweeping towards us from the horizon. No, it was much closer than the horizon. It had become the horizon, distorting my sense of perspective. "Glimpse, get Faye and the Coven into storage, and anyone else you can fit, but Faye and the baby are first." "And what about you, Ray?" the crow sent back even as he peeled around and shot towards the army in the north, throwing a few fireballs as he went for good measure. "I'll be fine." For once, I followed my own orders. Half a mile behind us was a low hill, maybe 150 meters above sea level. It had been a bitch to fight our way up about 40 minutes ago, and I slashed out through the bonds to push everyone nearby in that direction. Then I slapped my haste amulet and blurred back and forth, sweeping my friends and allies into storage. I didn't have a necklace of beads like the bird did. I had half a dozen in the form of rings and stone beads on a necklace under my armor. My sword and armor vanished. I didn't need the weight, and suddenly I was moving much more easily across the sandy surface. I got most of the nomads in. Krill squawked indignantly as he saw me coming for him, having swept up the nomads who had survived our attack. Barely half of them had made it this far. While the legionaries had taken much lighter losses, they were too big to be able to store them away. Giant footsteps boomed as they sprinted for high ground, throwing up gouts of sand. The enemy was stumbling forward in confusion. We'd been slaughtering them, slowly but surely, a moment ago. Their backs were to the sea, and they'd been fighting to the death. No more breaking and running. Now they launched a confused countercharge and tried to close on us as we retreated, but even the soulbound struggled to keep up with us. Once I had all the nomads, including my pissed-off-looking fangs, I slowed my retreat and stood at bay to serve as a rear guard. When one got too close, I would flash forward and pulp or melt him with a smashing blow from my mace, then scurry back to join my retreating husker. We slogged up the rise. The sand and dirt were slick with blood from our earlier fight, making the going hard. It didn't bother the husker. I was starting to think they had some kind of inbuilt magic to spread their weight, possibly linked to how they could move so quietly when the big bastards wanted to. Clumps of scarlet sand clung to my feet as I struggled to top and knocked my boots against the bottom of my mace to clear the crap off. Glimpse was back overhead now.
If you've never seen a tidal wave sweep onto shore, you've never witnessed the total,
utter indifference of the sea. Nothing can stand before it, a wall of salty goodness that is completely uncaring of anything humanity or geology can do. It will flow forward. Buildings, dams, and defenses mean nothing. All they do is channel the force in another direction. Nothing can stop Poseidon's wrath. Arrest! This bitch is fucking cheating! How about a few massive bronze shields to cover the army? I yelled at the sky as I chugged another mana potion. Shit. I was getting dangerously low on the precious items. I should have bought more before they limited the purchases. There is currently a rather fierce argument going on about this, Ray. I am not winning it. Kronos is annoyed to have lost his champion, and his voice carries considerable weight. You're the god of fucking war!
How does this not fall within your control? I snapped at the clouds, and the Huskar nearby shuffled away from me slightly, glancing upwards nervously. I'm in the fucking synod now. Don't push me, mortal. You aren't in any real danger, just your army. Good luck, kid. Gods are dicks. I cast Shape Earth once again and began forming a V-shaped bulwark in front of your refuge. It was far too low, but it was all we had. I pulled the sand up higher and higher, forming a solid structure as I hardened the sand and dirt into something akin to granite. Not high enough. I ran back and forth along the length. I could hear Bon bellowing orders to his mages to hold their magic, to prepare to use ice shields to support my puny defenses. I had no time for them now. If they were going to live, I had to make sure this hill survived relatively intact. I pulled up another layer. The wall was nearly 15 meters tall now.
I checked with Glimpse, and sure enough, the water that had seemed to run away from us was on its way back with a vengeance. Mana potion, multiple Shape Earth spells, a frantic cycle as I tried to build a wall tall and strong enough to resist what that scaly-titted bitch was sending at me. I began sculpting the upper levels with a protruding lip that curled over towards the sea and would hopefully help divert the water away, stop it from washing over us and swamping our little hill. I smashed some idiot in iron undies with my death mace as he leapt up to interfere with my work, and he spiraled away towards the coast with a scream as his skin boiled away from his bones. The sound of a tsunami is not something that can be compared to anything I have ever heard. It starts with silence, and that absence gradually builds to a gentle roar. It is the sound of inevitability. Nothing a man can do can hope to stand against it. I was now swatting desperate soldiers off my wall with the mace as they scrambled to escape the coming calamity. It became clear that they were no longer a threat. They'd dropped their weapons, and most of them had hurriedly shrugged off their armor to make scaling my breakwater easier. I started catching the wrists of desperate men and tossing them over my shoulder to be taken into custody by the Huskar behind me. The humans looked pathetically grateful, hugging the ankles and knees of the armored giants that towered over them and corralled them towards the front of the hill. Not smart. If the tide washed over us, having 80 kilos of idiots smash into your knees was probably not going to help you keep your feet. But whatever, I was busy chucking them towards safety. I'm not a monster, whatever Poseidon might have told my fellow competitors. I checked with Glimpse. Shit. I rose up on a spire of stone from the pinnacle of my impromptu dam. The sea was coming back in force, sliding up the coast and obliterating the parts of Motrimer's army who had run the hardest and were closest to the shoreline. It was like watching a spillage in slow motion. It seemed to creep, slowly but inexorably, from above. When I switched back to my own eyes, there was nothing slow about it. The water surged inland, swallowing the beach and what remained of Mortimer's army. "Did you get them?" I sent to the bird. "Yes, Raymond. Fayella, your son, and the coven are safe. If I die, find my body and let the nomads out of my rings?" "You will not die." I wasn't so fucking confident. I recast the spell and drank part of one of the pure mana potions.
Sand and dirt flowed in from behind me, forcing the Huskar and our prisoners to retreat to the west. They didn't retreat very far because the water soon surrounded us and began sucking away to the high ground like a pensioner with a boiled sweet.
The breakwater was holding, but it was bugger all use to the poor bastards who used to serve Mortimer. Frantic fingers clawed at the wall I'd thrown up before they were swept away, either by the tide or by the bodies of their comrades bouncing off them and knocking them loose from their fragile hold on safety. I was reinforcing the bulwark, pulling up dirt from beneath the ground and packing it in to replace the outer surface as the torrent wore away at it. I could feel the threads in my mind snapping as hundreds, thousands of my soulbound were snuffed out by the bubbling death Mortimer and Poseidon had unleashed on us. In the distance, halfway to where the shore used to be, a waterspout rose up, a match to my stone one, and began moving towards us. I could feel the bastard at the top of it. He practically glowed in my mind, and if I shut my eyes, I could track every wobble and shift as he drew closer to me.
The bodies swirling past us began to reverse direction, flowing back towards the waterspout. Corpses flowed up it, melting and merging together until a 15-meter-tall version of Mortimer stood atop his watery spike, drawing ever closer to me. The skin was still pink and brown. These corpses were all fresh, and rot hadn't had time to set in yet. Fucking necromancers, I grumbled. Necro Mortimer stopped a dozen emtras away from me and glared down at me. Failed immortal. My lady has lent me her strength with which to smite you, he cried, raising a gigantic fist and shaking it at the sky. What a dickhead. I unleashed a barrage of fireballs from my rings, completely depleting them as a dozen burning orbs flashed out. Tendrils of flesh whipped out to intercept most of them. One sank through and obliterated the hand he threw up to keep it away from his core. You think such pathetic magic can affect me? I am the chosen of the waters, destined for godhood. I will—
Christ, bloke! What the fuck happened to you? I knew you from Earth, remember? Fat, balding, up your own arse, and sufficiently evil I'd have happily offed you. You were the worst of them. I negotiated with the soldier, struck an accord with the scholar and the narcissist. I even tamed the warrior. You held his wife and kid hostage, I yelled. And you killed him. Probably them as well. How many cities have you burned? My cities, you fuck! You stole them from me! You can't play chess with a pigeon. It will knock all the pieces over, shit on the board, and still think it won. I was done talking to him. Whatever he'd gone through since he came here, he was a fucking lunatic now. No trace of sanity remained. I tensed as I prepared to attack, but beams of light and darkness shot past my spire and sliced into his augmented body. He hadn't been expecting the magic from my Huskar, and chunks of his corpse form were blasted away, holes punched through in places that gradually began to close.
He screamed in rage and rushed forward. I spun my mace in one hand as my midnight black armor appeared over me and crouched. 3 gray blurs shot past beneath me, rising up to reach my enemy. Huskars in gray robes and matte armor flew into the corpse god. They didn't make a sound, like all good Umbrati. The secretive and silent guardians of the Legion met the monster and latched on with their free hands, short swords the length of a man flashing faster than mortal eyes could follow. Mortimer screamed in rage again and started trying to pull the tenacious giants off, cursing as he crushed the first one into pink ooze that he then absorbed into his body. That was not good. The amalgams had had a similar ability, but he was much faster to incorporate the bodies than they had been. I pulled a stone out of the belt pouch that hung on my sword belt.
just a pebble. A simple rock that I had enchanted with my highest-level fireball spell.
I bounced it a couple of times in my palm as I waited for my opportunity. He cast off the second Umbrati, who fell into the water and was washed away inland by the now ebbing tsunami. The third was viciously stabbing him where his balls would be if that were a real body. I respected the effort and the commitment to fighting dirty. The pebble flicked out as Mortimer reached down to deal with his assailant. Another barrage of spells flew from my allies, perfectly timed to conceal the seemingly harmless pebble. Tendril flickered and spells detonated too soon, but my little rock, like the very first ones I'd enchanted for Krill all those months ago, slipped through his defense and slammed into the head of the thing. A sphere of destruction appeared, wiping out the top third of his body and launching my remaining Umbrati into the water below. I followed after the stone, arriving on the torso of the monster a second after it detonated.
I cast wildfire and combustion, lines of cloying flame spreading out around me as my now incandescent body melted my way into the corpse thing. Where are you hiding, you little shit?
Chapter 60. Faye would pluck me I couldn't smell, for which I was profoundly grateful, and I wasn't certain how I was able to breathe. As far as I could tell, my lungs were currently transformed into fire as well. Fingers scratched and clawed at me as the thing shifted like the Amagams had. But this was just a baby in comparison to Ashrot, and I'd burned enough of them from the inside to know how to deal with it. I found something that didn't just melt and latched on with one hand. Muffled screams echoed around me as I pulled my catch into a fiery embrace. Clouds of putrescent gases erupted around me, and my health started ticking down rapidly. I pulled, levering myself against something relatively solid, some crafted structure of bone in the corpse thing's pelvis.
Poseidon! His face emerged from the muck, a tendril of metamorphic flesh snapping clear of his mouth as he sucked a ragged breath of the air that was both scaldingly hot from my magic and toxic and rotten from his. Tell her I'm coming for her next, I growled as I pulled the fat man into a hug. His tunic resisted. It was shop-bought like my own, but he must not have taken the fire or the life affinities. His clothes weren't destroyed, but being so close to me caused his fat to start to boil under his skin, and he screamed as steam burst from his pores and rents appeared in his flesh as the pressure sought any possible release. My body flickered and faded, and his skin began to suck at the mass of corpses around us to knit itself back together. I'd left my mace back on the spire. Fucking unprofessional, and I cursed myself. But it had seemed like a fairly useless weapon when it came to digging into a pile of dead bodies. He flailed and fought back. Despite the damage I'd done, he looked to be healing quickly through whatever high-level death spell he was using. I snatched a breath and coughed brutally. The air was thick with poison. My eyes were watering, and everything had become a blur. But I still had a grip on the bastard. I didn't need to see him. He glowed in my mind as Hunter's gaze had locked onto him completely. His flesh and muscles squirmed and twisted, but I wasn't letting go, and I clearly had an advantage in terms of strength. One hand found his face, and I drove my index finger into his eye, feeling it pop, spraying fluid across my face. My thumb forced its way into his mouth as my other hand found the back of his head. Then I clenched everything. My finger and thumb struggled for a moment, the bone of his skull putting up a steadfast resistance. But then there was a crack, and thumb and forefinger pinched together somewhere in his brain. The hand behind his head pulled forward and squeezed at the same time. My hands met somewhere in the middle of what had once been his head. My left fist encased in my right hand, like Bruce Lee saluting a master. One of the 6 has fallen. Raymond Cobbler has killed Robert Mortimer. The second exile has fallen.
Raymond will have access to a curated selection of rewards for taking the second step on his true path. Shikrikin, slain ×1. No souls harvested. Choose one of the following rewards. Stolen power. You will inherit the water affinity from Robert Mortimer. Spells unlocked to his levels. Bargain prices. Shop costs reduced by 90%. A boon from a god of your choosing. Make your choice. I was falling, bits of corpse thing tumbling around me. The tsunami had spent its fury, and huge swaths of my army were gone. The waters were still deep, and now a terrible riptide was pulling everything out to sea. The waterspout had gone. Mortimer and the bodies he'd melted together were falling just above me towards the waters below.
I choose the boon, I yelled as I slammed into the water, tons of inanimate flesh landing on top of me and forcing me deep underwater. Everything became a whirlwind of bubbles and murk. I couldn't tell what was up or down as I tumbled through the liquid, being dragged down and out to sea. I kicked and fought, but couldn't escape, couldn't find air to breathe. Gradually, my efforts became weaker as my oxygen-starved muscles began to flag. The bits of Mortimer's construct kept battering me and pushing me down. I couldn't touch the bottom to use Shape Earth, couldn't think of anything as my brain started to shut down. They say that drowning is a peaceful way to go once you're past the panic. After that first lungful of water, it's like going to sleep. That is bollocks. My heart thundered as I snatched a breath of water, the last of my air escaping in a damp cough. My eyes slid closed, and darkness took me. After a moment of limbo, I found myself back in the meeting place of the gods. Aresk stood over me in his full Titan form. Kronos and Poseidon were both scowling at me from across the neutral zone, where the divine auras mingled. Aphrodite and Death both smiled and nodded to me in a worryingly friendly way. Thoth was inscrutable with his raven head. Beady bird eyes stared fixedly at me, like I was an interesting lump of carrion to be eaten.
"Which god do you want a boon from?" asked Aphrodite. "I've got a wonderful idea for you." She undulated forward and held up a golden apple. "I choose Kronos," I snapped. "You killed my champion, and you are currently drowning back on Earth. I am not sure this is wise." He kept switching appearances from young to old while he talked, but his voice was a constant boom. "You should force Poseidon to give you a boon. Like gills." "You won't let me drown." Poseidon cheated. Mortimer couldn't summon that tidal wave. No mortal could.
She cheated, so you won't let me drown.
"That's my boy." Aresk stepped over me and shrank down to be merely very large, as opposed to gigantic. The boy's right. The wave can't be his end.
"Bullshit! He's going to drown, and the fish will eat his eyes," Poseidon barked. The tentacles that replaced her legs slapped back and forth angrily. "No, fish tits, he won't," my patron said in my defense. "I agree with Aresk. This is far too interesting to let it end now. He will not drown." The gods stood, and their lips moved, but I couldn't hear anything. Aresk gesticulated wildly, agitated and argumentative. Poseidon smirked and winked at me, and Kronos gave me his ever-changing stare. After several minutes of this, Kronos made a cutting motion with his hand, and suddenly I could hear them again. "Very well, Raymond. You have asked for a boon from old Father Time. So a boon you shall have. The gift of foresight is yours. Much good may it do you."
No one appreciates a prophet in their own time, especially not one whose future contains only violence and war. Boon of Kronos Limited, prescience. See into the future. The closer to the present you look, the more accurate the vision will be. So we're agreed? Asked Eresk. I haven't fucking agreed, I said quickly. You've got your boon. Beyond that, mortal, I'm afraid your opinion doesn't matter at all. I concur. Thoth nodded his beaked head definitively. Now wait a second. What about Poseidon? She needs to be punished for cheating, I argued. Bird-like eyes, so similar to glimpses, glared back at me. Her punishment is none of your concern. Your fortunate escape from Davy Jones's locker and my clutches is part of it. The rest is not your concern, said Death. He was in his dapper human appearance, as he had been when I claimed his source. I'm sorry, boy, but this is how it has to be, Eresk said sadly. My fucking army! The cheating bitch killed half my fucking army!
I want her head, I snarled, and the goddess snorted and blew a bubble in my direction, which Eresk blocked with one arm. Nothing to do about it now, Ray. Go on. He waved a hand, and rage boiled up in me, and as the world faded, I threw myself forward to try and snatch at the aquatic goddess with my bare hands. I faded from that world before I was halfway across the distance. Was I hanging in limbo? Or was this the way they were sparing me from drowning? I couldn't tell. Finally, some pressure forced me to cough, and I spat a lungful of water down my front as I struggled to sit up. The sea here was normal, not covered in floating corpses, no riptide or devastated landscape. I reached out with one hand and pushed the hair out of my eyes. I was tangled in seaweed, and I pulled it away from my body in thick clumps. This seemed to be a perfect desert island, with tropical trees, balmy weather, and crystal blue seas. I reached out and found that the threads that remained in my mind were all impossibly far away. I used my other sense, the semi-divine one. The two poles in the east that drew my mind like a compass needle seemed to be about as far away as they had been before. The one to the southeast was a lot closer. Perhaps a few 100 miles now, as opposed to thousands. I'm coming, Ray, sent Glimpse. What about the army? I asked him. Rooted. The Legion is gathering the survivors and marching back to Urkash. I've told them you're alive. I can take you back north in storage. Maybe. Maybe not. I emptied my storage rings of people, and just over 200 nomads spread out around me, moving to investigate the island without being asked. Spears poked suspiciously at the alien-seeming vegetation. You always take us to the loveliest places. Where the fuck are we? And where's the rest of the army? Where's Halin? Growled Jandak. We're somewhere in the south. What happened?
Why didn't you let us fight? Asked one of the nomads whose name I didn't know. You can't fight a tsunami. I saved your lives. A lot of the army wasn't so lucky. When Glimpse gets here, you can get a ride back if you want. But I get the feeling this is not a very subtle hint as to what I'm supposed to do next from those dickhead gods. I stared towards my next target on the horizon. You going to sprout wings? Krill asked. We're not a people famous for nautical skills, Mond. I think we can work something out. Here. I extended a hand and he took it. I passed him 50,000 souls, and did the same for Kos and Jandak. I assume my sister is well? Asked Cod with an arched eyebrow. 300 grand gone in an instant. It was less than half of what I had. I started doing the numbers. Call it 215 survivors here with me. Carry the one. Yeah, this could work. And I'd still have plenty left for Faye and the Coven when Glimpse dropped them off. On second thought, it might be better to have Glimpse take the women back to Urkash. I was not looking forward to the berating I was going to get.
Faye would pluck me, stuff me, and feed me to you roasted if I kept her in storage, Raymond. Fair enough. We'd best let her stretch her legs before she goes home. I looked to the south and saw the empty ocean that stretched out ahead of me. I could sense my next target. Maybe this one could be left alone? Maybe I should just go back to Urkosh. I had an empire to run in the north. My eyes were locked in the direction of that threatening, glowing beacon in my mind.